AS_33, and we can have a conversation. Pirates lost 6-0, and that is very sad. Not good. Not a good look for the Pirates. And they continue to fall in the wild card standings. And, when you run into a team like the San Diego Padres, that makes you wish you beat a team like the Diamondbacks, because the Padres are not necessarily the easiest of teams to contend with. Although the Pirates contended with the Dodgers earlier this season. And they've got a series coming up in Los Angeles. So they also competed with the Phillies, who are still NL East leaders. So, some of these games give you hope. They make you think, okay, well, they could do the thing in big games, and then you have a performance like last night with Dylan Cease, who's a tough pitcher, and you don't score at all. Pirates do not have an easier task coming up tonight. It's Marco Gonzalez facing Michael King. Michael King, who used to pitch for the Yankees, was a return player in the Juan Soto trade. So I'd say he's pretty solid. He's also 9-6 this season. He's a pretty good pitcher. So the task does not get much easier tonight for the Pirates, who are facing about the same, if not a better pitcher. Yeah, just not good. Dylan Cease opened yesterday, and they actually didn't really get through to him, because then they went into a rain delay. Pirates had Bailey Fulcher pitch 2 innings, and then Jake Woodford. Yeah, I'm not understanding. I'm not getting why this guy's still on the roster, and the way Crowley put it the other day on the Fan Morning Show made me giggle a bit. Jake Woodford was not desired by the Chicago White Sox. Why is he still pitching for the Pirates? And they're trying to put him in situations, but that's not the guy that I want to see on this team right now, right? If we're talking about, would I rather see Jake Woodford on the mound or Quinn Priester? I would say Quinn Priester. Now, they traded him away, but, there's pitchers down in AAA that I think could do a better job than Woodford in the way he's... he had one quality opening appearance. To have him come in, though, in any game at any point where he's not an opener, where he's not limited to 1 inning early, I'm not liking it. He came in the 3rd inning of the game. I get there was a rain delay. You got to find other pitchers to put in there, but he's not it. And I don't know why there's such an emphasis on putting him in games at this point, because he's just not. He's not it. He's not good enough. And that's it. There's plenty of complaining to do for the Pirates. If you desire to do that, 412-928-9370, you're welcome to. I'm going to pivot a little bit more to the Steelers this morning, just because the Brandon Aiyuk rumors are annoying me. And also, this is something I forgot. This this news broke yesterday. Billy Beane, right, big general manager of the A's, inspired the movie Moneyball. He passed away at the age of 60. So that's kind of sad. And I saw that notification yesterday, and I just saw it on one of our monitors here this morning. That's tough, and that's sad. So, the RIP to Billy Beane. The Pirates, though, they're struggling, and there's not much more to say about that game. And I'm just sad, and I'm trying to formulate the words, because it's not. It's not easy to sit here after you had so much hope for a season and try to justify it or continue to have hope when just some of the decisions that are being made, they're just not. They don't feel like Like, putting Jake Woodford into games does not, to me right now, feel like this team's trying to win it. It feels like it's trying to assess pieces in a crucial state. I mean, go with what you know and adjust. And I mean, Jake Woodford, the fact that he was charged with 3 runs, that just looking at that bothers me. I think it's not. It bothers me to no end. I don't because I don't understand why. I don't get it. I don't get why that's the guy that you continue to put out into games. Just to me, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Okay, all right, I'm done. I'm done with the Pirates for now. They're still 4 games back. The Mets lost, so the Mets are now 1.5 games back. The Atlanta Braves have fallen to the 3rd wildcard spot in the National League after they were on top for most of the season of the games played so far. So now the Pirates are chasing the Cardinals, the Mets, and the Braves for that 3rd wildcard spot. The Giants and the Reds are still, they're all kind of in it. The Cubs are down there too at 6 games back. Nationals, Rockies, Marlins, 9 games or worse out. So those 3 seem like they're done. Everybody else is within smacking distance. So, but the Pirates right now they're chasing the Braves. That's the team to beat. They lost 3 in a row. They're the team to go get. Their 60-52. 412-928-9370. Okay, so just to address this real quick, because the Brandon Aiyuk rumors have been going crazy. The Fan Morning Show spent all day yesterday addressing what we knew. Now, Andrew Filipponi put out that there was a deal that was goal line proximity close to being done, then it didn't happen. And I feel like the NFL's got a one-up on any insider or anybody with any information. I feel like sometimes they do this on purpose to make you milk out a little more interest. Like when Tom Brady was supposed to retire and it was reported, and then Tom Brady was like, oh, no, I'm staying. Great for the NFL. It's great for the NFL overall that that there's some frustration now being expressed because Pony prematurely maybe put out an announcement that might not come true because apparently the 49ers want just a little bit more than the Steelers want to give. Now, I did see a report from Adam Schefter yesterday, which adds a little more fuel to this fire, that the Patriots now want to focus on their young wide receiving core and not worry about making a trade. That they're done. They're done worrying about making a trade. They want to focus on their young wide receivers, so they're not going to pursue any further negotiations with the San Francisco 49ers. And so the now it seems to be the Adam Crowley's trying to get my attention. Why? What'd I do?
Hi, Callis.
Yeah, what happened?
Did you just eulogize Billy Beane?
A little bit, yeah.
Did you know that it's not the Oakland A's Billy Beane?
Are you serious?
Yeah, it's a different Billy Beane.
Are you kidding?
I'm not kidding.
Then why?
In fact, I was going to send you a clip today of Mad Dog from Mad Dog Sports Radio, where he made the same exact mistake that you did. A lot of people have made this mistake. So R.I.P. the Billy Beane that did pass away, but it is not the Billy Beane of the Oakland Athletics.
That's kind of embarrassing.
Yeah, it is. But a lot of people have done the same thing.
Okay.
A lot, including, I mean, Mad Dog's making millions of dollars. He's on ESPN, so it happens. But I just saw the text line, and I just wanted to I didn't want you to continue to say that because, not because I know Billy from Beane, but because it's a different Billy Beane, and I don't want you to continue to step in it.
Thank you.
Can we laugh a little bit about it?
We can. No,
yeah, it's funny that just happened, yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Because there's not a lot of Billy Beanes probably in the world, and there's 2 that worked in Major League Baseball.
I didn't know that.
Different Billy Beane.
Yeah. That's tough.
Moneyball, good movie.
There was.
Did you read the book?
No.
Great book.
Is there a Moneyball book?
I have. What?
I didn't know that.
I'll give it to you.
Okay, I'm sure.
I won't even let you can have it. Different spelling on Billy Beane, too. He's got the E at the end. The guy that sadly passed away had no E.
Thank you, Adam.
All right, I love you, bud.
All right. Back to the Steelers. So it looked like Adam Schefter said yesterday that the Patriots are no longer interested in the in contract negotiations for Brandon Aiyuk. So now the Browns are the other publicly reported team interested, and I haven't seen anything that indicates that they're out. So now it's between the Browns and the Steelers. And now it's at a point where you look and you say, all right, you're one other team's interested. Brandon Aiyuk seems to not want to go to Cleveland. And now the Steelers have a decision to make. Do they go on and give the 49ers what they want, which is either a first-round pick, Pat Freiermuth, or George Pickens? That seems like where their demands are at. The Steelers are willing to part with a group of players to choose from and a second-round pick. So really, it's a matter of, are the Steelers willing to budge a little bit to provide a first-round pick for Brandon Aiyuk? I understand why they're being stubborn. At this point, though, I mean, your first preseason game of the year is on Friday. Like, there's little time left to, prepare for this season. Before you start playing games. You got about a month before the regular season starts, and you're playing in your exhibitions. Your exhibitions start on Friday. You got to get something done if anything's going to happen. And I'm personally, like many of you, just annoyed with the developments that are present right now. Like, I'm not a fan of just talking about this over and over and over again. Like, you want something to happen or you want to forget about it. Now, do I think Brandon Aiyuk is worth a first-round pick? I mean, he would help your team tremendously this season. He would provide an extra weapon. He would increase depth at a position that needs it. And provided that the quarterbacks play as well as we expect them to, based on the skill level of Justin Fields and or the veteran experience of Russell Wilson, you would expect that Brandon Aiyuk would come in and make this team better in a way that would just continue to increase their odds of winning in the playoffs, which is something that we as Steeler fans have been craving for a little while. And so, in that case, you got to think about it. Now, again, I mean, if you save that first-round pick, you can get probably a top wide receiver in next year's draft and not have to pay for that receiver like you're going to probably have to pay for Brandon Aiyuk. So it's just, I mean, it's a matter of how much are the Steelers willing to give up, how many assets they're going to have to pay him, and they're going to have to give up one of their top assets to get him. It seems like Freiermuth and Pickens are untouchable, and so the first-round pick is where the Steelers are probably going to have to budge if they're going to get a deal done. But, like, they got to do it, or it's got to be over with at this point. That's the way I look at it. I mean, he is a clear improvement at a position where you need guys. But is he worth the first-round pick? And that's what they got to decide. I'm on board either way. No matter what they do, whether they trade for him or not, like, I'm fine either way. I would like them to do something instead of, just having these rumors swirl. Now, it seems the waiting game is working for the Steelers, though, because the Patriots are now out. The Washington Commanders have been out for, a couple days now. It was first publicly reported on Monday, I believe, that the Commanders were out. And so yesterday I saw Adam Schefter said that the Patriots are out. So it's a two-team race right now if the Steelers have indeed come back into contract negotiations, because Aiyuk, I guess, does not want to go to the Browns so badly that it's public information that there's negotiations stalling with the Browns. Doesn't seem like that. No matter what they're going to pay, it doesn't look like Aiyuk wants to go there, and even if they are, willing to pay, that's not going to It's not going to matter if he doesn't want to go there. If he doesn't, want to play for them. 412-928-9370. Got a caller on the line that wants to talk. So, good morning. What's your name?
Nicholas Harry Callis. What's up? It's Vic.
How are you?
I'm good. Hey, man, you know what? I think this whole Aiyuk thing is just way, way, way going too deep. Number one, why would the 49ers want Fryer move when they got Kittle? I mean, doesn't make sense.
Just more pass catchers, but,
Yeah, I think Aiyuk he was good in San Francisco's offense because of all those other weapons. Kittle, whatever his name is, the running back McCaffrey, and then the other receiver. Now, with all those deals, I mean, he obviously was going to get less attention, and he's talented. But I don't think he would work in the Steelers system at all. I just don't, because, everybody would focus on him and Pickens, but that's it. Well, what else they really got? I mean, you can't say Najee Harris is a world beater, and I'm not knocking the Steelers. I'm just saying I would stay away from him if I was the Steelers.
All right, thanks for the call. No, I appreciate it. I appreciate the perspective. I mean, I think that the whole point of getting him, though, is kind of what you said as a negative. But I think it's positive that, you'll have Pickens and Aiyuk to focus on, and that's the whole point, though, is that not just Pickens is going to be focused on. They're going to have several receivers who develop into threats, and I think that the draft picks, I think Roman Wilson is going to be a guy that that makes an impact, whenever he's out there. As well as the rest of their receivers have an opportunity to break out, and I think that they don't have a depth chart right now that's deep at receiver. It's another reason why they should get him. But also, if you get him, I mean, to argue for it, if you get him, then you have multiple threats at receiver that you can consider instead of just Pickens. Because right now Pickens is the only threat. Unless those other guys develop, you're gonna have to get other guys who can, actively threaten a defense. And so that's why, if I had to argue for it, I would say go for it. But again, I mean, I'm of the opinion right now that they should they got to do it, and they got to find that leverage on the 49ers to get him, or they need to go away. And it seems like they went away for a little bit, and now they're coming back. And so we'll see. But give me a call, 412-928-9370. I got to take a break. I'll be right back, and we'll talk more about the Steelers, about the Brandon Aiyuk rumors right here. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis, and this is the Fan Early Morning Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
The Fan Early Morning Show for the Average Joe, presented by CGR Wholesale, where the average Joe can buy like a pro.
I'm Bridget Condon with NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network. The countdown to kickoff is on for week one of the preseason. 49ers head coach Kyle Shanahan confirmed Tuesday running back Christian McCaffrey is dealing with a calf strain and will not play in the preseason. The team announced they've signed running back Matt Breida to a one-year contract. Meantime, Patriots quarterback Jacoby Brissett was named the starter for their opener against the Panthers Thursday, and Commanders rookie quarterback Jaden Daniels will start against the Jets Saturday. Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon announced Kyler Murray will not play during the preseason, while Vikings quarterback Sam Darnold and the Broncos quarterback Jarrett Stidham are both listed as starters on their team's unofficial depth chart. And Packers quarterback Jordan Love will see his first game action Saturday in their preseason matchup against the Browns after signing his 4-year, $220 million contract. This has been NFL Network Now on the Westwood One Radio Network.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool has been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us that the HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. However, on the Parkway West, watch for crews finishing up overnight work. You have a lane restriction there between the Carnegie and Green Tree Mount Lebanon interchanges. In the city of Butler, Butler County, a massive water main break has closed down Route 68 Newcastle Street between Hanson and Pillow Streets. Crews are on the scene there. Avoid the area if you can. Otherwise, you'll have to take a detour. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA. I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 five-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
It's the end of summer sale with Zero Res. Whether you're looking to clean up after a long summer of barbecues, get-togethers, and graduation parties, or just want to get ready for the new school year, Zero Res has you covered. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So now's the time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly technicians always walk you through their entire cleaning process and make sure that you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. I've even had to call them because we forgot to tell them about one room. Guy turned around, came all the way back, got it done. It really is amazing with Zero Res. If you haven't tried them out or it's been months since your last deep clean, now's the time. Get your entire home Zero Resified. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119. Also, perfect time of year to get your air ducts taken care of. 20% off your air duct cleaning this month. Don't forget about those dryer vents as well. Schedule your appointment today. ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call. 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Folds of Honor has been meeting Sacrifice with Hope since 2019 in Western PA. It's their honor to empower people through education and the opportunities it creates. 41% of Folds of Honor scholarships are awarded to minorities, making recipient families as diverse as the country we call home. Folds of Honor has earned the Gold Star Platinum Seal, as well as 4 out of 4-star rankings on Charity Navigator. You can join their squadron today at westernpa.foldsofhonor.org. Please donate today. Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville is a proud supporter of Folds of Honor.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Thank God I got a chance to wake up.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. My name is Nicholas Harry Callis, talking a little bit Pirates, talking a little bit of Steelers this morning. Nathan on Twitter. Callis, did you watch the game? Woodford pitched well and has pitched well. Defense let him down, and he should have gotten out of that inning giving up 0 runs. We certainly don't have many guys better right now. Full transparency, no, I didn't watch the game because when you do a radio show at 5 in the morning, you have to go to sleep at some point, and the rain delay didn't make it really plausible to stay up and watch the entire game. Okay, that being said, I'm going to continue to torch him, though, because they might not have many guys better from what you're telling me, but also, like, he played for the White Sox, for goodness sake. They got to have somebody in the organization that can go in there and pitch better out of the bullpen. And from what I'm looking at in the stats, the defense let him down. They didn't make up. Look, now I'm scrambling from my words here. They did not commit any errors from what I saw, and all the runs he gave up were earned. And so, the defense let him down. I don't know exactly how. Because honestly, I didn't watch because again, rain delay. Game went late. I couldn't really stay up for it, so I don't know. I don't know exactly what you mean. So clarify, Nathan. But that's. I appreciate your comment, but I whether he pitched well or not, I mean, I was frustrated when they put him in the 9th inning of the game against the Diamondbacks on Sunday, where he gave up a home run that ended up mattering, and he's been fine. I'll meet you halfway. He hasn't completely been terrible, I guess, by average expectations, but putting him in the 9th, giving up the home run to the Diamondbacks in that game, and then they lost by a run ultimately after getting one back in the 9th. That frustrated me terribly. And just to see that he was responsible for 3 of the runs that were given up and they're all earned, I mean, to me, I don't like him there. If you think that there's really not anybody else that the Pirates can put into the bullpen, I mean, that's your opinion. But I don't like what I'm seeing from him, and I don't like that he's on the roster. I think that they've got to have somebody else to be able to fill that spot in the bullpen. 412-928-9370. Got time for one more caller. So it's you. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, this is Ted. Hey, real quick about Brandon Aiyuk. Stay away from him. He's too much of a headache. He wants a new contract, too, so I would stay away from him. Plus, the Steelers got to figure out who's their quarterback. They got 2 quarterbacks no one else wanted, so they got their own problems. I'll stay away from him. He's not worth the price. The price has to come down.
All right, thanks for the call, Ted, and that was quick enough. I'll take one more call, and it'll be this person. Good morning. What's your name?
Hey, Nicholas. Terry, how are you?
Good, Terry. You got about a minute, okay?
Yes, I disagree. I think they should already had Aiyuk on that team. I mean, we got one receiver in Pickens, one number one. We got a bunch of guys. We have no clue how good they're going to be. And to me, he is a number one. So if you get Aiyuk, you got 2 number ones on that team, and I think we could definitely go to the playoffs with him. If we don't get him, I don't think we're going to make the playoffs.
All right, Terry, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah, I appreciate all perspectives. I just want something to happen. I think that that's the ultimate consensus. I think that everybody's at least annoyed that these negotiations are still going on. I just want them to end. I just want it to stop. I want something to happen. I want them to move or not be moved, but, just talking about it over and over again is becoming meh. But I see it either way. I really do. I wouldn't be upset if they got him or didn't get him. I just want something to happen. Bah. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high of 79, low of 68, 55% chance of rain throughout the day. Tomorrow, high of 85, low of 68, overcast skies expected. My name is Nicholas Callis. This has been the Fan Early Morning Show. Coming up next, it's the Fan Morning Show pre-show with Crowley and Doran right here on the Fan.
Here's Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan's Fan About Town. Tired of rising food prices? Start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Enjoy low prices on more than 1,000 of your go-to grocery items store-wide. Dive into deals for a limited time at your local Giant Eagle and Market District. Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek's August demo and fitting events start August 7th with TaylorMade, Ping, Callaway, and Titleist. Call to set up your time, 412-492-9990. If you're not being fit outdoors, you're not being fit. Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo Cafe and Market, such as the summer barbecue favorite smokestack pulled pork sandwich. Download the GetGo app today to order and get free tots. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it. For more information, visit 937thefan.com.
Why'd the kid jump off the boat? I don't know. Why? Peer pressure. Oh. Good one, Ned.
Ned isn't funny, but Ned owns a boat, and you don't. So every time Ned tells another one of his unfunny boat puns, you're going to laugh loud and keep on laughing until you get a boat of your own.
A pier where you put a boat. Yeah, I get it.
And when you do get a boat of your own, make sure you save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island.
This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile. Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Cornell and Cornell traffic cam with a quick look at the Parkway West. We did have some crews doing some overnight work between Carnegie and Greentree. They've since finished up that work and have reopened the closed lane in that area. Meanwhile, if you're traveling on the Parkway East, that's just a little heavy entering the Squirrel Hill tunnels. The HOV lanes are open alongside the Parkway North. In the city of Butler, Butler County, the eastbound lanes of Newcastle Street, Route 68, are closed due to a water main break between Hanson Avenue and Pillow Street. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Pre-show brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. Crowley, Dickerson, Nicholas Harry Callis behind the glass. Good morning, gentlemen. How we doing?
Good morning. Hump day. Wednesday. We got a nice show lined up, as we do every Wednesday. We got Wayner, we got Ray, we got Doug. Callis, how you doing?
Oh, it's been a rough start to the day for me.
Why?
I eulogized the wrong Billy Bean on the Fan Early Morning Show for a couple seconds.
But haven't multiple people done that already?
They have.
So, like, you're not the first.
I would have thought that he'd have seen that other people stepped in it and then wouldn't himself step in it. And it's never funny when someone passes away, especially in their 60s, which is what happened with this Billy Bean. So that's very sad. It would be very sad if the other Billy Bean died. But I think we can see the comedy in this. And the comedy is that Callis gives a heartfelt eulogy about one of the best general managers, an avant-garde sabermetrics guy that was really on the cutting edge of all of that. He gives this heartfelt eulogy, and then it winds up being a different guy. That is quite funny. It is.
Yeah.
And it was very funny when it happened to Chris Mad Dog Russo because he went on for like 2.5 minutes, and a producer must have gotten his ear and then gone, wrong Billy Bean. He went, I'm sorry, I've been told that it's the different Billy Bean. Mad Dog.
Oh, man.
Yeah. Oh, man. Which I put that on the producer. Zzz. I'm sure he's got many of them.
Yes.
So, R.I.P. Billy Bean.
I'm sorry. Can I ask a quick question?
I'm a little nervous, but sure, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Yeah, sometimes when you guys ask how we're doing, do we just say, are we just supposed to say I'm good and we go forward?
No, I'm actually asking.
So I'm good to express myself like
Absolutely.
this moving
Please.
forward?
I want you to know.
I like being honest with you guys.
Well, I like to know because that sets the standard, that sets the vision, and that sets the platform for the rest of the show. So I know what to expect. I know how you're feeling, and then I can base your feelings off of how the show can go and talking to you during the show.
That makes me happy.
Yes.
Yeah, I like to be honest. And there are days where I'm elated, too. Like, yay, life could never be better.
Vibes.
Yeah.
So are you feeling better now that you know?
Not, yeah, this isn't one of those super breakdowns. This is just that happened, that's embarrassing. Some dude also tweeted me because I was talking about the Pirates and torching Jake Woodford, and he's like, did you watch the game? And I was like, no. We wake up early in the morning, and there was a rain delay. So, no, I didn't see that part of the game.
Yeah, Tellez, Triolo, Bay all dropped balls, and none of those were charged as errors. And I've seen them, and you can make a reasonable case that they should have caught each and every one of those baseballs.
For sure.
So that seems to happen with Woodford on the mound. Maybe he is actually passing out Woodford reserve before games because we saw that O'Neal Cruz could not field when he was on the mound. I also want to make clear that I was not jumping in on the early morning show.
No, you were just laughing.
I was trying to help you, too. I didn't want you to, I didn't want it to keep happening.
No, it was literally for 30 seconds. I just saw. We have MLB Network on one of our monitors, and I looked, and I was like, "Oh yeah, that happened. I saw that last night." And yeah.
So a couple things. Number one, at 6:00, we're diving back into Brandon Aiyuk because there are legitimate reasons to believe he's going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler. Maybe as soon as this morning. I tend to think it's going to happen today at some point. So we'll get into that right off the chute at 6:00. But Callis, you ask a fascinating question that I think we can use as a springboard for the pre-show now. Because I know Doran cares, and when I ask, I want to know. I want to know how yins are doing. But if you encounter somebody in the hallway, even a work cohort, a colleague, and they say, hey, how you doing? We're not really telling them how we're doing in that kind of moment, are we? In passing? I don't think so.
No.
I don't think you ever actually say how you're doing in those situations.
Well, I also don't want to hold a conversation because I'm usually trying to go somewhere and try to get something done. So I'm not there for the small talk, and I don't think anybody really cares deep down that I don't really know that well how I'm doing.
It's too early kind of to know how you're doing.
Right.
Whatever happened yesterday, you got to sleep off, and you come in here, and we all have our baggage, we all have our things, but at, 4:45 in the morning, if you're having a bad morning already, ruh-roh, Raggy.
Yeah, it's tough.
That's no good. I could not wake up today. Could not. And I was actually talking to a coworker about that today. I do not really ever hit the snooze button, but I set 800 alarms. Well, what I did today was I hit the snooze a bunch, so it was going alarm, snooze, alarm, snooze, alarm. And I'm like, good morning. Oh, I'm asleep. Oh, good morning. Oh, I'm asleep. Oh, good morning. Oh, I'm asleep. I couldn't get up. Couldn't do it. I don't know what happened today. And then I'm driving in, and were there bad storms overnight in addition to the one that screwed the Pirate game?
I don't know.
Because there was a tree down, like a full-ass tree down in my route that I usually take to get here, and I had to back up, go a different way.
Yeah, there probably wasn't.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, I don't know. I mean, I know that there was a big storm.
Because I figure, you got to figure if it was the storm that thwarted the Pirate game.
That would have been up.
Yeah, they'd have picked the tree up. They'd have done something there. Whole street is going to have to be closed down. And it was right in front of a house that not long ago, a portion of their tree fell on their house.
Oh, man.
And crushed their whole front of their house. And they let it sit on their house for like weeks. I mean, and it crushed the whole front of their house, and they had to put like a tarp over it. Yeah.
Oh, that's terrible.
Yeah. Maybe I shouldn't drive that way after storms, just in case there's more limbs that could come down.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's tough. Tough start for them. They're going to wake up and go, oh, no.
Here comes another tree.
Not again. That's the kind of deal where you wake up at 4:45 and you look outside and you go, damn it, there's another tree in my front yard.
Like, who was the first person to say, like, oh, like, waking up early is, like, good? Like, we're going to start the day early.
You know,
like,
who I
just
think
ridiculous.
it was? I think it was the early bird.
The early bird.
Mm-hmm. They always get the worm.
Get the worm.
Yeah. I think that's where it came from. I think some little robin was like, I'm going to get up before all these other birds. I'm going to get the worm. And then from that point forward, morning people were invented.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Early bird gets the worm, but that doesn't mean that there are other worms at any point in the day.
What if you stay up late? I feel like the night owl can get the worm as well.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like I remember in like high school, like Balco would be like, you got to get up early, get things done before everybody else. I'm like, well, what if I like get things done at like 9 p.m.?
Correct.
When people are asleep.
Yeah, 24 hours in a day. Whenever you find a way to get it done, you find a way to get it done. It really shouldn't matter when you get it done.
Can I give you a random sleep history lesson?
Please.
Yeah,
before electricity and lights, people used to just go by the sun.
Sure.
To determine when they would get up and go to sleep. And actually, humans normally would sleep in 2 4-hour periods and would wake up in the middle of the night and do activities like read books or have a snack. And then when electricity got invented, they just squished them together and expected everybody to work after the sun went down because it was like a newfound daytime. But that's why daylight savings exists, because it milks up most of the day, because once the sun went down, everybody just went home.
I think daylight savings exists in part because when you had I'm thinking of time zones. Never mind. Yeah, daylight savings is about just getting as much
right, but that's what
early sun as you can. Yeah,
because before they had electricity, they would switch the time so that it felt like there was more of a day to be had. Because when the sun rose, you went to work, and when the sun went down, you went to bed, or you went home and went to bed.
That's because a lot of people back then weren't doing stock exchange. They were going to work in the fields.
In the fields, yes.
They
it
were
was
farming.
Tough.
Yeah.
It was hard.
You got to wake up when the sun gets up.
Yeah, so you weren't.
Kids still do that, Callis. Like they don't like daylight savings don't mean jack crap to a kid.
No.
Yes.
Like I used to love daylight, all of it.
Get an extra hour of sleep.
You get an extra hour of sleep.
You could stay out later if it was on a Saturday.
Oh.
I'll never forget being out, and then that clock hits and it goes right back. You're like, oh shoot, we got an extra hour out.
Oh, we're drinking beers.
Yep.
Does it not have a different effect the other way around, though, when you lose that hour?
It does, but when you lose the hour, you know that for the long haul, it's good because you're going to get more sun in the evening time.
Yeah, it's going to be warm. It's starting to become nice out.
Yeah. So neither one are bad because the one, you get the extra hour, and then the other one, you lose the hour, but you know that summer's getting here.
Yes, spring. Yeah. It's spring. Right?
Yeah, spring forward, fall back, I think is how they do that. Yeah. But kids, no, they don't understand. They don't get it. They're just going to wake up at the same time, and that makes it less enjoyable.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I was going to say something about time zones, and I might as well say it now. My understanding is the United States used to have a bunch of different time zones, and then trains would, like, run into each other.
Oh.
Yeah. So they were like, we should probably uniform this thing. Yeah. You can text us if you have more information on any of this at 412-928-9370.
Can you imagine, though, like, living in a society where you just went by the sun and, like, you got to wake up in the middle of the night and do, like, fun stuff while it's dark out?
I don't need it.
No?
I think our way's better. I'd rather just get into REM. Because I think you got to get into REM sleep. I need my...
Yeah, but if it's fall back and you get that extra hour, like, you're sleeping a lot longer. If you're going based off of, like, whenever it gets dark out, so it gets dark out, 5:30, 6 o'clock.
You know what?
You're done.
Even if you're not...
And in the morning.
Yeah, if you're not even changing the clocks, you like, imagine, like, this wouldn't work in Alaska.
No.
Because you'd be working 24 straight hours in the summer, yeah, and then you'd be doing 24 straight hours in the darkness.
It's 24 hours where it's dark.
Something it's
like
not
that.
Full 24, but
right.
it's, yeah.
It's dark all the time.
Yeah. Someone just texted this in. Callis, absolutely right. Man is to be a biphasal sleeper.
Yeah.
Biphasal?
Yeah, 2 phases. That's what that means.
Nice.
Biphasal. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I think it would be interesting,
I'm biphasal curious. I'd like to know more about this. I'd like to try it out. We kind of do.
We basically do, honestly.
Yeah.
Because I take a nap. Well,
Right.
It's not a long nap. Sometimes sometimes it's like 30 minutes. Sometimes it can be 2 hours. But I get home, I lay down, probably take a, let's say, 2-hour nap, and then get up and do things, and then we go back to bed at like 8 or 9.
Bang, biphasal.
Yeah.
Texter, oh, God. Talk about bad mornings. Got home from work last night at 10. Basement was flooded. Got things cleaned up by 1. 3-week-old baby kept us up the rest of the night, headed back to work. Oh
man.
My gosh.
Not good.
That's tough.
Prayers.
Yes.
We're sending vibes. Oh, my. You get home from work at 10, and you got the baby, and you're up until 1 anyhow.
Oh.
And then you're going back to work, and then you're gonna be working until 10 again. Oh, my God.
Yep.
Good luck.
Tough.
Oh. I thought it was bad for me last night. I tried to stay up for the Pirate game, couldn't, and then the baby's eating now, like solid foods in addition to the breast milk. And the few times we've given her sweet potatoes, she has had restless nights of sleep. I think it's given her gas. So we kind of had that deal going last night. So not a tremendous night's sleep for me, but much better, clearly, than this human's. Hey, did the White Sox break the losing streak?
They did.
Hey! Texter, wasn't Abe Lincoln known for sleeping 4 hours at a time? I think he was known for ending slavery.
Yes. I thought he was known for sleeping a lot.
I thought he was known for his hat.
I thought he was known for his beard.
And the way he died.
And being honest.
And
he
being
sure was.
On the $5 bill.
That's right. So not sleeping.
And
4 hours.
Do you think that the currency pictures would have changed by now?
Now, I saw something like 10 years ago in school that they were planning on putting Harriet Tubman
I saw that
on the
too.
$20 bill, and that just never happened.
Yeah, of course.
I do think they can refresh that.
Right?
Yeah. Like every 20 years or so. Like we have new historical figures.
Could you imagine if 45 was on a bill?
Look, I think they should rotate through them.
Do you think it would
I agree. I wouldn't be mad
Do you think it
about
would be easier to counterfeit bills like that, though, because then you don't know who to expect on the currency?
Maybe. Sure, because you couldn't just like collect all the old money and then issue new money. You'd have the old grandfathered money still rolling around. Maybe that's why they don't do it.
So there's $1, $5, $20, $50, $100.
You get
$10.
You get a $2.
$10, $2.
Yeah.
So there's 6. It'd be like their own form of like a Mount Rushmore of like every 20 years.
Yeah, just refresh it. Have a fan vote like the MLB All-Star game. I feel like you can't have
Popular
Nixon.
vote.
Not allowed to do Nixon. Can't do that. But apart from that, yeah, sure. Have at it. Doesn't have to just be presidents either.
Who else could it be? Who else should it be?
Well, yeah, Alexander Hamilton was he's on the $10 bill, and he was never a president, so there you go.
Great point by you. You ever seen the musical?
I think Ben Franklin, same thing, $100 bill, not a president.
Ben Franklin is the most common non-president to be mistaken as a president.
Absolutely.
No question about it.
Now that I think about it, yes.
Forefather, yeah. He always gets, I think, by the ill-informed, people just assume that good old Benjamin Franklin was a president.
And he was
not.
What was he?
He was just a guy.
He was just a guy.
A guy.
He was a part of the government in a few different roles.
Well, no doubt. He also got
credited with starting the mail system as well. The
yeah.
one today, yeah.
And he was quite promiscuous, and I believe got the syphilis. Did Mr. Franklin?
Is that how he died?
I'm on it.
Probably back then.
Did Ben Franklin die of syphilis? I used to think that Elton John was a Beatle.
I could see that. Yep, makes sense to me. That's kind of how I operate too.
Although famous for having syphilis, Franklin likely died of empyema, an infection of space between the lung and the chest wall. I thought that was emphysema.
She didn't pronounce it wrong?
Yeah, well, there's no Z in there. It's spelled E-M-P-Y-E-M-A. Dang, we be dying of stuff that I don't think exists anymore.
No.
I'm speaking out of ignorance.
Emphema. That's what it sounds
emphema.
like.
There's no PH.
Oh.
There's just a P. E-M-P-Y-E-M-A. R.I.P. Ben Franklin. Ah, what a loss. George Washington himself apparently suffered from tuberculosis, malaria, smallpox, dysentery, and pneumonia.
He really went through it.
Yeah.
He had wood teeth.
Yeah, he sure did. That I understand is real.
No.
Oh,
It's
really?
not. No, it's actually really gross. His dentures are made from a combination of animal and other human teeth.
Really?
Yeah, sorry to ruin your perspective there. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I bet you he was a wild dude.
Wild dude.
Just wild.
Hey, I'm going to steer this budgeting country through the American Revolution, and then I'm going to be the president.
Right.
Yeah, he probably had it pretty good, that G-Dub.
Yeah, not bad.
And apparently he did not need wooden teeth. That wouldn't have been great.
They're gross. Those dentures feel like they were gross and unsanitary.
What you have described is potentially more disgusting than wooden teeth, but
Yes.
like what if they really were wooden teeth?
What about the splinters?
Yeah, and you get splinters. I'm sure they would sand it. Oh, but you could get what are those little bugs? You get termites in your teeth or something. That'd be bad. Not good for G-Dub. R.I.P. to George Washington. So, R.I.P. Ben, gone too soon. Another texter. Cash will be obsolete in 10 years. I don't know, man. I don't know about that.
You don't think?
There's something about having cash.
I don't know.
I never do. Yeah, I never do.
do.
No.
No point. Just like Doug said the other day. Use your phone.
Yeah, Doug with the big revelation that you can use your phone to pay for things. We were totally shocked by that development. We were actually shocked by this development. Coming up in 15 seconds, the Steelers are probably the front runner here for Brandon Aiyuk. We have reason to believe that to be true. We'll get into it. Bang.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
My understanding is the Pittsburgh Steelers have had discussions with the 49ers about potentially trading Brandon Aiyuk. They are for sure in it right now. They are one of several teams that the 49ers are speaking with. The Cleveland Browns are one of those teams.
Ian Rappaport yesterday. We started the show 6 a.m. yesterday by saying that Matt Mayako of NBC Sports Bay Area said that the Steelers were no longer the front runner for Brandon Aiyuk. Not long after that, in the 9 o'clock hour, some were reporting that the Steelers were out on Brandon Aiyuk. And then yesterday afternoon happened. Ian Rappaport, oh no, the Steelers very much alive. Adam Schefter, only 30 minutes after saying he did not think the Steelers were going to get Brandon Aiyuk, then changed his tune. Oh no, the Steelers are back in contact with the San Francisco 49ers. And they are having deep discussions about a potential trade. And now, our guy, Matt Mayoko, has changed his tune. This coming within the last 6 hours, he puts out there the fact the Steelers are back in talks with the 49ers toward a possible Brandon Aiyuk trade shows that all sides have a willingness to get something done. The negotiations and conversations continue. I don't want to toot our own horn here, but I absolutely will. Who am I kidding? I want to pat ourselves on the back. You know, Pony's been all over this with sources, and I think he's being vindicated here, but I think we had a ton of smart conversations yesterday. It never made sense that the Steelers were quote-unquote out. Like, common sense tells you they're not going to be out when they're the preferred destination for a player who was given permission to negotiate contracts with these teams. If he didn't want to go to New England, guess what? He ain't going to New England.
Exactly.
If he don't want to go to Cleveland, he ain't going to Cleveland. So what's that tell you? It's going to come down to he stays in San Francisco or he winds up going to a team he wants to go to, and Washington is out. So what's the team he wants to go to? The Pittsburgh Steelers. There are reasons from all parties involved here to get this done. The Niners don't want him around anymore. Aiyuk wants to come to Pittsburgh, and the Steelers desperately are in need of a wide receiver. I'm just going to say it right now. It's 6:03. Good morning to everyone. He's going to be a Pittsburgh Steeler because all signs point to him being a Pittsburgh Steeler. Common sense.
I'll give you a lot of credit. Yesterday, you were pounding the table throughout the whole entire show saying that it makes no sense for the Steelers to be out of it. They're still in it. You kept saying that the whole show, so I will give you a lot of credit of
Thank you.
staying on that train because it didn't really make sense, but nobody came out and said that it didn't make sense. Everybody's like, well, the options for the Steelers are, off the table. Nobody ever said that they were fully out of it, but it seemed like that they were out of it, but you were like, no, that they're still in it. The New England Patriots, they offered him to be basically around a top 5 receiver.
Yes,
money-wise.
they did.
And he said no. I mean, that's where it takes two to tango. Like, this whole situation is very interesting because he gets to pick his destination, but also the 49ers get to pick what they want back in the return. So that's why this has been so difficult, and I think this is why that the patience thing has, given Omar Khan and the Steelers some credit because you have to figure out the minutia of everything of getting this done and doing it the right way because one side wants one thing, other side isn't willing to give this thing, or they are willing to give this thing, but the acceptance isn't on the table. So this is why this is so interesting that the Steelers are the front runner right now because if it was about money, then Brandon Aiyuk would have went to New England.
Absolutely.
And it's not about money. So, to me, when I look at this as a whole, and we're going to dive in deeper and go different angles, what is it about the Steelers then? What is it about the Steelers that it isn't about the Browns? And the Browns probably still are at the table, but what about the Steelers? I mean, if it's not about money. I mean, he's going to get paid in the vicinity that he wants to, but you're about to get paid top 5, and you said no? Then it's about something else, which I kind of like. And if you're a Steelers fan, you should like because he wants to be here. And it's because he thinks that he could win here alongside of getting paid.
Yes. I don't think he needs to be, and this is a guess, but I think there's a lot of common sense, again, involved here. I don't think he needs to be a top 5 highest paid wide receiver in the NFL, but I think he clearly needed more than what San Francisco was offering. And he wants to go to a place where he believes he's got a chance to win. And I think he looks at the Steelers organization, and even though all of us here in Pittsburgh, we look under the hood and we zoom in and we know the flaws of this organization and we know that they have not won since 2016. We know that they've largely been mediocre. I don't think the perception from players around the league is that. I think guys want to play for Mike Tomlin, and I think when people hear Pittsburgh Steelers, they believe that they're going to be in contention, whether real or imagined. And when you think of the Cleveland Browns, you're probably thinking they were good last year, but they don't have a track record of proven success. And I'm not saying that they're a joke in the minds of players or anything like that. In fact, I think the Browns did beat the 49ers last year.
They did.
But if you're betting on where I'm going to go and have success, you're going to bet on Mike Tomlin, and you're going to know at worst we're going to be in the thing. And if you're going to go to Cleveland, you might think you got a good ball club, but there's no proven track record of success there.
If I'm a player and I have those two teams at the table, I don't even think twice about going to Cleveland. I'm sorry. That's just the perception around the league. And now guys that want that payday, they will go to Cleveland, like Odell Beckham. They'll go to Cleveland because they want that payday and they know Cleveland will pay them money. But there's not many players that are like, I want to go to Cleveland because I think I can win. Now you think about the Steelers, and guys think about history too.
Right.
History comes in. Honestly, I mean, I know it's 2024, but you pay attention to the NFL since you were a little kid. Cleveland Browns, Pittsburgh Steelers.
Right.
I'm being honest, that comes into a play for a player.
And I get annoyed. We get annoyed. We talk about it ad nauseum. How the national media views Mike Tomlin in comparison to how the local media views Mike Tomlin. Well, I think players are more in line with the national view than they are on the local view.
Yes.
And in moments such as this, that perception, that logo, this head coach, it actually still means something. Because when you compare the Steelers roster to the Cleveland roster, I think that they're pretty similar.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you can make a reasonable argument that the Browns roster is better. You go on a lot of these national rankings, you go to power rankings, you go to PFF, you go to Sharp Football. The Browns are routinely listed among the top 10, maybe top 5 rosters in the NFL, but Steelers versus the Browns. It still seems to matter. And while it might annoy me that the national media so often gets it wrong, when talking about the Steelers and Mike Tomlin, in moments such as this, I'd like to thank them because I do think that it matters. And I think we're seeing that bear out right now in real time. He would be a Brown if he wanted to be a Brown. They have a better deal in place.
Yes.
They're probably going to pay him, I would guess, because we know how the Haslams work, more money.
Mm-hmm.
So it probably comes down purely to reputation.
Seriously, the Steelers aren't what they once were. We all get that. But they still have staying power. But think about if they do, if this does happen, it almost brings them back into that light of being what they once were, and especially if they win this year. Because if they do this and it does pan out, and the quarterback situation pans out, and Aiyuk pans out, he has a great year, and they make a run for it, and I'm not saying win a Super Bowl or anything, but they are the Steelers again. They're competing. Guys in the offseason are going to want to come here again. And I feel like that was lost for a long time.
I think
that's been lost for about half a decade.
I think we've seen it this year that people still want to come here. I mean, Patrick Queen is making a lot of money by Steelers standards from a free agency standpoint. He's not making a ton of money from an NFL standpoint.
No.
He wanted to come here.
$37 million or something?
Yeah.
That's nothing, right?
We have been told Justin Fields, like the Bears, I don't know that they were going to send him definitely to where he wanted to go, but he did have input, and he wanted to come here. Guys want to play for Tomlin. They just do. You have the Ryan Clarks of the world going on the Pivot podcast talking about how Mike Tomlin values him, the man. That stuff matters. When you've got these NFLPA surveys that come out, and the Steelers across the board didn't do so hot, but the one thing that always seems to be hot is Mike Tomlin's getting an A. I do think that still matters. Maybe I need to back off Tomlin a little bit. Maybe not, because it hasn't led to winning enough for my liking. But Mike Tomlin is the principal reason why Brandon Aiyuk wants to come here and not go to Cleveland.
Mm-hmm.
You want to play for Tomlin, or you want to play for Stefanski?
Right.
And I'm not saying Stefanski's a bad coach. He won Coach of the Year last year. He
He's
did a hell of a job. He's not Mike Tomlin.
No, he's not Mike Tomlin. He's not. I mean, there's ways to look at this too. I mean, you can give respects in a way, but also the on the field game day preparedness and still question that with Mike Tomlin. And
yes.
And some of the games that are so frustrating that you watch with the Steelers underneath Mike Tomlin, but also at the same time, this is why that the Rooneys didn't even probably think about not extending him. Because of this, things like this. We're getting ahead of our skis maybe just a little bit right now because it hasn't gone through. And maybe he could pick the Browns at the end of the day. We don't know that. Aiyuk we're talking about. That could happen. But as we sit here right now, and if I put my brain into Aiyuk's body, I have two people at the table, and one is the Pittsburgh Steelers with Mike Tomlin, and the other is the Cleveland Browns with Stefanski. I'm not even, I'm not even hesitant. I know where I'm going. I know where I want to go.
Yes.
That's just really what it comes down to.
You know you're going to be treated like a man, and you know you're going to be in it. And those things matter. And you also are going to get paid, which obviously matters. But if you've got those other two things, you don't need to be paid quite as much. He wants to be valued. And I do wonder if Kenny Pickett's the quarterback and Matt Canada's the offensive coordinator, though, I think it probably changes things.
No doubt.
But that's not the situation any longer. I mean, Russell Wilson wanted to come here, too. It's not like he had this long list of suitors, but Mike Tomlin still does mean something. You need to win. I'm tired of the mediocrity, but he means something. When we come back, oh, man. We're going to read you the latest from Adam Schefter about the Patriots pulling out, and I think we're going to have a good laugh about it. And then the morning hosts in Cleveland, they're in full rationalization mode.
I saw
They are in full on, it's okay, we don't need Aiyuk mode. We're going to get into that. A lot more Aiyuk stuff on the way. We got John Wayner at 8:35 to talk about last night's Pirate debacle. And I cannot wait to talk to Doug Whaley today from 9 o'clock until 10. You want a guy who can take us behind the curtain on all the machinations going on with this? He's the perfect guy to talk to for a full hour, and we got him, like I said, coming up at 9 o'clock. We'd love your input. You can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia and Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And the phone lines are open. The hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost yesterday 6-0 to the San Diego Padres. That was the first game of 3 in the series. Game 2 is tonight, same time, 6:40. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. Michael King to pitch for the Padres. Marco Gonzalez for the Pirates. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Dorn.
Dunkin's dropping a new kind of energy. Introducing Sparked Energy by Dunkin'. It's energy for the fun of it. Available in 2 full-on delicious flavors, Berry Burst and Peach Sunshine. It's what you need when your afternoon needs you to get going.
Yeah, maybe your basement's flooded, you got a 3-week-old, and your world is spiraling around you. Well, you need that revitalizing burst of caffeine, vitamins, and minerals to give you the energy to turn it up to 11. Order ahead on the Dunkin' app. Get a medium Sparked Energy for just $3. Price participation may vary. America runs on Dunkin'.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hoe, brother. That's what we're going to do. Yeah. And if you guys are going to hoe like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho! Say hacksaw. That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. We are here to help. At the Disc Institute, our treatment, intradisc arthrosis, is non-surgical, safe and gentle, and highly effective. 412-906-9600.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is having the Big Four back for August demo events, starting August 7th with TaylorMade, then Callaway, then Ping, and Titleist. Come out and try some of the new clubs launching this month. Also, get some of the best deals of the year on 2024 models, like the Ping G430 driver, now $399, and irons up to $200 off per set. Call to set up your fitting time at Lynch Golf Sales, 412-492-9990.
Crowley here. Most of us don't think much about our water heater until you turn the shower on and bang, cold water hits your back. That's why you should call Sullivan Super Service today for a water heater flush. Your water heater needs regular maintenance, and when you call Sullivan Super Service this week only, they'll flush your water heater for just $39. That's their lowest price ever on a water heater flush, only $39. You got to mention that you heard this ad to get the deal. Call Sullivan Super Service today or schedule online at sullivansuperservice.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Summer. Wait, we need to finish school shopping.
We got this. The kids' favorite Good and Gather snacks at Target are now at a new lower price.
And $5 lunch boxes. Ooh, let's get Luna the Flower Bento Box.
Good idea. And for our Mega Shark Fan Max, I got the Shark Backpack. It's only $20.
Even 25-cent select crayons and $6 teas.
And we're done.
Now, where were we?
Cheers to us. When it comes to finishing your supply list, Target has your back to school.
Cloudy with a morning shower today, the high 83.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeservices.com today.
I'm Amy Lawrence with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. The wrong kind of history for the Chicago White Sox. With 21 consecutive losses, they've now tied the American League record. Theirs is the longest skid since the Orioles in the late 80s, and they're creeping up on the Major League record of 26 in a row set by the 1889 Louisville Colonels. Of course, we all remember. I'm Amy Lawrence.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news from Butler County. This report brought to you by Greenewalt Roofing. They have fixed that earlier water main break and have reopened the eastbound side of Route 68 Newcastle Street between Hanson Avenue and Pillow Street. That's in the city of Butler, Butler County. Traffic is moving in all lanes there. Meanwhile, the Parkway East, the Cordell and Cordell traffic cam showing us that there's some heavier traffic now between Edgewood Twistvale and the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Parkway West heavy around the Banksville Merge Point. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Greenewalt Roofing, your career, our commitment.
Greenewalt Roofing is hiring sales professionals. Join their growing team and earn top commissions and enjoy superior benefits and support. Don't miss out on this chance to advance your sales career. Apply now at greenewaltroofing.com. Greenewalt Roofing, your sales career starts here.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
I can't wait to talk to Ray Fittipaldo today at 8 o'clock because the Aiyuk stuff ain't the only thing going on in Steelers world. There are a couple of big stories to come out of training camp yesterday, and so we will talk to Ray coming up in about an hour and a half. And 93.7 The Fan is your station for complete training camp coverage, presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps and Armstrong Business Solutions. It was yesterday afternoon when Adam Schefter said that the Steelers had re-engaged the 49ers in Brandon Aiyuk trade conversations. I'm guessing they never unengaged? It wouldn't make much sense. I'm guessing they weren't the front runner when everyone went to bed on, what was it, Monday night? But I'm guessing Omar Khan probably thought we'll talk again tomorrow afternoon. But I wanted to point this out, Doran. You can't spell renegade without re-engage. I stole that from Brian Batko.
Did you?
Yeah. So credit where credit's due. The Fan Morning Show is brought to you by our friends at Guardian Protection. So you've got the Patriots trying to rationalize all this. through the media, through Adam Schefter. You've also got the Cleveland media right now trying to rationalize this. Let's start with Schefter. So this came out, somewhere in the middle of that disastrous Pirate game last night. From Shefty. Sources. After inquiring about Brandon Aiyuk's availability, the Patriots have decided not to explore any further trade possibilities with the 49ers regarding their standout wide receiver. Patriots are excited about their young receivers and want to focus on them. That last sentence is so superfluous, man.
Oh, my gosh. Of course they do. Of course.
You know what? We got a really good view of these guys in training camp. We don't need Brandon Aiyuk.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what happened.
Right.
I'm sure it's not Brandon Aiyuk going, I ain't going there.
I don't want to come to the Patriots.
I love that. That last sentence is probably copy and pasted from Robert Kraft.
Yes.
Patriots are excited about their young receivers and want to focus on them. Other reporting around New England and the 49ers suggests that they've been checking in on Brandon Aiyuk since May. So, with all due respect to the crop of wide receivers and pass catchers they have in New England, they're not actually excited about that group. So, that is the Patriots trying to come to terms with failure. Here's Ken Carman, who hosts the morning show with Anthony Lima on our brother station in Cleveland. Quote, usually when the Browns are rumored in trades, it has to be done or it's a failure. Seems with Aiyuk that fans would welcome him, but wouldn't be upset if he wasn't traded here since they already have Cooper and wouldn't have to pay Aiyuk, end quote. So yesterday it's all, oh my God, we could get Brandon Aiyuk. Let's celebrate in the streets. Let's burn our Johnny Manziel jerseys in celebration. And now it's, oh, well, we don't really need him.
Yeah, because you know what, the Steelers are now back. It was said for one second that the Steelers were out of it, but now that they're back in it, yeah, we'll just back.
We don't need him.
Yeah, we're good.
See, that's why I actually understand his point there because we talked that out yesterday.
That doesn't make sense. The Cleveland Browns. At the end of the day, it doesn't make sense.
Not for this year.
No, I mean, even like Amari Cooper had a good year last year. Like, why would you give that up to get another piece of a guy that is just a little bit younger that you would end up having to pay? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me.
Especially for this year's team when you are swapping very good wide receiver for very good wide receiver, and the very good wide receiver you would be acquiring would have to learn a new offense, would have to get up to speed with the quarterback. You might actually take a step back in the early portion of this. So I actually do understand what Carmen's saying. However, Browns fans should have all their undies in a bunch because if not Cleveland, Pittsburgh.
Yes.
They should be real upset.
Mm-hmm.
That's actually a reason, now that we're talking it out here, why it does make sense for Cleveland. Because you would be swapping wide receiver for wide receiver, and while there might be growing pains early,
you're just taking that wide receiver away from Pittsburgh.
Yes. And you're either going to be paying Amari Cooper next year, or you're going to be paying Brandon Aiyuk. And when Brandon Ayuk's contract is up, if it's a 4-year deal, he'll be as old as Amari Cooper.
Mm-hmm.
So you can rationalize it that way, and then you can keep him from a chief division rival.
Right.
So maybe Browns fans love Amari Cooper. I'm sure that they do. And you can say, oh, we're happy to keep our guy. But if you don't get him, I have heard, and we have heard, and nobody's heard of any other teams involved in this, he's going to go to Pittsburgh. Now, I do think that there is a small percent chance that it's Cleveland. Because if it weren't, then we would have seen a similar tweet.
But like the Patriots?
Like the Patriots. That's what would have happened last night, that the Browns would be out. But there's so much circling around Pittsburgh here. All the insiders now say that the Steelers are in it, and the guy from the Bay Area says the Steelers are in it. Pony's saying the Steelers feel very good about it. He's never come off of it, so he's going to look really good if this all winds up going through. There's just too much smoke to Pittsburgh, or to Aiyuk to Pittsburgh for me to think it's not going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
You can't keep him now.
I just wonder what the compensation is going to be, or you're giving up. Like, I think, and I would like to know what the hang-up is. Like, what, even starting back in the draft, like, what were they asking? What weren't you willing to give? What weren't you willing to give? What weren't you willing to give? Okay, fine, we cave in. Let's do the trade. Let's get it done. Like, what is it? It's definitely something significant.
Well, I'm sure it will be, at this point, a rostered player going back in return. and we can speculate about who it's going to be in the next segment, I think, so we can have more time with this and kick it around. Because there's one guy that's not going to be included in this deal, and we can get into that a little bit too. The Steelers are going to have to give something up, and the Steelers are going to have to pay him. But I think the Steelers are going to have to pay him less than if he went to New England. I think it's reasonable to assume they're going to pay him less than if he went to Cleveland. And I don't think they're going to have to give up as much as New England or Cleveland would give up because the Steelers hold the cards.
Yeah.
Because Aiyuk wants to come here.
Right.
They're the only dance partner. They're like me in college when it's 4 a.m. and I'm at the bar and there's some ugly person and then there's me and I ain't no friggin' George Clooney. And we lock eyes and we go, I guess this is it. We're each other's only option here. And it's not going to be good, but it's good enough. I think that's what the 49ers have to grapple with here. It's not going to be as good, but I think the Steelers will make it good enough for them. And so I think we are going to maybe be surprised by what player could be included in this deal, but I don't think when the deal ultimately comes to fruition, any of us are going to go, oh, the Steelers overpaid here.
Right.
We might be surprised by just how little it takes to get him here. Like, I don't think they're going to have to send a first-round pick. Like, the further along this goes, and the more clear it is than ever that he's not going to wind up back in San Francisco, you got really two players here with an outside shot at Cleveland. I think the Steelers can hold firm in probably whatever it is that they're offering here.
Yeah.
Let's get into some of those names coming up next.
Interesting.
I think it's happening today. Would be nice if it happened during our show.
That would be great.
We got Canada during our show.
Yes.
Did we get anything else?
We got something else. I forget what
we
it was.
did, but I can't remember what it is either. Anyway, we'll talk about some of the pieces or a piece that could go back in return if Brandon Aiyuk is in fact traded to Pittsburgh. We'll do that coming up next. Don't be a statistic. Get your heart checked by the experts at UPMC. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates play tonight against the San Diego Padres after losing the first game of the series 6-0. If you want to listen to the game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45. That coverage is presented by Pella Windows. Pirates still 4 games back of the third and a wild card spot. Marco Gonzalez is the scheduled starting pitcher for the Pirates. Michael King is the expected starter for the Padres. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Gerken Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
Bored with the same old night out? Get ready to have a ball at Pins Mechanical Company. Pins is not just old school games. They're a playground for grown-ups. Sip on craft cocktails or beer while you challenge your friends to pinball, arcade games, bocce, and signature duck pin bowling. Pins is located in Southside Works, 407 Cinema Drive. Drinks, games, fun. That's how we roll.
The forecast for hot summer weather should come as no surprise, and the forecast for high energy costs shouldn't either. PJ Fitzpatrick has a great plan to cool your electric bill. Replace your leaky old windows with energy-efficient and budget-friendly insulated windows. The PJ Fitzpatrick team has replaced hundreds of thousands of windows, and they've earned thousands of 5-star reviews. Call today and save thousands on your windows and your electric bill. Visit trustpj.com today for a free window consultation.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Thanks for calling Discover. This is Diego.
Hi, Diego. It's Jennifer Coolidge. You know, I just want to say your cashback match makes me feel so special. It really inspired me.
That's great. Doubling the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year is what we do.
Well, I'm doubling everything now. Double dating, double dipping, double feature, double header, double whammy. You know, basically double or nothing.
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Here's Brooke Burke for Skechers' new Workout Walker footwear.
Do you know the world's #1 most popular form of exercise? It's walking. And one company has you covered. Skechers, the comfort technology company, with their newest performance walking sneaker, Skechers Workout Walker. Because the Skechers Workout Walker is fully loaded to get the most out of your walk, including a carbon-infused plate in the sole to add more spring to your step. Find Skechers Workout Walker for men and women at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Are you passionate about youth hockey but facing financial barriers? The Assisted Goals Foundation helps to provide funds for those who need it. We believe that every player deserves a shot at their dreams, regardless of financial circumstances. Scholarship applications are now open through the Assisted Goals Foundation. Don't let costs keep your child from hitting the ice. Visit our website, assistedgoals.org, to learn more and apply today. Together, we can break down the barriers and keep the love of hockey alive. Not in need, but love the sport and want to pay it forward? You can also donate online at assistedgoals.org today.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
What might the Steelers be willing to give up, to part with, for Brandon Aiyuk? We'll get into that coming up in a moment. Here's a text. Crowley, what was your pickup line? Hey, want to go watch me pee somewhere randomly? No, it was basically, hey, everything works, I promise. You game?
Man.
And then you just count that they can't see because it's too dark in the bar. That's what you're hoping for. And then you get out into the light the next morning and they go, what did I do?
Oh.
Yeah. The old morning recoil is probably what happens. In fact, I know that it happened. One more thing before we get into some of this trade compensation. Jay Glazer was at Steelers camp yesterday. Did you see the video?
Yes.
So Jay Glazer and Mike Tomlin, along with Brett Michaels, were out at Dino's in Latrobe last night. And there were a bunch of people there. And this is why I was so bummed out when they had to move training camp back in COVID. Because those places, Dino's, Sharky's, they make their nut in 3 weeks. I mean, that's the time of the year. If you have never been to Latrobe for training camp and you go to Dino's or Sharky's at night, you are going to run into Steelers people. And it's awesome.
Yeah.
Because they just are hanging out. You just see the regular dudes. so I can't recommend it enough.
Probably top 5 best wings I've ever had, both places. Ever.
They're very good.
Very, very, very good.
And you know what Dino's does is they have the old frosted mugs.
Oh, yeah.
Which I can't get enough of.
Mm-hmm.
You get a little bit of the ice chips sort of floating in the top because it's that cold.
That's nice.
Yeah. Yeah. Both places really good. I used to like Gio's because you'd be able to smoke there. And they had delightful Italian food and Guinness on draft, and they gave it to you in the real pint glasses, but I believe Gio's closed.
Oh.
R.I.P. Total hole. But the food was outstanding.
Was it fire?
Oh, my God. Jerry Dulac would always go there. Here's a little thing about Dulac. Wherever he goes, he'd go to McDonald's, and he's going to order the chicken piccata. You don't have chicken piccata? What do you mean?
Piccata.
There's no chicken piccata? What? There's no Mick piccata? What are you talking about? Every time. Every time. So here's one of the names that's been rumored to go back to San Francisco in a deal for Brandon Aiyuk. And I saw Alan Saunders report this, and we kicked it around a little bit yesterday as well. James Daniels makes a ton of sense. You could slide Herbig over to right guard, or Mason McCormick can blow the Steelers' socks off, and by all accounts he has. He's your right guard. That is a name that, again, Saunders has reported and that we have heard, and I think that is a fair price to pay.
And you also can always use some depth in the interior line position. Like, I don't know what their guard situation really is. I mean, I'm sure that they're willing to roll with those guys because they've been starters for a few years. But having James Daniel, a veteran guard, I think that would help them immensely. If he could be a starter or if he could be a swing guard or, just go in there whenever they need some depth. So that would be a piece, if I were the 49ers, that I definitely would want. Now, I don't know if I would want to sweeten the deal a little bit, but James Daniel, I think, would be the top piece if I was a 49er.
That would be the biggest player going back in return. Now, they drafted a guard from Kansas in the 3rd round, and I guess he's opened some eyes there. But you're the San Francisco 49ers, and you were a play away from winning the Super Bowl last year, and I don't think you want to have to play a rookie guard if you don't need to. And I also understand that you're probably not, even though the Steelers hold a lot of the cards here, going to be able to get by on just draft picks. You're San Francisco, and you want to keep that window open, and you know you're paying a lot of people, and you got to pay Brock Purdy coming up real soon. But draft capital and only draft capital going back the other way is not going to tickle you because you are so close to the Super Bowl. And it's hard to rationalize that, I think, to the fan base if you're John Lynch, to say, look, we got a 1st and a 4th or a 1st and a 3rd. That's a great deal. But fans are going to scream, yeah, but it doesn't help this year's team.
Right.
And we just saw Ricky Pearsall is banged up with injury too. I'm not sure that it affects things enough to give Aiyuk a long-term contract, but just something to keep an eye on.
Yeah.
One guy we know is not going back is Pat Freiermuth.
Absolutely.
We know that. We know that for a fact. They're interested in Pat Freiermuth, but they're not going to the Steelers part with that guy.
Wouldn't make any sense at all.
No. You don't hire this particular offensive coordinator in Arthur Smith and then trade the guy who right now is your number 2 wide receiver for a wide receiver when this guy loves tight ends as much as he does.
Well, you just wouldn't create a hole, too. So,
right.
This would be, you'd be reverting backwards. You'd actually be staying the same in some sense. Like, you would get a receiver but lose a tight end.
Yeah.
Like, you just would never do that.
No, it's weapon for weapon,
Right.
and it would be honest. It would be very reminiscent of the Deontay Johnson trade.
Right.
Well, we fixed corner in their minds. Now we need a wide receiver. Well, you created a hole. You didn't have a hole at wide receiver. Now you have a hole at wide receiver. You'd have a hole at tight end because we've heard good things about Mount Washington, but he's not your number 1 receiving threat at the tight end position. And we have heard some nice things about Connor Hayward.
He's not a tight end.
Who's not a tight end. In fact, the Steelers just released their first depth chart of the offseason, and he is listed as their primary fullback. So they view him more as sort of a jack of all trades, but he doesn't have the body type to be a kick-ass tight end off the line, and he probably doesn't have the ideal size. In fact, he doesn't to be your principal pass-catching tight end. So it's just not going to happen. In fact, I think within the next 2 weeks, at absolute worst, and I'm thinking probably this week, you're going to see the Steelers get pen to paper with Freiermuth on a contract extension.
Yep.
So that's not going to happen. We've also heard Dan Moore's name thrown around. that to me might be the ideal situation.
Yes.
Because then you could just play things the way that we think they should be played anyhow. Broderick at left, Faltano at right. Wash your hands of Dan Moore.
Keep James Daniels left guard. Let Mason McCormick sit here.
And then next year you don't have to pay him. You just bump Mason McCormick up. That's probably the ideal thing. And they seem to have faith in Anderson that he can be a swing interior or exterior guy.
Yes.
So they do have some flexibility there. 412-928-9370. They're still trying to figure out stuff with Williams, too, aren't they? The left tackle?
Yes.
So maybe Dan Moore makes some sense there. But I don't think if and when this deal is consummated that Steelers fans are going to go, oh, jeez! Oh, God! What did we give up? I don't think that's going to happen. So we heard how Ken Carman in Cleveland was rationalizing things. We heard how the Patriots, through Adam Schefter, have rationalized the fact that they're out on the running of Brandon Aiyuk. Well, coming up next, I think we got to dive into why this deal needs to get made. Like, you are too far along now to not get the guy. We'll get into that. And then more Brandon Aiyuk at 7 o'clock. It's also Sidney Crosby's birthday, which, is not just a day for piñata and cake. This birthday has special meaning, and we'll get to that coming up in the 7 o'clock hour, and we'll talk about the Pirates debacle as well. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates lost 6-0 yesterday in the first of 3 games in the series against the San Diego Padres. Game 2 of the series is tonight at 5:45. If you want to listen, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. You can also listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, Odyssey. Pirates are sending Marco Gonzalez to pitch, and the Padres are sending Michael King. For fan headlines, go to 93.7thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Morning rush getting heavier and heavier, and this report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Say goodbye to all your gutter problems with Gutter Helmet. Book a free estimate at gutterhelmet.com. The Cornell and Cornell traffic cam with a look at the Parkway West, already jammed solid over the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Parkway East getting in line near the Forest Hills on-ramp. Route 28 remains mainly steady from Harmer to the north side. No problems on the Parkway North. Heading out of the South Hills, Route 51 with traffic light delays at all the key intersections. Very heavy approaching Bounceman Street as you head toward the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
At twomeninajunktruck.com, you can even book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, you like the price? Yes! We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Loyalty has its rewards at your neighborhood Par-Mar store. See for yourself. Download the Par-Mar Stores app today and find deals, coupons, and earn points to get free groceries. Dan Zangrilli reminding you that if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Have you received estimates from roofing contractors that are pages and pages of confusing details? Or did the salesperson seem pushy, making you feel trapped and stressed in your own home? I'm telling you, let the team at Craig Gallagher Roofing bid on your next roofing project. They won't have to deal with any of that. Craig Gallagher Roofing provides an itemized, easy-to-understand estimate to make your roof replacement project a breeze. Plus, ask about their buy now, pay later, easy financing options. Visit CraigGallagherRoofing.com. Craig Gallagher Roofing, where details make the difference since 1991.
Hey, it's Chris Muller, and if you want to give your bathroom the glow-up it deserves, you need to call my friends at the Bath Authority. All Bath Authority products are 100% made in the USA, and they can be installed in as little as 1 day. And at the Bath Authority, they do it all. Walk-in tubs, replacement showers, and more. Call today, 412-249-1140, and get free installation on your new shower or bath, plus 36 months of interest-free financing. TheBathAuthority.com. A better bath awaits.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
Tired of rising food prices? Start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. Enjoy low prices on more than 1,000 of your go-to grocery items store-wide. Dive into deals for a limited time at your local Giant Eagle and Market District.
Bring the family to Washington County to see the best youth baseball teams at the Princecay Pony League World Series, August 9th through the 14th. Enjoy the Champions League game, Mascot Night, Military and First Responders Night, and so much more. Daily admission is just $8, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Princecay Pony League World Series, sponsored by the Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency. Don't miss it for the world.
With a 90-year reputation, LGKG is known for its highest standards and ethics among injury attorneys. I promise you, we're different from the others. Fighting for the little guy is what we do. I'm Joe George. Find us at lgkg.com as we expand into Pittsburgh. LGKG, your home team.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Come on now, wake up.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on The Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. And now the Fan Morning Show Twitter poll, brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. I think most people, Doran, think the Steelers nailed the offseason, for the most part. But here's the question. If they don't get Brandon Aiyuk, can you look at this offseason and call it a failure?
I mean, I wouldn't say failure, but it wasn't as great as it could be. It wasn't what I expected. I mean, I know that you got the quarterback situation under control for now. You upgraded there, at least on paper. You got a middle linebacker. You filled some spots. And, it just turns to looking at the receiver spot and what you gave up, which was Deontay Johnson in a trade, and maybe what you got back in a trade in Dante Jackson that you're hoping can pan out. So the corner and the receiver spot still, to me, haven't been done yet. They're not complete.
No.
So I wouldn't say failure, but there's a lot more to be desired.
You know how the Patriots did that thing with Schefter where they're like, we believe in our young wide receivers. You can't do that here.
No.
You can't. It can't be. The Steelers are out of the running for Brandon Aiyuk. They feel good about what they have in the receiver room. They have telegraphed for the entire world they're not good enough there. Telegraphed it. They can say whatever they want. I say this all the time. Coaches, GMs, executives, front office, owners will lie to you. But personnel moves, you can't lie with that.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you start signing a bunch of 6'2", 220 corners, you're probably going to be playing man coverage. Well, we don't know. We're going to play zone. Probably not. Oh, he's a 4-3 guy. Couple of 4-3 press man. We're still going to play zone. No.
Yep.
You can tell me whatever you want, but the moves tell the story.
Yes.
They have been interested in Brandon Aiyuk since the time that they restructured Alex Highsmith's contract before the draft, telling you in big old bright Broadway-style letters, we are not good enough at the wide receiver position. And so I will not say that the offseason, I'll agree with you. It's not a failure if you don't get Brandon Aiyuk, but if you don't get Brandon Aiyuk, it is a failure, if that makes sense.
Yes, that situation is a failure inside of the situation of the offseason.
Yes, it is a disaster, frankly, if you don't seal the deal here. He doesn't want to go anywhere else. You have the leverage. And he's not going back to San Francisco. I've seen some people put out there, San Fran, it makes it, just offer him a little bit more money, keep him around. And I get it from their standpoint. He's not going to take that. Mm-hmm. They've already disrespected him. You said that beautifully yesterday, and you had this happen yesterday with Christian McCaffrey.
That's not part of my job. It's not part of my position. I think, obviously, as a former teammate or, teammate of his in general, any teammate that you have, you love, you respect them, you want the best for them.
little slip up there.
Oh, former teammate.
That's like you're on a date and you're a skeezy dude, and you're like, you have beautiful breasts. Eyes. You have nice eyes. You got great eyes.
That just tells me that he doesn't even have a locker there.
He ain't going back.
I don't even think he has a locker.
Yeah, Christian McCaffrey knows it. Everyone knows it. Omar Khan, I'm sure, knows it. Mike Tomlin, everyone knows he's not going back there. So it's either you rest on your laurels if you're Brandon Aiyuk and you eventually cave and go to Cleveland, or you get exactly what you want and go to Pittsburgh. And that's why, if Omar Khan does not make this happen, it is a failure. They don't want him. He doesn't want to be there. He wants to come here, give up what's necessary to get him here.
Mm-hmm.
And if he doesn't, there's no way you can put lipstick on that pig. Hey, Arthur Smith, Mike Tomlin, Omar Khan in a press conference, well, we believe what we have in this room. No, you absolutely do not.
No.
If you did, you wouldn't be this deep. They have such an advantage here that if it doesn't happen, I think at this point I will be shocked. I think by the end of the day today, Brandon Aiyuk is a Pittsburgh Steeler.
Well, I mean, we just went through all the angles. The angles that are left is the Pittsburgh Steelers because he's not going to go back. Doesn't think he's going to go to the Browns. Patriots are out. Steelers are still at the table. Like, it'll come down to crunch time. It's like, all right, let's just get it done on both sides, and I think he will be here.
San Francisco probably wants the Cleveland deal because you get a really good wide receiver in return in Amari Cooper. But, oh well, he's not going to go to a place where he's not going to get a long-term contract. And it's not about the money either. It's about making more money than San Francisco was willing to offer, but my understanding is he doesn't need Pittsburgh to pay him more than Cleveland would pay him. Mm-hmm. He just wants to feel valued and go to the place he wants to go, and that place is Pittsburgh. So, hypothetically, let's say he's coming. What does that mean for Mike Tomlin? We'll talk about that a little bit coming up next, and then we'll break into a very happy birthday, potentially, for Sidney Crosby. Big day. Big day. And Sidney Patrick turning 37 years old today. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com.
Good morning. There's some late showers around this morning. It's not much. Out the door temperatures are in the 60s. Highs today should be around 80. Noon temperatures I have in the mid-70s. Skies will become mostly sunny this afternoon with wind speeds at about 10 miles an hour coming in from the east. Hey, just a heads up, while the track's still uncertain, the remnants of Debbie could bring a day of rain and storms our way on Friday. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the Kitty Weather Center.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
The world is coming to Washington County for the Princecade Pony League World Series, August 9th through 14th at Lou Hayes Pony Field in Washington Park. Join in the tradition of our national pastime and see the world's top youth baseball players compete on the field where it all began. Bring your family and friends for a week of incredible plays, home runs, and unforgettable moments. The Princecade Pony League World Series, August 9th through 14th in Washington, Pennsylvania. Plan your trip today at GoWashCo.com.
What a perfect day for a small business loan. Wouldn't you say so, Robert?
Absolutely, David.
And they're off. Right away, Big Bankarama has disqualified the loan.
Yeah, sadly, that is just all too common.
What's this? Suddenly, Owners Bank, the bank made for small business owners, pulls ahead.
The big banks don't even look like they're trying.
And Owners Bank approves the loan in record time.
Faster business loans, lines of credit, and small business credit cards. We move faster. Owners Bank. All business, no BS. Owners Bank is a division of Liberty Bank. Member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down, and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
Does your job require you to be on your feet all day? Teachers, postal carriers, salespeople, and restaurant staff. Many of us need our feet to get us through the day. I'd like you to hear from Donna. She's a nurse and a real customer of the Good Feet store who wanted to share her story.
Oh, I have to tell you, I have struggled with pain in my feet. I was diagnosed with plantar fasciitis. I work in a hospital. I'm a registered nurse, so being on my feet, walking throughout the hospital during the day, I am free from any type of pain. And after working a 12-hour shift, I go home and my feet do not hurt.
Whether you're a nurse like Donna or anyone wanting to enjoy work without your feet getting in the way, come see us today. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. The only place to get the Good Feet solution is at the Good Feet store. Come in for a free test walk today.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus, must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Shenderovich, and Fishman. Why pay 40% when you can pay 25%? Call 888-98-TWINS.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Rain starting to affect the morning rush. This report brought to you by NJM Insurance. The Cordell and Cordell traffic cam with a look at Route 28. Very slow and heavy traffic past the Route 8 at the bypass down toward Shaler Waterworks. You seem to pick up speed after that, heading toward the north side. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill, and the Parkway East exit, Wilkinsburg. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report brought to you by NJM Insurance. No jingles or mascots, just great insurance.
Does our waiter look familiar?
I think he was the Plum Insurance mascot.
If all insurance companies were like NJM and didn't use gimmicks, then their mascots would have to get real jobs.
That explains the long purple hair in my soup.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection.
Let's do this.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Fan Morning Show brought to you by Guardian Protection. The latest on the Brandon Aiyuk saga is that the Steelers, baby, are still in. And Matt Maiocco from NBC Sports, whatever the hell, Bay Area, there it is, said that there could be, and I'm paraphrasing here, reason to believe that they're the favorite. And I think common sense tells us that, but now the reporting is following. So if a Brandon Aiyuk trade should become official, we will, of course, have wall-to-wall coverage right here on 93.7 The Fan.
No doubt.
Ray Fittipaldo at 8 o'clock. Doug Whaley, the perfect man to talk about all the Aiyuk stuff with us from 9 o'clock until 10. We'd love to hear from you on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. And the Fan text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. I feel like what I said in the last segment isn't necessarily hard on Omar Khan, but I'm holding him to a high standard. Like, you're here, get it done. And yesterday, weirdly enough, was the 1-year anniversary of the Erik Karlsson trade to the Pittsburgh Penguins.
That's right.
And I think these are kind of similar situations. I didn't know that the Karlsson thing would ever be able to get done because of how many bad players the Penguins had and all the salary cap restraints that the Penguins had. But Erik Karlsson had a no-trade clause. He wanted to go to one place. That was here.
Mm-hmm.
And so the Penguins did the trade that fans always want, all the bad players for the good player. And he wasn't great this year, but you did get rid of all the bad players. I don't think a bad player goes back in return for Brandon Aiyuk. I think you wind up losing a rostered player, and it's probably, in my opinion, going to be James Daniels. But I do think that we are all going to look at this and go, wow, that's all it took? Because like the Penguins did, like Kyle Dubas did, Omar Khan seems to be holding all the cards here.
Well, we may say, wow, that's all it took, but at the same time, like, wow, like that's how long it took for what it took and how hard that probably process was for Omar Khan and the 49ers to agree on what is going and what is coming back in return. Like, it may not look like it's like crazy, like, wow, the Steelers won this deal, but at the end of the day, it took months and months to get that done.
You know why I think that is, actually, and this is just a hypothesis, but again, I think the two words of the day for me are common sense. Here's why I think it took so long. I think, so the Steelers, obviously, they restructured Alex Highsmith's contract before the draft. I think the 49ers would have jumped at an opportunity to move Aiyuk then for draft capital.
Yes.
Because those guys would have been able to help this year's team.
Right. That's what I was honestly thinking that in the last segment, and I was like, the reason why they didn't get it done because the Steelers wanted to keep their draft picks in this draft and didn't want to pass that to the 49ers. The 49ers probably wanted draft capital for this year, just like you're saying, so that could help them for this year as well. And the Steelers were just like, no, we have a plan in place. We want to stick with that. We'll figure it out. We'll revisit in the summer.
And you know what? We've talked about the plan and how it seems like to this point they haven't had that plan for wide receiver. They traded Deontay Johnson, and yet here they are still with Van Jefferson as their number 2 wide receiver. If they're able to pull this off, we're talking chess, man, not checkers.
Mm-hmm.
We are talking about a long game, long plan that wound up working out, and if they get it done, they're going to have given up what they're okay with giving up and not what necessarily the 49ers wanted. Like, I don't think you're giving up a first-round pick in next year's draft for this guy. Why would you have to do that?
Right.
They're not going to keep him. Do you think a Super Bowl, and I've thought long and hard about this now, do you think a Super Bowl favorite goes into this year with this distraction hanging over their head? Brandon Aiyuk, it wouldn't be the greatest thing for him, but Brandon Aiyuk, you don't have to play every game. Now, you sit out half the year. We saw this whole Le'Veon Bell thing go down. You can sit out half the year, and then your contract will toll if you wind up reporting by a certain date.
Mm-hmm.
And if I'm Brandon Aiyuk, that's what me and my representation are telling the 49ers. Like, you think you hold all the cards, and you're going to have me play this year, and then if I'm great, you're going to franchise me, and then if I'm great, you're going to do it again? Hell no, I'm going to sit out. You're going to get no compensation, and you're going to be without me for half the year. Oh, by the by, didn't Ricky Pearsall just get hurt?
Yes.
Good luck.
Yes.
So I think if and when this whole deal gets done, Omar Khan, and this is the task a general manager is tasked with, is going to have given up what he wants to have given up and not what the 49ers want. And if that does happen, then everything we said about him not having a plan, I mean, you're walking that tightrope.
You are, but I mean, if this does get done, like I already give Omar Khan a lot of credit, but like that just shows that he's been around and just seen so many different ways to get things done. I mean, I know that he hasn't been a GM that long, but he has been in the Steelers organization in the front office for so long that he's just compiling everything that he's learned and just relying on his inner clock of being patient and knowing what he wants and getting what he wants, because he gets what he wants. He has shown that. If he gets this, it's all over. Like, he'll always get what he wants.
Yeah, what can you say about Omar Khan if he pulls this off? It will literally, man, I think have been the perfect offseason. I don't think that's overstating things.
No.
You get 2 new quarterbacks in here at a position where it wasn't good. You bring in a new offensive coordinator, and how much say he had into it, I don't know. I mean, he's part of the decision-making process. Yeah. No doubt about that. And you addressed some significant needs in the draft. You go out, you get Patrick Queen. You get Deshaun Elliott at safety, which I think goes totally under the radar. And then you'll add Brandon Aiyuk.
And you'll have Cam Sutton come back at some point. So you took a risk, a huge risk. And I think that was a Mike Tomlin signing, but Omar still has to sign off on it and move things around. You signed Cam Sutton, who's a huge risk, and knew that he was going to get suspended, but was like, listen, he's going to get suspended for probably this amount of games. So whenever he does come back, we'll just be starting division play. Like this, there's a lot of moving parts that have happened that if this final piece does get put in place, oh, man, like this is just masterful work.
And
masterful.
I did say we just talked about it's a failure, if not for the whole offseason, but it's a failure if you don't get this done. Look, this might go into the polishing the turd or lipstick on a pig category that we talked about in the first hour, but you're going for broke for big time here in Brandon Aiyuk. But I could see Omar Khan rationalizing, look, if we get Brandon Aiyuk, we should be able to put up points like other teams in the AFC that are true contenders. But if we don't get Brandon Aiyuk, I'm sure here's how he looks at it. We're going to run the ball,
right?
And we still have one of the highest paid, most productive defenses in the NFL. And if we have to win that way, we'll win that way too. And that's why I guess he feels comfortable being able to take this thing down to the wire.
Look, they're pushing their chips in. I mean, that's what they're telling us. If they get this done, and even if they don't, in a way that they're telling us that they're pushing their chips in for this year. Like what Trey said yesterday, like they are banking. If they do this, they are banking on Aiyuk performing, and they're going to pay a lot of money for him to be around for 4 years, and they're also banking on the quarterback position panning out. Like they're like, hey, we're pushing all of our chips in. We got to win now. We got to win this year, and we have the faith, and we're going to hope that it all pans out because the moves that they're making, and with 2 quarterbacks, and you have that situation going on, like they're telling us if they do get this done, that they're going for it now.
Well, and that's why I teased going into the break, and we haven't gotten to it here. We're having a scintillating conversation. Look, Mike Tomlin's not getting fired at the end of the year. He just signed a new contract. But there should be pressure on him, and I think that the expectation now from Art II is, my God, we got to win a playoff game.
Mm-hmm.
If you get Brandon Aiyuk, I think the fan base has to hold this organization to the old standard again. And I'm talking about win the division, contend for a mother bleeping championship.
No doubt.
And I think anything less, if you have Brandon Aiyuk, than a division championship should be looked at as a quasi, at very least, failure.
No doubt.
Like where are your holes offensively? I mean, you have questions at offensive line, not in terms of talent, but in terms of guys who have never done it at this level before.
But you have depth everywhere.
Yes.
This creates incredible depth at the receiver spot, as we've been talking about and talked about yesterday. How Van Jefferson has been performing in camp. If he's your third guy or fourth guy, like that is a good situation with Roman Wilson being a part of that unit as well.
Right. He's had 800 yards in the league before and 7 touchdowns. If he's your 2, you're going, as we've now seen, because the Steelers clearly feel that way. But if he's your 3, okay. And if he has to, in a pinch, be your 2, that's different than you're the 2.
Yes.
If you're an injury away from Van Jefferson, you're not in a terrible spot. But if you're an injury away from Van Jefferson being your number 1, then you're in a terrible spot. But they should be able to run the ball. You add Aiyuk, you've got 3, I think, in this offense, potentially game-breaking weapons, including Pat Freiermuth in that. If you are not contending for a division championship, if you don't win the division, yeah, it's a failure. It's a failure. And you are putting yourself in a position to win playoff games then. Because we've so often talked about the hypothetical of, all right, this team with this schedule, my gosh, it's tough, oh my Lord, and you make the playoffs and you're going to have to go to Buffalo again, or you're going to have to go to New York and play Aaron Rodgers, or you're going to have to go to Kansas City. You win the division, you're playing at home.
Mm-hmm.
And the expectation when in this town, when you're playing home playoff games, is to win, to advance, to make a run. And I can't think of a reason why you shouldn't put them on a short list to be able to do that if you've added Brandon Aiyuk. 412-928-9370. We've gotten a lot of questions on the text line, and I know that I've fielded a bunch on Twitter about what this all means for George Pickens. Would this mean that you don't pay Pickens? We'll get into that a little bit. Also, it's Sidney Patrick Crosby's birthday. It should be contract day. It was supposed to happen on June 1st. July 1st. One of those months. July 1st. Because they were still playing hockey deep into June.
Correct.
It was supposed to happen on July 1st. It's been 6 weeks. No Crosby contract. A lot of people have circled today as the day. We get into that a little bit at 7:35. We'll also talk about the debacle that the Pirates found themselves in last night later on in the show. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. And this Brandon Aiyuk talk on the Fan is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Right now, it's a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost yesterday 6-0 to the San Diego Padres in Game 1 of the 3-game series. Game 2 is tonight at 6:40, same time as yesterday. If you want to listen, you can. Right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. Michael King on the mound for the Padres. Marco Gonzalez on the mound for the Pirates. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Dorn.
Trust is key in my life, and let me tell you about somebody that I absolutely trust to sell my home, and that's Gina Giampetro. You'll have a 5-star experience when you sell your home with Gina. Giancomo had initially heard about Gina on the radio and has worked with Gina on the sale of 6 different houses throughout the Pittsburgh area. He recently worked with Gina on a property that he thought might be too inexpensive for her to be interested in. However, Gina returned his call and showed up the next day with a folder that had lots of details on the property and the neighborhood. Gina will sit down with you. You agree on a price. You agree on a deadline. If the deadline passes and the home isn't sold, she'll have it bought and turned into a rental. She also offers a no-obligation guarantee. If she doesn't do her job at any point, you're free to get out of the contract. Pull out your phone, give Gina a call, 724-602-9752, or Google Gina Giampetro of Remax Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's Gina will sell your home.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When the black and gold are up the road, we get excited. Smale Kia is proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh Training Camp live on the Fan 93.7. And during our summer savings event, look for the tags and look for clearly marked prices. Plus low and no APR financing on Kia Sportage, Sorento, and select EVs. Go to smalekia.com.
1.9% APR up to 48 months, $21.65 a month per 1,000 financed at 48 months through KFA with approved credit. Not all will qualify. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 9/3/24.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Hey, people are talking about Window Nation, and a lot of people are talking about Window Nation. Just Kate from Pittsburgh, that's one person. She said, we couldn't be happier with our new replacement windows from Window Nation. And that's just one person. There are a lot. Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. So you buy 2 windows, and you get 2 for free. But that's not all. There's no limit to how much you could save. There's no minimum, no maximum on this. Plus, you pay nothing for 24 months. You know what 24 months is, right? That's 2 full years. Act right now and get as much as a $250 extra credit. But hurry now. This sale ends August 31st. So schedule fast right now that in-home estimate. 866-90-NATION. That's the number. It's 866-90-NATION. Or check out the website right now, windownation.com.
As a roofer, I'm always on the go. So I need to be able to get things done from anywhere. That's why I partnered with Beacon. With their unique Beacon Pro Plus app, I've got the brands I depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips 24/7. I rely on Beacon because I never stop building, and neither do they. Now through September 15th, purchase GAF through Beacon Pro Plus and earn up to $1,500. Go to BECN.com or download the Beacon Pro Plus app today. Beacon. Always building.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world. Turning to the best in the business for websites, go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API-SP test limits.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture with daily use.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
This is JR with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. Charles Barkley isn't going anywhere. No retirement for this guy. After telling the world he was calling it quits after this upcoming NBA season on TNT, Barkley says he's sticking around on TNT to finish out his contract through 2032. Let's make sure something is developed where he can still talk hoops and even play a game of who he played for on JR.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And when you join My Lowe's Rewards for free, the savings just keep coming. Save money with member-only offers, plus earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards, just for you. Because Lowe's knows you earned it, literally. Learn more about our loyalty program at Lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards and become a member for free today. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowes.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Rain in the area, really slowing down your morning commute. And this report brought to you by Wetco Go Unlimited. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited today. Cordell and Cordell traffic cams with a look at the Parkway East, where you're very heavy and slow from Wilkinsburg down to the Squirrel Hill Tunnels. Route 28 jammed past the Route 8 at the bypass toward Shaler Waterworks. After that, you're mainly steady to the north side. Parkway West, you are stacked near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnels. Coming out of the South Hills, Route 51, very heavy now between Edgebrook Avenue and the Liberty Tubes off-ramp. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM at AM 1020, KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio, 93.7 The Fan.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for Wet Go Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We just got graced by the presence of Joe Starkey, who went to a local coffee shop to write his column about the beginning of the end of the Pirates, and the Wi-Fi wasn't working. So he walked up in here. And we're going to talk about George Pickens in a second, but it's the perfect time to play this. Is this an awkward moment between Shelty and Starkey yesterday? A funny moment, an uncomfortable moment? You tell us.
It is, but the games matter now. I mean, quite frankly, your in-game decisions for 4 years had no bearing on a season. They do now, and so there's a lot more scrutiny. Is there any that you regret from the other day?
Well, I mean, be specific. Which ones are you going to ask me about? I think of vagueness of the question there. Like, which ones do you want to talk about?
Okay, yeah, I didn't know if there was one particular decision when you went back and reviewed the game and said, I would have done that differently.
Oh, my God.
Oh.
He started him off with, hey, I saw you were down at Steelers training camp. And then Shelty's like, yeah, I'm in a cornfield somewhere. Oh, cool. By the way, the last 4 years, your managerial skills, it didn't matter.
It didn't matter.
The last 4 years meant jack crap. Now that it matters, you sucked the other day. Is there anything you regret?
Right. Just nailed him. Oh.
Usually I try to, when we have like a big guest on, like if we had Charrington, we've had Charrington on, or we want to ask Mitch Keller about a contract or something like that. I try to get him comfortable. I try to goof with him. I try to make him
downhill.
Laugh. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'm not that I'm, God's gift to journalism or anything. That's what I generally try to loosen him up, get him comfortable, and then all of a sudden they'll spill the beans. Starkey does a great job with those.
Yes, he does.
He went right in on him. These last 4 years, your decision-making didn't matter because the team sucked so bad, so basically I could have been managing the team. Now that it matters, you really stunk the other day. Can you expand on that? Holy crap!
Dang, firing. Right to the jugular.
Right to the jugular. We will talk about the fledgling Pirates in a little bit. 4 games out of a playoff spot. Losers of 4 of 5. But the Aiyuk thing is exciting. It's exciting. Your team could be getting one of the best wide receivers in football. What's it mean for the best receiver on the current team? That is a common question. If they pay Aiyuk, I know I got it in a group chat with my buddies yesterday. If they pay Aiyuk, can they still pay Pickens? The short answer is yeah. You could. There are teams that pay multiple big-time wide receivers, Jalen Waddle, Tyreek Hill. They pay
Eagles.
The Eagles have paid their
Brown
guys.
And Smith.
Yes, and the retort you'll often get is, well, yeah, but they're not paying a T.J. Watt, they're not paying a Cam Hayward, they're not paying a Minka Fitzpatrick, they're not spending as much money on the defensive side. Okay, but those teams are paying their quarterbacks, and the Steelers basically are paying T.J. Watt, well, less than, but they're paying him a lot of money. They're paying him $30 million. So could it happen? Sure, but I think we need to look at the past as prologue here. And you see what happened with Deontay Johnson. I think the Steelers think that George Pickens could wind up like that. And I think this is telling here. that you're willing to pay a guy that has never set foot in this building $30 million, I think it tells you they're not totally sold on that guy. Doesn't mean he can't change their mind. And if he does deserve to get paid and they think he can, fall in line, then maybe they will do it. But I guess right now that they won't because they don't think he can fall in line.
I think it's one of the situations where they'll cross that bridge when they get there, and hopefully that they do get there, and George makes it a tough decision on what their financials are and can they pay them. Like, I think they're just hoping George proves that over this year that he can be a big-time receiver and puts them in a situation where they have to make a decision on how they use their money. But I think that this whole situation with George Pickens will end up being predicated on one thing, and that is the emergence and potential emergence of Roman Wilson. I think Roman Wilson's really the gem with this whole receiver situation. If this Aiyuk deal does go through, like if Roman Wilson ends up doing really good this year, okay, well, we're not paying him for 4 years, 3 years. There's our next guy. There's our number 2 next to Brandon Aiyuk. The way that Roman Wilson plays this year will have a huge direct effect on George Pickens' future, regardless of how George plays this year.
Yes.
100%.
I can agree with that. And one of the things I went back and forth with my buddies in that group chat is, well, the Steelers are really good at drafting wide receivers. Why would they pay Brandon Aiyuk? Well, they're going to pay someone.
Why are the Steelers – I mean, this is a different regime.
It is a different regime.
People keep bringing that up.
There's no doubt. You're right about that. You're right about that. We don't put the sins of the end of the Kevin Colbert administration on Omar Khan, so why would we put the successes?
Right.
That's fair. That's definitely fair. But let's play it out and say that that he did pick that up and they crush it with wide receivers. Well, okay, who's to say, all right, you pay Aiyuk. If you think they crushed it at wide receiver, you can then draft a guy to replace Pickens, or you just have, like you said, in Roman Wilson.
Right.
And I think this gives Roman Wilson a better chance to succeed, too.
No doubt. Less pressure.
Mm-hmm.
Don't have to thrust him in a role. He can be his own role, etch his own way into this offense, and, just go from there.
Yes.
Literally. He could just grow as the season goes and learn behind Aiyuk and even George because, his raw ability. This would be a very, very good situation for Roman Wilson and him growing as a young player. And I do think that is a direct effect. Like, if I were Pickens and I had to be mad about something, it would be the fact that they drafted Roman Wilson than Aiyuk coming in, because Roman Wilson may be the replacement.
I think both things could perturb him.
I mean, I wouldn't be. I'm just saying, like, if he had to be mad, I don't think he should be mad at all. I think that everything playing out is in favor for George to have a good year. We talked about it a bunch. I mean, the double teams and him being open, him being himself. The less pressure of being a number 1 wide receiver. If anything, I would look and be like, okay, what's Roman Wilson doing? Because that is the guy that they're going to go to be the number 2 receiver in the future.
He's cheap.
Yep.
I do think I'll agree with this for sure, that the best thing for George Pickens' wallet is getting Aiyuk.
Yes.
Doesn't have to mean it's here, but even though you and I are big believers in Arthur Smith and more so than some of our other cohorts on the station, colleagues on the station, you have to work really hard to get that guy open now in some unconventional ways, at least compared to what the Steelers had done in recent years. With Brandon Aiyuk, it opens up so much for him.
I would, if I were George, I would look at this situation, if Aiyuk is here, like how Aiyuk got here. How did Brandon Aiyuk, is he a number 1 receiver in San Francisco? I don't think so.
Depends on the week.
But the reason why he is being talked about and potentially can get a $30 million a year contract is because he was a part of a system that had other people to take away and him to be able to be freed up to do the things that he needed to do to get paid the money he's getting paid. And people will overpay. So if I were George, I'd look at how Brandon Aiyuk actually got here. It would be the same thing, even if he's not a Steeler, probably with another team.
If and when they get Aiyuk, and you fast forward a year from right now, Steelers might be in the exact same position the 49ers are in, but with George Pickens. You're right.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yep.
And you're right about the production, too. Like, if Brandon Aiyuk was out there alone on an island, it might not look...
It's not going to look the same.
Right.
It's not going to look the same.
And because nobody's arguing that Brandon Aiyuk is a top 5 receiver in the game. And if you're not one of those guys, then you can't do it by yourself. George Pickens, not one of those guys. Certainly not yet. You can't do it by yourself.
No.
You can't.
No.
All right, much more on Brandon Aiyuk as we move forward in the show. Also, some big-time storylines, actually, to come out of Steelers camp yesterday. We'll talk to Ray Fittipaldo about those things coming up at 8 o'clock. There's another hypothetical deal out there that was tossed out about Brandon Aiyuk that we can react to. But coming up next, it is Sidney Crosby's birthday, and this is a day that we have had circled on the calendar for a good long while. Is today the day he gets a new contract with the Penguins? We'll kick it around when we come back. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates play tonight at 6:40. You can listen to the game right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 5:45, presented by Pella Windows. Padres and Pirates playing in the second game of 3 in this series. Pirates are 4 games out still of the third wildcard spot in the National League, right now occupied by the Atlanta Braves. The Padres and Diamondbacks have both leapfrogged the Braves in the standings. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, Doran.
Pain from arthritis is just awful. Bone-on-bone, constant pain. It robs you of so many things you love to do. But there are effective ways to deal with that pain. I have chronic back pain, chronic neck pain, so this is right up my alley. Listen, there are exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief. And the place to go to, QC Kinetics in Robinson. QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge treatments that accelerate your own body's healing properties. If you're living with chronic pain from arthritis or injury, you need to know steroids, surgery, and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can use advanced regenerative medicine to treat your pain. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics in Robinson are ready to help you get your life back with regenerative, restorative, cellular treatments for your achy joints. This is the future of medicine. Call for a free consultation, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584, QC Kinetics.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan Video Stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan Video Stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And when you join My Lowe's Rewards for free, the savings just keep coming. Save money with member-only offers, plus earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards, just for you. Because Lowe's knows you earned it, literally. Learn more about our loyalty program at Lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards and become a member for free today. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowes.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Downy Rinse and Refresh. Break up with stinky clothes.
Rinse it out. Every now and then I get a little bit tired of the stinks that just will never come out. Pour down in the rinse change. Every now and then I rinse it out. One wash and it delivers. One wash, it smells so clean. Downy Rinse and Refresh, it's a dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes 100% of odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Our area loves boating. Unfortunately, bad things can ruin a good time. If you're injured while boating, call the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
Oh, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, or just reality, really, but you know what's going to be here before you know it? 4-wheel drive season. Yep, Colin Dunlap here. And I got to tell you, Schultz Ford's got everything you need, because that weather will turn at some point. Grab that Explorer, grab an Expedition. How about an F-150? Something where you can trudge through that foul weather. Well, they've got great locations. Schultz Ford Wexford, Schultz Ford Harmer, Schultz Ford South and West Mifflin. How about Wheeling? That store is humming. It really is. And SchultzFord.com, always online. Go check it out. There's a great selection. You can drive up to one of the dealers and go in person, or all the time, 24/7, 365, SchultzFord.com. They have a gigantic selection of inventory for everything that you need. And like I said, that weather will be here soon enough. Get into something that'll get you around through that foul weather. So again, all those locations and always SchultzFord.com.
Head to Level 20 in Bethel Park. Blue Moon Draft Special Thursdays and Fridays. $5. Enjoy Blue Moon Drafts. Open mic night 7 p.m. on the first Thursday of each month. Level 20 in Bethel Park, Paxton Drive. Level20lounge.com.
Refresh, restore, and protect your employees and customers. Call Zero Res to clean your business the right way so your floors and surfaces stay cleaner longer without the harmful chemicals the other guys use. Call 412-701-1188 or book online at ZeroResPGH.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
A Gain Scent Bead story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said, "Maraca, senor," but his nose said, "Hey, freshest scent ever." Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, "Sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing." Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads. Way fresher than detergent alone.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
We got a real good show for you. This is the Fan Morning Show.
Listen, please.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Happy birthday, Sydney. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday, Sydney.
Oh! I can F with this. Happy birthday to the father of the Philadelphia Flyers, Sidney Patrick Crosby. 37 years old today, Doran. Is it contract day? Do you think when we go to sleep at night this evening, because we go to sleep in the evening, that we will be... Well, you could just get rid of the music, Alice. Quite distracting. Do you think that we will be going to sleep knowing that Sidney Crosby is finishing his career in a Pittsburgh Penguins sweater?
No. I don't think he gets done. I think it would have gotten... I don't think that this day really is the finality of a contract. I don't know. I just have a weird feeling about this.
I'll tell you what. I'm not panicked.
No.
If it does not happen today, I will think it's very weird. And the reason why is because Sidney Crosby is a freakazoid, and I mean that in the best way possible. A guy that could have been making a lot more money for a long time has always made $8.7 million a year because he was born on 8/7/87. I could see him wanting to, if he's going to finally make more money on the contract, as has been rumored, still wanting there to be some tie to 8/7 because he's a nut job. Again, I mean that in the best way possible. So if it doesn't happen today, you got to wonder why. You got to wonder why. Hey, this was supposed to get done over a month ago, and we were assured by all those tapped in with the Penguins, all the great beat writers in this town, that this was a fait accompli, that this was going to happen. But so I look at the Penguins roster, and here's what Daily Faceoff has right now as the line combination store, and I'm wondering if this has something to do with it. I'm just wondering aloud. Your top line, I don't see Jake Gensel anymore. He's not here. Drew O'Connor, Sidney Crosby, Brian Rust. Second line, Michael Bunting, Evgeny Malkin, Ricard Raquel. You can win with that top six. It's not as good as it's been, but you can win with that top six. Bottom six, Anthony Beauvillier, Kevin Hayes, Valtteri Puustinen. Fourth line, Blake Lizotte, Lars Eller, Noel Acciari. Who the frig is going to score for this team?
Don't know.
What are we talking about here? Mark Girlchick and Jack St. Ivany's your third pair. Jack St. Ivany did some nice things last year. But this is not a playoff caliber roster. And when will it be a playoff caliber roster? I think they probably believe it's as simple as fixing the power play. But Crosby's a year older. Malkin, who showed some warts last year. Good player, but not what he once was, not even close, a year older. I could see those two guys taking some level of a step back. Mm-hmm. I think Crosby's still going to be elite, but he might not be as good as he was last year. At some point, you're not. And all the onus is on those two guys in 5-on-5 play, and all the onus is on those guys to spearhead and lead a power play that was a disaster last year. All the pressure's on them. If they're to make the playoffs, you need them to stay healthy, and you need them to perform. And if I'm Crosby, we've been told he wants to play his entire career here because Stevie Y did it, because Mario Lemieux did it, his two idols. Okay, he can value different things than me. But if I'm Sidney Crosby, I don't want to play out the end of my career here, man.
Not at this point.
No.
Crosby's a winner. He wants to win one more. I don't think you're going to get that done here.
I will go out on a limb and say you will not.
You will not get that done here.
I tweeted when they got knocked out of the playoffs by the Rangers. I think we've seen Sidney Crosby win his last playoff series in a Penguins uniform. So I don't think Cup is even I don't think it's
talking point, huh?
Yeah. Hey, you can't rationalize your way to thinking that this roster can win a Stanley Cup. Like Brian Rust said on the Twitch stream, we would have beat the Rangers. You can't possibly believe that. And even if they did, can you really convince yourself that you can win the Stanley Cup? So what's it about? If it's just about, hey, I've accomplished so much already, I've won 3 championships, I'm a top 5 player of all time, and now I want to finish where I started, okay. If that's what he's all about, fine. But if it's about chasing a championship, you're not going to chase a championship here.
Nope. No, I don't think that this means if it doesn't get signed today that he'll be somewhere else.
I agree with that, but I will be wondering what the hang-up is.
Yes, exactly. Been a long time. Could have gotten done.
Yes. And you basically had a tacit admission, if not more than that, from Kyle Dubas this offseason that they're trying to retool. And he basically said for the world to hear that they're not going to contend for a championship. That they went all in and attempted to do it last year with the Karlsson move, but they have not, my God, operated that way this offseason. They've gone bargain basement shopping.
Yep.
And I wonder if they had tried to shuffle some of the deck chairs differently, if they had moved out contracts to move in contracts, move out decent players that could have some value elsewhere to bring in decent players that could have value here if Crosby would have signed on the dotted line already. What I do know is fair is that every passing day from this point forward that a contract is not signed, speculation's fair game. I still think it's more likely than not, like you said, that he's going to be a Pittsburgh Penguin for life. But with every passing day that does not come to fruition, you have to sit here and wonder what the why is.
Yeah, I get him wanting to do it on this day. Has he done all of his extensions and contracts on this day?
He has not, but he's always signed for $8.7 million, and he's got that weird infatuation. So it leads you to believe maybe he wants to, if he's going to sign for more, sign on this day just so that there's some tie-in.
But I just think that you would get something like this done as soon as possible.
Honestly, man, the more I say what I just said, the more it sounds like a bizarre Fantasyland hope from Penguins fans. Not, again, that it will get done, but, we'll freak out after the 7th. That's his birthday. We'll freak out after that. It kind of sounds wacky when you think about it.
Wacky. And it would be wacky for an organization to operate under those terms, too, whenever you have other things to address and you don't know really where you stand. You don't know what type of team that you want to be. Do you want to bottom? Like, do you want to? What direction you're going in? You have to live with some contracts you don't want to live with. It doesn't really, and you're coming off a losing season, didn't make the playoffs, and this is the forefront. I don't know. That just doesn't really sit clean with me.
No.
Doesn't make sense. It's weird.
Is he asking for more money than they're willing to give up because he knows that they're bad? And so I might as well, if I'm going to finish my career where I started my career and I've taken so much less for the length of my career, maybe now I want to get paid. I don't know. Again, I think speculation is fair game whenever you're 6 weeks into this thing, and we were told that it would happen on July 1st.
You think it's the trade clause deal that we talked about a while ago? You think that's the hang-up?
If he would say I don't want a no trade clause. I mean, I could see that. And again, I think any speculation is fair game right now because you're wondering why. A guy that has explicitly stated he wants to be here, you would think that this would be the easiest deal in the world to sign for Kyle Dubas. Like, he pulled off that Carlson trade last year. It's like pulling a rabbit out of a hat. This should be old hat. This should be easy. Oh, you want to be here and we want you here? Let's get it done. Why? Don't know. You can speculate with us. You got any theories? 412-928-9370 on Twitter and on the phone lines. The fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Ray Fittipaldo going to join us at 8 o'clock to talk about Steelers training camp and Brandon Aiyuk. Up next, it was a disaster in more ways than one for the Pirates last night. First, though, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Derek Shelton spent the morning at Steelers training camp with Mike Tomlin, and then later in the day managed the Pirates to a 6-0 loss to the San Diego Padres. That was the first game of the series. Game 2 of 3 is tonight at 6:40. You can listen right here on 93.7 The Fan, or you can listen on the free Odyssey app, AUDACY Odyssey. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Dorn.
I'm pumped. The NFL extended their mandate of Guardian caps and are now allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Not only do Guardian caps help reduce hits to the head, but they preserve our helmets to keep our players fresh for game day. All July, enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page because 5 lucky teams will win a set of 10 Guardian caps for the upcoming football season. So do what I do. Have your team practice like the pros with Guardian caps. To learn more about Guardian's technology and get bulk team pricing, visit GuardianSports.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Wet roadways continuing to slow you down. Heading out of the South Hills, Route 51 with delays between Edgebrook Avenue and Bounceman Street heading down toward the Liberty Tubes. West Liberty Avenue jam between Cape May Avenue and Brookside Avenue down to the Tubes intersection. Banksville Road, that is stacked from Potomac Avenue down to Crane Avenue. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway east of Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number 1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
When you ask people here what's the one thing that makes Diamonds Direct their favorite jeweler, for some, it's the unbeatable pricing we get through our direct importer. No middleman connections. The foundation of our business since day one. For others, it's the uncompromising quality. From hand-selected diamonds to handcrafted designer rings. Only the best of the best. Some people put selection at the top of their list, as Diamonds Direct offers up to 30 times the options you expect from a typical jewelry retailer. For some, it's our luxurious showroom with diamond experts who genuinely care about your experience and happiness, and who are empowered to do whatever it takes for you. Others rave about Diamonds Direct's unmatched warranties and guarantees that include free service for life and an extraordinary 110% diamond upgrade promise. But you know the most often answer we get when asking what makes Diamonds Direct stand out? It's not one thing, it's everything. Diamonds Direct. Value, luxury, choices, and confidence. Get directions, hours, and more at DiamondsDirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Hi everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Let's count the ways that number 1 Cochran Kia delivers a clearly better car buying experience. First, they have a huge selection of new Kia models with nearly 200 in stock. From the Forte and Sportage to the Telluride and Carnival, there's a vehicle for every lifestyle. Second, number one Cochrane's clear-cut pricing structure gives you the absolute best price up front. This simplifies the buying process and makes for an enjoyable, stress-free experience. Third, their exceptional lease and APR financing rates are designed for maximum allowable savings so you can drive home your dream car. Clearly, better car buying. It's transparent, it's hassle-free, and it's a number one Cochrane Kia exclusive. Test drive today at their location on Campbell's Run Road in Robinson or shop online at CochraneKia.com.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island. You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 50% off installation or 48 months 0% interest. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit. PellaPittsburgh.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Injured? Just dial pound law. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America, and now the universe's largest injury law firm.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Join Easy Storage Ross Township for their 5th annual Classic Car Cruise Sunday, August 11th from noon until 3 p.m. at the Easy Storage Ross Township. Located at 5000 Johanna Drive, $1,000 cash prize, basket raffles, and free food. All proceeds benefit the Berkeley Hills Fire Company.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Welcome to our special show. Let's go get him.
This is the Fan Morning Show with Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
Yeah.
Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
So Mike Tomlin going to have a press conference today at 9 a.m. He does before the Steelers preseason games, and this will be talking about player availability, who's going to go in the game on Friday and all that jazz. He's obviously going to get asked about all this Brandon Aiyuk stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be epic.
Right.
He's not going to say jack, but the question will get asked because it has to get asked. I can't wait. And we'll react to it with Doug Whaley, who's going to join us from 9 o'clock until 10 today.
I'm going to leave it up to the guys that do the job. We're just going to go out there and play with the guys we have in the room. We like where our receivers are at. George's doing a good job. So I'm going to leave it up to Omar and those guys and such.
I think that might be verbatim what he says, with maybe an obviously thrown in there. Indubitably. 50-minute mark on the Fan is brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. The Pirates are in dire straits, man. They are 4 games back of a playoff spot right now. They've lost 2 in a row. They've lost 4 of 5. Arizona's hot as all get out. They're 8-2 in their last 10. San Diego, who they just lost to, 8-2 in their last 10. The Braves are slipping, but their roster's better than the Pirates. The Mets, all of a sudden, aren't as hot as they had been. They might have, I don't want to be crass here, they might have blown their you-know-what, just trying to get back into contention, but all of a sudden now St. Louis a full game up on the Pirates. And last night was ugly. Woodford reserve on the mound. You have 3 balls that should have been caught, 3 balls that weren't caught. Triolo, Bay, Tellez, and you get shut out. They don't even have Dylan Cease on the mound.
Right.
I did think the whole rain delay thing was hilarious. I've never seen anything like that in modern times with modern stadiums.
Right. The drainage system, I guess, backing up and just nowhere to filter the water. I don't know.
It's like my toilet.
Right.
You figure they'd figure that stuff out. They got a great grounds crew at PNC Park.
Yeah.
But you got Cease going out there, 8:15. He times it perfectly. He's ready. He's got the ball. He's on the mound. He's ready to go. And it's not another hour and 25 minutes before they play. I saw someone tweet, I don't understand why this game's delayed. The Warning Creek looks fine. It was full-on moat. I do wonder, though, man, like, I'm not the old school guy, but, I mean, what's the real risk of injury?
Well, with the water?
Yeah.
Oh, it's big time risk.
Be a man.
Big time risk. You're gonna go, and then you saw, what was it?
I want to watch that.
Kiner Falefa, he almost hit a home run. That went to the wall, and then I think G1 Bay did too. If there was water there, those guys' ACLs would be floating in the water.
No, they got cleats.
That's the big time injury.
Throw on some flippers. Wouldn't it be cool? They used to have the hill in Houston. Why not have a moat instead of a warning track?
Goes right into the river.
Oh, it'd be sick. You just have guys diving, and then you don't know if they caught the ball or not, and they have the snorkeler on, and then they get out, and then they throw the ball back into the infield. I think it would add some entertainment.
Mm-hmm.
They should have done it back when the Pirates were bad.
Right.
We're the only stadium in Major League Baseball with a moat in the outfield. Would have been cool.
You were like, what could possibly happen?
What could? You ever heard of cleats? If that was the NFL they're playing, I saw Ben Roethlisberger chew up the Miami Dolphins in that hurricane. They moved the game to I think Monday night. It was raining cats and dogs.
Cats and dogs.
Yeah. They play the Winter Classic in the rain. On ice.
What do they play on?
Ice. Go play in the rain. For especially like at 9:10. They didn't start until 9:40. At 9:10 it was wet, but it wasn't a moat. Go out there and play. Or men.
Play in the creek.
This is me telling Doran about being a man. All right, we got Ray Fittipaldo. He's a man. He covers the Steelers. He's going to join us next to talk about training camp, the depth chart, and so much more. But first, fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. This Chevy summer drive continues at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates, terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 79.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Couple of accidents to cause delays. This report brought to you by Gutter Helmet. Say goodbye to all your gutter problems with Gutter Helmet. Book a free estimate at gutterhelmet.com. We have an accident now on the ramp from Business I-376 eastbound down to Floggerty Run Road. That's in Findlay Township, and that's causing some slowdowns there. A vehicle into a building accident, the Bon Air section of the city, 100 block of Coniston Avenue. That's between Caperton Avenue and Bon Air Avenue. So give yourself some extra time if that's where you're heading. Parkway West, you're jammed inbound near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East stacks at Greensburg Pike. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-285-3636. 800-285-3636.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now, through August 11th, get our best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment tax and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream Saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Back to more of the Fan Morning Show.
In the morning, y'all.
With Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley.
So let's get rolling.
Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Good morning, football. Just started up on NFL Network. We're getting live programming now on ESPN. That means we're probably going to hear from insiders. Ian Rappaport, Adam Schefter, Mike Garafolo, Mike Reese. So we should have some new stuff here on Aiyuk anytime now. And once we do, we'll keep you up to date right here on the Fan Morning Show. But it's not just all Aiyuk in Steelers country. There was a lot that happened at yesterday's practice, and the Steelers released a depth chart. And joining us now to get into all of it is our good pal, our Steelers insider, Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette, brought to you by the Western PA injury attorneys of LGKG. Build on relationships, credibility, and integrity, lgkg.com. And he's on that fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Good morning to you, Ray.
Good morning, guys. How we doing?
Oh, we are excellent. I guess we'll just get the Aiyuk thing out of the way here. Are you hearing anything different than what's reported? Are you hearing that the Steelers are a front runner for Aiyuk? What are you hearing on this right now?
Yeah, I mean, guys, I think right now it's a 50-50 shot that they get them. When I got home from camp last night, I saw Schefter tweeted something about the Patriots dropping out. So if that's true, you know, you're down to the Steelers and the Browns. And, you know, I suppose the 49ers can say, oh, we'll hang on to him. But it doesn't seem like that relationship is really good right now, that avenue would be open. So, you know, we all know the Steelers haven't met the 49ers asking price just yet. 49ers haven't come down. So I think that's what we're going through right now. And, you know, we'll see if this is resolved by the end of the week or early next week.
Ray, what do you think the compensation will be for the Steelers in compensation or even trades, draft picks? What do you think is a reasonable package for the Steelers to send that you'd be like, okay, this makes sense?
Okay, so, I mean, just the hypothetical. Let's say a second-round pick, and because the Steelers have a surplus of offensive linemen, and I don't want to wildly speculate, but James Daniels is in the same situation that Brandon Aiyuk is in. He's going into the last year of his contract. So if you go player for player there and you throw in a second-round pick, is that enough to get it done? I don't know. If they don't need James Daniels or they don't want an offensive lineman, there's really no other area where the Steelers have a surplus of talent. You know, I don't think the Steelers are going to trade George Pickens. I don't know that another receiver would be attractive to them. And then if you want more draft capital, maybe it's a second, and then maybe it's a third. You know, the one good thing for the Steelers is Dan Moore, they're not going to resign him. James Daniels, they're not going to resign him. They will be set up to have a few comp picks next year and likely in the middle round. So if you do have to give up another draft pick, I suppose it won't be the end of the world.
Why do you think, and we'll get to what's going on in camp in a minute here, Ray, but what do you think sets the Steelers apart in Brandon Aiyuk's mind from the Browns, a team that went to the playoffs last year?
Well, you know, people around here complain all the time about the postseason record and Mike Tomlin, and he should be on the hot seat, but it's situations just like these where guys want to play for Mike Tomlin. And I don't think you can deny that. I think there are a lot of players like Brandon Aiyuk out there who are intrigued about the possibility of playing for Mike. And I think beyond that, they're a team that's been around the playoffs, on the fringe of the playoffs, number 7 seed. I think if you're Brandon Aiyuk and you think you're the type of player that you think you are, that, hey, maybe I could be the guy to get them over the top. And listen, guys, the Steelers do have some question marks on their roster, but if they add Brandon Aiyuk, to me, they go from a fringe playoff team to a team that could be in the mix for an AFC North championship. I think a guy like Aiyuk can make that much of a difference.
How do you think George Pickens would handle this? I know we've talked about this before, but his mindset, moving forward, how do you think that he would handle if Brandon Aiyuk was brought in to be, honestly, the number 1 wide receiver?
Probably not great, but if you're Omar Khan, I don't think you could worry about that. I think, hopefully the coaches in that building and Omar can kind of smooth it over and, get the most out of George Pickens, for this year and likely next year. But I think you guys probably know as well as I do, if they sign Brandon Aiyuk and they're paying him, 25, 27 million a year, George Pickens isn't going to get a second contract for the Steelers. So they would have to deal with that headache if it becomes a headache, or just hope that, George realizes that he still has to play really well if he wants to make money somewhere else. So, that's probably not going to be a great scenario, but like I said, I don't think Omar can worry about that.
Ray Fittipaldo joining us here, our Steelers insider on the Fan Morning Show, and the Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. So you're there yesterday, Ray. What was the big story, the big takeaway from Steelers camp?
Well, I think, too. I think Troy Fautanu working with the ones at right tackle, Broderick Jones and Dan Moore, splitting time at left tackle. That wasn't reflected in the depth chart that Mike released yesterday, but I think 2 weeks into camp, I think that's a good sign that, we might see some movement there within the next couple of weeks. And then the other one, of course, Russ Wilson, doing more than he's ever done, took more snaps in team periods than he has since that calf injury. So he's not going to play Friday night, obviously, but I think the expectation is if all goes well, maybe he can ramp it up for that Bills game next week and get out there in that second preseason game.
Of 3 of the newcomers, not the draft picks, let's say Deshaun Elliott, let's say Dante Jackson, and Van Jefferson, who's had a better camp out of those 3?
Dante Jackson showed up early. He hasn't been as noticeable the second week, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. And, Elliott's been good, but I think Van Jefferson has probably had the best camp of all those 3. And listen, if he's your number 2, maybe Arthur Smith can be a magician and make that work. But if he's your number 3, I think that's pretty good. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think in that scenario, then, the Steelers receiving core would be much more well-rounded. So, I have a lot of faith in Arthur Smith that he can make it work with any of the receivers who are in that room. But, I think Van Jefferson has had a good camp, and, we'll see if he can keep it going Friday night and then next week against the Bills too.
You mentioned that what they did with the offensive line yesterday was not reflected in the depth chart. Was there anything newsworthy from the depth chart, anything that caught you by surprise, Ray?
Not really. Everything that was on there is pretty much what's transpired during camp. We knew it was going to be the case, but Beanie Bishop, being in the starting slot, I think is significant. It's clear they're going to give him a shot. In other years, Adam, maybe they would put a slash and put another name next to him if they weren't sure about a guy. So I think Beanie's played well. He's got to have a good run in the preseason games here to solidify his spot. But when you look at that situation, they just need a guy for half a season. So if Beanie Bishop can be that guy for the first half of the year, they're golden. If not, then they got to probably go out and address that, look at the waiver wire, or potentially a trade to get a slot corner in here before the start of the season.
Ray, thank you for your time. Next week, when we talk to you, do you think we're talking about Brandon Aiyuk as a Pittsburgh Steeler?
Oh, I'll go out on a limb and I'll say yes.
All right, Ray. Thank you very much. We'll talk to you soon. Appreciate it.
All right, guys. See ya.
Thanks, Ray.
Ray Fittipaldo of the Post-Gazette. Put him on the spot there at the end, but he did say earlier on in the interview he thinks it's at least 50-50 that the Steelers get Brandon Aiyuk. And people might see that and go, well, we know it's the Browns and the Steelers, so yeah, it's 50-50. Well, you gotta consider the 49ers. They could up their offer to him, and there always seems to be a mystery team. So when Ray says greater than 50-50 shot, I like that.
I do too.
I like it. I think Brandon Aiyuk is a Pittsburgh Steeler. Nothing official yet. I'm being told nothing, but it makes too much sense. Coming up next, we will react to some of what Ray had to say. We've got John Wayner at the bottom of the hour to talk about the all-of-a-sudden sliding Pirates. You can chime in on the conversation on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can always text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates are 4 games back of the third wildcard spot in the National League, right now occupied by the Atlanta Braves. Both the Padres and the Diamondbacks have leapfrogged them and have taken the first 2 wildcard spots in the National League. The Pirates and the Padres play again today. Game 2 of the 3-game series is tonight at 6:40. If you want to listen to the game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Dan Zangrilli has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45. And the Pirates lost yesterday 6-0. So they're behind in the series already. For more, go to 937thefan.com, and now here is Doran.
Pain from arthritis is just awful. Bone-on-bone, constant pain. It robs you of so many things you love to do, but there are effective ways to deal with that pain. I have chronic back pain, chronic neck pain, so this is right up my alley. Listen, there are exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief, and the place to go to, QC Kinetics in Robinson. QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge treatments that accelerate your own body's healing properties. If you're living with chronic pain from arthritis or injury, you need to know steroids, surgery, and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can use advanced regenerative medicine to treat your pain. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics in Robinson are ready to help you get your life back with regenerative, restorative, cellular treatments for your achy joints. This is the future of medicine. Call for a free consultation, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584, QC Kinetics.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan training camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia, Guardian Caps, and Armstrong Business Solutions. Roman Wilson, a high school standout and college star. Wide receiver Wilson's next stop is the pro level. After growing up in Hawaii, Wilson spent 4 years at Michigan and ended his collegiate career by winning a national title. Wilson was taken by the Steelers in the 3rd round of this year's draft, and he's set to show Pittsburgh that Roman is ready to reign.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Come experience the beach in the mountains. Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf now has a new beach area along the lake that offers plenty of relaxation with breathtaking views and comfortable seating. Perfect for a quick stop or a full day. You can even rent a cabana for the day. Plan to head to the beach in the mountains at Rocky Gap Casino Resort and Golf. Learn more at cnty.com/RockyGap.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, go to mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
Summer. Wait, we need to finish school shopping.
We got this. The kids' favorite Good and Gather snacks at Target are now at a new lower price.
And $5 lunch boxes. Ooh, let's get Luna the Flower Bento Box.
Good idea. And for a Mega Shark Fan Max, I got the Shark Backpack. It's only $20.
Even 25-cent select crayons and $6 teas.
And we're done.
Now, where were we?
Cheers to us. When it comes to finishing your supply list, Target has your back to school.
Meet Cheryl.
Hey.
She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture the DQ $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Not just a cheeseburger, a bacon cheeseburger, plus fries, drink, and a sundae. All full-sized, all for $7. Because everything's better with bacon. Everything's also better with a side of fries, a refreshing drink, and a sundae to finish. Yum. The $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Now for a limited time on the $7 meal deal lineup. DQ. Happy tastes good.
This is JR with an Odyssey Sports Minute. There's nothing better than going to a sporting event and eating, unless the beer is $20 and a hot dog is $10. Either way, the Arizona Cardinals want to make sure you don't have teeth to eat at all. This year, they're introducing the Cotton Candy Burrito. Fruity Pebbles, Fruit Loops, Marshmallows, Skittles, M&Ms, Gummy Bears, and sprinkles stuffed in a cotton candy shell. It's a dentist's dream. Do yourself a favor if you're in Arizona. Don't eat it. On JR.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers. So we build specially adapted homes at Homes for Our Troops. And thanks to our donors and supporters, this life-changing gift of freedom is provided mortgage-free to these veterans. But we need you to join us, too, in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
This is it. Shop the Lowe's Closeout event to get up to 70% off select major appliances for your home. Plus, get up to 60% off select patio furniture and accessories for your outdoor spaces. So hurry into your local store today because these deals are too good to last. Shop them now before they're gone because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/7 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
And the morning rush plods on. This report brought to you by Window Nation. Crews clearing an earlier accident in the Bon Air section of the city, the intersection of Coniston Avenue and Caperton Street. Also delays on the Parkway West near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt Tunnel. Seeing some delays across the lower deck of the Fort Pitt Bridge as well, jamming up onto the approaches from the Parkway East. You're stacked before Stanwick Street and also across the lower deck of the Fort Duquesne Bridge over to the North Shore Expressway. Parkway East, you are jammed before Wilkinsburg. Route 28 delays at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. It's Window Nation's anniversary sale. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 24 months and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st. So schedule an in-home estimate at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
John Wayne are going to be joining us in the next segment to talk about the Buccos, who are now suddenly right against it. A big game tonight. Yesterday was a big game. You're 4 games back in the wild card race. And something I did want to mention before we react to what Ray Fittipaldo said in the last segment, Doran, is that Brian De La Cruz as a pirate. I did the pony thing again.
Jeez.
What the hell's going on here?
Listening to him too much.
I have had a lot of downtime holding the baby because she won't nap in the crib, and so I just toss on the Odyssey app. I usually catch the end of Starkey's show like Text in the City and then the beginning of Pick At. So Brian De La Cruz, 3 for 22 as a Pirate.
Yeah.
Oh!
It's tough.
Jeez! 136 batting average with a 273 OPS. I saw somebody on Twitter referred to him as Brian De La Oliveras.
I had a fear that was going to happen, at least with one of the guys. Connor Falefa has been great. He made a great play at shortstop yesterday, but I had a fear that Brian De La Cruz was going to be disappointing and everybody was going to be upset about it.
He's boom or bust and pretty much no in between, as I've heard Marlins writers describe him. And you are obviously in a bust phase right now. It could have gone either way. It sounds like there's no middle ground, though.
Mm-hmm.
So you would hope that when Brian De La Cruz starts hitting taters, that you're not too far out of it. But they're close right now. I said the other day they're in the danger zone. They really are. Milwaukee has not been good, man. Milwaukee's been bad since the All-Star break, and you've lost ground now. You're 7 games back on them and 4 games back in the wild card race, and your schedule does not ease up at all. Fan Morning Show Twitter polls brought to you by PJ Fitzpatrick Home Improvement. TrustPJ.com. Would this offseason be a failure if the Steelers don't get Brandon Aiyuk? Dorn and I say no, but we did say this particular thing would be a failure. You've got all the cards. Ray Fittipaldo in the last segment said he thinks it's a better than 50-50 shot that the Steelers get Aiyuk. He also said if they get Aiyuk, he thinks that takes them from being a team that contends for a wild card spot and punches them all the way up to a team that should legitimately contend for the AFC North. I agree with that.
I definitely agree.
When you consider how they've played the Ravens over the last few years, if you can now win an extra game with Brandon Aiyuk, even one, and you give yourself a chance in the other game against the Ravens, because you generally, I mean, you've owned them. You think when both teams are good, generally you're going to get the split. If you were a 9-win team before Aiyuk and now you're a 10-win team and they were probably a 12-win team, you're right there in that range and you got a better shot to win.
I mean, this is just giving them the opportunity to actually win games of playing offense.
Yes.
So, like what they did last year was just patchwork in a lot of ways, as we know. But this will legitimize you actually going out and getting aggressive and winning games by playing offense and scoring points.
Yes.
And that has not just to do with, obviously, Aiyuk. That has a lot to do with Arthur Smith and, just the whole, production of everything, the running backs and the running game and setting up the play action. Russell Wilson, and if Justin Fields is in there, I mean, he's going to use guys in different ways. You still got Cordero Patterson. I think that he's going to be a decent portion of the offense. I really do. I'm like one of the only people that thinks that. He's not just a kick returner. So you put all that together, now you can actually win games by playing legit offense. So, yes, they have a chance.
That's how you don't lose to bad teams.
Yes.
Like when you want to win every game 21-20 or 20-17 or 13-9, you leave open the possibility that you're going to stub your toe against the Patriots or against the Browns and their fourth-string quarterback or against the Indianapolis Colts with Gardner Minshew. When you're playing every game with that little margin for error, you're going to stub your toe. It's just going to happen. But if you make all those teams, those 3 games last year, if you've got this roster, you get out to an early lead, especially a team like New England, they don't have the will to come back. They're buried. They're a 3-win team. You just step on their throat and you unleash your pass rushers. I think it would be a failure and a huge disappointment if you get Aiyuk and you don't win the division. I think your roster's that good. I think they're close to having a whole-less roster. If that's probably not the best way to put it. I don't know that they're super deep in some positions. I feel good about the offensive line depth. Defensive line depth, no.
Right.
Inside backer depth, yes. Corner depth, no. But wide receiver's a big question mark right now. And it might not even be a question mark, actually. It might just not be good enough. If you add Brandon Aiyuk, you add depth, and all of a sudden he's, I don't know what, is he the third best player on your team? He might be. TJ Watt, Minkah Fitzpatrick. I think I might be going with Aiyuk 3.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about it from that standpoint.
I could see that discussion. I mean, if you want to throw Russ in there, I don't know what Russ we're going to get, but I would maybe make an argument for Russ.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no one's going to have a bigger say in what this team does, obviously, than quarterback.
Yeah.
So I could entertain that for sure.
But, top 5.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah, I think he's a better wide receiver than Highsmith is a pass rusher.
Yes.
I think when Cam's good and when Cam's going, he's good. When Cam's healthy, I guess I should say I'd probably put him ahead of him. So yeah, 3rd or 4th. But top 5 for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Top 5 for sure. So whenever Steelers fans say, he's not worth the money, well, you'd be adding to the top 5 of your roster. And it's not your money. And it's a hole. Now, what Ray also said is that George Pickens, if the Steelers acquire Aiyuk, should not expect a second contract, which we've talked about before. I don't think it's impossible, but Ray kind of said it is impossible. If you pay Brandon Aiyuk $30 million. Now, what you could do is you could franchise him.
You could franchise him, yeah.
Not after this year, but after next year. So you could get 2 years of both of these guys.
Yep.
Now, he'd probably cause a holy headache if he were in Brandon Aiyuk's situation. He would probably be more loud and obnoxious about it than Brandon Aiyuk has even been.
Mm-hmm.
So it doesn't seem likely, I guess we'll put it, that George Pickens would get a second contract if Brandon Aiyuk does come into the fold.
And I don't think that anybody should worry about that right now.
No, it's about win a playoff game, win the division, set yourself up with a chance. I think they got a chance to be a playoff team right now. I think I would probably pick them to be a playoff team right now. But I don't look at them on the short list of teams that could win the Super Bowl. With Brandon Aiyuk, I think you do give yourself an opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
So go get it done. John Wayner up next. He's brought to us by the maintenance-free gutter solution from Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET for a free estimate. That's next. But first, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates play tonight at 6:40 in Game 2 of the 3-game series against the San Diego Padres. If you want to listen to the game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Our coverage begins at 5:45, and that coverage is presented by Pella Windows. Pirates are 4 games back of the 3rd wildcard spot in the National League, right now occupied by the Atlanta Braves. For more fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Don't miss the Panthers Insider Show every Saturday morning from 8 to 9 with Pat Bostic. The best insight with the top guests and everything you need to know about Pitt. The Panther Insider Show is presented by PGT Trucking and Macero Construction Group and brought to you by NSS Live, Ute Bebington and Nichols, Voss TV and Appliance, Come Ready Nutrition, Stoney's Brewing, and PJ Dick, Trumbull, and Lindy Group. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
We all know there's an advantage to playing at home, being the home team. LGKG has been your home team for personal injury cases for over 90 years. We know how to present your case. We know what works. We know how to win in Western Pennsylvania. Visit lgkg.com. LGKG, your home team.
Ahoy, mates! Prepare to embark on a daring voyage to victory with our fearless crew. With our black and gold spirit guiding us, we'll conquer any challenge that comes our way. And just like our indomitable spirit, Pella Windows stand as beacons of strength and resilience in every home. Crafted with quality and precision, they're the true champions of durability. Right now, get 50% off installation or 48 months 0% interest. Proud supporters of Pella quality and the unwavering black and gold spirit, PellaPittsburgh.com.
Another black and gold season is upon us. This season, celebrate in style with the Coach T Collection, a collection of Coach Tomlin's famous sayings on a t-shirt. Get the training camp special by using code FAN at checkout to get 15% off your entire Coach T order. Go to kayatomlin.us.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the Smokestack Pulled Pork Supper Sandwich, tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar, crispy onions, and Chipotle Ranch. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, August 10th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at pia.edu.
Come meet former Pittsburgh Pirate closer Jason Grilli at QC Kinetics grand opening Thursday, August 8th in Robinson Plaza from 1 to 3. Jason and Kelly O'Connor of Kelly's Diners will be on hand. Free giveaways. Find out more about the benefits of non-surgical regenerative medicine.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture the DQ $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Not just a cheeseburger, a bacon cheeseburger, plus fries, drink, and a sundae. All full-sized, all for $7. Because everything's better with bacon. Everything's also better with a side of fries, a refreshing drink, and a sundae to finish. Yum. The $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Now for a limited time on the $7 meal deal lineup. DQ. Happy tastes good.
This is it. Shop the Lowe's closeout event to get up to 70% off select major appliances for your home. Plus, get up to 60% off select patio furniture and accessories for your outdoor spaces. So hurry into your local store today because these deals are too good to last. Shop them now before they're gone because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/7 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Yeah, my daughter needs a laptop for college, but I need to watch the budget.
Well, Staples hot deals on tech are backed by a price match guarantee, so our prices won't be beat.
Great. I can't believe my baby's starting college.
She'll do great.
I know.
Oh, let's get you a great deal on a laptop.
Save big on tech for school at Staples. Now get up to $300 off select PCs. NC24 price match guarantee valid within 14 days of purchase. Exclusions apply. For details, visit staples.com/price match.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
If you smell what the Rock is cooking.
Wiener, deep left. Look at this. Steve. Oh, my goodness. He's done it. David Wiener. Unbelievable. It is unbelievable. He's done it in his home ballpark. John Wiener.
That's not the Rock stuff. That's Rocky stuff.
That is unbelievable.
John Wayner, brought to us by Allegiant Federal Community Credit Union. Shape your future. Visit AllegiantFCU.org. John, good morning to you today. How you doing?
I'm doing pretty good. How are you guys?
We are good. We are on Brandon Aiyuk watch, and I will remind the listeners that should the Steelers pull off a trade during our show, of course, we will go wall-to-wall Brandon Aiyuk. But the Pirates, they're losers last night, 6-0 to the Padres. And a strange one, John. I mean, you ever been a part of anything like that? I realize the technology today and the way they drain the fields is different, but can you remember a start and stop and a kind of strange one the way we saw last night back in your days?
I mean, not like this to where, you can't get water off the field. Obviously, they're going to have to do something about that. That was a lot of rain in a short period of time, but we had some standing water over the weekend. I guess it was Saturday's game, and it took them a while to get it off. And then
they didn't go as far as they did last night. I mean, obviously there was a lot of water in there to get it off, but I've been part of games where you were in hour-plus long delays where there was no rain. I've had postponements where there was no rain. There's been some crazy rain games, but I don't know. Last night that was a long time, especially when there was no rain. I mean, it didn't rain for 2 hours and we didn't play.
So when you're a starting pitcher and you're going through that, like Dylan Cease, he came out and was going to go if the game had resumed at 8:15, but it looked like it was going to be Woodford either way for the Pirates. What goes into that kind of decision-making, do you think?
Yeah, I think it's just a matter of time that we're, in between pitches. I think when they decided at 8:15, that was only just, a little more than an hour delay, and so he goes up there and gets loose, and obviously there was a lack of communication there because he's on the mound throwing, getting ready to start at 8:15. Their guys are out there, and we weren't ready to go for another hour and a half because of the standing water, and so there's no way you're going to go more than an hour and 15 or an hour and a half. I think between pitches, it's they're going to always side on the cautionary side, and they don't want to get anybody hurt, but. It's a weird decision. We've seen it before where, if there's rain in the forecast, you'll push the start time back so you don't lose your starters. And obviously they thought the rain was going to come later, so they decided to get it going. And then you end up having a bullpen game, and that Padres bullpen's really good. Some people might say, oh, you might want to get Cease out of there, but that bullpen's the best in baseball. I mean, they got some arms and they got some numbers, and obviously, we couldn't muster much off of him.
John, with Kiner Falefa being the player he is and being a player that brings a high level of production to the middle infield spot, and you saw him playing shortstop last night, and he made a nice play at shortstop, could that legitimize the Pirates really exploring O'Neal Cruz in the outfield? And would you do that? Would you explore O'Neal Cruz in the outfield in the offseason?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, you got Ke'Bryan Hayes, Falefa, and Nick Gonzalez, and there's times where O'Neal Cruz looks like a shortstop. He looks like a good major league shortstop, and there's times where he doesn't, and that's where you got to wonder as far as the consistency. Can he be more consistent? I know everybody talks about 21 errors. I know, there's times where his arm gets a little erratic, and I know there's been a couple of errors here recently in the last week or so where a pitcher didn't back up that cost him a couple of errors. But, there's times where he looks fluid and looks like a big league shortstop and times that he doesn't. And, that's I guess, a question they're going to have and, talk to him about and see if it's worth him going somewhere and play winter ball in the outfield. He's certainly a good enough athlete, and he's got to be on the field somewhere. The outfield would make sense. That'd be fun to watch him throw in from center field. To explore it, yeah, I wouldn't think that's a bad idea, especially because you got a bunch of infielders in the minor league system too that are, they consider prospects. Some are, a ways away, but yeah, I mean that would be fun as far as for that kind of talent to be out there and not have to worry about being involved as much as you do as a shortstop. I'm sure it'll be talked about. Whether they'll do it or not, I don't know.
John Wayner with us here on the Fan Morning Show, and this might be a simple question, but you're the baseball guy, so it could yield a complicated answer. Pirates go up against a team that was in the World Series last year, and they wind up just winning 2 out of the 6 games. You're playing a San Diego team now that's got a ton of postseason experience. Are the Bucks simply a little ahead of schedule here and not ready for the big time?
I'm not sure of that. I mean, again, when you have the pitching staff that the Pirates have, you're going to be in most games. It was a frustrating series. It's been a frustrating homestand so far. I mean, you're playing with these teams, and now can you say that teams with that kind of experience, World Series experience, and teams with that kind of talent as the Padres have, they can hit too. I was talking about their bullpen, but they can hit. They find ways to win games. Arizona found ways to win games the Pirates didn't. In fact, you can argue that they had a couple leads late and found ways to lose games. And so you wonder if that's a lack of experience, a lack of execution. What is it? But the Diamondbacks certainly rose to the occasion, and they hit a couple pitches out of the ballpark to win games that most hitters don't hit out of the ballpark. That what Bell and what Jock Peterson did was phenomenal. And again, you got some experienced hitters that rise up in situations, and they certainly did in that series. And and last night, I thought our defense let us down. I thought there was that 4-run inning. There was a couple of balls that should have been caught. I think if G1 Bay comes in and stays on his feet, it's still first and third, 2 outs. They're not tagging there, and he catches that ball at least belt high. There was no reason to slide on that. And so, you can't make those kind of mistakes. You got to, when there's outs available, you got to take care of the outs. You can't give the Padres 4 or 5 outs.
No.
You limit everybody to 3 outs. Play cleaner baseball, and again, maybe that's lack of experience. Maybe it's because they haven't been in these situations before, where you're in a pennant race or a chance for the postseason. But you obviously got to play cleaner baseball to beat these teams.
John, you were prominently featured on Inside Pirates Baseball last night for a comeback you were a part of.
I did not.
Looks like you haven't aged a day.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
The body and the grays kind of dispute that, but.
All right, Rock. We'll talk to you next week. Hopefully the Pirates can find a way to win a couple of ball games here before we talk again.
Yeah, that would be awesome. Again, it's a tough stretch. You're playing some good clubs. Like I said, these Padres, the Dodgers, and the Padres again. So they definitely got to keep the head above water.
No doubt. And then you got Seattle and a team that was in the that won the World Series last. Yeah, it doesn't get any easier. Thank you, John. We'll talk to you next week.
All right, guys. Have a good week.
You too, John Wayner. That improbable comeback, the pitcher had a massive hit, and then Greg Brown was talking about it, the one that was on Inside Pirates Baseball last night. And Greg Brown went full on, threw our guy Wayner under the bus. He said It was such an improbable, I can't remember the date of it, but it was such an improbable comeback because of the guys who really started it, and it was the pitcher getting a hit, and it was Wayner getting a hit. And then Wayner said he hurt his back. He had like 4 at-bats all season long, and he had 2 RBIs, which were from that game.
He was big time.
Yeah.
Big time.
All right, we got Doug Whaley in from 9 until 10. Mike Tomlin going to talk about the depth chart and about the preseason opener coming up at 9 o'clock, so we'll have those comments to react to. When we come back, another hypothetical Brandon Aiyuk trade. And I wonder, Doran, if you'd be more interested in this or the James Daniels trade that we talked about earlier in the show. So I'll run it past you when we come back. It is 8:44. Time to stop blindly paying those increasing auto and home insurance premiums. Contact the Buell Insurance Agency in Gibsonia and see what they can do for you. Right now, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Derek Shelton was at Steelers training camp yesterday and met Mike Tomlin and then went on to manage the Pirates to a 6-0 loss to the Padres in the first game of a 3-game series. Game 2 tonight at 6:40. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45. You can listen on the radio or you can listen on the free Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, Odyssey. More Fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here is Dorn.
The intense summer heat is imminent, and if you're concerned about excessive heat pouring into your home, it's time to call P.J. Fitzpatrick for the perfect new roof. I trust P.J. Fitzpatrick, and the reason comes down to one word: quality. Quality product, quality craftsmanship, and a quality customer experience. I saw it for myself when they completed wonderful work in my home. A knowledgeable home improvement professional from P.J. Fitzpatrick will expertly assess your home's needs and happily answer all of your questions. Your communication is excellent. You'll never be left wondering where your job stands, and dealing with P.J. Fitzpatrick equals peace of mind. All their installers are industry-leading professionals, and they back everything with a lifetime guarantee on materials and labor. Visit trustpj.com and check out thousands of 5-star reviews. In addition to roofing, P.J. Fitzpatrick installs windows, doors, gutters, showers, and more. Visit trustpj.com today. Tell them Doran sent you. That's trustpj.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Crews on the scene of an accident blocking the right lane to the inbound Parkway North, just past the Bellevue Westview on-ramp, and that's causing slowdowns all the way back toward Camp Horn Road as you get by the scene in the left lane. Also, the Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill inbound. Outbound delays approaching Roslyn Farms out past Campbell's Run Road towards Settlers Ridge. Parkway East, you are stacking before the Wilkinsburg off-ramp and Route 28 at the Route 8 at the bypass. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance Event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
High five. Up top. Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years.
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet Arch Support System.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy. You're going to feel better. Being able to move freely and out of pain means everything to me. And good movement starts with the feet.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet Arch Supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Come in for a free test walk today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com.
Man, do I love picking up my winnings from MacBid. Oh yeah, I see you, TV guy. You too, Drill Man. I'll get you yet.
Making friends?
They just happen to be here for pickup when I am. You'll see, honey, I'm gonna outbid those guys so bad.
Oh, I know you will.
And my biggest rival, Turntable Lady.
Yeah, thanks for picking that up. You put it in the trunk, right?
It's a MacBid auction-packed summer. I'm sleeping with the enemy.
Not with that attitude, you're not.
Now bidding.
At Mac.bid and on the free app.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Taking you back to the Fan Morning Show. Doran Dickerson and Adam Crowley. Come on now, wake up. Presented by Guardian Protection. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
50-minute mark on a fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Doug Whaley with us from 9 until 10. He just popped into the studio, and he was at the Pirate game last night and stayed the whole time.
Good on Doug. Jeez.
And good on the Pirates. Anybody who stuck around got 2 tickets to another Monday through Thursday game.
That's awesome.
So that's a good move by the Buccos, because the grounds crew couldn't get it done. I don't blame the grounds crew, I guess. Yeah. Sometimes Mother Nature happens. We had flash flood warnings all day. You know what you're supposed to do in a flash flood?
Hide in the basement?
No. Whoa, no,
like a tornado?
No. Just get on the roof. Just get up to the highest floor.
So you're going to hide in the basement with a tornado, and then you're going to get on a roof.
For a flood, yeah.
For a flood.
But the problem is, what if you've got significant rains and the potential for a tornado?
Right.
Maybe you just hang out in your living room.
You would lose your mind.
At that point. I have lost my mind. By the way, this sucks, but we just talked to Wayner. Brian De La Cruz is 3 for 22 as a Pirate with a batting average of 136 and an OPS of 276. Is that depressing? Yes. You want to be even more depressed? Jazz Chisholm with the Yankees.
Oh, no.
7 games, 9 hits, 4 homers, 8 ribs, 2 stolen bases, 3 walks, a batting average of 300, and OPS over 1,000. You don't like it. And when your other trade deadline acquisition was up with first and second and nobody out, the manager took the bat out of his hands the other day. So the Pirates just can't have nice things. They just can't.
Nope.
Oh, look at this. They were active at the deadline, and we all said, good move, Ellie De La Cruz. Brian De La Cruz. I'm not going to sit here and say, oh, that guy should have got this guy. I like the move.
Yes.
But the early returns, no good. Are you ready for another hypothetical Steelers 49ers trade?
Give it to me.
Brandon Aiyuk for a second-round pick next year, a third-round pick in 2026, and Calvin Austin. This was thrown out by FanDuel.
Yes.
I would do that in 8 seconds. I don't know that the 49ers would. But if I don't have to give up 2 draft picks for next year's draft, oh, hell yeah.
Yes. Definitely would do that all over it.
Yes. I would do that more than I would do the trade we talked about earlier, which was what? James Daniels and like a second or third round pick?
I would trade Calvin Austin regardless because he's going to get pushed down the depth chart so far. And he's such a unique player that, I think Roman Wilson, I think he can handle that role. So you figure if you get Aiyuk, I'm trading Calvin Austin and putting him a part of a package regardless because you got Aiyuk, and then Pickens, then you have Van Jefferson, then you have Roman Wilson, and then I would leave that 5th spot up to Quez Watkins or Scotty Miller.
I mean, I might even do, if they'd be interested, James Daniels, Calvin Austin, and a pick.
Yeah.
And
I think that's what it's going to be.
I think they might be interested now because Ricky Pearsall went down.
Yes, they want a receiver.
Yeah,
we know that.
Yeah. So I mean, and they were going to take Kendrick Bourne.
Yeah.
You look at Kendrick Bourne's stats. His best year.
He's coming off ACL, I think, too.
Yes. And the best season he ever had, eerily similar to the best season that Van Jefferson has ever had, where he topped out around 800 yards. He's obviously more of a proven commodity than a Calvin Austin III, but I don't think he's some great shakes. So I do wonder if you can lessen the draft compensation if you would include Calvin Austin in a deal. And with Ricky Pearsall being nicked up and a guy that they obviously have high hopes for, maybe something could be done there. We have the perfect guy to talk about all this with, and that is Doug Whaley, joining us in studio from 9 o'clock until 10. You got a question for Doug? You can text us or tweet us, or you can give us a call on that fan hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. Right now, fan weather, it's brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 79.
Your hometown building partner since 1956, 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
When you ask people here, what's the one thing that makes Diamonds Direct their favorite jeweler? For some, it's the unbeatable pricing we get through our direct importer. No middleman connections. The foundation of our business since day one. For others, it's the uncompromising quality. From hand-selected diamonds to handcrafted designer rings. Only the best of the best. Some people put selection at the top of their list, as Diamonds Direct offers up to 30 times the options you expect from a typical jewelry retailer. For some, it's our luxurious showroom with diamond experts who genuinely care about your experience and happiness, and who are empowered to do whatever it takes for you. Others rave about Diamonds Direct's unmatched warranties and guarantees that include free service for life and an extraordinary 110% diamond upgrade promise. But you know the most often answer we get when asking what makes Diamonds Direct stand out? It's not one thing. It's everything. Diamonds Direct. Value, luxury, choices, and confidence. Get directions, hours, and more at DiamondsDirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
Your bathroom is boring and basic too. It seems like there's nothing you can do. A better bath awaits. You'll feel brand new, relaxing in a world of peace at the Bath Authority.
Chris Muller here. Get free installation on your new shower or bath, plus 36 months of interest-free financing.
You're our priority at the Bath Authority.
This summer's hottest lineup is at Dunkin'. Headlining is the Dunkin' Iced Coffee. Dunkin' Refreshers are ready to deliver refreshing flavors, and Sparked Energy is debuting in a fizzy spectacle of vitamins, minerals, and caffeine. Drop by or order one ahead on the Dunkin' app. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Traffic troubles continue on the Parkway North. This report presented by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Call for neuropathy treatment today. Accident just blocking the right lane of the inbound Parkway North approaching the Perrysville interchange. It's causing solid delays all the way back to Camp Horn Road. In the meantime, the Parkway West remains jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill to the Fort Pitt tunnels. Outbound still a little heavy from 79 out past Campbell's Run Road. Parkway East, you are stacked near Greensburg Pike. Route 28 is jammed from the Route 8 at the bypass down past the 31st Street Bridge toward the north side. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McEntee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
It's Wednesday with Whaley, brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
Doug Whaley in with us for a full hour. My gosh, it's always fun to talk to Doug. But it is the perfect time to talk to Doug. With everything going on between the Steelers and the 49ers, the Browns still involved in attempting to acquire Brandon Aiyuk, Doug Whaley is brought to us by Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business. Good morning to you, Doug. You've dried out after sitting through last night's Pirate game?
Yes, I did. A little foggy, but I'll tell you this much. It was a little disconcerting that when the rain stopped, you saw on the big board, 8:15 return. Then 8:15 comes, and you see a bunch of guys out there or just dealing with that warning track, which I'm not a construction engineer, but you think they'd have like maybe a French drain out there?
I think they do, and it's clogged.
Oh, it's clogged. That's what it was. Okay.
Yes,
All right.
apparently they had problems with this over the weekend, but the rain wasn't as hard as it was. But they didn't find a way to fix it between then and now.
But those field workers have to be unionized, because what you'd see is a wave of them come out, do a little bit of work, bunch of guys standing around, then another wave, they would go back in, take their 15-minute break, another wave would come out. So anyway, it started back up, I think it was around 9:30, 9:45, started back, stayed till 12:30 till the end. One question I have, I don't know if you guys saw the game, but on the fifth inning when the Padres got their 4 runs that were obviously insurmountable, 3 balls hit gloves.
Yes.
And they didn't call them errors.
I know.
Was there any explanation for that?
I think that's kind of hometown scoring, honestly.
Because
you protect those guys. You don't protect Woodford, who I actually thought was pretty good. All those plays needed to get made. Every one of those plays.
And I thought Woodford was dealing the cards the way you wanted to. I was surprised they took him out when they did. But again, like you said, no, they didn't have his back.
They don't play defense for him.
No.
O'Neal Cruz had 3 errors in 1 game last time he was out there. So he's got to be up here thinking, man, I played for the White Sox, and the defense I'm getting is worse than we got in Chicago.
But I know you guys gave the shout-out. I also give the shout-out to the Pirate organization to offering 2 tickets for anybody that stayed, because it was a labor of love for all those fans.
Yeah, you're a sick man.
I am.
You are. You really do like the Pirates.
I'm a committed man. When I commit to something, I'm all in. And I'm going back tonight.
What?
Wow.
Yes.
I'd have been gone, buddy, when they said 8:15 restart.
Right.
I'd have been out of there.
Out.
No chance. Send me my tickets in the mail to another game. I'm done. Eat some nachos and then peace. All right. So Brandon Aiyuk to the Steelers has picked up more steam. Some reported that the Steelers were out yesterday morning, and now the reports are that they're in. We had Ray Fittipaldo on earlier in the show, and he says it's at least 50-50, he thinks, that the Steelers get Aiyuk. I'm interested, though, Doug, in how you would be handling this from a 49ers standpoint. Like, they've given Aiyuk a ton of the power here, because Cleveland, by all accounts, had a very good offer on the table that has still not been accepted. Why? Because Aiyuk doesn't want to go there. And the Patriots are now out of the running because he definitely damn and sure doesn't want to go there. So how do you think the 49ers have handled all this?
If I'm John Lynch, I'm sitting here saying, okay, if you poo-pooed those 2, guess what? In the end, we ultimately hold all the cards. Because if you don't want to play for us and want to play for someone else, and they don't meet what we think is the proper compensation, we'll hold on to you. And if you don't want to play, it's not like that year of service is counted and you're closer to free agency. Your contract tolls. So you're going to be at the same spot you are right now next year, without a year of service, without and getting a year older and a year of not playing. And we still hold your rights. And if we really want to, we can just fine you for all the whole year. So that money, so you're missing out on money, losing money, and you're not playing to get better and keeping your name out there as one of the top 15 wide receivers because you didn't produce last year. So it's a fine line there. But like I said, if I'm John Lynch, I'm not just going to give you away, because that sets a precedent. Now everybody else on that roster is like, oh, if I just stand up and say I don't want to be here and then dictate, I can do that, because they did it with Aiyuk. So that's that fine line that John Lynch is playing here, is making sure you get the proper return without giving in to this guy.
What would you ask for if you're John Lynch? Like, and you would be just, this is my stance. This is what we want.
I couldn't see. I'd ask for a first. I couldn't see going less than 2+. Give me a second plus another pick and a player, or a 1 and a player or just a one. I think that's you have to, because you just don't want to be in the market of giving away good players. As a general manager, your main job is to collect talent, the best talent. And for you to give it away for peanuts or pennies on the dollar, then everybody else is going to be like, whoa, wait a minute. Not only in the locker room, but all the 31 other teams, then that's when you can get through an agent to a player. We want you. You want to come here. Start barking to John Lynch. Hold out. He'll cave. You don't want, as I was taught early in this business, reputations are easy to get, hard to live down. And if he gets a reputation of somebody that will cave under pressure by a player, a prominent player, the vultures will be out.
See, you are the perfect guy to talk to about all this stuff. I think it's fascinating, and I threw this theory out there yesterday, Doug. So Aiyuk, by all accounts, doesn't want to go to Cleveland. If he did want to go to Cleveland, that deal would have been cemented already. So given that the 49ers have given Brandon Aiyuk and his representation the ability to talk to these other teams, couldn't Aiyuk's agent be on the phone with the Steelers and Omar Khan's just saying, hey, listen, be patient. We want you. You want to be here. Don't you sign anything. Don't you jump at this opportunity with Cleveland. We're getting close here. Can't you collude basically with him and have and talk to him directly and say, just don't do anything silly just yet, because we could ultimately make this deal here?
Absolutely, because what you obviously, when the 49ers gave him permission to seek a trade, then that's when the agents are beating the phone saying, all right, because anybody that trades for him is going to have to do a new deal. What's the structure of this deal? So Omar can be like, listen, here's what, let's agree on this. We'll work out the compensation with San Francisco. But if someone comes in and trumps our deal, keep us in mind. Let us know. And then we can come back and revisit it if we really want to. Or Omar's like, hey, this is our final offer. If it's in ballpark, keep us in mind. If not, we're good. And I think that's another thing that may be going between John Lynch and Omar. Lynch is like, let me get your final offer. And Omar's like, this is our final offer. All right, we'll let you know if that's it. So there's a lot of ways to do it. And I didn't deal with John Lynch much, but when I dealt with a lot of people, it was, hey, we can go back and forth. Like, let's call, you propose this, I propose this. And after a while, you're just like, hey, what's your best offer? Let's get this done. Enough is enough. And I think
because you're a Super Bowl contender. You think they're hanging over your head?
You think that's where they're at right now?
I don't know, just because it's still early in the preseason. I think if I'm John Lynch, I'm holding out. If you want him now, you're going to still want him last week of preseason, right after all the preseason games. But again, if someone gets hurt for a contender like CeeDee Lamb, maybe he says, I'm out. Dallas might say, all right, let me trade for Brandon Aiyuk, and I'll overpay compared to what the Steelers are. So that's why, if I'm John Lynch, patience, hold out. You can hold out till even after cutdown date, that first week of the season.
You know what would be interesting, Doug? Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there. The Steelers don't negotiate contracts in season. In order to get Aiyuk, you'd have to negotiate the contract. So if they push this thing into the season, I wonder if that means the Steelers don't do it.
They got a scapegoat. Well, we had this done way before the trade was.
See, that's a general manager brain over there. You got questions for Doug, you can tweet us, brought to you by South Hills Kia in Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. You can text us, brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Let's say it's $28 million for 4 seasons, plus a couple of picks. Is Brandon Aiyuk worth that to you?
I was thinking about this and listening to you guys coming in, and for me, as long as it's not a first-rounder, I don't care about the money. You will be able – that cap's – well, depends on this Sunday ticket verdict.
Well, it got wiped away, yeah.
Imagine that.
No, yeah, it's very ironic.
Yeah.
Shocking development there.
32 American oligarchs getting what they want. Interesting.
Right. Never happened before.
No, that only happens in Russia. But anyway. I'm sorry, what was the question?
Is it worth it?
Yes. And this is what I was going to say. Thinking about it coming in is not only does he help your offense, I think it puts your defense on track from being a 21st rated one to top 5, because now you are playing with leads, and that's when that defense is at its best. That's when Highsmith, Watt can just tee off. That's when Hayward's not getting double-teamed playing the run. That's when Minka can be a ball hawk. So now that elevates not only your offense and your scoring production, but your defense, and now you become a complete team.
Why do you think he wants to play for the Steelers? Like, why do you think the Steelers are the team? And not going to New England whenever New England just said they'd make him the top 5 highest paid receiver, or even the Browns in that sense too.
I would have to say just the aura of the Steelers and Tomlin. And I know a lot of people don't like Tomlin, but these are some of the things that Tomlin brings that a lot of other coaches, Jarrett Mayo's not bringing it, right? Dan Quinn at Washington's not bringing it, and he had Daniels as his college coach. So Stefanski's not bringing it in Cleveland. So these are some of the things that are off the field, out of the coaching decision ranks that Mike Tomlin brings to the Steeler organization.
Mike Tomlin, in his press conference, was just asked about Brandon Aiyuk. What did he say? We'll tell you when we come back. Also, who's going to play, who's not going to play in the preseason game. Right from Mike Tomlin's lips. We'll get it to you when we come back. Fan Morning Show is brought to you by Guardian Protection. Doug Whaley with us until 10. Right now, a Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost yesterday 6-0 to the San Diego Padres. That was the first of 3 games. Game 2 of the series is tonight, same time, 6:40. Our coverage on 93.7 The Fan begins at 5:45 with the North Shore Tavern leadoff show hosted by Dan Zangrilli. Michael King is the scheduled starting pitcher for the San Diego Padres, and the Pirates have named Marco Gonzalez the starter. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com, and now, Doran.
Pain from arthritis is just awful. Bone-on-bone constant pain. It robs you of so many things you love to do, but there are effective ways to deal with that pain. I have chronic back pain, chronic neck pain, so this is right up my alley. Listen, there are exciting new cellular therapies that can get you lasting relief, and the place to go to, QC Kinetics in Robinson. QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge treatments that accelerate your own body's healing properties. If you're living with chronic pain from arthritis or injury, you need to know that steroids, surgery, and pain pills are no longer your only option. Learn how QC Kinetics can use advanced regenerative medicine to treat your pain. The local medical professionals at QC Kinetics in Robinson are ready to help you get your life back with regenerative, restorative, cellular treatments for your achy joints. This is the future of medicine. Call for a free consultation, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584, QC Kinetics.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
I'll give you one that not only stacks up, is better. You want to talk about some HGQ. You want to talk about the horny guy quotient. I'm taking Sable as my female singles.
I don't know if I know her.
Sure you don't.
You don't know her? Should I?
Web browser probably does.
Your web browser does as an all-time. Sonny's a bad person. I'm glad Donnie didn't pick her.
The PM team at 2 p.m., live and local, just like Mike's.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is having the Big Four back for August demo events, starting August 7th with TaylorMade, then Callaway, then Ping and Titleist. Come out and try some of the new clubs launching this month. Also, get some of the best deals of the year on 2024 models, like the Ping G430 driver, now $399, and irons up to $200 off per set. Call to set up your fitting time at Lynch Golf Sales, 412-492-9990.
Transform your business internet with Armstrong Business Solutions. Our advanced 10G fiber optic network gives you the ability to experience lightning-fast upload and download speeds with unlimited data. But that's not all. Wireless internet backup combats network disruptions, and Business Pro Wi-Fi helps monitor and manage your network from anywhere. Get your business up to speed with connectivity that works for you from Armstrong Business Solutions. Go to armstrongonewire.com/business.
Everyone, Boomer Esiason here. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes. Because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than wet paper towels on kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Protect your home from water damage and eliminate water woes with Gutter Helmet. GutterHelmet.com.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute. It's one of the more creative implementations of naming rights ever. Conference USA's FIU for the next 5 years are going to play their home football games at Pitbull Stadium, as in the rapper-singer Mr. Worldwide Pitbull. It's an agreement which will give Pitbull exclusive use of the facility on game days and non-game days, as well as other quid pro quo advantages. Credit FIU. In a college football landscape where seemingly anything goes now, might as well feel this moment. I'm Bart Winkler.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
While retinitis pigmentosa takes Mark's vision, his family gives him hope, whether at the family business or at home with his wife and sons. He knows he's not fighting alone. For 50 years, the Foundation Fighting Blindness has funded research into treatments and cures for blinding retinal diseases, providing hope to people with vision loss. And for Mark, winning the fight means being there for his family. The Foundation Fighting Blindness. Together, we're winning. Help us end blinding diseases at fightingblindness.org.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Good news on the Parkway North. They've reopened the right lane on that southbound side approaching Perrysville. They're still clearing the earlier accident, but it is off to the side, and you'll still see some heavy traffic backing all the way back before the Camp Horn Road interchange past the scene. Route 28 is clearing out a bit, but they still have an accident partially blocking the off-ramp at the 31st Street Bridge. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill, while the Parkway East stacks at Edgewood Swissvale. From the Voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM. FM and AM 1020 KDKA. I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for Wet Go Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Mike Tomlin just wrapped up talking to the media, and we have the full press conference. Callis is going to work to turn some of that audio around, but Mike Tomlin was asked about whether or not they could add a receiver, and his response was, I'll let you guys speculate about that. Now, that is a vague response by Mike Tomlin. That is exactly what we thought Mike Tomlin would do. And by the way, Doug Whaley with us until 10 o'clock this morning. He did not shoot it down. He didn't say no. So at least there's that. Mike Tomlin also asked about who's going to play in this preseason game coming up on Friday. And he's delighted that the Texans are going to be playing their starters. The Steelers starters presumably will play, in the first half, but not beyond that. And Tomlin said he'll hold out 7 players. Russell Wilson, not going to play.
Yep.
So we've been all over that.
Yep.
You said that last week, Doran, that Russell Wilson was probably not going to play in this game. Isaac Seumalo also won't play. TJ Watt, Cam Hayward, Minkah Fitzpatrick, Patrick Queen, and Alex Highsmith. Now, Patrick Queen and Alex Highsmith are nursing some bumps and bruises. Everybody else healthy. I think Patrick Queen probably would have played. I think Highsmith might have played. But so those are the 7 guys being held out. Anything in particular you'd like to sink your teeth into there?
No, I mean, obviously, I would have liked to seen Queen, but if he's got some bumps and bruises, just
be careful.
Yeah, absolutely. This is more about preserving your people to make sure they're ready to peak come game 1, especially veteran guys. Let's get as much look at these young guys as possible. Get them game ready and get them in the mindset of knowing what is expected on game day and leading up to game day.
Doug, this gives a great opportunity and a great look for Peyton Wilson. With Patrick Queen being out. I mean, if he has bumps and bruises, whatever, I could have seen him not playing at all, even if he was fully healthy, because they want to see if Peyton Wilson can go in there and run a defense or set a defense up where the green dot is. You like that, Crowley?
I love the green dot.
And go against some ones. Legit, you're going against C.J. Stroud. He's going to play. Their offense is going to play. This is a great look for Peyton Wilson. It's a great situation for him.
Now, Tomlin also said that he considers this quarterback position to be a competition and says that right now Russell Wilson is the starter. But he also said, and this is from Alan Saunders, that in-stadium results will weigh more heavily than practice ones. So if Justin Fields is the only quarterback playing, that would give him a leg up to at least show his stuff, would it not?
That's an interesting competition, but we know how he labels competitions from the competition we had a couple years ago. So I understand his hyperbole, but I think when it comes down to it, Justin Fields is going to have to knock out the champ. He's going to have to come out there and not be 5 for 10 for 40 yards, but run 70 yards. That, to me, that doesn't do anything.
You want him to operate from the pocket?
I want him to be 8 for 10 for 120 with 40 yards rushing. That, to me, is the type of quarterback ascension I would think they would be looking for from Fields to knock out Russell Wilson as the starter.
In-stadium results can also mean previous. You know how Mike Tomlin is. I mean, if you're going on in-stadium results, I mean, Russell Wilson has a lot of in-stadium results. So,
I mean, I think there is a fine line, too, if he is just talking about the preseason games, where Kenny Pickett last year was money. We've never seen Kenny Pickett look better than he did last year in the preseason. He had a perfect passer rating. He torched the Buffalo Bills. People were dancing in the streets thinking it was going to be a Super Bowl. You're not going to have Justin Fields play better than Kenny did.
Would that have fooled you? Would that have fooled you as a GM last year?
Great question.
And would you be wary of it this year if you're watching Justin Fields in the preseason?
No, it wouldn't have fooled me to say, all right, this guy's going to be a Hall of Famer, which a lot of people were cementing him, because no one was game planning for him or game planning for what the Steelers were going to do. I would have been pleasantly surprised and happy saying, okay, we know this guy, when everything's clean, can function, find the right person, put him in spots where receivers can make plays after the catch, and have a he seemed to have a complete mastery of the offense. So I would have been encouraged, but I wouldn't have been like, oh, this guy's going straight to Hall of Fame. No, hold on. Let's get – it's like a pitcher. Second time through the order, guys are like, oh, I gotta feel for this. All right, now that there's tape on this guy, let's put a game plan on to exploit his weaknesses and shut down his strengths.
Here's Mike Tomlin talking about Russell Wilson.
At what point do you become concerned about the lack of reps for Russ in the first team offense?
I'm not.
In stadium results.
Exactly.
Yeah. When you got jewelry, it's hard to question a guy that has jewelry.
I think we may well be laughing for different reasons here. Callis has the 18-minute press conference, and he's working his tail off to turn this thing around.
I'm not.
And what we got from Mike Tomlin in the first 5 minutes of editing was a 2-word answer. When would you be, Doug, if you're sitting there, you're Omar Khan, you're watching practice, maybe you're on the Bill Nunn bench, at what point do you go, all right, we need to see Russell Wilson work with these guys and start building more of a rapport? At what point would you start to worry?
If he's not ready to go on that, they got 3 preseason games. All right, if he misses the second one, that next day or the day they start practicing, he's got to get into that third season. And you may not even have to play him that third preseason, but he's got to take the majority of the reps with the first team going into that third preseason game. And if he doesn't, and it's after that third preseason game, that's when I get a little leery because of just the flow of everybody else being around Russell and knowing his mannerisms, his characteristics, how he calls plays, his inflection on his voice on the snap count, all that, those little things that you think are trivial but can affect the flow of an offense once you get onto when the lights are bright.
It also bears mentioning that he took 12 snaps yesterday in 11-on-11 team drills. So he is moving in the right direction. Mm-hmm. Mike Tomlin was asked about the wide receiver core that he's got right here. Not Brandon Aiyuk, but what are they working with and how do they look so far?
With the openings you have at wide receiver, how have you seen that playing out so far in the first few games?
I just like the way that group has worked. Getting to know particularly some of the new veteran guys in that group. Can't say enough about Van Jefferson and Scotty Miller, for example, guys that have shown really high floors in this process, man. They're really consistent in their performance, and they bring it every day, and that's kind of indicative of veteran players. Been pleased with the growth and the work coming from that group.
We laugh because we role-played earlier as if Doran would be Mike Tomlin, and he just said everything that Doran said.
No, I'm impressed with the guys in the room. Listen, Scotty Miller, the veterans, they're doing a good job, and I'm filibustering right now because I know that the next question is going to be about Brandon Aiyuk, which I don't want to answer, and I'll let you all speculate.
It actually was, though. No, play the next one.
Was it the next question?
Are you actively looking to add to that part of your depth chart, or?
I'll let you guys speculate on that.
I mean, listen.
He is the master of saying a lot but not saying a thing.
Yeah, he sure is, but when you are asked about the wide receiver room, and he didn't even talk about how good those guys have been. They've been consistent. They've got a high floor.
Yes, that's telling you a lot right there.
And it's Scotty Miller, for God's sake. We can. Hey, look, Van Jefferson's had a good year, and I guess Scotty Miller's had his moments, but you can't say the name Scotty Miller. And everyone in the room not think, boy, he ain't Brandon friggin' Aiyuk.
And it's they come to work hard, all that stuff. They're veterans. They better be.
They might have lunch pails.
Yeah, and guess what? They got great personalities too.
They sure do. These guys, first in, last out.
Yeah.
They're putting the work in on the jug machine because these guys have had cups of coffee in the NFL before. This, that, and the other. We'll react to more of what Mike Tomlin had to say when we come back. Also, a couple more questions for Doug about what Brandon Aiyuk's addition to the Steelers might mean for the Steelers. It hasn't happened yet. If it does, we'll let you know. Right now, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates play tonight against the San Diego Padres in the second game of 3 in this series. Pirates lost yesterday 6-0. If you want to listen to tonight's game, you can right here on 93.7 The Fan. Coverage begins at 5:45, presented by Pella Windows. Pirates are 4 games back of the third wild card spot, which is now occupied by the Atlanta Braves. Both the Diamondbacks and the Padres passed the Braves in the wild card standings in the National League. For more fun headlines, go to 937thefan.com. And now, here's Crowley.
Thank you, Callis. Are you in a pickle not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the Pickle. Yes, at 724-515-5551 with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They're a platinum certified contractor with Atlas Shingles. Plus, all of their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas Shingles and a lifetime Scotch Guard guarantee against black streaks. So do not wait. Call the Pickle today. 724-515-5551 or callthepickle.com.
I'm Ryan Horvath, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The New York Mets have their second game in their series against the Colorado Rockies tonight. The Mets offense lights up the scoreboard, currently 7th in Major League Baseball in runs scored per game. When they're away, the Mets hit the over in 60% of their games. The Mets-Rockies over 11.5 runs is a 5-star best bet from BetQL. I'm Ryan Horvath. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
It's the end of summer sale with Zero Res. Whether you're looking to clean up after a long summer of barbecues, get-togethers, and graduation parties, or just want to get ready for the new school year, Zero Res has you covered. Carpets, tile, rugs, upholstery, basically every surface in your home can be Zero Resified. So now's the time to call my cleaning pros at Zero Res. Their friendly technicians always walk you through their entire cleaning process and make sure that you're completely satisfied with the cleaning before they leave. I've even had to call them because we forgot to tell them about one room. Guy turned around, came all the way back, got it done. It really is amazing with Zero Res. If you haven't tried them out or it's been months since your last deep clean, now's the time. Get your entire home Zero Resified. 3 rooms of carpet clean starting at just $119. Also, perfect time of year to get your air ducts taken care of. 20% off your air duct cleaning this month. Don't forget about those dryer vents as well. Schedule your appointment today. ZeroResPGH.com or give them a call. 412-701-1188. Ask for the 93.7 The Fan special. You spell it backward or forward, it spells the same. Zero Res.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
A trial is 99% preparation, and nobody prepares better than us. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
When you hire our firm, you become part of the family. Nobody messes with family. Get the good guys, Goodrich and Geist.
It's Dan Zangrilli for the Injury Lawyers LGKG. You may know them as Luxembourg, Garbutt, Kelly, and George. They've been around Western Pennsylvania for over 90 years. I've come to know and really like Joe George as a trustworthy professional. And for Joe, trust is everything.
You can't have a wide-eyed client on the other side not knowing what to expect. And when you say, my recommendation is this, and they turn around and say, we trust you. You're the professional. Let's do it. Whether it's accept the offer or go to trial.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
Are you struggling to protect your business because your security technology is outdated? Then consider switching to Guardian Protection. As Pittsburgh's hometown security company since 1950, Guardian has protected business of all sizes with expert installation of surveillance, access control, intrusion, and fire alarm systems. Guardian makes switching easy. For a complimentary security evaluation of your business, visit guardianprotection.com/fanbiz. That's guardianprotection.com/FANBIZ.
15 packs of Pepsi products, 2 for $14. Save $1 on 2 gallons of milk, just for Par Mar Rewards card holders. Dan's angrily inviting you to download the Par Mar Rewards app today. And remember, if there's not a Par Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Following every game.
Here's the 3-2. Called third strike!
Don't miss the Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling Reaction Show. Postgame sound from the clubhouse. Our reaction and your calls after each game.
Swing and a miss! He struck him out! Raise the Jolly Roger!
Don't miss a second on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This is the Fan Morning Show.
Did you hear that?
Yeah. Presented by Guardian Protection on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Do you want to see Broderick work at both tackle spots in this first preseason game?
He has been, and so it's reasonable to expect that to continue, yes.
Mike Tomlin earlier today, just moments ago, in fact, and thanks to Jeff Hathorn for sending us the audio and for Callis being quick on his feet and chopping it all up. So Broderick Jones going to be working at both tackles. Dorn and I want him to start at left. We want Troy Faltanu to start at right tackle. Mike also asked about the center battle currently going on.
How do you weigh the fact that Frazier is a rookie, but also at the same time Herbig is kind of learning, specifying a new position at center himself?
Herbig's got experience at the position. I wouldn't say that it's new to him. He's done it in the NFL. He's got starter experience at the position on other teams in the NFL, and so I don't know how I would describe him as inexperienced in it.
So there you go. Mike Tomlin with more word salad. And Zach Frazier currently listed as a backup. Broderick Jones on the depth chart right now currently listed as the starter at right tackle, and Dan Moore Jr. listed as the starter at left tackle. Mike Tomlin kind of cemented that today, from what I understand. Just reading some of the beat writer stuff that got put out there, that Dan Moore Jr. he's definitely the starter right now. We've talked about this a bunch, Doug. We've said it makes a lot more sense for Broderick to be left, for Troy Faltanu to be right. They've experimented kind of with all those different things. How do you see it?
Well, I think the key to me is them experimenting. I would rather them, especially these first couple weeks, putting guys at all different types of positions, because you're going to have injuries. So you can find out what's the best mix. If Faltanu goes down, do you say more into the left, Jones back to right, or do you say more in the right, left? So, hey, that's what I think, especially when you have not only a mix of young and experienced offensive line. That's what I think preseason is about. Let's find out the different combinations, because in-game injuries, let's know what's the best combination we can put out there, instead of saying, well, let's try to do this and not really have a feel. That's, to me, is why you do training camp, especially at the O-line. where is that combination that's going to have them fit like a glove if your left tackle goes down, if your left guard goes down, if your center goes down, right? So that, to me, I like that experiment. If we're walking out and I would want to win the Super Bowl right now, I would say and I haven't been to practice, I would just say off of pedigree, Broderick left, Fautano right, Dan Moore swing. And if I'd start working Dan Moore into guard. So he could be that two-tool guy, knowing that. So you'd have Dan Moore and Frazier or Herbig as not your active guys. So you have a swing center guard, you have a swing tackle guard, and then whoever your third one is there. Then you have yourself covered no matter what happens. That's the way you got to think.
How hard is it for guys to win jobs over starters in training camp? Like Dan Moore, let's say this situation. Dan Moore Jr. has been a starter for how many years now? Was a starter at left tackle last year. How hard is it for Fautano, even though he's a first-round pick, to actually win a job in a starting job in training camp? I feel like I don't see that as much as people think.
No, and it's one of those things where he's got to, and I said it before, you got to knock out the champ, because one thing that all coaches are liable for is feeling comfort.
Mm-hmm.
They never want to be in their uncomfortable zone.
Mm-hmm.
And they are comfortable with Dan Moore because he's played a lot of football. They've won games. They've been to a playoff game with him. And when you look at the return on your investment that you're getting from Dan Moore, he's a 4th-round pick, and he's playing left tackle in the league. Is he great? No. But the return on it has been pretty good, and he makes the coaches comfortable. So this is where I will say that the performance in game and these preseason games are going to be more impactful for a Fautano than a Justin Fields.
Mike Tomlin asked about whether or not the Steelers could acquire a wide receiver.
Are you actively looking to add to that part of your depth chart? Or?
I'll let you guys speculate on that.
So he didn't say no. So as we toggle back and forth between the current roster and the potential roster with the potential addition of Brandon Aiyuk, Ray Fittipaldo was on with us earlier, Doug, and he said he thinks the Steelers are a team that can make the playoffs right now. He thinks they're a team that could win the division with Aiyuk. Do you agree with that?
It puts them in the conversation. Again, like I said before, because you're going to be able to score points, and once you score points and you get a lead and in the fourth quarter, then that's when the defense starts salivating, and then that just propels the defense to higher levels and higher execution. So I think you really do have a chance to be in that conversation. The only caveat I would say out there is we obviously know Baltimore does not play well against the Steelers. Steelers have their number. What is the Bengals and the Who Day and Burrow going to come out looking like? That's the only one right there, because that is a different level of competition when Burrow is on his game. And we've seen it, AFC's seen it, and the NFL have seen it.
How much could Aiyuk raise the level of Russell Wilson or even Justin Fields' play?
I'd say tremendously, because when you look at it now, when you have Aiyuk, you have Freiermuth, those two, and then even the disgruntled guy out there, you're going to have 3 options that are going to be set up by the emphasis on the running game and then the different personnel groupings that Arthur Smith can use. You're now defense can't just focus in on one guy. And that would be now you got to look at 3 guys after you make sure you stop the run. So I think it just elevates the options that those guys have, not only the quarterback, but Arthur Smith.
Tomlin has wanted to win, and they've won their fair share of games the last few years, running the ball, particularly in the second half of seasons, playing good defense, winning one-score games. Do you think with the potential addition of Aiyuk that he would be comfortable letting the offense win games for them?
I think so, not only because of Aiyuk, but because of Arthur Smith. Because of a guy that has pelts on the wall, not only as an offensive coordinator, but as an NFL head coach. So he's going to be trusting him to say, you're the head coach of the offense. Let me be the head coach of the defense and the special teams, and any critical situations, we'll confer. We'll actually have it mapped out from game planning in the week and the night before. But any critical situations, I know I can beep in and say, let's run this, or, hey, I remember I like this play, let's do that. But other than that, run with it. So that's where I think the major impact of Arthur Smith is going to come into play.
Are you a hunter, Doug? Do you have pelts on your own wall?
I do not have pelts on my own wall. I'm not a hunter. I do shoot guns like skeet shooting and all that stuff, but
you haven't killed a thing.
Haven't killed a thing.
Okay, so
Well,
just like those clay
insects don't
things.
count.
No, they don't. I mean, buddy, we are in it now. Do you have any of those creatures flying around your house? Those spotted lantern flies?
Yeah.
Last year drove me nuts. Now it used to be when the crickets start coming out. You know football's here, and if you're a kid, school's here. Now, whenever you get to crush those things, you know football's right around the corner.
What happened to the cicadas? Weren't they supposed to come out this year?
I don't know. I wonder if the lantern flies. They were on their corner, and they said, "Get the hell out of here!"
Yeah, they were like, "This is our stoop.
This is our turf now."
No doubt.
Stoop man afraid to leave his stoop.
Yes.
Yeah. Get off my block.
Social media's biggest loser is brought to you by Awaken 180 Weight Loss. Reserve your consultation today at awaken180weightloss.com. We want you to come back after this break. Heart disease kills one person every 33 seconds. Schedule your heart screening at UPMC today. Have one more question about Brandon Aiyuk for you, Doug, and we'll get that when we come back. First, though, it's a Nicholas Harry Callis fan headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates play tonight against the San Diego Padres at 6:40. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45. Michael King's pitching for the Padres. Marco Gonzalez is pitching for the Pirates. More fan headlines, go to 937thefan.com.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
Seeing some progress on the roadways. This report brought to you by two men in a junk truck. An earlier accident in the process of being cleared from the inbound Parkway North. It's off to the side, approaching the Perrysville interchange, but you're still looking at delays back to Camp Horn Road. We also have that accident partially blocking the ramp from inbound Route 28 to the 31st Street Bridge. Most of the earlier delays have gone away, but traffic's still a little heavy past the scene. Parkway West, you're jammed near the top of Green Tree Hill. Parkway East at Edgewood, Swissvale, and just some minor traffic light delays on northbound 51 approaching the Liberty Tubes. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. twomeninajunktruck.com. 2 men and a junk truck.
93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down, and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book, because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer and swimming. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Okay, I'm ready to record my jewelry store's new radio spot. I got a great script that really goes after Diamonds Direct and how they're nothing special and how we can match their price. Great stuff.
Oh, great. We have this new technology that bleeps out any false claims, so it saves us time with editing. So you can start anytime.
Okay, here goes. When you visit our jewelry store, we'll guarantee direct. Our diamonds come straight. We have cutters and... Hey, what the...
The hard truth is that other jewelry stores simply can't do what Diamonds Direct can. Diamonds Direct has special relationship with De Beers, international connections, and virtually unlimited buying power. The result is true direct importer pricing, exceptional quality, and up to 30 times the diamond selection you find at other stores.
I can't believe this thing won't let me say...
Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion. Get more truth at DiamondsDirect.com. Proud partner of the University of Pittsburgh Panthers.
Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
One of the biggest rodeos this side of the Mississippi is on its way to the famous North Washington Rodeo Grounds. Mark your calendar August 13th through the 17th for 5 exciting nights of outstanding rodeo action. As seen on TV, the world champions will be competing for huge prize money. Come see all of the exciting action August 13th through the 17th. Get your tickets early and save at northwashingtonvft.com. The North Washington Rodeo is coming, Route 38 North in Butler County.
The 2024 high school football season kicks off in style with the KDKA Classic live from the Wolverina. 5 exhilarating high school football games all at the historic Wolverina in Turtle Creek on Friday, August 23rd and Saturday, August 24th. McKeesport battles Ohio Power Uniontown Lake. Woodland Hills versus Erie McDowell. Steel Valley versus Clareton. Pittsburgh Central Catholic versus National Power St. Francis Academy from Maryland. Westinghouse and Beaver. The KDKA Classic live from the Wolverina. Presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. For information on tickets, visit KDKA radio.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Don't touch that dial.
It's the Fan Morning Show, presented by Guardian Protection. Let's do this. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram, Route 19 in Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Doug Whaley with us for one more segment, and you wanted to talk about Pickens.
Yes, and everybody's thinking, oh, if Aiyuk comes, then Pickens going to be a malcontent. I think this would be, if Aiyuk comes, this could be the best thing for Pickens as a professional. 2 things. Lets him understand that this is a business and you have to produce, but guess what? If Aiyuk's here and they're not going to pay you, the best way to get paid is to shut up, play, and produce.
Yes.
And you can learn from a guy that is just got what you're trying to strive for. And guess what? If he doesn't do that, you got your answer. Get rid of him anyway. He wasn't going to be. It may save the Steelers for paying for Pickens when he's not going to be a guy that turns into a true professional.
I think this whole situation is all predicated on how fast Roman Wilson can come and be a legit component to it. Like, I feel like George Pickens' future is not about what Brandon Aiyuk does. I think it's really what about Roman Wilson can do, because then you don't have to pay Roman. Roman Wilson could be the number 2 of the future. Mm-hmm. You don't have to pay him for how many years, and then you could just let George walk at the end of the day. But I think that the Steelers are looking for George to paint them in that corner, like make a tough decision on George this year, and he's going to have every opportunity to do that if they do make this trade.
Yeah. I agree. I think even if, like you said, if Aiyuk comes, Pickens he should take it. If I was Pickens' agent, I'd be like, listen, you take this as he is your mentor. You do everything because what you're trying to achieve, yes, he just did it. So why not just copy him? And don't sit there and be a malcontent and say, boo, poor is me and everything. This is your chance, because everybody, if you play good, you get paid good.
Mm-hmm.
So play good.
Yeah, and it doesn't have to be here.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be here.
And I don't think he cares
where
he gets paid.
No.
When you're talking about, at that point, $30+ million.
Well, 2 years from now, he'd probably be getting 35, close to 40.
Man.
Yeah. If he does the right thing.
Yep.
The Penguins have sent out a tweet.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Sid. Yeah.
Wasn't somebody saying he was going to sign on 8, like it was out there in the Twitterverse or X-verse?
I think Penguins fans have been hoping for that because it's been so long since the day that we all thought it would get done, which was July 1st, that they were thinking, okay, today, 8/7 day. Makes a ton of sense. Well, now 8:07 a.m. has passed. We'll wait until 8:07 p.m. We'll see what goes on. But I imagine that the Penguins are putting out videos like this. If they would have had something done, they'd have announced that too. And maybe a press conference and all that fun stuff. So maybe we'll have a Crosby contract to talk about tomorrow. Thank you, Doug.
Oh, appreciate it, fellas.
I'm the man.
Yep.
I'm out next week.
Oh, no.
No, meaning I'll call in.
Oh.
But the week after that, I'm on vacay.
Oh,
but I'll remind
preseason vacay?
Preseason vacay.
Very good. Maybe we'll have a Brandon Aiyuk situation to talk about.
What would Trump, real quick, what would Trump? Sidney Crosby's contract extension or Brandon Aiyuk? What gets more play?
We'll discuss tomorrow at 5:40. Thank you, Callis. We hand things over to Starkey and Zeiss. Coming up next, Fan Weather is brought to you by Sun Chevrolet.
Good to see you too, Adam.
Yeah, good stuff, Callis. Fan Weather brought to you by Sun Chevrolet. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Today, high 79.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Yeah, my daughter needs a laptop for college, but I need to watch the budget.
Well, Staples hot deals on tech are backed by a price match guarantee, so our prices won't be beat.
Great. I can't believe my baby's starting college.
She'll do great.
I know.
Oh, let's get you a great deal on a laptop.
Save big on tech for school at Staples. Now get up to $300 off select PCs. NC24 price match guarantee valid within 14 days of purchase. Exclusions apply. For details, visit staples.com/price match.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-285-3636. 800-285-3636.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
When you enter a place of business, you're owed a legal duty that the place of business is safe for you to shop in because they are making a profit from you. That's the law. Yet many times a normal day ends with injuries because that business breached that duty because they knew or should have known of the dangerous condition that caused your injury. It happens every day in many ways. Slip and falls where cleaning and maintenance were ignored, falling boxes and items stacked too high, and so many other unexpected occurrences and dangers only known to that business owner. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, let our team investigate and report back to you. The duty to protect customers from harm is the law, and our duty is to protect you after that harm. Visit forthepeople.com for more information, or on your cell phone, dial #law. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Morgan & Morgan, official personal injury lawyers of the Pittsburgh Penguins.
This summer's hottest lineup is at Dunkin'. Headlining is the Dunkin' Iced Coffee. Dunkin' Refreshers are ready to deliver refreshing flavors, and Sparked Energy is debuting in a fizzy spectacle of vitamins, minerals, and caffeine. Drop by or order one ahead on the Dunkin' app. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
Bare Naked Ladies. In Flight Tour 2024, live Friday, September 27th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies with special guest Toe the Wet Sprocket. Tickets on sale now. Visit riverscasino.com or inside Rivers Casino. Bare Naked Ladies in concert.
It's time to start saving with deals for days at Giant Eagle and Market District. From the everyday essentials to your must-have branded favorites, Deals for Days has low prices on more than 1,000 items across the store. Don't delay. These discounted prices on your go-to groceries will only be available for a limited time. Learn more about Deals for Days at gianteagle.com or dive into savings today at your local Giant Eagle or Market District.
Hey,
Hey Pittsburgh homeowners, to build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding, now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products in brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel City.
Hey, it's Adrian Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust, just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at WeatherSealHomeServices.com.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, from the Spitzer Toyota Monroeville and Spitzer Acura McMurray Traffic Center.
A bit of hope in the end of morning rush. This report presented by Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine. Call for neuropathy treatment today. Good news on Route 28. That earlier accident completely out of the way at the ramp to the 31st Street Bridge from the inbound side. Traffic is getting by and is mainly steady. That earlier accident in the final stages of clearing on the inbound Parkway North approaching Perrysville. All the earlier delays are gone there as well. Parkway West, you're in line at Parkway Center and the Parkway East at Edgewood Twistvale. And work on Route 51 with restrictions in both directions near Midwood Avenue. From the voice of Pittsburgh, 100.1 FM and AM 1020 KDKA, I'm Greg McAtee on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
There is treatment for neuropathy. I'm Dr. Dawn Spalla. At Allegheny Health and Physical Medicine, we treat neuropathy patients daily. No drugs, no surgery, just relief. Call 724-224-2224 for a free consultation in our Sarver or Brackenridge locations.
Hockey is a passion for fans of the sport, but also for the youth who fall in love with the game. With the ever-increasing cost of participating in hockey, many families face financial challenges. The Assisted Goals Foundation was founded to remove financial barriers and to create lasting growth in the sport for current and future players of all backgrounds and communities. Help the Assisted Goals Foundation make the game of hockey available and accessible to anyone, anywhere, at any time. You too can provide an assist. Donate today at assistedgoals.org.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. The Odyssey app lets you jump back in time to the moments you missed on The Fan. Whether it's The Fan Morning Show, The Joe Starkey Show, or The PM Team, you can get caught up on all of it. When you're listening to The Fan, it's as simple as one click to listen on demand. Miss a great moment, great guest, we've got you covered. Download the free Odyssey app, search 93.7 The Fan, and tap earlier today to get started. It's the perfect way to catch up on what's happening. From Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. The Brandon Aiyuk saga continues with the 49ers wide receiver requesting a trade, wanting out, and the discussions were between the Patriots and the Cleveland Browns, with the Steelers making a late push yesterday, a big push after being initially thought is out of the conversation and discussions. The Steelers are now back into the fold and back into the mix of it as they re-engage in conversations midday yesterday with Brandon Aiyuk. And last night, the Patriots, it was reported, are now out on the Brandon Aiyuk sweepstakes. Seems like it's the Steelers or the Browns, and Brandon Aiyuk will land in the AFC North if he's traded. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. It's time for the Joe Show with Joe.
Back to more Joe. Joe. It's the Joe Starkey Show on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I'm scared.
Me too.
There's no Paul here. Although my Bills hat looks unbelievable today here. Limits.
I like it. It's not your Toronto Blue Jays hat, but I like it.
How was IT back there? Doing well? Next week is his last week.
He says.
We can have a party for him next week?
I think we definitely need to. A big send-off back to college.
We're never going to forget you, IT. Where does he go to college again?
Take a guess.
Syracuse
No.
or IUP?
IUP.
Yeah, that's what I thought. After Syracuse. What's wrong with you? Didn't you have a story from the game last night? Or the flood game? What were we talking about this morning back there?
Well, we were talking about a couple of different things. I was not at the game. I was at camp yesterday.
That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Yeah.
City Limits goes to camp. We could have a little half-hour special on that if we want.
I'd love to.
Right?
I took some notes based on what I saw, mentally prepared notes for today's show.
Obviously, Aiyuk Watch is at the top of the show today, along with, man, just an increasing opportunity for Justin Fields. If not to start, and I don't think that's going to happen, right? Even though that door's been cracked open a little bit, to me, the real story with him is the impression that you get to make upon the coaches and how that relates to if Russell Wilson struggles, how quickly does Tomlin go to the bullpen? That's the story there. And the idea that the Steelers could be very, very tempted at this point to have a 25-year-old just stud in terms of running the ball, sort of being the ringmaster of a physical run game, running the zone read. I mean, that just has to be incredibly tempting for them right now. Aiyuk Watch, we saw the Patriots drop out. They're done. Apparently. I mean, you can always drop back in just like Washington could, but it seems to be a two-team race here, and isn't it interesting that it's the Steelers and your Cleve Brownies? Where are we with this City Limits? I've been following it, second by second, which means I've lost about 5 seconds. What about this Matt Maiocco from San Francisco? Is that how he sees it?
Yeah, he proposed a couple of potential trades in an article that he wrote last night and put out some more further. He put out a tweet at what was 1:46 a.m. our time.
Yeah.
So that's what? I mean, 10:46 West Coast time, whatever, and said the fact that the Steelers are back in talks with the 49ers towards a potential Brandon Aiyuk trade shows all sides have a willingness to get something done.
Is that interesting?
Very fascinating. That makes you think he knows something but is not actually saying, yeah, it's going to happen.
That's almost a recreation of the famous Pony tweet. They're at the goal line with Aiyuk, right?
Yeah, they were, according to the Pony, they were at the goal line 2 days ago.
As I said yesterday, they were at the goal line. Unfortunately, Matt Canada called the next play.
And Russell Wilson threw a pick at the end zone instead of giving it to Marshawn Lynch to run it in.
So maybe they are at the goal line. Like I said yesterday, I trust Pony's reporting on all of this. I just thought it was very funny that he was getting blamed when it didn't go down. But from the sounds of it, and that tweet right there really drives it home that we could be nearing a finish line of some sort.
He followed it up
either way.
He followed it up with Amari Cooper could potentially be who Cleveland would give up in the deal, and that they currently have a framework in place about a trade, but Aiyuk has not accepted the Browns' contract proposal yet, and that Aiyuk would rather play for the Steelers pretty much. And that if there's no player involved, the 49ers could seek 2 second-day after picks and potentially another pick in 26.
From the Steelers?
From the Steelers, yes.
Tell me that again from the Steelers.
If there are no players involved,
yeah,
the 49ers could seek 2 second-day picks. And he proposed, let's say the 49ers acquire a second and a third from Pittsburgh, along with another pick in the 26th draft.
My God.
So you're not talking about a first-round pick.
Yeah, I would do that in a second.
I would. You're also having to pay him $30 million, though.
And it's getting well, yeah. I mean, that was always the case. It's
Right.
getting interesting in San Francisco because McCaffrey has a foot injury. The rookie receiver has a shoulder injury. You lose Aiyuk. Deebo Samuel isn't exactly an Iron Man out there. He's hurt all the time, often playing hurt, it seems, too. So they must really be just turned off by Aiyuk, in addition to the obvious contract situation. I was reading Michael Silver's piece last night where he thought that, and he's been around the Bay Area forever covering sports, used to write for Sports Illustrated as well. His take was at first he thought the 49ers held all the cards, but now he feels like Aiyuk has gained control of the situation. And this hold-in, basically the story from Silver is that the hold-in is pissing Kyle Shanahan off. Like Trent Williams is holding out, and when you're not there, it's almost easier to deal with as a coach. Plus, you're talking about one of the most respected players probably in NFL history in Trent Williams. But that it's easier to sort of deal with because it's out of sight, out of mind. Whereas with, excuse me, again, with Aiyuk, he's there every day. Silver is intimating that Shanahan sort of doesn't like the general demeanor that Aiyuk is displaying at camp and basically wants him out. So if the Steelers could swoop in here at the last second, although that sort of mischaracterizes the whole thing because it feels like they've been in this now for months, which they have. But to sort of dive back in after it was thought they were out and make this happen without giving up a first-round pick.
It'd be huge.
Oh, my God.
I trust Pony's reporting on this, too. Like he's been on it for a long portion of this. And how about Good Morning Football? Just played a clip. We have it on the TV here of Christian McCaffrey referring to Brandon Aiyuk as his former teammate, Brandon Aiyuk, and then correcting himself.
Yeah.
So it seems like even in San Francisco, the mentality is that this guy's going to be moved. And would Mike Tomlin make a joke today in his press conference? He was asked, you looking to add to the depth chart at all anywhere? I'll let you guys speculate on that. Don't shut it down. He seems to be playing along with it, too. He seems like a guy confident that this trade's going to happen.
Well, let's hope it happens during our show.
That would be ideal, yes.
That would be wonderful. City Limits will be on that. He's trying to get a hold of Matt. What's the guy's name? Mayako?
Yes, Matt Mayako.
He's apparently the Ed Bouchette of San Francisco. Is that accurate?
Yes, and every time I try to click the link to his email, it does not go to his actual email.
So you're not even going to give him a chance to give us the Belfont snorkel, huh?
I'm doing my best, but he's giving me the Belfont snorkel in many ways, more than one.
Off the top, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Got a lot happening on today's show. First and foremost, Aiyuk watch. Did I mention Paul's sick? Did I get him sick?
I hope you did not, which means...
It would be too soon for me to get him sick.
I would think
right?
so, yeah. Hopefully everybody can just be healthy.
Yeah, we're like the Pirates bullpen. We're never together and healthy and at the height of our powers here.
No.
One of us always seems to be out.
So Paul was Colin Holderman, or were you Colin Holderman? And if so, who is Paul?
Paul is Santana, I think.
Yes, Dennis Santana. It started out very well, and now it's just sliding down.
How was your trip to Camp Limits? Let's get into that before we get back to Aiyuk. Did you meet some of the Pittsburgh media Steeler luminaries, Ray Fittipaldo, Brian Batko, people like that?
I did. I'd never had the chance to meet them in person before. So I got a chance to talk to Ray. Ray recognized my voice after I started coming over and saying something to him. It took Ray a while to realize who it was.
Was this down by the field?
Yeah, it was on the field. Batko knew, and I talked to a couple others. I saw Jeff. I hung out with Jeff for a bit.
Yeah.
My buddy Nick Faribaugh, not from Slippery Rock.
Not from Slippery Rock,
no.
Nick? How about Jerry Dulac? Did you dare approach him?
I did not.
Was he there?
I talked to Tim Benz and Mike Pursuta, but I don't know if they knew who I was. And I didn't feel like introducing myself 5 minutes into the conversation we were having.
Both very nice men. Yeah, you should get to know Benzie.
The first person that I talked to, though, was Brian Baldinger.
Ooh.
He was there, and I was like, oh, I'm going to go say hello, talk to him. He comes on the comes on the station a lot.
You should have interviewed him on site.
Baldy really likes Nate Herbig at center.
Does he?
Says he's a good player. He likes the way he plays. Because I was talking about Zach Frazier and getting Zach Frazier in there early, and he was singing the praises of Herbig.
And you found Baldy very welcoming.
Yes, very
with your
kind
questions.
man. I thought that he would potentially, after I said, hello, I'm from the Fan, thanks for coming on a couple of times, he'd be like, yeah, and then just walk away.
Yeah.
No, he started asking some questions. He was like, so what have you seen so far? And
How about Batco?
talking about Wilson and stuff like that. I talked to Brian for probably about 5 minutes.
Impressions? Doesn't sound like much.
He asked how you were doing, Joe. He was
Did he?
Is Joe back today from his long-ass hiatus that he's had?
That was nice of him. And Ray, I mean, you can't beat that, right?
Yeah,
Any
Ray's
players? Did you get on the player scrums?
No, because I had to go up to PAC Media Day, which was the main purpose that I was there.
Oh.
But we were able to go to practice beforehand. So I had to start conducting interviews. And
Any other impressions of Steelers from camp? Things you saw, things you witnessed, any inside stories, inside scoop?
Justin Fields was very good.
Yeah.
Russell Wilson also was pretty good. I think Fields probably had the better day of the two quarterbacks. And you can just tell the athleticism shined. A couple of the backup running backs performed well. Corey Trice did not play as well as I thought he was going to in the secondary. But Landon Roberts with another huge physical hit on Jalen Warren. I mean, all the reporters have said it. And sometimes you have to see it to truly believe it. Not that I didn't believe what they were reporting. But it really is more than previous camps that I've been to. And I've been to camp probably, 4 of the last 5 years or so. It is very, very physical out there, this camp, Joe. Like, everything that is being reported about the physicality, it's been heightened, and it's on full display.
Well, I'm glad that you went there. And it sounds like you made an impression. People recognize. Did they call you city limits?
Brian did.
Yeah.
Batco. That was all.
Yeah.
And I saw.
What about Benzie? Oh, you said Benzie didn't.
I don't
who you
know
were.
if he recognized me or not. I don't know if he knew who I was.
What did you say to him?
We just started talking about baseball and other things that we saw in practice.
Just two men who didn't know each other strike up a conversation?
Well, I was talking to Jeff, and Jeff was also talking to Pursuta and Benz.
Should Jeff have maybe introduced you?
I was thinking that was
remiss
possible
on his part.
I was
well,
thinking
he wouldn't
it was
know
possible.
though. Maybe he thinks that you had met Benzie.
Correct, because the way that I was talking, it was if I had known them.
Yes, I'm trying to avoid the Pirate game as well. What a disaster that was.
I think I fell asleep during the 9th inning. It was just a snoozer of a game.
What an epic disaster.
What a disaster with draining the field.
Well, starting
the game,
with that.
the field, all of it was a complete disaster. And how about I saw Shelty at camp?
What? Did you say hi to him?
I did not. Him and Charrington walked right past me. I turned my head, saw them, and they were already in like an area the media can't go by the time that.
Did you hear things got a little testy with Shelty and I yesterday?
I listened to it. I listened back yesterday to the interview.
Why don't we listen back to the beginning at some point? We can analyze
We
it.
can do that.
It just felt very symbolic last night. The Pirates looked helpless, both against the floodwaters on the warning track, and against the Padres bullpen, which is very good. But you figure they're getting a break here when their starter leaves on a raft after an inning.
A starter that's thrown a no-hitter this year.
Yeah, that's never and doesn't come back, and they just look so helpless. They really did, and it was so silent and so bleak. And now they're, 4 games back with another team in front of them. And the Padres and the Diamondbacks don't lose anymore, and they both are better. And the Braves are obviously better than the Pirates, even with their injuries. And now you got to worry about the Cardinals and the Mets. And I don't know, man. Last night went to bed and woke up feeling like the mission here feels more impossible than it has at any point in recent memory, like for the past several weeks. How about you?
Yeah, I've gotten to the point where even though it is only 4 games, I think the wild card race at this point might be insurmountable. And I think that there's a better chance that they can win the division than there is get into the wild card. That's how well San Diego, Arizona, the Mets are playing right now. Same thing with Atlanta. Milwaukee's okay. You also have games against them at the very end of the year. And I know you're 7 back compared to 4 in the wild card race, but the way that it's trending, the Pirates are going down and everyone else is a huge, steep climb up.
There's teams behind them that I still feel like could easily catch them and pass them. They're as closer than the Pirates are to the wild card. When you talk Reds, Giants.
Yeah, San Francisco's coming up close.
I don't know. Maybe it's just a reaction to one game, but it's really the gut-wrenching losses of late and then just a non-compete last night. It felt, like I said, it felt symbolic, too, with the floodwaters in the outfield.
They've lost.
Did you see the two? There was basically a lake on the warning track, and they had two guys with a broom. And I thought to myself, isn't there a machine that sucks up water over there?
Yes, they have like one of those pumps that sucks up the water, and there's a bunch of drains there, and all the drains were supposedly flooded and clogged by, I think, dirt.
Maybe
because of how rapid the rain was.
I know. It was very similar to the Muddy Night football game. Remember that game against the Dolphins, 3-0? They called it the Muddy Night football game.
When the ball just stuck into the grass and did not move?
Yes, the one
on the punt. Yeah,
stuck in the ground like a javelin. That was because of some sort of tarp malfunction or something, as was this. I don't know a lot about machinery and trucks and water emergencies, but it felt to me like there should be some sort of contraption on a truck that could suck up the water in a few seconds, let alone 2 hours and 40 minutes. But when I first looked out there, at least on TV, I was watching the game on TV, there was two guys each with a broom.
Oh, yeah.
And that definitely didn't look like it could take 2 hours. It looked like it could take 2 years for those guys to get done. And then they brought out the mini tractor with the contraption on it, which seemed to help matters. I just never dreamed that water on the warning track could be that much of an issue.
They reset a expected start time of 8:15.
I know.
They didn't play until
Cease came out to the mound.
And they didn't play again until like 9:40.
Till they gave him a cease and desist. Do you like that horse?
Well, I do like that one horse.
What? And then 8:30, yes.
It's going to be absolutely incrinculant, Folsey.
That was just the Pirates' playoff chances trying to stay afloat in that dirt in the outfield warning track. And the funny part about it is Isaiah Kiner-Falefa was the next batter, immediately hits one to the warning track.
That was great. That was fantastic. But the other thing was, even if there's a swimming pool out there, can we play some baseball? It's not like the whole game is in water. We're not going to be immersed in water here. Let's play ball. What are we doing? Limits? What's happening in there? Is there an emergency? Why has he walked in? Why is that guy here? What happened?
Vic is going to fix the video monitor that we have in here today. There was a malfunction over the weekend.
Video malfunction.
It malfunctioned like the outfield warning track drains.
They should have put Vic out on the warning track last night. Why couldn't they play with a wet warning track? I mean, come on.
Well, risk of player injuries and all that.
Get out of here with the risk of player injury.
I think the warning track was still wet when they played.
Why didn't they hand every player a broom or call down 1,000 fans with 1,000 brooms?
Yeah, remember when Andrew McCutcheon and others helped with the tarp monster and that guy got swallowed up by the tarp? They made it a T-shirt that one year. Remember that?
The sight of two men trying to drain a lake last night, it was very metaphorical, if that's a word. Metaphoric.
Dunlap had a funny tweet last night. There were a bunch of people with the grounds crew that were standing on the stairs, and there was two guys just in the warning track that were just standing there. And he was like, this is what happens on a PennDOT construction site when two guys are working and everybody else is just watching.
That's what I didn't
make sense.
It was two guys.
All the players and Shelton was out there. Shelton and the Padres team, the whole Padres team was just hanging out in the outfield.
I know.
For like a half an hour. And Greg Brown is trying to narrate what's going on as it's basically just people standing around waiting for New York who's not there to make a call on if they should play.
Bob Walk was all over that. They're like, all right, we have an 8:15 start time. And, there's two guys standing in a lake and everybody else standing around in the outfield. And Walkie's like, I don't think they're starting in 5 minutes here. And then Cease comes out to the mound. Like, what was he looking at? Did he not see everybody in the outfield and that one of his outfielders compared? Did you see the guy pretend dive into the warning track?
Yeah, it was like the Allegheny River had made its way to the warning track out and left.
Had a diving like, what was he doing? I'm just going to go out and warm up. They said 8:15, and Kiner-Falefa was in the batter's box. Like, I realize they said 8:15, guys, but look that way.
Yeah, we might have found our new Olympic diver if anybody would have gave a chance for it. Yeah, it's just I don't know, man. Like, how does that happen where the drains get that backed up? And I know it's Mother Nature. You can't really control it.
I
But
don't
the fact
blame anyone for that. That's a malfunction.
they made the decision to have a start time at 8:15 knowing that there was a significant problem. Like, why just give everybody false hope for that? And when they did that, the Pirates are now giving everybody, I think, like complimentary tickets
And good
to
for
another
them.
game.
That's
They
the
should.
right thing to do. Brian Warecki got unbelievable TV time last night.
Yeah. He was a weird situation.
He was the biggest star of the night. Every time I looked on the field, there was Warecki.
Yeah, Ryan Borucki, who hasn't played
Ryan Borucki and Brian Warecki. Yes.
And now, it was good on the Pirates to do that. You're not talking about Ryan Borucki. I saw a lot of Ryan Borucki out there.
No, I'm talking about Brian Warecki, the PR man.
Easy to be confusable.
You thought that whole time I was talking about Ryan Borucki?
Yeah, because the TV showed Ryan Borucki on the field. Yes.
What's he doing here?
I don't know. Pitches? He's hurt. He's still rehabbing. He's still trying to get back. He was out there.
They should have put either one of those guys in their lineup last night. I wrote this morning.
They should have put Colin Holderman in there to mop up some of the water. That might be his new role.
They would have wound up with one of the biggest floods in Pittsburgh history if they did that.
You like that one, Horse?
It's going to be absolutely incrinculant, Folsey.
What was I just going to say about?
It was a joke.
And then they get to it was. They get to the game, and they drop three pop-ups in a row. First of all, Rowdy you can sort of forgive, but that ball's got to be caught.
Right, it should.
Every first baseman in baseball makes the play. Rowdy's actually a good fielder, but you got to make that play. I think he was fooled by the speed of it. Okay, then the next one, Triola.
And Kiner Falefa.
But it was more Triola.
It was more Triola.
The ball was right at him, pretty much. You or I make that catch, I think. What happened?
IT makes that catch. Paul makes that catch.
Maybe. This is on consecutive at-bats. And then the third straight at-bat, there's a ball hit to Bay, and I don't think he needed to dive for it. But he did, and he drops it. I think almost every center fielder in baseball makes that catch, and I know he's fast.
Well, I don't know, because his closing speed is a lot better than anybody else in center.
In Major League Baseball?
Yeah, he's got some of the best speed in all of baseball.
Yeah, that doesn't mean I would have to see the jump he got on the ball, and, going after a ball I think is different than speed on the bases.
Think that when he dove, he immediately thought that he had to get up and throw the ball home, and that completely threw off his rhythm.
Anyway,
it was a bad play.
There was three horrendous plays in a row. And the game just fell apart from that point on. But my point was with all that, is I wrote today, is it okay to blame the players once in a while with this franchise? We all get it with Nutting. We get it. That's understood. We get that Shelty butchered the game on Sunday. Understood. And we get that Ben Cherington still has a roster where it feels like every single time there's an important at-bat, Jared Triolo's coming to the plate. Or Connor Joe. I've got some unbelievable numbers on these people. And yet, when those three fly balls happen, or one was a line draw, whatever you want to call those, three makeable plays in a row butchered, I had people on Twitter blaming Nutting and Shelton for that. What, you want Nutting to play second base now? You want Shelty in center field running in for balls? Can we ever blame anything on the players around here? Limits? Is that okay?
I think we've gotten so far away from that we have to come back to it.
It's like a disease around here. Ke'Bryan Hayes is Exhibit A. What has happened with Ke'Bryan Hayes? What is going on? I was on ESPN.com on his player page today, and I swear to you, I had to keep reading it. I had to keep reading it to make sure it was accurate. No, they must have missed one. This dude has one extra base hit since June 29th. Did you hear that?
Say it again for dramatic effect.
You say it.
Ke'Bryan Hayes has one extra base hit since June 29th. One
extra base hit since June 29th. He has, listen to this carefully, 4 extra base hits since May 5th. What? 4 extra base hits since May 5th for a $70 million third baseman. What happened? Is it all the back? In his final, listen to this. They're not going to get bogged down in stats, but please indulge me. In his final 287 at-bats last year, and that was across June, August, and September. He missed July. In his final 287 at-bats, Hayes had 13 homers and 33 extra base hits. He was killing the ball for a long period of time. In about 50 more at-bats this season, he has 3 home runs and 12 extra base hits. What would the Pirates be if Ke'Bryan Hayes was just decent this year? Is it okay that I blame him and veer off from Nutting, Charrington, and Shelton for a moment? Am I allowed to do that? How about Holderman? I get that the scenario the other day was ridiculous. He shouldn't have been facing Peterson. But less than a month ago, we were arguing this guy's all-star credentials. He's fallen apart. 3 of the last 4 losses have been soul-crushing, and he got the loss in each of those. Doesn't mean he's singly to blame. Of course not. You're allowed to have he was untouchable for a couple months. You're allowed to have a bad appearance or 2, but 3 in a row at this point in the season, and he's now been bad, sort of, pretty much for a month and a half. He's killing them. Am I allowed to blame him? Bednar started the season with 3 blown saves in his first 4 opportunities. That's as many as he blew all of last season. You can't undo that. You don't get to undo that. That killed them early. Of course he gets to, have a bad night every once in a while. Of course. And he's been pretty good since then, although the ERA is still above 5. He doesn't look right. I don't think he's blown a save officially since then. But the bullpen's been awfully disappointing. And I'm sorry, I don't necessarily blame Charrington or Shelty on the usage. Sometimes, yes. But overall, Shelton's the problem with the bullpen? No, the bullpen's the problem with the bullpen. Chapman had an unbelievably miserable stretch. I can blame the players. Connor, Joe, and Triolo, what are we doing? Somebody might say, well, what do you expect from Connor, Joe, and Triolo? Something, anything, something. Listen to this. You think Ke'Bryan Hayes is cold on the extra base hit front. Connor Joe has 3 extra base hits since June 29th. Can you repeat what I just said, City Limits?
Connor Joe has 3 extra base hits since June 29th.
What does it feel like to say that?
Depressing.
Yes, it does.
Disappointing. Underwhelming, it feels.
Unbelievable in every sense of the word. He's been hitting like a pitcher for 3 months, and nobody ever talks about it. Nobody talks about it. He just keeps coming up to the plate. He keeps batting in the middle of the order. What do we just remember what he did in April? And that gives him I don't know what the word is because I forget. It's almost like totally unnoticed, like he's a ghost every single who's that guy? Oh, that's Connor Joe. Oh, he bats 3rd tonight? Yeah. How's he been doing? Oh, he has 3 extra base hits since June 29th and has been hitting like a pitcher for 3 months, but nobody notices or talks about it. And it's certainly not on him. It's got to be on somebody else. And then Triolo, I don't even know what to say anymore about that. In April, he hit 200. In May, he hit 187. In June, he hit 196. In July, he hit 229. And in August, he's hitting 0. Brian De La Cruz. Can I criticize him, or do you want to criticize Bob Nutting first? Or Shelty? This is obviously Shelty's fault. Have you been watching his at-bats? Oh, my God. He's a one-tool player as it is, and that tool is power. Believe it or not, it's not missing baseballs by half a foot on every swing. I mean, this looks disastrous. He's 1 for 18 in August, and he just looks completely overmatched. It's unbelievable to watch. What do you make of him so far?
We've gotten to the point where there are 5 to 6 guys on this roster that if you are a good competitive baseball team, I don't feel like should be on a good playoff roster. And I mean, you mentioned those.
De La Cruz doesn't fall under that.
De La Cruz is not on that. No. He does not fall under that category.
But I did mention Connor, Joe, and Triolo.
Connor, Joe, and Triolo. I mean, Triolo especially. Alika Williams, I know he's down right now, but he's another guy that falls into that category. Brian De La Cruz has been a huge disappointment. I mean, look at Jazz Chisholm. He came in and jolted the Yankees. 2 home runs. He's got an OPS of over 1,000 and a 300 average since being traded there a week ago.
It feels like you watch him and you're like, has this guy ever gotten a hit?
I wonder if De La Cruz has ever seen a curveball or a slider every time he goes up there. He always chases the ball down low.
Oh, it's maddening. But we won't blame him. Let's blame Nutting first, foremost, and only. Never the players. Never the players. All right. Let's get back to Aiyuk Watch, shall we? And let's talk Justin Fields.
We can also play your interaction with Shelty as well, the odd exchange. We have that.
The odd exchange as it goes down in history. I want to get into some Justin Fields next is what I want to do. There's not much more to say about Aiyuk. We're going to be on watch here all day. Every development we'll hear. We're efforting some guests on that front. There may be a huge story here with Justin Fields, and we need to talk about it. Mike Tomlin was with Kay Adams doing an interview the other day that I thought was a great interview. And she asked him, is there a certain message, one message that you're pounding into Justin Fields' head? He said yes. We'll play for you next, his answer. And then juxtapose it with Fields ripping Bears coaches last season. Let's do that next. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Our Steeler Camp reaction brought to you by Bet365 Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, providing trusted plumbing and HVAC service for over 50 years. The Noah Constrictor joins us at 11. Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette. He was at the Floodgate last night. Want to get his impressions of that. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm. They always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. Joe Potocznik is quite a man, and he has quite a company. He's now been named MVP. I've lost track how many times this guy's been named MVP. It's unbelievable. And I'm talking not just for the work he does in roofing and siding, but also the work he does with veterans groups, the work he does off the field, so to speak. Trifecta, top performer, MVP in the Northeast, back-to-back years for service excellence, product excellence, marketing leadership, and customer service. All of that. Yeah, and they do great work on roofs and siding, too. They've come out to my house a number of different times and did exactly what they said they would do. I didn't worry about the problem anymore. $500 off right now, any roofing or siding installation. Give them a call, JP Roofing and Siding, 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates lost 6-0 to the San Diego Padres. The Buccos have lost 4 out of their last 5 games. And the Pirates' second game of a 3-game series against the San Diego Padres is today. 6:40 first pitch from PNC Park. It's Marco Gonzalez to the mound for the Pirates. Michael King will start for San Diego. Marco Gonzalez has not pitched since July 27th at Arizona, where he pitched 2 1/3 innings and allowed 4 runs. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan trading camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia, Guardian Caps, and Armstrong Business Solutions. Russell Wilson. Name sound familiar? The 9-time Pro Bowl quarterback is no stranger to the NFL. He entered his 13th season in the league. Wilson won a Super Bowl with the Seahawks in his second year as a starter, beginning a decade of success in Seattle. Wilson was traded to the Broncos in 2022 and had a couple of down seasons in Denver. But the Steelers signed Wilson this past offseason, hoping the NFL vet can return to his former self.
Honey, I found the perfect place for my parents and us.
Where?
St. Barnabas. For us, the Woodlands Carriage Home Community. And for my parents, condominium-style living at the Village. My folks will love the Village. There's an indoor mall with shops, restaurants, and more. And we can relax, knowing they're safe and secure.
That's what I plan to do when we move to St. Barnabas. Relax.
Call 724-444-5568 or visit stbarnabascommunities.com.
Crowley here. Most of us don't think much about our water heater until you turn the shower on and bang, cold water hits your back. That's why you should call Sullivan Super Service today for a water heater flush. Your water heater needs regular maintenance, and when you call Sullivan Super Service this week only, they'll flush your water heater for just $39. That's their lowest price ever on a water heater flush, only $39. You got to mention that you heard this ad to get the deal. Call Sullivan Super Service today or schedule online at sullivansuperservice.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Hey, fantasy football fans, do you want to be the owner who was doing a cram session the night before the draft? I didn't think so. You need to start your prep now. This is Faraz from Upper Hand Fantasy. Zach and I are here to get you ready for your fantasy football drafts with insights and advice. From sleepers to busts, we've got you covered and give it the upper hand on your friends. Today is the day to start getting ready for the draft, so join us and stay ahead of the competition. Follow and listen to Upper Hand Fantasy on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
As school messes return, rest easy. Clorox has got your back to school.
Oh, no. I'm back. That messy science experiment. And I brought baking soda, cornstarch.
And you're due tomorrow, right? Well, at least I stocked up on Clorox disinfecting wipes. Because you're not messing up my kitchen counters like last time.
Ooh, smart. Got any food coloring?
And off to the store we go.
Stock up on Clorox disinfecting wipes that clean 3 times better than wet paper towels on kitchen grease and soap scum. Use as directed.
For eligible individuals, 18 and older only. Results vary. See website for details and important safety information.
How are your hearing aids sounding now?
A little tinny.
Okay, 2 seconds.
With Jabra Enhanced Select's premium package, better hearing doesn't happen in a doctor's office. It happens at home, all done remotely from initial testing to adjustments.
How are they sounding now?
Fantastic. So much better. You get the same advanced hearing aid technology and professional support you expect from a clinic at a fraction of the cost. And if you have any issues, we'll make adjustments 7 days a week, no charge. Oh, you people are wonderful. Our premium package includes hearing aids, 3 years of follow-up care, plus a 3-year warranty with loss and damage coverage, and a 100-day money-back guarantee. I hear better than I ever thought possible. Save $300 on Enhanced Select 500 hearing aids automatically at checkout. Just go to jabraenhance.com/try. That's JABRA enhance.com/try. JabraEnhance.com/try.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
DQ presents... Picture this. Picture the DQ $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Not just a cheeseburger, a bacon cheeseburger, plus fries, drink, and a sundae. All full-sized, all for $7. Because everything's better with bacon. Everything's also better with a side of fries, a refreshing drink, and a sundae to finish. Yum. The $7 bacon cheeseburger meal deal. Now for a limited time on the $7 meal deal lineup. DQ, happy tastes good.
Protect your home from water damage and eliminate water woes with Gutter Helmet. GutterHelmet.com.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Hard Knocks is back, premiering on Tuesday night, and with that comes the annual overhyping of the team that is featured in the program. But the Chicago Bears might be the one to finally live up to the hype. Much of the show is centered around number 1 pick Caleb Williams. But if the Bears are going to surprise this year, it's going to be because of the team they built around Caleb Williams as much as it will be the quarterback. I'm Bart Winkler.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at weatherguard.com.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Hey, lots of people are talking about Window Nation. Kate from Pittsburgh, she says, couldn't be happier. New window replacement windows from Window Nation. She's doing great. Well, she's just one of over 33,000 5-star reviews. 33,000. That's because Window Nation is all about value. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. Right now, buy 2 windows, get 2 for free. There's no limit at all. Plus, you can save big. No interest payments for 24 months. That is 2 full years. Listen, Window Nation's local reps and installers, they live here too. So they know how to protect your home against Pittsburgh's weather. Stop paying more than you have to. Hurry, this sale ends August 31st. So you got to schedule a fast in-home estimate right now. Number's easy, 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION. Give them a call right now or visit the website, windownation.com.
No one likes a bully.
That's why it's important to step up, stand up, and speak up against them. I'm Larry Kelly.
I'm Joe George.
Western Pennsylvania guys, injury attorneys from LGKG. We don't get pushed around.
As our client, you won't either.
Visit LGKG.com. LGKG, your home team.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Tired of settling for beers filled with artificial preservatives and unnecessary sugars? It's time to make a change and upgrade to Stoney's beer. Stoney's is pure with delicious taste. Enjoy Stoney's beer and ice-cold drafts at Dino's in Latrobe. Dino's was also voted Best Wings in PA. Visit Black and Gold Training Camp and stop at Dino's Sports Lounge in Latrobe for ice-cold Stoney's beer. Come see the Fan live broadcast at Dino's in Latrobe August 12th from 6 to 10 p.m.
Hi, I'm Angie Hicks, co-founder of Angie, and one thing I've learned is that you buy a house, but you make it a home. Because with every fix, update, and renovation, it becomes a little more your own. So you need all your jobs done well. For nearly 30 years, Angie has helped millions of homeowners hire skilled pros for the projects that matter. From plumbing to electrical, roof repair to deck upgrades. So leave it to the pros who will get your jobs done well. Hire high-quality certified pros at Angie.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
I just figured out how to finger pick this song. I'll be performing it in a coffee shop soon. Will you come and watch, Limits?
I will. Joe, what if I had like a big media event, end of summer blowout party at my pool and on my back deck?
That would be great.
I've thought about that.
Could I play there?
Yeah.
You hook me up?
I would, yes. I know a guy. I think I'd be able to hook you up with the organizer of my house.
We will have a wiffle ball tournament.
We could do that.
We'll swim in your pool.
We have to find a date, but I would like to potentially do this, yes.
My birthday, August 26th. Why wouldn't Ron ever reveal? Ron never revealed his birthday to anybody. Did you know that?
Yeah, I don't know why that would be. I mean, what is the negative of telling somebody your birthday? Like, you can tell them the day of your birthday, like the day of your birth. I understand if he doesn't want to say the year, to say, how old you are, but why not, like, Ron, your birthday is May 5th. Happy birthday.
Right. It's the only one. There's a video board back here that has every employee's birthday pops up so we can all see it and wish them happy birthday. Ron's never did. Something struck me as borderline tragic about that.
Maybe Ron was born on a leap year, and he didn't want anyone to know about it. He was born on February 29th.
I'll tell you this much, though. He was born on
February 29th. He didn't think he had a birthday. He couldn't claim a birthday.
Oh, what if Ron didn't even have a birthday? No, he had to have had one. I know
yes,
for a
considering
fact he does.
that he was born.
You're
he
a
was
pathetic
born.
person, you know that?
I'll never forget his last show. And when he, and it's the only time I've ever seen it for any employee in this building since the station started some 14, 15 years ago, is people lined up in the hallway and clapped for Ron as he left and walked down those stairs. I get goosebumps as I say it.
It was a memorable day. It really was. Ron was very emotional that day. Very emotional.
That whole week. I still can't believe how that went down at the end. Can we play that later today? The Joe Namath call?
Yeah, I can find it. I know I have it in here somewhere.
The fact that it all came together. I have to give Pony credit for helping spur me in that direction after the showdown that Sunday night over at KDKA, mentioning, you got to get these people. And I was like, yeah, you're right. You're right. I have to get a bunch of people. And then Bob Pompiani came through with some of the big name, Ben Bettis. Yeah. Tons of people did. Tons of people had their hand in that. But Limits, I can't tell you how many people to this day mention that they were moved by that whole week, and I think the final day in particular. It's unbelievable. More than any singular segment or interview or anything else in my time at the station anyway that involves me, nothing approaches Ron's send-off as something that stirs people to mention it when I see him in public.
I still think about it a lot because the final segment, we're playing Sinatra. It's so emotional for Ron. And we're supposed to get Joe Green and Joe Namath as the big blowout. Bang, it's over. Joe Green literally was getting off the plane in Vegas for the Super Bowl.
He was at baggage claim.
And he was trying to connect with us. Like, I kept calling him and calling him and calling him and was getting nothing. And it looked like I could see the disappointment on your face. I was disappointed because Joe Namath would not answer the phone calls that we kept calling him.
Joe Namath was the big one because he's Ron's hero. And people have mentioned to me, did you script that? Did you script that final call from Joe Namath? Because I was in a panic on the air.
Yeah. You told Ron we were supposed to have him.
I never would have. We can't. And then at the last second he called in like, did you script that? God, no.
No. No, we did not.
The truth of the matter is that I don't remember where his number actually came from, but I finally got a hold of him. I was at Vittmeyer's driving range the night before, and I got a call back, pick up the phone, it's Joe Namath. And the last thing he said to me was, my memory's still good, but just in case, remind me tomorrow at 1:30. He was supposed to come on at 1:45. And that ending there caused me great concern.
Yes.
Because I'm like, all right, it's taken this much to get a hold of him. Are we going to be able to get a hold of him to give him the reminder to come on the show?
I sent him a reminder text. I was like, hi, Joe. We're really excited to have you on with Ron at this time. And I called him specifically at that time. And then when I never got a text back, I called him about 20 minutes before he was supposed to come on. no answer. Called another time, no answer. And then started calling at the time we were supposed to have him on and got nothing. I eventually left a message and gave the callback number.
Right.
He did not call that number. He called the regular phone call-in number, the 412-928-9370
How did he
number.
get that? You said you got a call from some relative of his saying, I'll get him? Or?
Yes, saying that you should have Joe Namath on the show. And I was like, yeah, we're already, we have that in the works. And he was like, he was somehow related to him. I can't remember how. And he said, all right, like I'll remind him. And then whenever you said we were trying to get Joe Namath on, he texted in.
The guy. Yeah.
And said, I will reach out to Namath.
The fact, why did you think to pick up? People don't realize what a miracle this was.
Yes.
That he called in on the regular fan line instead of the guest line. What made you pick up the fan line when we were winding down the show like that?
And so many people were calling in on those lines that wanted to try to talk to Ron and give their thanks for him.
Why did you pick up?
I called the number so many times that as soon as it popped up, I recognized it right away. And I went, oh, bleep.
That's a
He's
gigantic.
actually calling.
I never knew this whole story till now because it ended in such a rush of emotion and everything that we never really hashed this out. That was an incredible under pressure move by you.
It was huge. Yeah, it was big time. I mean, that is because I was still part-time at that time doing the show and did no idea what was going to happen. I think that show was
Normally somebody
big.
would have said thank you in that situation, but go ahead.
Oh, I did. I thanked
to me for saying that was an incredible thing, and you said yes, it was.
Thank you very much, Joe. It was
great.
I mean,
it was.
We've talked about this before. It was.
I know. But not in this
huge.
Not in this great a detail we have.
It was huge to be able to just see it pop up, and it was just kind of on instinct to look because I just had my eyes glued to the call screener.
Happened?
So I immediately picked it up and was like, Joe, how are you? Let's put you on and get you on with Ron. And then
So you knew you just said Joe like that, or did you say, is this Joe Namath?
Pretty much, yes. Because I recognized the number. I said, 93.7 The Fan, Joe, are you there? And he was like, yeah, I'm here.
What a miracle that was.
Talked to him for probably 30 seconds to a minute, just how cool it was to talk to him because you were still in mid-conversation with Ron. And then somehow, some way, I found a perfect time to just butt in when you said, Ron, we tried to get Joe Namath, but no, we won't. And then I said, you know what? Yes, we will, Joe. Here he is. Put him on, and Ron started just being overcome with emotion.
Do you have that call right now? I feel like we're going to lose the moment if we try to explain all this later in the show. You know what I mean?
Right.
We have the Noah Constrictor.
You're gonna have to give me just a second here, Joe.
I can indulge
That's right. It's another Paul Pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our live radio show.
Oh my God! There were so many opportunities for that yesterday, and Sean Myers didn't have the drop.
Did he not know about the Paul Pause?
It was very sad. 50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills. South Hills Chrysler, Jeep, Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. Wait a second, is this Wednesday? What day is this?
Wednesday.
Where's the General?
The General's on hold.
Why didn't you tell me? No, he's not. He's at hold. He is?
Yes.
Why didn't you tell me?
I don't know. You always just know that the General's on hold.
Never assume that I know anything. I'm all over the place.
I'm sorry for assuming that I thought you knew.
I'm sorry for saying that you should have known that I thought I knew.
That's okay.
What the hell I'm talking about.
I know.
Fan weather is brought to you by Sun Chevy. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet. Up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 82 today with cloudy skies. Do you have the Namath call?
I do.
Let's bring on the General because Ron and him had a nice relationship, albeit a brief one. General, how are you?
Gentlemen, good morning. It is a miracle you got a hold of Namath.
It really is. I mean, I can't believe that city limits on a day like that. I was nervous. I can't imagine how limits felt. That was like getting put into a Super Bowl in the final minute, and this guy kicked the winning field goal. Our little 140-pound friend.
I have it whenever you're ready.
I'll throw to it when appropriate. We're having a passive-aggressive fest now.
No, I was just making sure that you knew because I had to download it, make sure it was ready.
I know. Thank you, City Limits.
Thank you, Joe. And thank you, Jeff.
And thank you for saying that. Thank you to Jeff and to me. How are you, General?
Fantastic. Appreciate you having me on.
I'm glad that you're on for this moment. After all the lead up, this is what happened when we finally, and the show, it was really past time. Not that ever stops me, but it was past time. We had to go. It was time to say goodbye to Ron. Tears are beginning to flow all around Western Pennsylvania, including standing right across from me, Ron Cook, when, to make for the perfect ending to his career, his childhood hero actually called the show.
And I said, I want to finish this with Namath. And
guess what, Joe?
No. And we're going to finish.
We are.
We're going to finish it with Joe Namath. Broadway Joe, from beginning to end. Joe, how are you? Talk to Ron Cook.
Hey, Ron, it's Beaver Valley Ron and Joe. Beaver Falls.
Yes, sir, Joe. I'm a Beaver Falls boy and proud of it, just like you.
Well, thanks for having me on, you guys.
I appreciate you calling, man. We were just talking about how it's always a thrill to talk to you.
Well, I wish more people felt that way.
I think they all feel that way, Joe. You know, how's your health? How are you doing? You okay?
Yes. It's not a perfect world, but the family's healthy. You know, the grandchildren. My brother Frank moved on a couple of weeks ago. We'll be meeting up in not too distant future. But, I'm doing well enough. Thank you.
Well,
and we had a chance to continue that chat for a couple minutes. What a moment, really. It really was just perfect. Anyway, General, I'm glad you were here to hear that. And let's get to the card of the week. What's your guess, Limits?
I'm going to say Patrick Queen.
I like that guess a lot. I'm going to say Sidney Crosby on his birthday.
Happy birthday, Sid. Will the contract come today?
What do you got, General?
Nice. All good guesses. We're going outside of Pittsburgh this week, though. Anybody paying attention to Aaron Judge? 322, 41, and 103. And I don't know how you do that in obscurity in New York City, but now I feel like we need to add a Sidney Crosby card and a Joe Namath card to the bounty this week.
I like that a lot.
So we're going to make it a 3-for-1. I have a 2013 Bowman Aaron Judge. He was a mountain of a man then, not even close to what he is now, but 11 years ago we have his rookie card for the listeners, and also we'll add a Sid card and a Namath.
This has become downright incrinculant. Sidney Crosby with Aaron Judge and Joe Namath. What a trio.
How about one extra Ron story? I must have had 500 people come in the week after he left to tell me how much they're going to miss him.
Wow.
So it was impactful, cleared out the baseball card castle.
Why didn't we make a commemorative card for Ron?
We should do that.
A Ron card.
Well, there was a Ron Cook pitcher for the Houston Astros, and the General gave Ron that card, right, General?
Yeah, he had a 1971 and a 1972.
And you are right across from Ron's favorite restaurant, correct?
Exactly right.
Which I think he still goes to, by the way. I think he
loved Domenico's.
Domenico's. He secretly flies in and goes there. I'm convinced of it. General, thank you, sir.
Have a good week. See you guys.
See you, buddy. That is quite a trio of cards of the week there. Listen to this show every Wednesday to hear about Starkey's Card of the Week from the Baseball Card Castle in Cranberry. Contests run every Wednesday through Friday at noon at the 937thefan.com contesting page. Up next, Noah Hiles, the Noah Constrictor, talking about events last night at PNC Park. And we continue to be on Aiyuk watch here, which is where we let off the show. Are they back at the goal line, to borrow Pony's parlance? And when will they call a better play this time? Can we get Arthur Smith to call the play this time? We'll give you updates and hopefully hopefully they'll get it done as the show moves along here.
Joe, can I play you one final clip of Ron as we lead into the break?
I would love it.
The universe. It was the creation of the universe. I'm out here. It's a void. Let me tell you, folks, we've got nothingness. Just a void. Oh, wait a minute. It appears that something large has exploded. Where once there was nothing, now there is form.
All right, question 2.
I'd like to thank my good friends at Domenico's for sponsoring this Big Bang.
May I introduce you to tonight's dessert special, tiramisu. We're also having a wine special, Chardonnay. She'll be appearing at Crickets after the show.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Pirates-Padres, 6:40 first pitch. Pirates lost the first game of the series yesterday, 6-0. Marco Gonzalez will start for the Pirates. North Shore Tavern leadoff show starts at 5:45. Our coverage is presented by Pella Windows. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I mean, definitely, like I said the other day, the competition is rising, and it's, steady every day.
Our black and gold are in full-on camp mode. When it comes to training camp, nobody's got you covered like us.
Just belief in each other, belief in what we got. I'm just trying to take it one day at a time and just keep working on the playbook.
Presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps.
Right now, let's go!
Get in here for our exclusive camp coverage. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey Sports Station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Step into paradise at Rocky Gap Casino, Resort, and Golf. Home to Maryland's best casino, experience premier excitement on all your favorite video and table games. Nestled in Allegheny County, relax in the luxurious comfort of an award-winning resort at Rocky Gap Resort Casino. Book your stay or learn more at RockyGapResort.com.
Maryland law requires an individual to be 21 years of age or older in order to enter the gaming floor or play video lottery terminals. Please play responsibly. For help, visit mdgamblinghelp.org or call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
La 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 la.
Oops. Ever had your singing lessons cut short by icy water?
Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Say goodbye to those cold notes with Navien tankless water heaters. With Navien, you'll hit all the right notes without the surprise chill. So keep singing and let Navien keep the hot water flowing. And get ready for the encore when you get your utility bill.
La, 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 la.
Navien tankless water heaters. Visit tanklessmadesimple.com.
After you use Bounce Dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Put a sheet on it. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Put a sheet on it. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you. Okay, Bounce Dryer sheets can't do it all. But for fresher, softer, better laundry, put a sheet on it with Bounce.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
People often ask us, what's the most important part of running a successful business?
And our answer is family.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
When you choose Metropolitan Window Company, you're not just a customer. We treat you like family. We take the time to understand your needs and help you find the perfect windows for you and your home. Like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Join our family of satisfied customers.
So stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at 412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Don't miss any of the big games, including Riverhound Soccer, the return of college and pro football, and, of course, Pirates baseball as they fight for a playoff spot. Mike's Beer Bar is Pittsburgh's premier destination for over 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those three putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year one. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. For over 3 decades, Cordell & Cordell has been on the front lines of family law. Divorce is more than just a legal process. It's a life-changing event that can impact your future, finances, and your relationship with your children. You've worked hard to build a life that you're proud of, and you deserve a legal partner who will work just as hard to protect it.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
In a world of slot reels and blackjack deals, comes the must-play event of the summer from DraftKings Casino. Don't miss out on the hype, featuring nonstop action all summer long and an all-star cast of games, including A-lister Loki's Luck. This summer blockbuster is one you won't want to miss. Plus, new players can get $100 instantly in casino credits with just a $1 wager. And all players get a blockbuster bonus every week. So sign up with code THEFAN and grab your popcorn. That's promo code THEFAN. It's showtime on DraftKings Casino. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-426-2537. Must be 21 or older. Physically present in Pennsylvania only. Eligibility and other restrictions apply. New customers only. $1 wager to earn $100 in non-withdrawable casino credits that expire in 168 hours. Terms at casino.draftkings.com/blockbuster.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your fan headlines. Steelers are still in on Brandon Aiyuk. The Steelers and 49ers re-engaged in conversations midday yesterday regarding Aiyuk. As of Monday night, the Niners and Steelers talks stalled, but there's been further conversations in an ever-fluid situation that still involves other teams as well. The New England Patriots reportedly are out of the mix, with the Cleveland Browns the other notable team that's in on Aiyuk. 6-0 defeat for the Pirates yesterday against San Diego. It'll be Marco Gonzalez pitching tonight. 6:40 first pitch. 5:45 our coverage begins, presented by Pella Windows. More 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Noah Hiles joins us next.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. It's Joe. And this is the Joe Starkey Show. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Limits, I just got a message from Tim Benz.
Okay.
Who says, please apologize to City Limits for me. I knew it was him at training camp yesterday, but I thought we'd already met last year when your show was up there. Apparently this is a mistake on my part, and now I feel bad about it. So, the ball's in your court. What happened here?
I'll have to reach out. I don't think I've met him before.
Okay.
He's a really nice guy.
Wonderful.
I've read his stuff before. Does a really good job. So it would be very nice to formally introduce myself to him.
Okay. We'll have to arrange that.
Definitely.
Coming up. Last night was a disaster all the way around for the Pirates. Floodwaters on the warning track, and that was the best part of the night because then the game started, or the game resumed, I should say. And it just went downhill from there. 3 straight plays. The ball is in a guy's glove or on the edge of the glove. People wanted to say these weren't drops. I mean, they all fall under the category of drops, even if not technically so, which means the ball was coming straight for a guy. He should have caught it and didn't. I'm going to call those drops. Let's bring on Noah Hiles, a.k.a. the Noah Constrictor from the Post-Gazette. Legendary figure in Pittsburgh sports right now. Noah, what the hell happened last night? What were you thinking up there? I was watching on TV when there was a lake on the warning track and precisely 2 men armed with brooms were charged with clearing it.
Yeah. I did not think they were going to play a Major League Baseball game yesterday. Just looking at the field, I remember when they said to all of us, we're going to resume this delay at 8:15 p.m., and I looked out in the outfield, and the entire warning track was water. I thought, well, how can that be? And then the Padres took the field, and I feel like they said probably something similar to what I said. And everyone went out there and looked around, and yeah, I mean, it was a problem. It was a problem. I didn't understand the way it was fixed either. Like you said, there were more often than not just 1 or 2 guys with a rake going to town while everyone else kind of stood and watched. Didn't understand that part of it. Didn't understand why this couldn't have been postponed, because this is the first game of a series. Today would have made sense to have a doubleheader.
But why would you postpone a game for water on the warning track?
Because it's not a safe playing surface.
No, it's not a safe play. It's as safe as anything else. Go tell hockey players it's not safe.
If you've got a slippery surface on the warning track, you're putting guys at risk. And also, I mean, this is an important baseball game.
They've played in snow before here.
Yeah, but
and rain and everything else.
Baseball, Joe. We're talking a pennant race. These guys got to be playing on a Major League Baseball quality field. And, I mean, that's something that rivals what I used to play outfield in back in Burgettstown, man. I mean, you can't be playing.
You're a Burgettstown guy, then you should be calling for these players to play. Limits, what do you make of this? What do you make of the Noah Constrictor saying the game should have been postponed?
I wouldn't have postponed the game, but I would have continued to just diligently work to get the water off of there. Because, I mean, You are talking about a little bit of a dangerous situation in the outfield. You
Well,
are
I'm not
talking
saying
about a problem.
they should have played while it was a lake, but I mean,
the Allegheny River was basically on the warning track.
The game was done by 11 o'clock, like the old games always used to be, right?
No, it wasn't.
11:30.
No, the game ended right around midnight.
All right, the game was done at midnight, just like the old games used. What?
The delay was longer than the actual baseball game. The delay was 2 hours and 40. The delay was 2 hours and 40 minutes. The actual baseball game was 2 hours and 37 minutes. We can talk about that too, because that was arguably worse than the delay.
The game itself?
Yes.
All right. What was the headline to you from that game last night? What was the main story? The actual ball game.
They're going into a game facing a pitcher that is coming off a no, maybe throwing the baseball better than anyone else in the sport right now, and they get a blessing. They chase him after 1 inning, and they sign a team up to have 8 innings of bullpen baseball against a lineup that, as bad as the bullpen's been, this lineup's been hitting the ball pretty well. They've scored 4 more runs in a long stretch of their recent games, and then just get shut down. That's a game where your offense has to show up, and it didn't. Where you have an advantage where the starting pitcher's chased, you get to dig deep into their bullpen, and you let their first reliever out of the pen go 3 1/3. You can't allow that to happen. Then you allow them to pitch their high leverage arms. They really only had 1 chance to score. I think that's the big story. And the other part of it is what you mentioned, Joe, where 3 plays in a row, I think at least 2 of those should have been caught. And Jake Woodford once again gets, kind of screwed over by bad defense.
Which one didn't you think should have been caught?
I thought Triolo's play was kind of hard. But I mean, if I were to go back and watch that one, I could probably be convinced otherwise. I thought Rowdy's play was just a mistiming on his part. Shelton even kind of said this after the game. He assumed that ball was hit harder than it actually was, and that kind of led to him having a mistimed jump. And the ball hit his glove. He just couldn't come down with it. Bay, I think if he got a better read on that ball, he probably doesn't have to dive. And that's a routine. If Michael A. Taylor probably makes that catch on his 2 feet. And so those are 2 plays that, I mean, they made a difference. In the end, all San Diego had to do was score 1 run because the Pirates got shut out.
The Triolo play, tell me about that, because it looked like a soft little pop liner hit almost right to him. He had to take a couple steps. It looked like he just, I don't know what happened. Did he think the shortstop was coming over? How could that ball drop?
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I think that there was just, it was a poor read maybe. I don't know. I just, from my vantage point in the press box, that looked to be the hardest ball to catch out of all of them, but I think all 3 of them probably should have been outs.
Noah Hiles from the Post-Gazette. Read his stuff at postgazette.com. Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. And Noah's on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Is that the top of Noah's head on the video monitor? What is that?
Well, the video monitor, at least back here, there has been a technical issue the last couple of days, and it is being corrected today.
Oh, no, that's a pit helmet. Okay, so he's not on. Yeah, not on video.
He is on. Do you see him on the screen there?
No, I see a pit helmet and an empty microphone, which makes me sad about Ron again. That's all I see. What do you see?
I see nothing. My screen is completely black. They're supposed to be fixing it, and it's supposed to be fixed at any moment now.
Do you think that you're on video right now, Noah?
No, I don't think I am because I mean I'm conducting this interview as if I were on video just in case, but no, yeah. I do not believe I am on video right now.
Don't start picking your nose or anything. You could come
I was
on here.
Eating cereal before the break, but
what kind?
I stopped doing that once this started.
What kind of cereal?
Honey Nut Cheerios.
You like those limits?
Yeah, I do. I think they're pretty good. Not as good as Fruit Loops.
Ask IT what his favorite cereal is.
Favorite cereal?
Favorite cereal?
Probably Cookie Crisp.
That's a good choice right there, Joe.
I didn't see that coming. Cookie Crisp. Honey Nut Cheerios are unbelievable even dry, aren't they, Noah?
Oh yeah, they're a great late night snack. I mean, when you're a little kid, they're always like in the mom's to go bag. You know, you can pick at them sitting in the pews at church or after a little league game or something. They're good stuff.
Have you had the apple and cinnamon Cheerios?
I don't know if I have.
Yeah, they're like
I'm very simple with my cereal.
Yeah.
I keep it very boring, I guess you could say.
Does IT have his Cookie Crisps with milk?
With milk?
Yeah.
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 Oh, yeah.
2 helpings usually at a time?
What's that?
2 helpings at a time usually?
I usually get a refill in.
Yeah. That makes sense, doesn't it, Limits?
Yeah, I think so. Sometimes you have to go back for more.
My all-time favorites are Captain Crunch, followed by Apple Jacks and Fruit Loops.
Apple Jacks are very good. Don't sleep on Golden Grams. Golden Grams, very good.
I have a song about Golden Grams.
Would you like to sing it?
Not really.
Good.
I sang it in the beginnings of the station.
Oh.
Oh, those golden grams, oh, those golden grams, crispy, crunchy cereal, frosted, shredded wheat. Oh, those golden grams, oh, those golden grams, crispy, crunchy cereal, mighty fun to eat.
That was much better than I expected it to be.
It was pretty good, wasn't it?
It's a big compliment to you.
Noah,
Yes.
thoughts?
It was great.
Thank you, sir.
I got nothing. No notes. It was great, Joe.
It was a joke.
What is wrong with Brian De La Cruz?
I think he's trying to do a little bit too much right now. This is a guy who's still relatively young. He wants to come in and make an impact on this team, and I think he's a little too aggressive at the plate. He's swinging a lot. He struck out in 8 of his 22 at bats, and yeah, I think it just needs a little bit more time too. It's been 1 week, but he hasn't looked good this week.
Man, I don't know. It's something beyond that. It's almost disturbing. Like he's got one tool, and that's power, and he better start providing it soon. And then there's Ke'Bryan Hayes, and this disaster just continues with a horrible strikeout, a bounce out to second base, and some other horrible at bat last night. This is just unfathomable what's happened with him. He was great for his final 3 months last year. I know he's had some troubles in the past. I would take the bad Ke'Bryan Hayes from before that instead of this guy. I mean, this is an epic disaster.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of the main guys they were banking on being a top 2-3 player on the team this year when they were drawing up the map on how to get to the playoffs.
Yeah,
Ke'Bryan Hayes having a big season, not just in the field, but at the plate, was a big part of that equation. And he's been arguably, as far as, everyday players go, it's hard to find someone who's had a more disappointing year.
Maybe in the whole league, but go ahead.
I mean, there are guys who have been because, I mean, the glove still at least provides you some sort of plus value. But as far as at the plate, yeah, I mean, he's not drawing a lot of walks. He's not hitting for extra bases hardly at all. And he's hitting into a lot of double plays. I mean, he's been a guy where there have been many times this season he had an opportunity to break a game open, to be a difference maker, to be the player that everyone kind of needs him to be on this team, and he hasn't came through. And that's frustrating to him. That's frustrating to the team, and makes you wonder what they do with him this offseason. If this is a guy who is still a long-term part of this future, or maybe if he's a trade piece going into the offseason.
Yeah, man. I mean, we're getting close to 2,000 at-bats in his career now, and he's been a really positive WAR player, which is, for people out there, the all-around measurement. He's been 2.4, 4.3, 4. Now he's at a 1. So the hideous year at the plate has really done nothing to help him in the field. Like his fielding hasn't overcome his hitting or even come close. I mean, I don't know what the problem is. We talked to Mike McHenry yesterday about it. He thinks he's stuck between approaches. It's amazing to me that the Pirates are where they are with some of the years, especially his, that guys are having. I mean, it's amazing to me. So let me ask you this question. They've got some interesting positions, situations to decide by next season. Who will the catchers be? Who will the first baseman be? Let me frame the question like this. Where will we see Endy Rodriguez, Henry Davis, Kiner Falefa, people like that? Where are they going to play? And Cruz, and maybe the most interesting one of all is O'Neal Cruz.
That's a great question. I mean, I think that you head into the offseason and you can make some of these decisions about the guys that you just named based off of what you're able to acquire. If you're able to get a good center fielder, then that limits where you can play IKF in the field. If you're able to flip Hayes for a first baseman, now you don't have to plan on playing Endy at first base. Then maybe you play IKF at third. You can move guys around. The catching position to me is Joey Bart's until someone else plays better than him at the big league level. Endy Rodriguez and Henry Davis were very promising prospects, and Endy really didn't do anything to show why we shouldn't stop believing in him. But he's young. He's still got to do something more than play decent in a 60-game stretch or whatever. So I think they probably do have 3 catchers on their opening day roster next year, simply because Hank and Bart are your 1 and 2 catchers, and Endy's a third catcher / a guy that could see time at other places in the infield. Shelton loves defensive versatility as is, and having a guy like Endy, having a guy like IKF, where you can put them in the lineup at numerous spots, that's something that the Pirates are probably going to embrace. As far as Cruz goes, that's another interesting thing. Like you said, what do they do with him this offseason? Maybe they try moving him back to the outfield. Maybe they double down with him as their shortstop and see some of the raw potential he has and think he just needs another year to figure it out. I don't know. They've got depth as far as the lineup is concerned, but where these guys go in the field, it's very interesting because you need to fill the hole at center field. You need to find a long-term solution at first base. Is that Rowdy Tellez on an extended deal? Is center field more belief in Jack Sowinski? Or is it someone outside the organization? God. Do you fit someone else?
It better not be at this point. Thank you, Noah Constrictor.
Absolutely, Joe.
See you, buddy. What a man he is. Limits.
He's a terrific one.
Yep. Who else we got today?
Brian Batko at 1:35 to close out the show.
All right, up
also,
next.
Dan Zangrilli at 1 o'clock.
Oh, that's going to be big. Let's talk Justin Fields next. What kind of opportunity is being presented to him, and what's he making of it? We're going to hear from Adam Schefter. We're going to hear from Mike Tomlin. We're going to hear from Fields himself. I'm meaning to get to this. This is in any other time, this would be a gigantic story. And I love, like I hear some people around town, the smugness with which they shoot down any idea locally that Fields could start or anything, regarding Steelers quarterbacks. Haven't we all lost our smug license around here?
Yes.
When it comes to quarterbacks?
They shouldn't.
Anybody have them clearing out their quarterback room and bringing in Russell Wilson and Justin Fields? Because I heard the same kind of crap when Peter King would come on this show last year and multiple times say, I think the Steelers could be in on Russell Wilson. That makes a lot of sense. The national guys have no idea what's going on here. Russell Wilson, come on. That's ridiculous. I think he's here. Am I right? And
I saw him.
Not only is he here, but Justin Fields is here. Can you imagine the outcry when people would have mentioned that? I believe the national outlets. I do. I believe they're on to something with the Aiyuk thing. They were from the beginning. Pony's been great on that. And I believe that the door is at least a little bit cracked for Justin Fields. I think Russell Wilson is still going to start the opener and all that. But as I mentioned earlier, the real story here isn't will Justin Fields snatch the starting job before Atlanta. It's has he parlayed this job interview into getting into a game faster, replacing Russell Wilson faster should Wilson struggle. And I think the answer to that is unquestionably yes, depending on what happens in these preseason games and all that. Let's talk about it. 412-928-9370. Peter recently decided to sell his home in Moon and wanted to work with a top-notch real estate agent. He contacted Gina and her team and said he was very impressed with Gina's exceptional dedication and commitment to help them sell his home. Peter said Gina always went the extra mile, available whenever he had any questions, said he will enthusiastically recommend Gina to anyone who's thinking about selling their home. So will I. You can't lose. Gina sits down with you. You agree on a price and a deadline. Deadline passes, home isn't sold. Gina will have it bought and turned into a rental. Call the only agent I would trust if I needed to sell my home in Pittsburgh. Gina Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty. Call Gina, 724-602-9752. Google Giampietro of RE/MAX Select Realty and look up GinaWillSellYourHome.com. That's GinaWillSellYourHome.com.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Steelers offense wins 7 shots today against the defense. Offense also won yesterday. Justin Fields with a good throw to the back corner of the end zone for a touchdown to Calvin Austin. Jalen Warren ran in a touchdown. Justin Fields also scrambled in for a score as the Steelers offense beat the defense 6-1, according to our own Jeff Hawthorne live at Steelers camp. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. It's the season to break out the clubs. Practice your swing, then look for the 19th hole. Golf season is here, and Going Low is back. Join Paul Alexander every Saturday at 7 a.m. for Going Low, powered by Bowser Chevrolet. Paul will talk national golf news, meet with local golf pros, and visit courses throughout the summer. Going Low is powered by Bowser Chevrolet and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Hickory Heights, Shooters Golf, Southwest Greens at PA, Cedarbrook Golf Course, and Old Stonewall Golf Club. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Weekends are for the warriors of home projects. 84 Lumber has 14 Pittsburgh locations that are open on Saturdays to keep you on track and get you the supplies you need. Each member of 84 Lumber's expert team is experienced in building materials of all kinds, and they are ready to answer your home improvement questions to get the job done right. If you're looking for the hometown personalized service of a family-owned company, 84 Lumber is your go-to supplier. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest store and get started on your project today.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Wow, honey, have you seen the electric bill?
Yeah, it's out of control. But have you heard of Navien tankless water heaters?
Tankless? How does that even work?
Well, instead of constantly heating and storing water, it only heats water when we need it. So much more efficient than our giant tank heater.
That sounds great. Let's look into Navien.
Already on it.
Imagine all the hot water you need only when you need it. Bulky tanks are history. Navien high-efficiency tankless is the future. Compact, wall-hung units free up floor space, lower energy bills, longer life than tanks, and a 15-year warranty. Find out more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool has been put away. Now's the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Mostly cloudy this afternoon, the high 83.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
This is it. Shop the Lowe's Closeout event to get up to 70% off select major appliances for your home. Plus, get up to 60% off select patio furniture and accessories for your outdoor spaces. So hurry into your local store today because these deals are too good to last. Shop them now before they're gone because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/7 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
At Vanguard, you're more than just an investor, you're an owner.
So whether you're planning for retirement or trying to save up for your next big adventure, Vanguard will work alongside you to set personalized investment goals. That's the value of ownership. All investing is subject to risk. Vanguard is owned by its funds, which are owned by Vanguard's fund shareholder clients. Vanguard Marketing Corporation, distributor.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts. It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Protect your home from water damage and eliminate water woes with Gutter Helmet. GutterHelmet.com.
This is Bart Winkler with an Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by WeatherGuard Truck and Van Equipment. They're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. Hard Knocks is back, premiering on Tuesday night, and with that comes the annual overhyping of the team that is featured in the program. But the Chicago Bears might be the one to finally live up to the hype. Much of the show is centered around number one pick Caleb Williams. But if the Bears are going to surprise this year, it's going to be because of the team they built around Caleb Williams as much as it will be the quarterback. I'm Bart Winkler.
For more than half a century, contractors and trade professionals have relied on WeatherGuard for heavy-duty truck and van storage equipment, not just to protect their valuable tools, but to protect their professional reputations. For pros, the WeatherGuard badge makes a statement about what drives them. It says, "Bring it on. Been there. Done that. We've got your back," without saying a word. And the folks at WeatherGuard, they're just as driven as the hardworking pros they serve. See what it means to be driven at WeatherGuard.com.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at EasterSeals.com.
Jump into summer this month with Sun Chevrolet and the Chevy Summer Drive with plenty of great incentives through August 31st. 2024 Silverado LT Crew Cab, up to $7,500 in rebates with Chevy Loyalty, GM Trade Assistance, and a Costco membership. Must currently own a 2010 or newer Chevrolet model. Must trade in a 2010 or newer car or truck. Must be a Costco member as of April 30th this year. Full terms and conditions at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevy has so much more in the lot right now, especially a great selection of the 2024 Chevy Trax. And remember, Sun Chevy carries all major brands of tires, custom wheel packages, and a full line of GM accessories in their parts department. But the biggest benefit of all, their people. Over 500 years of combined experience serving their customers. They'll keep your GM vehicle looking and running like new. Or shop their online catalog at sunchevy.com. Visit Sun Chevrolet on Route 19 in McMurray, 5 miles south of South Hills Village, and at sunchevy.com. Sun Chevrolet. Find new roads.
Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild in Soak Zone. Enjoy an unforgettable day at the world's best children's park with over 40 unique family-size rides and attractions. Make it a splash-tastic summer with Soak Zone slides, wave pool, and lazy river. The excitement goes all year with a full season of special events like Neighbor Days and Halloween this fall. Get rides and slides for one low price. Find the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Our recruiting professionals utilize an award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, we know talent. Visit roberthalf.com/talent today.
Hi, Discover. It's Jennifer Coolidge, and your cashback match has inspired me.
Great. We love doubling the cashback you earn at the end of your first year.
I'm doubling everything now. I'm double dating. I'm double dipping.
Discover cashback match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
Will Brandon Aiyuk be a Steeler by the end of the day? What do you think, Limits? Yes or no on that one?
By the end of the day, no. By the end of the week, yes.
I'm going to agree with you.
It's trending in that direction more and more. I'm the most confident that they're going to trade for Aiyuk than I've ever been.
Here's what people don't want to talk about, and I was reading some things during the break there. This idea that the Niners are still somehow in control of this. Well, we can just take him back. Really? So you want a guy in this situation who's this unhappy, who clearly seems of a mind, if not to cause major problems, perhaps some minor ones, and perhaps some major ones. What if he sits out games? Right?
Yeah, he is a disgruntled employee right now that wants nothing to do with San Francisco.
He's a hostage, not a volunteer.
Not a volunteer.
So don't tell me that, I keep hearing, the Niners, as they should be asking for a lot. Okay, they can ask for a lot. They can also take him back and then see what happens. See if he's willing to play through an injury that if he had a contract, he automatically would. See if he's willing to play through that kind of injury. And I'm not necessarily questioning him there. I'm not sure I would disagree with him. If I was on the verge of a lottery check and, I was risking myself with a bum ankle by making it worse going out there, I'm not sure I would either, or advise somebody to do that. They're going to have an extremely disgruntled employee on their hands if they keep Aiyuk and don't sign him. And they're not going to sign him. So let's lift the facade that the Niners are somehow in the driver's seat here. Like, give us what we want or we'll keep him. Maybe we'll call you on that one. We'll call your bluff on that one. Or you'll keep him. Okay. You sure you want to keep him? Because from the looks of him, and the looks of it, I should say, Kyle Shanahan wants him out. Michael Silver, I thought, with a very insightful column on this situation today out of San Francisco, saying that it's now Aiyuk who's in the driver's seat and that he's driving the coach, Kyle Shanahan, crazy by having a hold in as opposed to a hold out. It's out of sight, out of mind when you're not there. Coach doesn't have to worry about it. Trent Williams is doing that. It's part of the business of football. He's not here. We'll deal with the guys who are here. If there's not an understanding that something's definitely getting done, like with T.J. Watt and his hold-in, for example. His hold-in was not a distraction. Tomlin didn't have any problem, I don't think, with that. There was never any indication. It almost made sense as one of the first hold-ins, right? Like, he's here, he's working out, he's getting his mental reps, things like that. He's just not risking his body and eventually get something done. This is way different from that. And Silver's point was that Aiyuk's mere presence and maybe parts of the ways he's conducting himself is driving Shanahan nuts to the point of get him out of here. The fact that the Niners know that in many ways Aiyuk is driving this train and shows up every day and just by his presence reminds them of that. That's a very different kind of hold-in. So people really need to stop advancing the idea that the Niners are sitting up in some high and mighty place telling everybody, you take what we're, or you give us what we're asking for, or we'll just take him back. That's our fallback option. Give us what we want, or we'll just take him back. We'll see about that. We'll see how this plays out. And that might play into what you're saying, Limitless Wonder, about it could take still a little while. Yeah, but man, it sure sounds promising.
It does. And the fact that New England has now dropped out of the race as of yesterday in the new report. It seems like it's coming down to just the Steelers and the Browns. Maybe a mystery team is thrown in there. But the fact that there's already a deal in place between the Browns and the 49ers in terms of the substance of the deal, Aiyuk holds all the cards because that can be the case. But he can just say, either one, I don't want to go to Cleveland, or two, you're not paying me what I want. I'm not signing an extension, so Cleveland's not going to give up whatever they want because you're trading for Aiyuk with the, not assumption, but the suredness that he is signing an extension and he's going to be there for the next 5+ years. And that's why the Steelers hold the most cards. And the Steelers have the best leverage because in all indications, Aiyuk wants to be in Pittsburgh. He wants to play for Tomlin, and it's his ideal destination that he'll sign a contract for. So the Steelers are in the driver's seat compared to anyone else right now.
Here's what Silver writes about Aiyuk's hold-in in San Francisco, and I quote, "The continued presence of Aiyuk in all his emotionally charged splendor seems to be triggering. And Deebo Samuel, who is having a monster camp, has done his part too. 2 off seasons ago, Samuel took a hardline stance during his own dispute when he requested a trade. But right now, he's come in this year and just been, this is me talking now, just been like at the head of the line on every drill, etc. So back to Silver. If Shanahan and others in the organization have questioned Samuel's maturity and commitment at times, the receiver's response to the Aiyuk contract drama and the drafting of Pearsall has been eye-opening. So he's going all out, right? Samuel has taken this and said, I'm the man, pay me more when that time comes. And I find that very, very, very interesting. And the price is only going up for Aiyuk in the meantime. All right, let's talk, and we'll keep you updated with anything that happens. Let's talk a little Justin Fields here, shall we? Let's hear from some national people on the Justin Fields situation. Because, again, locally, it often feels like Steeler-wise. How dare anybody nationally think they know what's going on with the Steelers quarterbacks. We know, and nothing's happening, and the Steelers would never do this and that and this and that and this and that. Well, nobody had them trading Kenny Pickett to Philadelphia and bringing in Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. So I think we've all lost our little we know better locally card, and we know what's going to happen, and nothing would surprise, we know what's happening with Steeler quarterback card because we don't. Let's listen to Adam Schefter first on the Fields-Wilson alleged competition.
On Friday, I planted a seed into my brain that Justin Fields should and will be the starter of the Pittsburgh Steelers. And tell you what, that seed didn't stop growing over the weekend, more that I read and watched. Russ still isn't doing a ton of 11-on-11 team activities. Is there a chance that, Justin Fields does take the pole position in Pittsburgh?
Well, again, we got to see what Russell's like when he gets back. But Russell had that pole position, per Mike Tomlin. And let's see what happens when Russell gets back. But look, here's the thing. Justin Fields has gotten better and better every practice, and they love the guy. He's a natural leader, and he's got support. But I still think that Russell, when he gets back, had the idea to be the pole position. But when someone's not practicing, it gives somebody else the opportunity. And Justin Fields, by all accounts so far, has come in and taken advantage of that and impressed them with the way that he's played. And that's not surprising. The people in Chicago love the guy. And now he's getting a chance to impress people in Pittsburgh. And we'll see what Russell has to say about that when he gets back from this calf injury.
Artie Smith.
All right. Although the people in Chicago loved him so much they got rid of him, got a new quarterback. What's he mean by that? Maybe the people of Chicago. Let's listen to Ian Rappaport, if you have that.
So much focus on the quarterback position, and we talked about it. Justin Fields taking all the first-team reps with Russell Wilson. I would say pretty slowly working his way back from a calf injury, and that's kind of like a medical focus here. Make sure you don't have any calf issues, just because that can lead to other issues. Definitely something that the Steelers medical and training staff really focus on. So Russ has been doing individual stuff. Fields has been leading team stuff. And, Tom, it's pretty clear watching him and talking to some of the Steelers personnel here, it has been an impressive couple weeks for Justin Fields, and it is obvious Russell Wilson came into this camp in pole position. It feels to me, just to me, that it's a little more open than maybe it was a couple weeks ago.
Okay, that's Rappaport. Then we had Dan Graziano, who I really like from ESPN. We're going to hear from Orlovsky in a moment, but Dan Graziano from ESPN was in Latrobe and came away writing things like, this is way more of a coin flip between these two guys than people want to acknowledge. So that's three pretty prominent people nationally saying the door is more open for Fields than anybody wants to admit. I'm listening. I'm interested. I'm not discounting it at all. I tend to believe, as I've mentioned a couple times already, that the real significance of this is that should Russell struggle earlier in the season, I think the timeline for Justin Fields may be moving up by the minute here. Tomlin may be quicker to go to Fields than he would have been if Fields hadn't gotten all these reps. When you get in the door for a job interview, nothing else matters. You're on stage. You can render everything and everyone else meaningless. Second place. There's so many stories like this, probably from our own lives, from Tomlin's life. Nobody thought he was going to be the Steelers' coach, but he went in the interview room and just blew everyone away. He and they were in love with, most importantly, him with Justin Fields in the draft. That's a fact. It's not that easy to fall out of love. Now, they did with Pickett, but it takes a lot. And from the sounds of it, they're even more in love. He's even more in love with Fields now than he was at the draft. I heard Tomlin the other day with Kay Adams say that, or maybe it was NFL Network, say that Fields' athleticism has really surprised me, he said. What? I mean, he must have studied, days and days worth of tape and known everything there is to know about Justin Fields and observed him in Chicago, and yet he sees him up close and he's just gushing about him. His athleticism really surprises me when I see it up close, Tomlin said. Arthur Smith has been gushing about the guy. You mean to tell me when you build an offensive line like this with two running backs like this and a coordinator who's noted for wanting to build a run game, can you imagine the Tennessee Titans, Derrick Henry in his prime offense with a running quarterback? This would appear to be the team and the coordinator and the head coach that were built for Justin Fields if Justin Fields is ever going to succeed. And Dan Orlovsky talked about this on ESPN, and I want you to hear this at the top of the hour. He was asked if they went full in with Justin Fields, would that be like any other situation you can think of from the NFL? And man, he had an immediate response. Whether or not Justin Fields wrests the starting spot from Russell Wilson, and I don't think he will still in this camp, a major story has evolved here. A major story. I was just reading Jerry Dulak's chat on postgazette.com. You can check that out. It's great every week. Where somebody asks, what about next year? And of course, that's a long, long time away because every year in the NFL is a lifetime. And the guy asked about signing Russell Wilson, and Jerry said, yeah, that's the plan. If he has a good year, sign him. Well, then what happens to Justin Fields? I think Russell Wilson would have to be great to come back as the starter. And I'm a believer in Russell Wilson for this year anyway. Something's happening here with Justin Fields. These guys love him. Tomlin always has. He's been given an unexpected daily job interview. And even if he's had some stumbles, by all accounts, he's passing here in a big way, not just passing, but flourishing in this job interview. And the idea of maybe the best running quarterback in the league, and there's some good ones, Lamar near the top, Anthony Richardson's unbelievable, other guys, but maybe the best guy, an absolute stud of a runner in his prime at 25 when Artie Smith and Tomlin get in the dark room watching film. They have to be saying, can you imagine what it would be like if this guy was the ringmaster here? Can you imagine what our run game would be like? The limitless possibilities. They have to be tempted. Fields' timeline has to be moving up. You're going to hear from Orlovsky next, and I'd love to hear from you. Who do you want to win this battle? At 412-928-9370. Because so many people want to just shoot it down. Oh, there is no competition. There is no battle. Okay. Let's say Russell Wilson starts the season opener. That doesn't mean that there wasn't a battle in training camp, the effects of which will last into the season. That doesn't mean that Justin Fields hasn't made an indelible impression upon Tomlin and Smith to the point where they might have been very patient with Russell Wilson and now won't. And yeah, I believe that it actually is a crack open, just a little bit, that Fields could actually win this thing right now. I do. Oh, what are you talking about? The national media, they don't know what's going on with the Steelers quarterbacks. Yeah, because you all knew that Justin Fields and Russell Wilson would come here and they would trade Kenny Pickett, right? I'm sure when Peter King came on this show and said he could see Russell Wilson on the Steelers and he thinks Tomlin wants a guy like that, I'm sure that people were agreeing with that, right? And not shooting that down right away, too. We've all lost our we know more than anybody about the Steeler quarterback situation card around here. You got people coming to this camp and leaving saying, hey, that's more of a coin flip than anybody thinks. I'm listening. Don't know about you. I'm listening. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge Route 19 Peters Township. Celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. That football talk on the Fan presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile. You can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. Limits, I thought you had a segment planned for today where you were going to do some football stuff, weren't you?
Yes, we can do that whenever you want. We can do it after we hear from Dan Orlovsky or at 12:30.
Yeah, let's do that at 12:30. I'm very excited about that. The Fan, 100.1 FM, AM 1020 KDK, and Whammo 107.3. Partnering to support Pittsburgh public school students for the school year by providing stuffed backpacks. Hashtag Pittsburgh for PPS Backpack Drive is what this is all about. Visit the link on the homepage at 937thefan.com. Support as an individual or a group. Help ensure a good school year for these kids, a good start to it. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet. It's fan weather, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. I have 82 today with cloudy skies.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
The speculation surrounding Brandon Aiyuk continues with the Steelers as a big potential option. Steelers re-engaged in conversations, according to Adam Schefter, with the 49ers midday yesterday regarding Aiyuk. As of Monday night, though, the talks had stalled. There were further discussions in an ever-fluid situation. Mike Tomlin was asked today if he'd like to try to improve his depth chart and said he'd rather let the media speculate on what could happen. Pirates, Padres, 6:40 tonight, first pitch. North Shore Tavern leadoff show begins at 5:45, hosted by Dan Zangrilli. Pirates lost yesterday's game 6-0. Marco Gonzalez starts for the Buccos tonight. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Hello, let's call afternoon skies. Partly cloudy. Highs today should be near 80 with noon temperatures in the mid-70s. Well, I can't rule out rain for the rest of the day today, and on Thursday, the rain chance is going to be very low. Friday, rain and flash flooding chances are going up. The amount of rain we'll see will be dependent on the track of what's currently Tropical Storm Debbie off the East Coast. I'm First Alert Meteorologist Ron Smiley in the KDK Weather Center.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by number one Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 The Fan.
Are you struggling with bad feet? Here at the Good Feet store, we hear a lot about foot pain, but we also hear about back, knee, and hip pain. I'd like you to hear what Kelsey, a kinesiologist, has to say about the Good Feet arch support system.
As an exercise specialist, I've seen all kinds of things that people try to put in their shoes to get out of pain. What I really like about the Good Feet system is that they support all 4 arches in the foot.
So did you know you had 4 arches in each foot? Most shoes and inserts only support 1. Maybe that's the reason all the remedies you've tried in the past just didn't work.
When the foot's placed in the ideal position, everything else up the kinetic chain works better. You have better balance, more energy, you're going to feel better. Being able to move freely and out of pain means everything to me, and good movement starts with the feet.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Come in for a free test walk today.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-285-3636. 800-285-3636.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo. Like the Smokestack Pulled Pork Supper Sandwich, tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar, crispy onions, and Chipotle Ranch. GetGo Cafe and Market. Better. Believe it.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whether you own a local business or a global one, you're always looking for ways to position your operation to create opportunities and move on them faster. With Bank of America, you get access to experts, award-winning insights, and business solutions so powerful, you'll make every move matter, locally and globally. Visit bankofamerica.com/banking for business to learn more. What would you like the power to do? Copyright 2024 Bank of America N.A.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
At Baths R Us, we're terrible roofers. We stink at installing siding. And don't ever call us for your kitchen remodel. But if you want a stunning, beautiful bathroom makeover in just 2 or 3 days, now that's when you want to call us. See, unlike most contractors these days, we offer only one service, bathroom remodeling. We don't spread ourselves thin by doing roofing or siding and a bunch of other stuff. Nope. At Baths R Us, we dedicate dedicate every company resource into mastering the craft of bath transformations. It's why we're the Midwest's biggest 5-star family-owned bathroom company. And it's why we have the happiest customers. Just check out our Google reviews. Baths Are Us. We're terrible roofers, but we're awesome bathroom remodelers. Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement, or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate, or go to bathsareus.com. Baths Are Us, where dreams soak in.
RE/MAX Heritage on William Penn Highway in Murraysville handles all residential and commercial real estate in the eastern suburbs of Pittsburgh. Whether it's Murraysville or any Westmoreland County community, RE/MAX Heritage has got you covered. RE/MAX Heritage is the most trusted name in real estate. Nobody in the world sells more real estate than RE/MAX. RE/MAX Heritage are the professionals that excel in the process of your purchase of a new home or selling your current home. Contact them at 724-519-7505.
Hi, this is Frank Walker, Frank Walker Law. Listen, if you have been arrested or injured in an accident, you may think you know what to do. You're going to talk to your friends, you're going to talk to your family. They're going to give you some bad advice. Here's my advice. Give us a call, 412-532-6805. Visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com. Don't make the mistake of thinking you could do it by yourself. 412-532-6805 or visit us online at frankwalkerlaw.com.
You better call. You better call Frank Walker.
We're kicking off savings at Spitzer Acura. Whether you're looking for a new Integra or RDX, our friendly consultants will help you find your perfect new Acura that fits your needs and budget in a pressure-free environment. And, as always, every new Spitzer Acura comes with a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost. Plus, you'll get a complimentary loaner vehicle whenever you're in need of service. It's time to score your new Acura during the Summer Performance Event.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Acura McMurray.
Our world revolves around you.
Thinking about getting a home security system? Right now, homeowners can unlock a free security camera from Guardian Protection, Pittsburgh's hometown security company, with the purchase of a monitored security system that Guardian will professionally install at no additional charge. Get 24-hour protection and effortlessly control your home with our app. Visit GuardianProtection.com/fan. That's GuardianProtection.com/FAN. Limited time offer. New customers only. Terms apply.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com. The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
It's water heater month at Stahl with special pricing, extended warranties, and more. Plus, on the day of install, save 15% off labor for additional plumbing or HVAC services. Call 412-GO-STAHL or visit stahlplumbing.com for service today.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Mike's Beer Bar, Pittsburgh's best sports bar and the place to watch all the exciting sports action on over 20 large TVs. Don't miss any of the big games, including Riverhound Soccer, the return of college and pro football, and, of course, Pirates baseball as they fight for a playoff spot. Mike's Beer Bar is Pittsburgh's premier destination for over 300 local beers, 80 rotating taps, and over 500 total beers. Mike's also offers amazing food, including steak on a stone. Tell your friends to meet me at Mike's.
The Pittsburgh Post-Gazette goes deep when it comes to Steelers coverage with all the hard-hitting, up-to-the-minute news you need about your Pittsburgh Steelers. Have a real-time chat with Post-Gazette reporters and columnists. Send your burning questions and hot takes to our mailbags. And tune in to get an earful on all things black and gold from experts on the North Shore Drive podcast. Check out postgazette.com for insights on your favorite pros from our pros at the Pittsburgh Post-Gazette.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
All right, we're on Brandon Aiyuk watch still, as it's the Steelers and the Browns who are the two most aggressive teams that are pursuing Brandon Aiyuk. The New England Patriots are reportedly out. Aiyuk was also linked to the Washington Commanders in the past, but there has not been much speculation about Washington at the current moment. There is a current deal in place between the Cleveland Browns and the San Francisco 49ers, according to Matt Miyako of NBC Sports San Francisco. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser in Genesis and Monroeville, now open. It's up to Aiyuk to decide if he wants to go to Cleveland or if he wants to go to the Steelers, and if the 49ers and Steelers or 49ers and Browns can work out a deal, or anyone else. More Aiyuk talk coming up next.
Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Here we go. The Joe Starkey Show. The biggest in the game. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Uh-oh, Joe.
What?
Uh-oh, Joe.
What?
Here comes our friend Pony 1 minute ago.
I was just back there. What happened?
Well, he must not have told you anything that he just tweeted. Pony tweeted, our good friend, the eyeball emoji. 3 times the eyeballs. 3 eyeball emojis.
What?
3 eyeball emojis from Pony. He's spreading like wildfire. I love the specificity, or whatever the hell the word is.
Specificity?
Yeah, I think that's what I said. Of Pony there, just putting the eyeballs and let everyone else speculate.
Well, we're going to have our eyes on Aiyuk, and there's apparently a dog that is on the case here. Do you follow this Ricky Retired account?
I'm aware of Ricky. Yes, with the dog. And supposedly, when I was listening to Pony and Mueller, I think it was yesterday or the other day, he has broken news in the past. Mueller said he's broken some pit news in the past. So he has like a source. He knows somebody. And he is very confident. He's selling his career, I've read, on the fact that Brandon Aiyuk will become a Steeler.
Respected notary, the People's NFL Insider, scored very high on the Wonderlic. Insiders hate him. It was a lot of fun. He says this thing's happening and that the Steelers won't give up a first-round pick. I'd love to report, some local reporters with breaking news on this thing, but I can't find any other than Pony.
Could I give you Josina Anderson from 15 minutes ago, 20 minutes ago?
Yes.
Aiyuk early morning follow-up posted on Twitter. The Patriots are currently resigned to the notion that Brandon Aiyuk isn't coming to New England, feeling that's not what Aiyuk wants, per source. Anderson was told this morning New England was still prepared to give Aiyuk in excess of $28.5 million per year, despite knowing it was always going to be a challenge this whole time and still enduring through the wait. So now we get to the Steelers. Additionally, a league source said this morning there's belief within the Patriots that Aiyuk's preference is to land with Pittsburgh against their belief. We'll see if a deal gets agreed upon and to the finish line with the desired team and understanding, putting Aiyuk in Pittsburgh or elsewhere if not. There's a lot to unpack there.
Or nothing, depending on how you look at it. I mean, didn't we...
I don't even know where to go with this at this point.
Didn't we know that Pittsburgh, he wants to come here?
We know that. It's just, Josina Anderson is very in the know. So it's just further...
but I don't know what she said. She said the Patriots are out. We knew that.
Patriots are out, and that Aiyuk's preferred landing spot is the Steelers, and that what I read in that is that New England also believes that his premier destination is the Steelers.
I think that's known at this point. I mean, there's a real live drama unfolding involving one of the highest profile, really, receivers, players in the NFL. He's going to be a $30 million a year guy. He's a star receiver. But what about this dog? Back to the dog. You say this guy, I'm looking at the people who follow him.
Well,
Brad Spielberger follows this guy.
Okay, here's Pony again.
Oh, no.
As of 30 seconds ago.
Yes.
Sources, the Steelers have a verbal agreement in place with the 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk. All the terms of the deal and contract details are being hammered out now. The wide receiver is coming to Pittsburgh.
What?
Andrew Filipponi
go down
breaking
the
news. Do you want to bring him in right now?
Yeah.
All right, I'll go get him.
If he's breaking that kind of news, then he needs to
All right,
come
I'll go
on.
get him.
Either him or IT, because I'm afraid what if something starts on fire or something, and all I have is, no offense, but all I have is IT.
If that would be the biggest surprising thing of the day, not Brandon Aiyuk, if that happened.
All right, then go get Pony. Would people be in favor of this? And I know everybody wants to rip Pony and get on him for everything that he does. And I'd like to kick him in the groin as well. Don't get me wrong. but I think he's on it here. I do. I'm putting my money with Pony. And he better come on with me. You can't break news like this at the station. I'll have to go to the boss and tell him. You can't just put that out there and then not come on the air right away. IT, do you agree with that? He says yes. I mean, this is a game changer, right? If it happens, if Aiyuk comes here, this is an absolute game changer. You go from having one guy that people have to game plan around to having two, which is impossible. You can't plan to shut down two guys. There is no plan like that. It's one. And in the arms race that is the AFC, this gives the Steelers another arm here. If it's an arms race, you got to be in it. You got to be in it to win it. Here's Pony. Pony, thank you for joining me.
Tell me about.
Okay, I'm gonna give you the floor here and tell me what's happening. Tell me about your tweet here.
All right, so here we go.
It's a done deal.
Yeah, the trade is in place. I think it's just a matter of getting the very, very, very final details of everything worked out. So it's a verbal agreement. He's coming here. It's a done deal.
Will we know by the end of the day for sure?
I think so, and I tweeted this earlier. I mean, did you hear what Tomlin said this morning on both his radio appearance on the flagship station and what he said at the press conference, and the way he looked at the press
Just laughed and said, "I'll let you guys speculate." Right?
Yes.
Well,
I don't know exactly what's going back here in this trade. I'm still trying to get that part of it.
If you had to guess,
worked out.
Would an actual player be involved?
I think so. I'm working on that right now, but
if I said James Daniels,
I would not be surprised by that.
And Tomlin also said earlier today, when asked about if he was doing any notable phone calls today, it's a little early on the west side right now, so probably not.
I've had now 2 people send this to me in the last 15 minutes. I don't think it's a first-round pick.
Wow.
That's not like me saying with 100% certainty, but just reading one was reading tea leaves from what the person said, and then the other person said straight up to me, I don't think it's a first-round pick.
Well, isn't that what the guy out of San Francisco said? What is his name, Moyako? Said it probably wouldn't be a first-round pick.
Well, Matt Moyako also said the Steelers were out, and I think he got used by the 49ers. I'm not saying that he had...
But has he since said they're back in?
I don't know if he said that since. But I think that the reason why that story got out was because when this trade comes out and it's not as good as what New England allegedly offered or what Cleveland offered, 49ers fans are going to blame Aiyuk for that and not John Lynch and the organization for getting, pennies on the dollar or nickels on the dollar, however you want to put it.
Will the contract, in your opinion or to your knowledge, be more than $30 million?
Less.
Oh, under. Okay.
I heard that he was willing to take less from the Steelers because he wanted to play here. So, I mean, everything I'm hearing is that it's done. That's why I just tweeted that out. I would not say that if I wasn't that confident in it. I have to give Tomlin credit. This is a hell of an offseason for him. Because
too.
Think about this. 3 guys, Fields, Queen, and now Aiyuk, all probably left. Well, Fields didn't leave money on the table, but he made the Bears push him in this direction because he wanted to play for Tomlin so bad. Queen definitely left money on the table, and we know now that Aiyuk did. Because New England's offer, I think, is going to end up being better than not just what they were going to give up in a trade, but the money too.
So the credit for Tomlin, in your opinion, would be because these guys want to play for him.
Yes.
Who's the prime mover in actually making the deal and pushing for it? Where would the credit go there? Would it start with Rooney or Khan?
Khan.
And I guess Rooney for clearing this one with Aiyuk, saying absolutely go for it.
Well, I think I've said this about Omar on my show and on social media. I just think that he, based on where he was in the front office before he became general manager, was into the agent game and forge relationships with these guys that allows for him, when it comes to this part of the job, free agency and trades, I think he can manipulate that better than his predecessor. No offense to Kevin. Kevin was a scouting background guy. I think he is in with the agent community. And honestly, I think that's why he left himself what looked like he was so naked at wide receiver, because I think he trusted all along that this situation in San Francisco was going to come to a head. That eventually they were going to blink on it, because I think he knew from the agent that Aiyuk had more power and more control over the situation than a lot of people in the San Francisco media and national media thought.
For me, this turns them from a 9 or 10 win team, honestly, to an 11 or 12 win team. It's a 2-win trade for me, potentially.
Yeah. Well, because think about what it does if you're a defense. You have now, by yards per catch, the 2 most explosive receivers in the NFL last year. Pickens led the league in yards per catch, and Aiyuk was second. So if you're safeties, what do? You can't come down and play the run now because you're worried about these guys getting behind you and scoring touchdowns on big plays.
Now we have to see it happen.
What?
It actually be consummated.
Oh, yes.
An announcement.
Oh, yeah, no doubt.
They need to score the touchdown here.
Yeah, they were. I reported that they were at the goal line, and everyone mocked me for it and started sending me tweets of Jesse James and Russell Wilson and Malcolm Butler.
My line was they got to the goal line, and then Matt Canada called the next play.
I heard that. Donnie told me about that. I think that
one
was funny. Look, I said this on my show at the beginning yesterday when Schefter initially reported that they were out. It is, when you're not a newsbreaker and you're not an insider by trade, it is very scary when you feel like you have information and those people don't. Especially when you really trust the people that are giving you that information.
Yeah.
And that's where I'm at on this one right now. I mean, the people I'm getting this information from have been right when people who have great credentials have been wrong about this throughout. So unless I'm getting duped here last second, which would be pretty crappy, I feel very confident in what I'm putting on Twitter and what I'm saying to you right now.
Great work is what I would say to you all the way through.
And if it doesn't work, I'm going to feel like, what was it, Richie with Sean Miller when remember Sean?
No, you'll feel like me with Barry Rorson when he was going to St. John's. And I can't remember which way it went. Either I reported that he wasn't going and he did, or vice versa.
Yeah.
He forgot to call me. So I had one story. Dulac had the other. Dulac had it right, and I had to face him at the draft the next day. And then I called up. I'm like, Barry, what did you do to me? And then there was silence. He's like, oh, man, I forgot to call you back. So
well, what's the all-time example with Ken Laird and Russ Grimm and Ken Wissenhunt, right? I mean, that's the all-time. Was it Ken?
Pursuta at the
was
trip
it Mike?
With,
okay. Why did I think Ken was involved in that?
And that was like, Ed Bouchette even said afterward, he told Mike Pursuta, if I had had the information that you had,
I would have gone with it.
I would have gone with it.
Man.
So that's why always, until I see something done, a trade or anything else, there's always that little part of me. But this was great work.
No doubt.
All the way through.
The other thing is, like, when I was following this the whole way through, people would say, well, Schefter doesn't have it. You know, I got that a lot. Well, where's Schefter on this? And then Schefter came out and said the opposite of what I said. But then Schefter had to sing a different tune like 2 hours later. And the video of him saying that the Steelers were not a landing spot mysteriously disappeared. So.
Well, good work, man.
What would be, let me ask you one question.
Yeah.
What would be, and I'm going to preface this by saying, I don't think this is the case, but what would be something in this deal in terms of how much money they gave him or what was coming or what was going out that would cause you to second guess it?
Almost nothing. I even would have traded Highsmith.
Yeah. So
because that's the kind of league it is.
So
you need these guys.
I hope I'm not proven wrong about this, but yeah. I heard that Highsmith was never even a conversation piece. Because now you could say, like, what is San Francisco thinking? But they have a different defense than the Steelers do, 3-4-4-3. And plus, Chris brought this up, and I heard he was right. When they restructured that deal with Highsmith to clear the way for a trade like this, they basically turned his contract into a signing bonus. So they've basically already paid him for this year. Yeah. So are you going to – I know sometimes you have to give up something good to get something good, but are you going to pay a guy a lot of money and he ends up playing for San Francisco? Plus, tell me if you agree with this. I think if Tomlin had to go into that locker room and say, we traded for Brandon Aiyuk, that's the good news, but the bad news is we had to trade Alex Highsmith.
Yeah.
I don't think it would be a universally loved deal.
Maybe not.
Because of some of the guys on the defense and their Tomlin's feelings for Highsmith, too.
But Aiyuk is a stud.
No doubt.
They all know that.
No doubt.
They all know that. These are the guys that were lobbying for Russell Wilson.
Right.
So that guy walks into your locker room, you're different. But I'm glad, if Highsmith isn't part of the deal, I'm glad about that.
So Pickens, it would not bother you?
That would, because it wouldn't make sense.
I don't think he's in there.
That would be the only thing, and then I'd be a
and
little
the thing
bit
I heard yesterday was that the 49ers asked about Freiermuth.
I'd do that in a second. Wouldn't you?
Yes. But you'd have now tight end would be a
I'll get a
would
guy.
be a void.
I'll get a guy who gets cut in training camp for 35 catches and be a better blocker.
Right, and I think honestly that's why San Francisco was probably intrigued by him, because they already have Kittle there, who's a great blocking. He's a great everything tight end.
Yeah.
And Kyle Shanahan could just move him around like a chess piece.
Right.
In their offense and maybe try it for 1 year, and if he really likes him, they re-sign him, and they've got the two tight end game going there.
I wouldn't even
San
have to
Francisco.
think about Fryer.
But Donnie brought up a good point on that. Like, his agent was at training camp. I had heard that when he showed up at camp, he was going to get an extension before he even practiced in pads, and that never happened. So is it just their priorities changed because they wanted to get the Aiyuk trade done first, and then Freiermuth got put in the back burner? Or were they actually at least pondering the idea of putting him in the trade before signing him?
That's a worthy discussion. So I can phrase this moving forward as
they have a verbal agreement in place for Brandon Aiyuk, and he'll be here. It's just a matter of
all but done.
Yep.
All but done?
I would say 99.9999999%.
There you go, City Limits.
If it doesn't end up happening, then I'll be everyone's least favorite personality on Twitter again.
I love you.
Happened to me.
Even if it does happen, that's the case. But thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Joe.
Great work, honestly. City Limits, would you like to say goodbye to Andrew? And
Pony, great job. Thanks for coming in. We appreciate it.
How about City Limits had a breaking story and got no credit for it?
Two of them lately.
Two of them, no credit.
What was the other one?
The Charles McAdoo return for Isaiah Kiner for
Bob McAdoo's nephew.
And Bubba Chandler being promoted to AAA Indianapolis. I had it 18 minutes before one of the beat writers put it out, and they gave me no credit.
And I came out in his defense for the Chandler thing.
Yeah.
Because he did have that before everybody else, and then I saw like Alex Stumpf was given credit for it or something like that.
Alex Stumpf probably saw it and looked and talked to his own sources and then put it out there.
What
and
do
I got
we do
no
with
credit.
Sangrilli now? He got attacked by Zeisen here last week, and we have to cancel this week?
No. Dan can come back on. I'm not trying to crap on the beat writers either. They all do a really good job.
Now.
Did you hear Dan's postgame after Sunday's?
Legendary.
Oh, my God.
One of the best I've ever heard. I texted him and said the best postgame I've ever heard.
The whole thing.
It was
everything
so
about
good.
it.
Everything.
His presentation of what happened, the callers were great.
It was unreal.
The way that he intertwined the Shelton audio into it.
Yes. It was a master class in postgame.
Put that thing up for a Marconi.
Yes.
I mean, that was beautiful.
We have clips of that, too.
Or for a Zangrilli. Go ahead. They should rename the thing the Zangrilli Award. Go. What do you got?
On left, and there was an acquisition made for a guy that, yes, had thrown 3 of the last 4 days, and there was also a $10.5 million man in the bullpen that should have thrown that pitch, and it should not have been Colin Holderman. The Pirates lost a game because Derek Shelton mismanaged a 6-5 loss to the Arizona Diamondbacks.
And then he went through 9 minutes of it, and then there's a pause, and then he says, and another skiing start went down the toilet.
How about Chuck in Uniontown?
I didn't hear him. I didn't hear him.
Austin, go to my folder and get the Chuck in Uniontown clip from that post-game show.
Was he beside himself, too? Ripping Shelton?
Oh, my God.
Managerial mistake number 5,884 this year. And it cost us, it cost us the biggest game of the season.
5,884 by Shelton.
That was an epic show. But we got news
All
here.
right, boys.
I don't
Have
know
fun
what we're
with
going to do with Sangrilli. Thank you, Andrew, for coming down. Brandon Aiyuk, all but done. Framework of a deal in place, ready to go here.
I hope Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport and all the big guns give Pony his credit when it happens.
And all the King's horses and all the King's
men.
What does the dog on Twitter say? Is he
Ricky the dog?
Ricky the dog.
Ricky has been saying that it's been done.
The wide receiver is
see what
coming
Ricky says.
to Pittsburgh.
Ricky has not
All
tweeted
right.
much of anything today. But
Well,
he did say that the Niners will not be getting a first-round pick back in the trade. He did say today.
Ricky the dog?
Ricky the dog.
That's right. It's another Paul Pause. Paul will now silently research statistics during our live radio show.
I don't think we could ever replicate a drop as good as this.
No. He's only 26 years old. He plays every game, Brandon Aiyuk. As Pony mentioned, he was second or first, I can't remember now, in yards per catch. He's a touchdown maker. You saw him kill the Steelers. He's a big play guy. Last couple of years, he's got plays of 76, 60, 54, 61 first downs last year. He's only lost 3 fumbles in his career. All of this. Last couple of years, he has 153 catches for 2,400 yards and 15 touchdowns. Oh, my God. All but done, says Pony. He's coming to Pittsburgh, says Pony. Your thoughts, 412-928-9370, 928-9370. We want you back with us after the break to talk more about this. Heart disease kills one person every 33 seconds. Schedule a heart checkup at UPMC today. Very easy to do. Really good at what they do. And there's no reason not to. I've done it. I know Paul's done it. It's just self-care. And again, brings you peace of mind. Text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder & Associates Personal Injury Law Firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. The hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. Do you believe in Pony here? Is everybody willing to give Pony his just due? Are you convinced that this is a done deal? I want to see more news start to trickle in here. Don't you, Limits?
I think My Little Pony is correct.
So do I, but I just want to see it. That's all.
I want to see Adam Schefter come out and say it. I want to see the Steelers tweet it. I want to see Mike Tomlin tweet out eyeball emojis.
This is fabulous stuff.
Isn't practice going on right now?
Until it happens, we have to use the word if, though.
What do you think's going on at practice? Do you think somebody asked Tomlin after practice, because he just had a big news conference today. I'm not sure if he'll speak after practice. I'm not sure what that process is like. Somebody has to ask, hey, there's a report out there that you traded for Brandon Aiyuk. It's an update from earlier this morning from like a reputable news radio host.
Yeah.
Is it, see if he would confirm it. The question has to be asked.
Well, he wouldn't, but they'll be the last ones to come on board. I just want to see, when something big happens in sports, you get the flood of this has happened.
Right.
This guy was first, blah, 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 blah. Here's the other thing. This guy had 1,342 yards and 7 touchdowns last year, and he's like their 11th weapon on offense. I mean, it's unbelievable how much talent they have here. He might be their number 1 weapon here. He might be their number 1 guy on the whole offense. Let's talk next whether this would be good or bad for George Pickens, how George might perceive it is what I'm talking about, and what it means for Pickens' future. Should this come to pass that Aiyuk is actually coming to Pittsburgh.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now,
according to our own Andrew Filipponi, the Steelers have a deal in place to acquire Brandon Aiyuk from the San Francisco 49ers. All the terms of the deal and contract details are being hammered out right now. Pony saying, quote, the wide receiver is coming to Pittsburgh. More at 9370thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. And you can read about it, the breaking news as well on our website, 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Tuesday and every Tuesday at noon, tune in for the Derek Shelton Show as he talks all things Buccos live all season long.
I think we're on the way up. There's a lot of young talent.
The Derek Shelton Show is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist and Pennsylvania One Call System. The Derek Shelton Show every Tuesday at noon on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan, an equal opportunity employer, is dedicated to providing broad outreach regarding job vacancies at the station. We seek the help of local community organizations in referring qualified applicants to our station. Community organizations who wish to receive our job vacancy information should contact Amy Mock at 93.7 The Fan at 412-920-9400 or by sending an email to amy.mock@odyssey.com. Listeners are encouraged to visit odyssey.com for a listing of job opportunities at all Odyssey radio stations.
Hey, people are talking about Window Nation, and a lot of people are talking about Window Nation. Just Kate from Pittsburgh, that's one person. She said, we couldn't be happier with our new replacement windows from Window Nation. And that's just one person. There are a lot. Window Nation is about value, and this August, they're giving you a great value during their anniversary sale. Colin Dunlap here to tell you all about it. So you buy 2 windows, and you get 2 for free. But that's not all. There's no limit to how much you could save. There's no minimum, no maximum on this. Plus, you pay nothing for 24 months. You know what 24 months is, right? That's 2 full years. Act right now and get as much as a $250 extra credit. But hurry now. This sale ends August 31st. So schedule fast right now that in-home estimate. 866-90-NATION. That's the number. It's 866-90-NATION. Or check out the website right now, windownation.com.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Granger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
A Gain Scent Beads story. Jim was at the laundromat when he heard his ear said Maraca, senor, but his nose said, hey, freshest scent ever. Following his nose, Jim found a man pouring a bottle of Gain Scent Beads into the washer. The scent, the freshness. Jim blurted, sir, your scent Maraca smell amazing. Actually, Jim, most noses call them Gain Scent Beads. Try Gain Scent Beads, way fresher than detergent alone.
Hypertrophic cardiomyopathy is a serious heart condition. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. My HCM impacted how I felt and what I could do. So I asked my cardiologist about treatment advances that gave me new options. That conversation was big for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com to learn more.
Sponsored by Bristol Myers Squibb.
I'm Dan Morgan. One question many people wonder is, does the law firm I hire for my injury case matter? Of course it does. At Morgan & Morgan, we've invested millions into making sure your experience from first call to your settlement is so easy. You can literally start your case right from your couch in just a few clicks. You'll also be able to text your case staff and lawyer anytime you need. We're America's largest injury law firm for a reason. Injured? The choice is easy.
Save on O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner. Get 2 cans of O'Reilly Brake Parts Cleaner for just $8. Valid in-store only at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Granger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Protect your home from water damage and eliminate water woes with Gutter Helmet. GutterHelmet.com.
This is Maggie Gray with an Odyssey Sports Minute sponsored by Wrangler. It's Wrangler season out there. Open roads, endless horizons. Shop Wrangler.com for new denim styles. This is a massive season for Ole Miss head coach Lane Kiffin. Ole Miss has a preseason rank of 6th in the country. The first time one of Kiffin's teams has had a top 10 ranking since 2012 when he was at USC. Kiffin's squad is one of the most experienced in the country. Is there a path to a national championship for the coach? I'm Maggie Gray.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Granger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgranger.com or just stop by. Granger, for the ones who get it done.
Is your vehicle stopping like it should? Does it squeal or grind when you brake? Don't miss out on summer brake deals at O'Reilly Auto Parts.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those 3-putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year 1. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at Awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
Planning a memorable event? Shooters Golf is your ultimate venue. Our cozy fireplace rooms, heated bays, and versatile indoor-outdoor spaces are perfect for birthdays, corporate parties, showers, holiday gatherings, and more. Whether you're hosting an intimate celebration or a large party with 12 to 200 guests, Shooters has the perfect backdrop for any occasion. Enjoy the outdoor patio deck, fire pit tables, heated cabana huts. Book your event at Shooters Golf today and experience exceptional service and unforgettable memories.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Summer's here and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com or give them a call. 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Adam Crowley here for Leaf Filter. Out of all the things we do to maintain and protect our homes, getting up on a ladder to clean out the gutters is the last thing I want to do. I think it's the last thing anybody wants to do. Whether you're tired of unclogging gutters or you don't even know what your gutters look like from above, it's time to upgrade to a permanent solution with Leaf Filter. Right now, you can save up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. You could try to unclog your gutters yourself, but do-it-yourself and store-bought solutions might be cheaper up front, but they can cost you more in the long run with maintenance, repair, or replacement. Protect your home and never clean out your gutters again with Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system. Schedule your free inspection and get up to 30% off your entire purchase at leaffilter.com/KDKA. That's a free inspection and up to 30% off at leaffilter.com/KDKA. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount, 1 discount per household.
You're in hot water, mister.
What'd I do?
I told you months ago our utility bills were getting higher because of that old outdated tank water heater.
Maybe it's time we finally switch to a Navien tankless.
Learn about Navient's high-efficiency tankless water heaters, endless hot water, all while helping you save on your energy costs.
Hey, look at this. Our utility bill is lower since we got the Navien tankless water heater.
Who's in hot water now?
We are, all the time.
Learn more at tanklessmadesimple.com.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Sturkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding.
All right, it's fast becoming the tweet heard round the football world. Our very own Andrew Filipponi, who just joined us. Sources: the Steelers have a verbal agreement in place with the Niners for Brandon Aiyuk. All terms of the deal and contract details are being hammered out now. The wide receiver is coming to Pittsburgh. End of quote. Some reactions, some subtweets under Pony's tweet. Nobody believes you have sources, but I hope you're right. Pony, shut the hell up. Finally, bro, you're trolling. How many times are you going to be wrong? Tar and feathering will be involved. If you are wrong, you might as well delete your account if he doesn't become a Steeler. If you're wrong, I'm telling you to delete your Twitter. Nope, don't believe it, can't trust you. Pony, I swear to blanking God, if you're wrong, when Schefter announces it, I'll believe it. The people aren't believing Pony here. I do.
I think a lot of that goes into the fact that people view Pony as the ultimate jinx in the sports world. Pony said the Pirates will sweep the Arizona Diamondbacks this week. And I went to look for Pony's tweet after they lost on Friday, and he deleted it because they had already lost game one. I don't know. We both know, in knowing Pony as well as we do and working with him on a day-to-day basis, he is very well sourced. He would not be putting this. That's more so like opinion stuff I think that people get on him for. If he knows a lot of people, and he does his work better than anybody in the city. If he's putting it out there and he's learned and is talking to these many people about it, it's true. So I am not doubting Pony in this. I want to see Adam Schefter and Ian Rappaport say it, just so that there's more confirmation. But I believe Pony when he puts it out there. Yeah, I really do.
CT ESPN Pittsburgh. Pony, I'm going to trust you this time. I didn't know there was a Pittsburgh branch of CT ESPN.
I wasn't not aware either.
Kevin Doubleday, I'll wait for a real reporter. MZ3, I'm not getting my hopes up. Somebody else, give me a source and I might believe you. Man, if he doesn't come to Pittsburgh, how is Pony going to walk this one back? God, I hope you're right, but I'm now betting he stays with the 49ers. Oh, my God. I appreciate you, Pony. Big fan of yours, and always look forward to hearing you in the afternoons. Keep it up.
Very nice.
Oh, boy. Nobody believes you. Can Pony finally be reliable? Any idea when we could see the announcement?
A lot of expletives in the comments as well.
Yeah.
Directed towards Pony.
If true, how do I buy an Omar Khan jersey? I'll wait to hear from a real source. Pony, now that you said it, it probably means it's not happening. Those are my favorite ones.
How many times are you going to be wrong? Bro, you're trolling.
Oh, the amount of concern I have since this is coming from Pony, says somebody, I don't know what that name means or what it is.
Everyone wants Pony to delete his Twitter as well if he's wrong. The delete your Twitter has always been the most frequently used comment on Pony's Twitter feed.
Can you have him make that bet? Text him and say, people want you to delete your Twitter. You willing to put that on the line here, your Twitter account? That would be unbelievable. Meantime, if true, and again, we're trusting Pony here because we know him. And he knows what he knows what he's doing, I think. What does it mean for George Pickens if this happens? Is this great for him? Doesn't mean everything opens up for him. What does it mean for him long-term contract-wise? Does it take away targets from him? We saw, Deontay may have taken away targets at times from Pickens. What does this mean for Pickens long-term? Well, luckily we had Doug Whaley on the morning show today, and those guys were pondering that idea toward the end of their show. Limits?
And you wanted to talk about Pickens.
Yes, and everybody's thinking, if Aiyuk comes, then Pickens going to be a malcontent. I think this would be, if Aiyuk comes, this could be the best thing for Pickens as a professional. Two things. Lets him understand that this is a business and you have to produce. But guess what? If Aiyuk's here and they're not going to pay you, the best way to get paid is to shut up, play, and produce.
Yes.
And you can learn from a guy that is just got what you're trying to strive for. And guess what? If he doesn't do that, you got your answer. Get rid of him anyway. He wasn't going to be. It may save the Steelers for paying for Pickens when he's not going to be a guy that turns into a true professional.
Lots to think about there. Pony has responded to the idea of putting his Twitter account on the line here. What did he say? What did you say? Tell me the whole exchange.
So I texted Pony and said, would you put deleting your Twitter on the line if the Aiyuk move doesn't go down? He responded, I'd go into a hole like Aaron Rodgers did for a few days.
So he didn't say yes to that,
He did not say yes. But he would do a darkness retreat like Aaron Rodgers, apparently.
That would be incredible to see Pony coming out of a darkness retreat. How things might have. What if
would he be rejuvenated?
Back, really, like with a soft voice and hardly any opinions, anything like that.
He's glowing.
Right.
You can just tell that he's radiant and has a new opinion on life.
So Pickens has this year and next left on his contract. There's an idea, again being circulated. We all need to stop. We all need to stop putting things in the context of what the Steelers have always done. They have sufficiently, even without the Aiyuk thing, changed my mind on the way that they always do business. I mean, my God, all they do is swing for the fences. You have to love that. All the things, I can't even remember them all. No guaranteed money, big guaranteed money or years, except for a quarterback. They broke it with T.J. Watt. We don't trade first-round picks. They got shredded when they traded one for Minka. They traded one for Minka. We don't spend all kinds of money in free agency and sign big guys. Well, they've done that. They brought in Patrick Queen. I thought was a pretty prominent signing. Everything they're said not to do, they've done now in recent years, and this would just add to the list. So please don't tell me, although you may not think it will happen, you may not think it would be wise business, please don't tell me anymore that they won't have two highly paid wide receivers, because the Steelers have never done that. The Steelers don't do that. Take those phrases out of your vernacular and just bury them, burn them, put them away. I don't want to hear about the Steelers don't pay receivers. And if they choose not to, I don't know that it's because the Steelers, have always done. When do the Steelers pay two receivers? I don't know. Times have changed just a little since Mike Wallace and Antonio Brown were here together, right? What was that, 15 years ago? I mean, the salary cap has skyrocketed and will continue to do so. If you've seen the NFL's latest media deals, I'm feel pretty safe in assuming that thing's going to go up and up and up and up and up. They're paying two outside linebackers pretty good money. They're still not paying anybody on offense. Will they be paying a quarterback big money by then? I don't know, in 2 years? Or even after this season? Which is when they would realistically sign Pickens? I don't know. I'm really not worried about that yet, though. They could absolutely do it if they so chose, I believe. But if not, you got 2 years of Pickens, assuming Aiyuk is coming here. And that's what Andrew Filipponi is reporting, that he is going to be a Steeler, that basically is just a matter of the details. Anybody else weighing in on that nationally yet? City Limits?
No, I haven't seen it yet, but all the football aggravator sites like JPA Football, and there's a 49ers and NFL News 247 account that has 32,000 followers that is also saying that the Browns and the Niners have compensation in place and that the Steelers are also deep in discussions and stuff like that. But no Rappaport, no Schefter, no Jay Glazer, who was with Mike Tomlin yesterday. Did you see that?
No, what were they doing?
They were hanging out in Latrobe together. I think they were at Dino's.
Oh, I did see a photo of that.
Did you see that? And
yeah.
Brett Michaels was also there.
Yeah, that was interesting. 50-minute mark on the Fan brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge. Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. All right, let's talk a little baseball for a few minutes with Dan Zangrilli. He was unbelievable on the postgame the other day. Anything pops up, obviously we're all over this, and that's where we'll spend most of our 1 o'clock hour is on the pending Brandon Aiyuk situation here. Andrew Filippone reporting it's a done deal, except for the, crossing the old T's and dotting the I's here, and that he's going to be a Steeler. Fan weather, the Chevy summer drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 82 today with cloudy skies. The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook, because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer to swimming. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel's the official sports partner of KDKA. 21 plus and present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Our own Andrew Filippone is reporting massive breaking news in the NFL. The Steelers are reportedly acquiring wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk from the San Francisco 49ers. Pony is also hearing that the Steelers are not giving up a first-round draft pick in the trade. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. You can catch up on the latest Pittsburgh sports news anytime. Just tell your smart device to play Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
93.7 The Fan from Odyssey.
Pittsburgh sports, smart and able. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
I mean, definitely, like I said the other day, the competition is rising, and it's, steady every day.
Our black and gold are in full-on camp mode. When it comes to training camp, nobody's got you covered like us.
Just belief in each other, belief in what we got. I'm just trying to take it one day at a time and just keep working on the playbook.
Presented by Smale Kia and brought to you by Guardian Caps.
Right now, let's go!
Get in here for our exclusive camp coverage. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
You know 84 Lumber for their lumber yards, but did you know they have an in-house kitchen and bath design studio at their Bridgeville and Mars locations? At 84 Lumber's design studio, the goal is to bring your vision to life by crafting a design that integrates your home with your lifestyle. 84 Lumber is passionate about quality materials and outstanding customer service. Whether you're remodeling or starting fresh, trust 84 Lumber for expert guidance every step of the way for your project. Visit the Bridgeville or Mars locations to meet with an expert designer today, or visit 84designstudios.com. Visit 84designstudios.com.
This is Pat Bostic for PGT Trucking. PGT, Pittsburgh's leader in the flatbed industry, is known for their focus on safety. Established in 1981, PGT Trucking offers innovative and quality transportation service driven by the proud professionals. Ask about their dedicated fleet solutions to handle all of your cargo needs. Visit pgttrucking.com. That's pgttrucking.com. Bet365.com.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
With tens of thousands of satisfied patients across America, it's no surprise QC Kinetics gets 5-star reviews.
I'm feeling on top of the world because of QC Kinetics.
I'm able to do the things that I wasn't able to do for a long time.
I can recommend them highly. I would recommend QC to anybody. QC Kinetics has changed my life.
I couldn't believe it. I honestly was skeptical, but the pain went from a 10 to a 0.
Real people with real lasting relief from joint pain.
QC Kinetics Regenerative Medicine is regenerating me.
It was super successful, and I recommend everyone seek out QC Kinetics as an alternative to surgery.
This non-surgical approach is definitely the future.
I tell as many people as possible. I am an ambassador. I love QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics, the nation's leader in advanced regenerative medicine. No drugs, no surgery. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 412-228-3584. That's 412-228-3584. Located in Robinson, 412-228-3584.
With T-Mobile, you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Because nobody likes having to choose. It's like getting romance and sci-fi.
Jane, I love you. Also, I'm a robot.
Or being a dog person and a cat person.
Who wants a treat? Who's a good boy?
Or like being an extrovert and an introvert.
Woo! This is so fun! I can't wait to go home.
At T-Mobile, you don't have to choose. You can get the benefits you want and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. See how much you can save with our savings calculator at T-Mobile.com/switch. Plus, when you switch, you can keep your phone, and we'll pay it off up to $800.
Via virtual prepaid card in 15 days. Qualifying unlocked device, credit, service, and timely redemption required. Card has no cash access and expires in 6 months. See T-Mobile.com.
Do your dress shoes, casual shoes, boots, and even your sneakers hurt? And are you starting to wonder, isn't there any shoe out there that'll get rid of my foot pain? Well, maybe you don't need a better shoe. Maybe you need better support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help.
When I went to the doctor and got diagnosed with plantar fasciitis, he told me that I could only wear sneakers. So there went all my summer collection of shoes and all my dress shoes I couldn't wear. It was just too painful, too much foot pain every day. I wanted to take off my shoes as soon as I got home every day, but as soon as I got my arch supports from the Good Feet store, I have no foot pain whatsoever, and I can wear any dress shoe that I want.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Summer sandal season is here, and Good Feet fits in all your summer shoes, even flip-flops. Come to the Good Feet store today.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
Ends 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi for Weather Seal Home Services. Do you need a new roof? Wouldn't you love to never have to replace it again? That's the benefit of a metal roof from Weather Seal. Call the metal roof experts now at Weather Seal Home Services and get no payments for 24 months and get a free 6-inch gutter upgrade. Weather Seal, a name you know and can trust just like I do. So what are you waiting for? Call 877-351-SEAL. That's 877-351-SEAL or online at weathersealhomeservices.com. SmaleKia.com.
When the black and gold are up the road, we get excited. Smale Kia's proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh Training Camp live on the Fan 93.7. And during our summer savings event, look for the tags and look for clearly marked prices. Plus low and no APR financing on Kia Sportage, Sorento, and select EVs. Go to SmaleKia.com. 1.9% APR up to 48 months, $21.65 a month per 1,000 financed at 48 months through KFA with approved credit. Not all will qualify. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 9/3/24.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
It's water heater month at Stahl with special pricing, extended warranties, and more. Plus, on the day of install, save 15% off labor for additional plumbing or HVAC services. Call 412-GO-STAHL or visit stahlplumbing.com for service today.
Decisions that impact you or your loved ones can be overwhelming, especially if you're facing long-term care, special needs, or elder law issues. The attorneys at Julian Gray Associates can help you truly understand the best approach to take. Julian Gray Associates have the most certified elder law attorneys in the country. They're located right here in Pittsburgh. Experienced advice from certified elder law attorneys who understand your legal issues and are committed to helping you. Find out more at grayelderlaw.com.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book, because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer and swimming. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
At twomeninjuncktruck.com, you can even book same day or next day. Then we arrive, we quote, "You like the price?" "Yes!" We haul it away. Yeah, it's that easy. We'll even whistle while we work. 2 men in a junk truck.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
I'm Austin Bexel with your Fan Headlines. Our own Andrew Filipponi with the biggest news of the day and the biggest Steeler news of the last couple months. The Steelers have a verbal agreement in place with the 49ers to acquire wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk. All terms of the deals and contract details are currently being hammered out. But Pony's saying the wide receiver is coming to Pittsburgh. Pirates and the San Diego Padres from PNC Park today. 6:40 first pitch from the ballpark tonight. Dan Zangrilli joins us next. He has the North Shore Tavern leadoff show at 5:45. More at 93.7thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Live from the Shorkey Mitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills. Now, more Joe. Joe. The Joe Starkey Show is on. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
Dirtbag Dan is what I call him.
Help me, Dan, please. I can't take it anymore.
I love you. I love you.
Well, that postgame was nothing compared to Sunday's. In fact, I texted my friend City Limits and said Zangrilli is in fuego here on the postgame, and he had already texted me. By the time I got to him, Dan Zangrilli joining me in studio here. Of course, we have Pony's Aiyuk news that the trade is all but done. That's according to Pony. We'll see how it evolves the rest of the day. We believe him. We trust him. But in the meantime, let's talk a little baseball. Dan, how are you? I'm well, and you, Joe? It's great to be with you. I love your red polo shirt. Thank you. It looks snazzy, matching your red hat.
I love you. I love you.
My Buffalo Bills cap. Yes, let's play for Dan in case he forgot. Just a little snippet from that epic postgame. Oh, boy.
Right on left, and it should have been left on left. And there was an acquisition made for a guy that, yes, had thrown 3 of the last 4 days. And there was also a $10.5 million man in the bullpen that should have thrown that pitch, and it should not have been Colin Holderman. The Pirates lost a game because Derek Shelton mismanaged a 6-5 loss to the Arizona Diamondbacks. That's as plainly as it can be put. The biggest game of the year, the biggest season of the year, managerial malfeasance occurred at 115 Federal Street.
The biggest season of the year? That makes no sense. I mean, that's a Eucharism
You choose
almost.
the one where he pulls out a Bob Eucharism there?
the season of the year?
I mean, you were just in fuego.
I mean, I was seeing red, as I am now.
A lot of people are. I mean, still two games later, but that game there were just some highly dubious decisions by the manager.
Yeah, I'm not sure that I've received from Derek Shelton, and you did a great job trying to extrapolate as much information as you could the other day. I'm still almost more confused than I am clear on, especially how he navigated that 7th inning.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
It doesn't make sense.
So and I laid this out on the postgame show. I was okay with Colin Holderman coming in to face 8, 9, and maybe even 1.
Yeah.
Thinking that, all right, you have a 2-run lead. Holderman is going to be very important to this season. So you do have to get him right somehow, some way. And with the 2-run lead, you get 8 and 9 in the batting order, and guess what? You might be able to, by hook or crook, have 2 outs, nobody on base. Then you feel comfortable maybe with him facing Corbin Carroll, the leadoff hitter, as the lineup flips over. But first batter out of the hand, you knew it was going to be one of those days because he just was not hitting spots. He walks Perdomo to lead off. You bring him in, I'm okay with it to start that 7th inning, but with the shortest of leashes, Joe. And at the first sign of duress, you've got to be very proactive, and you've got to bring preferably Chapman or even Beeks into that game. Chapman had thrown 35 pitches combined on back-to-back nights. Still, I think you can go to him, and I don't know if there's something that Chapman has where he just doesn't want to or can't do 3 days in a row, veteran, future Hall of Famer, that sort of thing. Beeks had pitched in 3 of the last 4. I get trying to fake your way through that inning with Holderman to try to get him a 0, get some confidence back up, but that wasn't reality. That's not reality for the Pirates and Holderman at this point. So. Yeah. And then the fact that he tells on himself by bringing Beeks into the game anyway, that's tough. And I was really disappointed when Shelton got to the point where, on your show, he sort of kind of admitted that he could do it over again, almost as he did the show after he pulled Jared Jones after the New York Mets outing, 59 pitches, 50 strikes. He didn't just come out and say, you know what, palms in the air, that's on me. I screwed it up. I wear it squarely. He sort of kind of did. What did he say? I'll review it, I think was the...
Yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, and it wasn't just that. It was, wait, you had Chapman available too. So what about the 9th inning where, who did he bring in the 9th again?
He brings in Woodford Reserve.
Who gives up what proves to be the game-losing home run.
Correct.
So he's really, in effect, treating the game, and you really hit on this good in your post game. He's treating that game like it's a split squad scrimmage, not a quasi playoff game with a day off coming up. And I think you had to do that. And I'm with you. I wish he just would have said, yeah, I screwed up.
Because, I don't know, I look at head coaches, managers as essentially stewards of public entities. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You do owe explanations to your constituency, right?
Yes.
Because of, let's really step back of what head coaches are. They're playing in publicly funded and taxpayer-built facilities. You are really stewards of this entity. So if we do ask a question, and it's not for our own edification in the media, we're conduits to the ticket buyer. We are conduits to the constituency. Why not provide us and be held to account the same way your state representative is? I know it's not that in practical terms, but I think in matters like this, absolutely you could, just as much as we would love to hear our political leaders say, I was wrong, I screwed up, my thoughts at that time weren't necessarily in line, whatever it is, I think we can all appreciate I kicked that thing in the can. I really did. We can all appreciate that. You become more of a sympathetic figure, and we, too, can then say, you know what, to err is human. Right?
Sure. And he has done that in the past.
Has he?
He has come on the show and said, I would do that over. I don't have the example. Limits, can you verify that?
Yeah, he has.
Okay, and I give him credit because especially...
But I wish he had here.
And especially with the handling of skeins and things of that nature and answers that they don't have all the answers to, they say as much. And yesterday I asked him a question about why the Pirates are so poor coming off of off days. I think it's now 5-13. Wow. And he was very palms up. Listen, I don't have the answer. I don't know. And a lot of coaches and a lot of organizations, they're downright arrogant. And they think they have all the answers, and even when they don't, they pretend to, and then they put on this false bravado. So I do give him and the Pirates a ton of credit from that respect.
Yeah.
Especially as it pertains to like the handling of pitchers, the workload, and they say, listen, we're in uncharted territory here. We don't have all the answers. We don't pretend to. I think in so many words, that's exactly what they say. So that's very refreshing to hear. And I'm not sure I got that. It was yesterday that he was on the show. Because it was pretty obvious and egregious. And listen, everybody is due some of these mea culpas, mulligans, and I don't know, man. I was somewhat disappointed in the opportunity he was provided, and from what I felt was an opportunity missed. It was almost deflected to more umpire-related stuff, which was really disappointing to me.
Fan Twitter brought to you by South Hills Kia Peters Township. Visit them at southhillskia.net. The text line brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, personal injury law firm, where they always say there's never a fee unless we get money for you. So I don't know about you, but last night there was just a symbolic feel about it, and I'm starting to feel like
the walls are caving in?
Yeah, the teams in front of them are going to be uncatchable. They're better than the Pirates, the Diamondbacks, the Padres. The Braves are certainly better than the Pirates. Plus, you have a couple other teams. Now you're 4.5 out. Plus, you have the hardest schedule. I'm starting to feel like you were telling us to feel a couple weeks ago. And I hated you for it.
Well, and I mean, I had my reasons. You just kind of step back, look at it objectively, and see how this is going to play out. The law of large numbers is a wonderful, almost foolproof thing. You flip a coin 162 times, whether it lands on heads or tails in your behalf, whether heads is wins and tails is losses, it's a pretty true tell. And you could be 86 games through that coin flipping, and you could be up, but listen, that coin's going to flip over. Law of large numbers is going to prevail. And I've maintained, and I'm going to stay consistent with this, and I'm happy to be wrong and grab a spork and a foon or a fork and a spoon.
Did you mean to say that?
No.
A spork and a foon. That was incredible. Anyway, go ahead.
Clip that, aren't you?
Yeah, we
Austin?
have to. We have to.
Understand.
Yeah, I'll get it.
Okay. You're going to I'm happy to eat my crow there if I'm wrong, but I just see a lot of teams, as you just mentioned, as better. Water will find its own level, and this is the 2012 Pirates that are going to make some progress. That, again, I was looking at maybe where they were this time last year, 5, 6, 7 games under 500. Going into last night's game, they're a game over. If they get to their 81, maybe 82nd victory, we look at that as a 6-game improvement, and I think we walk away from the 2024 season satisfied. That's probably where they're going to be, right? If we're to look at in our crystal balls and see what this upcoming road trip is going to be when they've got the Dodgers and Padres, it's a tough road. The schedule is not kind, and it's going to take its toll, I think.
Well, I think the only way now for them to do it is internal improvement. And everybody, including me, wants to rip Bob Nutting all the time, Shelty all the time, Charrington all the time. Can we carve a little place to say some of this is on the players? And I'll start with Key Brian Hayes. I'll throw in Connor Joe and Triolo. Can they ever give you anything? Holderman, the bullpen. De La Cruz, he looks like he's never played baseball before. But let's start with Key Brian Hayes. I mean, his demise this year at the plate has absolutely killed them.
Sawinski too, and I think I've been fairly consistent with, you do what you're supposed to do, or you even show hints of it with Hayes, Sawinski, and even Henry Davis to a certain extent. The entire dynamic of the season looks differently.
Yes. And
really
people just want to jump to, it must be somebody else's fault. The hitting coach? Maybe.
Yeah.
Shelty? Maybe. Nutting? Always. But what about the players themselves, Dan?
Yeah, that's fair. And listen, you lose 6-0 yesterday. You make 3 plays. You do some of the fundamental basic tenets of just catching baseballs.
Yes.
Pirates may, I don't know if they win that game, but it's a much different game, and it's managed differently if G1 Base stays on his feet, if Jared Triolo is able to make the lunging catch. Rowdy Tellez doesn't have a ball hit off it goes into and out of his glove. That's what happened basically in succession in the 5th inning. So I agree. Players have underperformed. That's what's made this year awfully frustrating. And for them to potentially finish with that 81st or 82nd win, you almost look at it as a really successful season, which I also, by the way, if I just really step back, if they get there, I think it is a successful year. And I know I'm getting accused of being really down on the Pirates and the organization because I've thrown some wet blankets on things, but I'm just trying to be as real as I possibly can be. They're in really good shape, I think. Controllable, talented, cost-effective pitching.
Yeah.
And a lot of depth with Braxton Ashcraft right on the doorstep. Thomas Harrington, Bubba Chandler now graduated to the AAA level. They've got some dudes. They've got some arms. And any organization is founded and built on pitching, and they've done a terrific job there. I think the other elements and pieces, as maybe Cherington has even displayed at the trade deadline with the acquisitions of Kiner Falefa and De La Cruz, which I think he's going to be a good run producer for this team. They're going to be fairly active in the offseason. I think they're going to relook how they do free agency. I think they'll have an opportunity to maybe make even more meaningful, impactful, cost-effective trades. And not retool this lineup, but I think add and fix some of the offensive deficiencies, and maybe even, as much as they possibly can, even though it's a really volatile thing to do, address bullpen as well.
I hate to throw cold water on anything. I'm just being absolutely realistic.
I like that.
Thank you.
Dan, may I finish here with a bunch of fast questions that you give me one-word answers to, or 2 words, something like that?
By all means.
O'Neal Cruz playing tonight?
Maybe. He's sick. That's what we heard. I'm not sure he was at the ballpark last night. Perhaps we can get some clarity on that at 3:30 this afternoon.
Next year's rotation, what will it be in your humble opinion?
So you've got Skeens, Keller, Jones, a free agent, Bailey Falter, and maybe Thomas Harrington.
What about Bubba Chandler?
Late graduation to AAA. I think they'll slow play, but at some point, if you're going to say opening day 2025, I'm going to go with that.
Okay. Here I want you to say what you would do and then what you think they will do. Endy Rodriguez's position for next year.
He'll start at catcher unless Joey Bart really sells them. He's been a nice find addition, a nice surprise, but I think Endy Rodriguez, while he has the ability to play first base, probably will in the minor leagues, maybe eventually does move there full time, and maybe he splits time there. I think he'll be the opening day catcher.
Henry Davis's position.
I wonder if, and depending on if he gets a second look this year, and I know I'm giving you far more than one word here.
That's okay. The questions really haven't lent themselves to that, and I take full responsibility for that.
Thank you. Point a thumb, not a finger. Well done. I think that they'll give him a second look at some point this year. And if some of the things and he's hitting well in AAA, if they translate, then I think he has an opportunity to remain. If not, I think they probably look at moving him in the offseason.
They're out of it by any reasonable projection or observation in the beginning of September. Does Skeens pitch in September?
Probably.
Okay. O'Neal Cruz's future position. What would you do? What do you think they'll do?
In 2025, he's the shortstop. He should be the shortstop. Does his career end at shortstop? Probably not. I think there's an opportunity for him to grow, develop, and get better at shortstop. Now, he's also probably going to get bigger. So the ankles are skinny. The footwork is still relatively good. And I think that they're going to try to run this out because there's extreme value to have that sort of bat at that shortstop position, which I don't think that you want to diminish a player's value when doing that. I think, especially with the personality dynamic of O'Neal Cruz, you can really deflate them and take away. Listen, if somebody puts you in a position in your job that makes you less valuable, it's going to have an impact that's not positive.
Thank you, Dan. You've
Thank you,
become one of the most wonderful men who's ever lived. Do you agree with that, Limits?
That's high praise.
You know, Joe, I do 100% with you. I agree with every syllable and half syllable that you just uttered.
Grab a spork and a foon.
That was incredible. Thank you, Dan.
Eat
Great
up.
stuff, as always. We'll be listening post-game.
I love you.
I love you.
Thanks,
too.
man.
Bye.
All right. Dan Zangrilli, you can hear all about it, as they say, later tonight. Meantime, Brandon Aiyuk, we had Pony walk down the hallway here. He's saying this is a done deal. Dot the I's, cross the T's. There's only I's in Aiyuk, no T's. And this is done. Have we seen any corroboration here?
No.
Limitless Wonder. Are
No,
you starting to
not yet.
get concerned or no?
Maybe just slightly, but not too much, no.
I'm riding with Pony here. I'm riding with Pony, but I would be lying to you if I said there wasn't a tiny bit of concern.
I think a tiny bit of concern is probably the best way to put it. Like, the fact that an Adam Schefter or Rappaport hasn't put it out yet, not saying that they won't.
A guy named Ryan Dick tweets in, no change, this comes through. No chance, I think he means. No chance this comes through now that Pony is saying it's done. Shall I call you Ron, Dr. Dick? What should we go with
you
here?
You can call me Ron.
You think that's Dr. Dick's son that's tweeting in the Pony?
I don't know. This is incredible. The responses here are gold. I'm riding with Pony, and we'll see what happens here as the hour evolves. He'll be on at 2 o'clock with Malsey and Donnie Football. We'll be keeping an eye on it. Fan Hotline, presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. And we're going to talk to Brian Batko, who covers the Steelers, to finish off the show here. We'll ask him a potential Aiyuk acquisition, what effect that would have on Pickens, assuming Pickens isn't going the other way. And that would be really weird. We'll talk about that next.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now,
Andrew Filipponi is reporting that the Steelers have a verbal agreement in place with the 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk. All the terms of the deal and contract details are being hammered out. The wide receiver is coming to Pittsburgh, Pony says. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan, the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
He won the first Royal Rumble. He's in the WWE Hall of Fame. He's one of the great wrestlers of all time. Hacksaw Jim Duggan. Can I get one more USA chant on the way out?
Well, we got to do a hole, brother. That's what we're going to do. And if you guys are going to hole like you mean it. So 1, 2, 3, ho!
Say hacksaw.
That's some good hoeing.
The PM team at 2 p.m. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Transform your business internet with Armstrong Business Solutions. Our advanced 10G fiber optic network gives you the ability to experience lightning-fast upload and download speeds with unlimited data. But that's not all. Wireless internet backup combats network disruptions, and Business Pro Wi-Fi helps monitor and manage your network from anywhere. Get your business up to speed with connectivity that works for you from Armstrong Business Solutions. Go to ArmstrongOneWire.com/business.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Some people just know the best rate for you is a rate based on you with Allstate. Not a rate based on Terry who keeps and makes the car behind them. Oh no, they're about to. Save with DriveWise and the Allstate app and only pay a rate based on you.
Not available in every state, subject to terms and conditions. Rating factors and savings vary, and in some states your rate could increase with high-risk driving. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is it. Shop the Lowe's Closeout event to get up to 70% off select major appliances for your home. Plus, get up to 60% off select patio furniture and accessories for your outdoor spaces. So hurry into your local store today because these deals are too good to last. Shop them now before they're gone because Lowe's knows savings. Lowe's knows home improvement. Valid through 8/7 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. Go ahead, feel your engine. Admire that perfectly installed exhaust. Your vehicle's moving along this freeway like it was made from fresh installs and a whole lot of love. With eBay Motors, you get over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Weather Seal. Get to WeatherSealHomeServices.com today.
This is Andrew Bogish with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I guess I'm glad the White Sox snapped their 21-game losing streak last night, but now we're missing out on the accidental hilarity of them setting the all-time mark at home on Friday night against the rival Cubs on fireworks night. That would have been some celebration. Imagine setting that kind of history and having to stick around for a post-game party. I'm Andrew Bogish.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
The world comes to Washington County for the Princegate Pony League World Series August 9th through the 14th. Catch all the action as the best youth baseball teams play for the World Championship at historic Lou Hayes Pony Field. Daily admission is just $8, $5 for kids. Go to ponyworldseries.org for a complete schedule. History will be made one batter at a time at the Princegate Pony League World Series, sponsored by the Washington County Tourism Promotion Agency. Don't miss it for the world.
Hey everybody, it's Andrew Filipponi. Do you want to protect your car from bugs, UV rays, rain? Keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes you need to get to WetGo. New members who sign up for WetGo Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45 plus convenient WetGo locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited for an even faster, higher quality wash. Find a WetGo Pro location and enjoy free high-powered vacuums and free use of microfiber towels.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
To celebrate Team USA going for gold, Xfinity is offering a gold medal deal. Now, through August 11th, get our best offer yet with 300 megabit Xfinity Internet and one line of unlimited mobile for just $35 a month for a year and a free 5G phone. And the action doesn't stop there. Save on some of the biggest names in streaming by adding the new Xfinity Stream Saver with Peacock, Apple TV Plus, and Netflix for just $15 a month. Don't wait. When the Olympic Games end, so does this deal. Go to Xfinity.com/Team USA. Call 1-800-XFINITY or visit a store today. Get the fastest connection to Paris with Xfinity, proud partner of Team USA.
Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-pay with stored bank account. Equipment tax and fees extra and subject to change. After promo, regular rates apply to internet and mobile. Stream saver price subject to change. Xfinity Mobile requires Xfinity Internet. Actual speeds vary and not guaranteed. Free 5G phone requires eligible trade-in. Select models only.
All roads lead to Trumbull, trust, and teamwork. With Trumbull, you're getting first-hand access to one of the finest contractor teams in the region. Our resume includes more than 200 bridges, hundreds of miles of highways, and millions of cubic feet of excavation, all completed by our 300-plus expert field and office professionals. Build the region with Trumbull and learn more about our services at www.trumblecorp.com.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
Hi, welcome to Staples.
Hi, my son's teacher emailed his back-to-school list. He needs crayons and a comp book for every subject.
Okay, no problem. With Staples Hot Deals, you'll find super low prices on hundreds of items for back to school.
Oh, now they're saying he needs folders and glue.
You got it.
And markers?
Of course.
Oh, geez.
Can we get a cart, please?
Save big on back to school with Staples Hot Deals. Right now, 24-pack Crayola crayons and comp books are only 50 cents each at Staples. Ends 8/24, in-store only, limit 10. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Now back to the Joe Starkey Show, presented by JP Roofing and Siding. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Jeep Dodge, Route 19, Peters Township, celebrating 50 years in the South Hills. What's cooking? Brought to you by our local Geico rep, Tim Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Hester.
Very kindly. We have a source-off here.
Oh, source-off.
Oh, my God. Jordan Schultz is sourcing off with Pony. Pony reporting the deal is all but done, that Aiyuk is coming to Pittsburgh. And what does Jordan Schultz say?
Here's the full tweet from Jordan Schultz. Sources. There is still easy for me to say. Sources. There is still no deal between the 49ers and Steelers on a trade that would send wide receiver Brandon Aiyuk to Pittsburgh, per multiple sources. The two sides have spoken. They continue to speak, and the situation remains fluid. Schultz says, as of this post, there is no agreement on all sides.
All right. Well, Pony said it wasn't done either, that they still had to dot the I's, so to speak.
Correct.
But it's still somewhat of a source off, is it not?
What Pony said is the trade is in place. I think it's just a matter of getting the very final details worked out. It's a verbal agreement. He's coming here. It's a done deal. So there's the final details, which is probably like, I don't know, maybe a difference between a third and a fourth round draft pick.
Well, I don't know.
Something like that, or a medical.
I don't know. Assuming that's why I'm always leaving it out here, that it's not the case. I have to, based on my own experience. Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette. You can read his stuff at postgazette.com. He's on the Sullivan Super Service Fan Hotline, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. What do you make of this source off? What do you make of this whole situation, Dr. Batko?
Well, Joe, both Pony and Jordan Schultz are very nice men. It's like a family fight. I don't want to get in the middle of it. I don't have any reason to doubt either of their reporting, and I think at this point I'm past 50-50 on thinking Aiyuk is going to make it here. But with as many twists and turns as this soap opera has had in the last, 48 hours, I feel like we should all just be a little bit patient in terms of a hard and fast confirmation on anything.
If they don't have to give up a first rounder, is this a deal that you would do?
Probably, but I'm still skeptical of the extension that the Steelers would give Aiyuk. I mean, I think he's a good player, but I don't know that I think he's a top 10 receiver in the league, and I mean, probably top 15, but man, I've just never been one to think just because the Joneses are throwing money around the one position or in one offseason that you need to do the same thing.
If he did come here, what would it mean for Pickens?
I think there might maybe have to be some ego massaging done by Mike Tomlin, but, I mean, he's been in that position before. I imagine there were a lot of headaches over the last couple of years with George Pickens and Deontay Johnson coexisting. Not saying they didn't get along with each other, but I think it probably created some tension and turmoil just internally with targets and who's open, who should be getting thrown to, who's producing. And then when you add in the financial layer of this, that would be another dynamic. You know, it's one thing for guys to fight over who's the alpha in the room or the perceived number one. But when one guy's salary is saying something close to $30 million a year and the other guy's on his rookie deal, I mean, that can get thorny too, I imagine.
Brian Batko of the Post-Gazette. Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. The Chevy Summer Drive continues at Sun Chevrolet, up to $7,500 in rebates. Terms, conditions at sunchevy.com. High of 82 today with cloudy skies. All right. There's a lot of national media noise about Justin Fields and the impression he has made. What do you make of this? If not Fields replacing Russell Wilson before the season, has he at least put it in their minds through this sort of unexpected audition that he's getting all summer that they may want to go to him earlier than they would have to replace a struggling Russell during the season? Like, what kind of impression, what importance is this?
I think the way you put it in your mailbag was good, Joe. I mean, I feel like the leash is getting shorter by virtue of what Justin Fields has been able to do. I happen to think he's making a very good impression on coaches, on teammates, on us in the media who are watching him every day. And I think a lot of us, I mean, it sort of got a little silly with the aggregation and, you know, stuff attributed to people, reporters, about how he looked in the spring, inaccurate, overwhelmed, that kind of thing. I haven't seen that at all in camp. He looks really sharp. He's more decisive, it seems, by the day, just about. And, yeah, I mean, this is trending in a good direction, I think, for Fields. And I'll tell you this today, Joe, while not keeping an eye on Aiyuk watch and just paying attention to practice, I don't know if it's a factor of Russ's calf issue still and working him back slowly, ramping him up little by little. But today looked like what an actual NFL quarterback competition would look like. I know you always ask that when you get into it, like how do you even go through that this time of year with only so many practices? But it was kind of Russ for 2 reps, Fields for 2 reps, Russ back in, Fields back in, both working with the starters, both working with the second team I just think that's interesting and something to keep an eye on as we go forward.
Obviously, that's a giant storyline going into the first preseason game. Give me 2 or 3 more in your mind, Brian.
Oh, man. I think the receivers are going to continue to be one if and until this trade happens. I mean, they've looked good to me as well. Russ said today after practice they've been lights out making plays. I would say Tomlin was not as bullish in his praise of them this morning. I mean, he basically just gave the old, yeah, these guys are working really hard. They're really mature, the intangibles, high floor, that kind of thing. But if they make some big plays against different jerseys Friday night, I'll be impressed. And then I think, of course, the other one, I'm going to stick with the offense because I've been saying since the start of camp, Steelers defense in 2024, we're not going to learn much about them this time of year. They don't have much to prove this time of year because of the makeup of that group. But the rookie O-linemen will really get their opportunity to show what they can do at 7 p.m. against the Texans. I think Mason McCormick might be the only one in the starting lineup because Isaac Seumalo is not going to play at left guard. So what does he do in there against the Texans first-teamers, and how do Troy Fautanu and Zach Frazier acquit themselves? Because I think their arrows are both pointing up lately in practice as well.
Left to right, the starting offensive line for this season opener, in your opinion?
All right, I'm going to stick with what I had coming into Latrobe from left to right. Broderick Jones, Isaac Seumalo, Zach Frazier, James Daniels, Troy Fautanu. I feel less good about it, but I'm still going to stick with it.
Can we do a fast game of free association before camp is over? We're gonna do before. When's the first round of cuts?
Well, there's only one round nowadays, so they keep all 90, actually 91, because of their international player. They'll keep them around until late August.
Can we do something on all 91 players next week?
Yeah, we should. That'd be fun, Joe. Let's do it. Let's get back to our old ways.
All right. We will do that next week. For now, here's a quick free association, even though you hate the name and don't think it applies. Who's going to get more touches this year, Warren or Najee?
Najee.
Everybody thinks Pat Freiermuth is headed for a big season. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
They will have a package for Justin Fields if he's not the starting quarterback, where he touches the ball.
I'm going to say no if he's not the starter.
Cordero Patterson is never going to be seen this season for the Steelers, yes or no?
Cordero Chisenhall. I'm going to say no. I mean, it's a lot. That's what I just thought of in the moment when you said that and took me down such a dark path. I'll say no. It's a long season, but the early returns not encouraging here.
Freiermuth gets a new contract.
Do you prefer Lonnie Patterson? Yes, I think he will.
Cam gets a new contract.
I don't think so, but I wouldn't be shocked if either him or Freiermuth go the other way.
Beanie is the starting slot corner.
Yes, beans, all the beans.
You've been impressed with him and you like him, yes or no?
Yes on both fronts, and I think his teammates are too.
Brian, you're a wonderful man. Have a great night.
You are too. Bye, Joe, and bye, Austin Bechtold.
Thank you, Brian.
See you, buddy.
See you, man.
It feels like you two really bonded out at camp yesterday.
We really did. We really did. I'm glad he didn't give us the Belfont snorkel.
He's a wonderful man. I'll see you tomorrow. Who knows if Paul will be here?
I won't be here tomorrow.
I won't see you tomorrow.
I'll be going to my wiffle ball trip.
Yeah. Oh, you're going on a wiffle ball trip to Vermont?
The Vermont trips tomorrow.
Good luck, buddy.
Thanks, man. I'm excited. We're playing at Little Fenway Park, Little Wrigley Field, and Little Yankee Stadium.
Oh, my God. When's the first game?
Friday at 8 o'clock. We're playing under the lights. I've always wanted to play a game under the lights.
At 8 at night?
Yeah.
Well, why are you going tomorrow? Practice?
But we got to drive 10 and a half hours to get there.
All right.
Plus, we're going to stop twice.
We're going to call you for a couple of updates.
That'd be great.
See you, buddy.
See ya.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Well, Jordan Schultz is refuting some of Pony's reporting, saying that there is no deal in place between the 49ers and Steelers on a trade that would send Brandon Aiyuk to Pittsburgh, saying the two sides have spoken and continue to speak, but it's still a fluid situation. As of this post, with the post being at 1:30, there is no deal. Pony saying that there's just small things that the Steelers and 49ers are working out. The final details are being worked out to verbal agreement, but Pony also saying he's coming here. It's a done deal. More at 937thefan.com. Headlines are powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. Pony and Muller next.
93.7 The Fan. You listen to them every day. Now you can watch them too on the Fan video stream powered by Bowser. Catch your favorite 93.7 The Fan hosts live on the Fan video stream. Just hit up 937thefan.com. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. 93.7 The Fan has all your Pittsburgh sports breaking news. Keep it locked to The Fan as we keep you up to date on all your favorite teams. Breaking news is presented by BetQL. Smarter bets start with BetQL. Download the BetQL app or visit BetQL.com today.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. It is an afternoon tilt in Chicago as the Cubs host the Twins in the final game of their series. The BetQL model was a winner on the over in yesterday's matchup, and they're going right back to the same play today. The Twins have gone over in 4 of their last 6, and the Cubs in 5 of their last 7. The 5-star best bet is once again grabbing the over between Chicago and Minnesota. I'm Michael Jenkins. Bet smarter and beat the books with BetQL, and download the BetMGM app today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Dan Zangrilli was brought to you by LGKG Injury Lawyers. Both Larry and Kelly and Joe and George are AV rated, as is the entire LGKG firm. LGKG, your home team, as well as Gutter Helmet. Beat the fall rush. Get 30% off Gutter Helmet, 35% off Gutter Helmet. Visit gutterhelmet.com or call 888-5-HELMET.
Serious savings at your local Par-Mar store. Dan Zangrilli reminding you to download the Par-Mar Stores app and save big. Get 3 cooler beverage items with your Par-Mar rewards card and get 10 cents off per gallon of gas. And remember, if there's not a Par-Mar store near you now, there will be soon.
Are you looking for more power for more play? Then head to Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. We're kicking off huge savings on every new Toyota Tacoma in stock. Get trail-dominating power, advanced technology, captivating style, and our lowest price possible, the Panda price. Plus, with every new Toyota purchase, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost for added peace of mind. Don't miss out. Score big on new Tacomas at Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
Why'd the kid jump off the boat?
I don't know. Why?
Peer pressure.
Oh. Good one, Ned.
Ned isn't funny, but Ned owns a boat, and you don't. So every time Ned tells another one of his unfunny boat puns, you're going to laugh loud and keep on laughing until you get a boat of your own.
A pier where you put a boat.
Yeah, I get it.
And when you do get a boat of your own, make sure you save money by bundling it with your home, auto, or other vehicles with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers. Not available in all states.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Crowley here. Most of us don't think much about our water heater until you turn the shower on and bang, cold water hits your back. That's why you should call Sullivan Super Service today for a water heater flush. Your water heater needs regular maintenance, and when you call Sullivan Super Service this week only, they'll flush your water heater for just $39. That's their lowest price ever on a water heater flush, only $39. You got to mention that you heard this ad to get the deal. Call Sullivan Super Service today or schedule online at sullivansuperservice.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's gotta be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and
2 and
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
High five! Up top! Heck yeah!
Dave's company just got the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business.
Yeah, 5 years!
It's 5 years of gig speed internet.
High five for gig speed.
5 years of advanced security.
Security win.
And 5 years of a great rate that won't change.
Our rate ain't changing.
All from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
There it is.
He hasn't given this many high fives since Deborah brought in her famous banana bread.
Woohoo!
Now he's got savings.
I'm so excited.
Yep, Dave's feeling it. But it's only for a limited time, so don't wait. Switch today and ask how to get the first ever 5-year price lock guarantee from Comcast Business. Powering 5 years of savings. Powering possibilities. Comcast Business.
And it's hurting, but I am not stopping.
It's 8/21/24. Guaranteed rate applies to monthly service charge for new customers on qualifying internet bundle, excluding taxes and fees. Other restrictions apply.
At Baths R Us, we're terrible roofers. We stink at installing siding. And don't ever call us for your kitchen remodel. But if you want a stunning, beautiful bathroom makeover in just 2 or 3 days, now that's when you want to call us. See, unlike most contractors these days, we offer only one service, bathroom remodeling. We don't spread ourselves thin by doing roofing or siding and a bunch of other stuff. Nope. At Baths R Us, we dedicate every company resource into mastering the craft of bath transformations. It's why we're the Midwest's biggest 5-star family-owned bathroom company. And it's why we have the happiest customers. Just check out our Google reviews. Baths R Us. We're terrible roofers, but we're awesome bathroom remodelers. Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com. Baths R Us. We're dreams soak in.
Hey there, weekend warriors. Chris Muller here. Sick of that slice? Tired of those 3 putts? What if I told you your handicap isn't about your swing, it's about your weight? Why not take strokes off your game by taking pounds off your frame with Awaken 180? We're talking 10 strokes off by August, getting your tour card by September, winning your first major year 1. Think about it. Fame, fortune, and most important, winning $5 off your buddy because you, sir, are closest to the pin. Taking strokes off your game is just 40 pounds away at awaken180weightloss.com. Awaken 180 does not guarantee an immediate 10 strokes off your score, receiving a tour card, or the ability to control the weather. Individual results may vary. Your newfound athleticism might cause jealousy amongst your foursome, leading to accusations of steroid use. Awaken 180 is not responsible for defending your honor in the clubhouse. Awaken 180 cannot guarantee that your newfound golf prowess will lead to a sponsorship deal, but we can't not guarantee it either. Awaken 180 is not responsible for any dramatic fist pumps or unsolicited golf tips you give to strangers. Awaken 180 does not offer refunds for any lost wagers made on your improved golf game. Bet wisely, my friend. Strokes off your game by dropping pounds off your frame. Awaken180weightloss.com.
If you're driving a car or truck with an expired warranty and suddenly lost your transmission or needed a full engine repair, would a $4,000 repair bill leave you stranded? I'm Danica Patrick. Don't get caught off guard with a vehicle breakdown. Choose the company I trust. Endurance. No matter the mileage, if your vehicle is less than 20 years old, Endurance offers auto protection plans for any budget. Protection on the drivetrain, electrical, transmission, AC, and more. Plus 24/7 roadside assistance and rental car reimbursement on any plan. Endurance handles everything, from making the claim to paying the certified mechanic of your choice. Act now and get 1 full year of elite benefits, a $2,000 value, free.
Endurance has paid hundreds of millions in claims. Call for your fast free quote today. Call 800-690-8974. That's 800-690-8974. 800-690-8974.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines. Pirates, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville.
All right, the Pirates are playing the Padres tonight, trying to avoid their first 3-game losing streak since back in early May. You can listen to the game right here, 6:40 first pitch, the leadoff show at 5:45. But something tells me we won't be spending too much time on that today. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Right now, it's Pody and Miller.
Okay, let's go. Come on. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Pody and Muller, live and local, just like Mike's.
Sends Kittle in motion right. Purdy out of the shotgun, drops a couple of steps, going to take a deep shot to Brandon Aiyuk. It's deflected.
Oh, he caught it!
Caught! Aiyuk caught it out of the air. A flag is also down. Did Aiyuk score? He got touchdown on the 2-yard line.
That's going to be DPI and a deflection, and Brandon Aiyuk never gave up on the football and came down with it at the 2 or 3 yard line.
He's already made a Lynn Swann catch in a playoff game, and now he will be playing for Lynn Swann's old team. Brandon Aiyuk headed to Pittsburgh. According to just me right now, and a guy who has a dog avatar on Twitter.
Pretty Ricky.
But gets a lot of these things right.
Yeah, Pretty Ricky apparently people think might be like a league office mole or somebody connected to a league office person, but a person who knows things. Also, according to me, because I heard something Monday night that corroborated.
Get on board. Okay, so I've got.
No, I believe you because I heard something Monday night that corroborated it matched up with everything you've been reporting.
Let's go through who is on Team Pony with the Aiyuk trade. Malsey?
Well, just on your side that I think it's happening.
Are you going to put your reporting chops here and say you're also reporting it's happening? Because I could.
No, I'm just corroborating that what I have heard, admittedly not from as many people as you've heard it, just corroborates what you have been putting out there.
Pretty Ricky.
Malsey.
Jersey Jerry sent out a tweet, evidently, it just was brought to my attention about an hour or two ago, of Omar Khan with laser eyes. Just laser eyes Khan. Does number one Steelers fan Jersey Jerry, who's played golf with TJ Watt.
Who has probably an in with some of these players who might know something. Does he
have an inside
Do you
source?
Feel better that you have strength in numbers now, that before it was you out on the ledge, and if it was ending up wrong, you were going to take the fall. But now there's a dog avatar guy. There's Jersey Jerry. You think a stiff gust of wind from angry people is going to blow Jersey Jerry over? He's low to the ground.
How about Alan Saunders? You were telling me moments before we went on the air. Alan Saunders, Steelers insider.
Well, hold on. I'm going to read Alan's
Is Saunders trying to refute me, or is he trying to back me up here? What are you sensing?
I'm going to read Alan's tweet verbatim because Alan strikes me as the type of guy that might get a little upset with us.
Very measured reporter here. He doesn't like to just throw horse manure out there.
Alan Saunders, 15 minutes ago, sources relay optimism that the Steelers believe they have the framework of a deal in place that is going to eventually land them Brandon Aiyuk. Obviously, for whatever reason, it has yet to actually happen, so stay tuned. Fluid situation, things of that nature. But the first sentence that he wrote matches up with what you were
I didn't say fluid. Fluid situation.
No, just the first sentence he wrote.
But fluid situation makes it appear like things can change. I don't see that happening. Have you brought up I's and T's yet, or was that off the air? Did you bring up I's need dotted and T's need crossed? Because I think that's all that's left, Chris. I think I's and T's are all that's left with this deal.
I talked to somebody Monday who, citing somebody, citing a source, so I was getting it, I guess, technically secondhand, but I feel no reason to distrust anybody involved here, who made it seem Monday night to me that more or less the deal was done the way you're talking about it right now, that the deal might have been done for like a couple of days and they were just basically haggling over the little minor points. But that it was all just like a light drizzle, you know what I mean? Not a downpour. Like this, not something that's going to stop anything from happening. And not that I ever have doubted your reporting. Like I got somebody saying I'm not going to trust a guy who said Mason Rudolph was going to be a better NFL quarterback than Lamar Jackson. People, do I have to explain this to you in slow terms here? Do I have to say it very slowly and very clearly so you understand? There's a difference between an opinion, a bad one, like the one Pony did put out there about Mason and Lamar.
Although he did get red hot at the end of last year and get the Steelers to the playoffs.
Please, do you have to? One guy's a two-time MVP. Don't even start this. There is a major difference.
Horrible record against the Steelers, but go right ahead, Chris.
There's a major difference between sending out an opinion that ends up sucking, like Pickett to Pickens will be the new Montana to Rice, and having reporting based on sources that are talking to you and telling you things. I've never doubted that you had very good sources and that there was a very good chance that this would happen.
I will just say this about it. Everything I have said since I came in here on Monday, was it Monday? My days are starting to
well, I was here Monday with you.
Yeah,
and then
so it was
I wasn't
Monday.
here yesterday.
Since I sat down with you guys on Monday and said, guys, I'm getting the sense, believe it or not, that the Steelers are very close to making a Brandon Aiyuk trade. Everything I've said since Monday has been right. Even when you said, how does it feel like you're on this island with Pretty Ricky and Jersey Jerry with the eyeball tweet.
Yep.
Everything I've said has been right. Even Adam Schefter, who is the GOAT of this and the greatest, had to come out yesterday and say they're not a landing spot. 2 hours later, he completely retracted it, said the Steelers are very much in it, and either he or someone at Pat McAfee's media team took down the video of him initially saying or originally saying that they weren't in it.
I don't like that, by the way. Stand by your reporting and admit that it was wrong. Why are you taking it down?
His reporting evidently changed because they were re-engaged.
I just think that's wussy stuff there by Schefter.
Like, even if you want to say, Pony, who is he? He's not an insider. He's not a newsbreaker. He's not tied in like Adam Schefter. He's not tied in like Jerry Dulac. Even if you're a very big critic or skeptic of mine, or you just don't like me, read the tea leaves here. The Patriots are out. He doesn't want to play for the Browns. No other team has negotiated a contract with him or is involved in trade talks. He ain't going back to San Francisco and playing for $14 million. Mike Tomlin went on the flagship station today and made a joke about it's too early to talk to people on the West Coast, so nothing to report. And then when he got asked about it by Tim Benz in a very diplomatic way, because he doesn't want to, he knows Tomlin's not going to answer a question straight up about Aiyuk, he said, I'll let you guys speculate on it, and had a big smile on his face and was laughing about it. So
he was also probably hungover because Glazer was in town last night, so he probably drank a lot and stuck Glazer with the bill.
I will say, I'm a little bit surprised. One of the things that is in my head, like when I'm saying it's 99.9999999% going to happen, that 0.0000001 that it won't is Jay Glazer is here and Tomlin gives Jay Glazer everything. Why hasn't Jay Glazer just reported this story yet? So I do think about that for a second.
Maybe Mike just decided not to give him one.
It appears as
Maybe Jay picked up the tab.
It appears as if the Post-Gazette is trolling me and must think that it's not going to happen.
Who's trolling you over there?
The paper of record thinks that I'm out of my mind.
I'm sure if and when you're proven right, which I think is just when, not if.
Because
I think that I'll be laughing to see them give you an apology, which they won't.
Because Chris Carter sent out a picture of the tweet that our radio station did about what I said with Joe when he wanted me to come in here and talk about the trade.
Mm-hmm.
And then underneath it is the picture of Jordan Schultz saying there's still no deal between the 49ers and Steelers. Per multiple sources from Jordan, the two sides have spoken, they continue to speak, and the situation remains very fluid. So I'm not going to rip into Jordan here because he works for Fox now and does a very good job, and I have a good relationship with him. But I will ask again, if not the Steelers, then who?
He stays with the Niners. That's about it.
So here's one of the things I heard about that, okay? About him going back to San Francisco. You can say he's under contract. He's got to tough it out, $14 million. They don't have to pay him. They hold all the cards. He goes there. He's not going to sit out and get fined and not make money. People have made that argument. Here's the argument no one wants to make on that. These are human beings in that locker room. Many of them think Brandon Aiyuk is a really good player. You think they're going to be cool with the idea that one of their star players is grossly underpaid while all kinds of wide receivers have gotten money who are his peers and actually have had, at least last season, they did not put up the numbers of Aiyuk. Are they just going to be fine with him getting a raw deal from the organization and not being treated fairly? I don't think so. I think that's another part of this. I don't think Kyle Shanahan wants a situation where Brandon Aiyuk doesn't quite cause a mutiny, but has San Francisco players pissed off over the way one of their best friends got treated by the team in the offseason. I know they're all professionals and whatnot, but put yourself in their shoes. Like, would you be ecstatic about an organization like telling a guy you're not good enough? Play for way less than you're worth?
I don't think it's necessarily that. I think that's a system that's about the system, and the players are important, but only to a point. And I think they would rather have everybody who buys into the system than a guy who's clearly disgruntled and pissed off that they won't pay him operating as one of the key parts of that system.
I think that's a possibility too.
They'd rather have Ricky Pearsall, Debo, Christian McCaffrey, and Kittle, and then Jawan Jennings, a happy family there, than I want to say a malcontent, but a guy who thinks he should be getting a lot more money.
And I still believe that story that came out of San Francisco on Monday night about the Browns and the Patriots was leaked to their best beat man by the 49ers to make Aiyuk the bad guy in all this. And how often do you see a story where trades that probably aren't going to happen, the details of those trades get leaked to reporters? Here's what Cleveland's offered us. Here's what New England's offered us. We don't even know for sure what Pittsburgh's offered. I don't even have that 100%. But we know what Cleveland and New England offered because those are better offers. And when
Can you believe this guy vetoed a trade? We could have gotten a great package back for him.
So now it's not John Lynch. Exactly. It's not John Lynch's fault anymore. It's not the 49ers organization anymore. We could have had Amari Cooper. We could have had maybe the Patriots' second-round pick with a receiver, which will turn into almost a first-round pick because of how bad that team is. This guy basically held us at gunpoint on this, or at ransom.
We did all we could do.
Yeah.
He held the cards.
Yep. I think that's all that was. I said, as soon as that thing came out, I said, from everything I've heard, he doesn't want to play for New England or Cleveland. So why do these offers matter? He won't sign an extension with them. And I still believe, we'll see what the contract looks like. I still believe that New England's money offer to Aiyuk was higher than what the Steelers are going to give him.
That he's giving them a Mike Tomlin discount.
Yeah. And say this about Tomlin, and I've crushed the guy. He has not won a playoff game since 2016. But it looks like, because of his stature within the game and how much players like him, it's going to lead to them getting Justin Fields for only a 6th-round pick, Patrick Queen for way under market value, and Brandon Aiyuk giving up less in a trade and paying him less than other teams. Got to give him credit. Now, go out. That's like James Franklin at Penn State. You can have 5-star recruiting classes. You got to beat Ohio State and Michigan. Give him credit for helping the Steelers build this much better team. Have to do something with it. The expectations and pressure on this team, Chris. What did the guy who wrote Spider-Man say? What's his name? Stan Lee? Bruce Lee?
Stanley.
Mm-hmm. What
Bruce
did he
Lee
say?
was a martial artist.
What did he say? To much is given, much is expected, or something like that?
With great power comes great responsibility.
Thank you.
I could say that about your Twitter feed, too.
Right. Yeah.
I don't think that for the record, I don't think Fields, Queen, or Aiyuk is, let me put it, how would I put this? Michael Vick in his prime, or like whatever, Steve Young in his prime. I don't think Patrick Queen is Derek Brooks, and I don't think Brandon Aiyuk is Randy Moss. They're 3 good to very good players, better than they had at any of those positions last year. But I think even in the case of Aiyuk, better by only a marginal amount.
Well, they got 2 guys. They got
Queen is a big upgrade, but I have questions about how good Patrick Queen ultimately will be because of Roquan Smith.
Fair enough,
Fields is a huge upgrade over their backup situation.
But all I'm saying is that a guy who got MVP votes at quarterback, an All-Pro at linebacker last year, and an All-Pro wide receiver, all picked to play for a team that hasn't won a playoff game since 2016.
Mike has huge appeal with these guys. He has cachet that other coaches don't.
We have all the guys on NFL Network talking about Aiyuk now, Donnie, so let's get their audio when we come back. Pelissero, Rappaport, and Garofolo. They're making faces. Are these bad faces for me?
Is Rappaport standing on a box?
We don't have the audio right now, Mulsey. What do you make of what you see here?
I think they're all, you know what they all look like?
Are you sensing a mocking tone?
They all look like a bunch of guys who know they're going to eventually have to eat you-know-what when you're proven right.
Interesting. Donnie, is that the sense you're getting from looking at their faces right now?
Well, how many of those guys have completely refuted it? All three of them? I felt like Rap Sheet was the one that started to turn your corner.
Rap Sheet came to my side and said
he was the one yesterday who said, "Oh, wait a minute here, Shefty.
Yep.
They're still in this thing."
This guy Pony's unreal.
I hope you get the credit you deserve it when
I'm not
this
going
happens.
to.
Why?
Because I'm a peon to them.
I
I'm
don't
a
think
bug.
so.
I'm a
You're
I'm
a friend
bug
of Nick
underneath their
Wright's and
shoe.
a friend of Danny Parkins's. And I think an equal.
No.
And they ought to treat you as such. Who's Jordan Schultz? Well, no, we're not going to be mean to him.
Text us on the Edgar Snyder Associates fan text line. Let's get a headline, and we'll come back with what these guys said about Aiyuk next. But first, message from Donnie.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Padres 6, Pirates nothing last night. The Padres out-hit the Pirates 14-5. Buccos and Friars do it again tonight, 6:40 first pitch. 5:45 is when our coverage on the Fan begins, all presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Malzy.
Thanks, Donnie. The Bath Authority, that's what I want to tell you about right now. I'm speaking directly. If you're within the sound of my voice and your bathtub or shower sucks, it's got mildew and mold taking over. It's like a little army of mildew just marching into your shower or bathtub and taking over. Call my friends at the Bath Authority. They are awesome. The customer experience is terrific. The products that they have for you, bathroom remodeling products, are top-notch. They have this exclusive polymer liner that's going to make your bathtub or shower, the new one from the Bath Authority, low maintenance. It's going to make it easy to clean. It's going to make it last for decades. How do I know all that? Because they also stand behind it with a lifetime warranty. They do it all, too, at the Bath Authority. Walk-in tubs, tub-to-shower conversions, you name it. Plus, every unit's custom-built, so you're picking the accents and the safety features. Even better, all Bath Authority products, 100% made in the USA. What are you waiting for? Fix up that bathroom today. Call them, 412-249-1140. Get free installation on your new shower or bath, plus 36 months of interest-free financing. TheBathAuthority.com. A better bath awaits.
Pony and Muller here. Mike and Mike's Beer Bar is a big fan of us. In fact, he gave us our own beer. Okay, well, kind of. Each month, Mike picks a local beer that we call the Fan Beer of the Month. August Beer of the Month is Alter Genius Rescue Kolsch, and the charity is Crisis Center North, a charity that helps victims of domestic abuse in Allegheny County.
And if you don't like the Fan Beer of the Month, or you just don't like us, Mike has 4 other beers on tap that you can select, and he will make a donation to the charity. Check out the Fan Beer of the Month at Mike's Beer Bar.
Meet me at Mike's.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. I'll say this for LeBron. Usually, the bagginess of the moment is exclusively on him. This one is only partially on him. It's almost like they set him up. It's almost like the Jumbotron operator said, wait, don't let Leon in. Hold him. Wait for LeBron to find his place on the bench. All right, go. And they put him up on the Jumbotron, and he crowned himself, except they weren't cheering for him. I'm Jim Rome.
Attention all Patriots. This is Jason Hansen, former CIA officer and security expert. I have an urgent message for anyone who's concerned about their financial future. In a world filled with economic uncertainty and geopolitical turmoil, it's never been more important to have a rock-solid plan for protecting your wealth. That's why I'm inviting you to a special financial briefing this Thursday. During this exclusive summit, you'll get proven top strategies for safeguarding your hard-earned assets and securing your financial independence. We'll cover everything from diversifying your portfolio to creating a fail-safe emergency fund. Don't leave your future to chance. Call my friends at Advantage Gold today at 800-741-GOLD to register at no cost whatsoever. In today's uncertain times, it's critical to have a solid plan in place to protect your finances and secure your future. Call 800-741-GOLD now to register for this 100% free summit. That's 800-741-GOLD.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
Direct Auto Insurance is for uncompromisers. The people who refuse to make trade-offs in life. Like Kelly, when her old car insurance got so expensive that she couldn't afford to drive anymore, do you think she started carrying her groceries for miles? No. But she did find Direct Auto's savings that allowed her to drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25%, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a quote today at directauto.com. Savings based on applied discounts and will vary. Terms apply. How you buy can affect price. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
When the black and gold are up the road, we get excited. Smale Kia is proud to sponsor the Pittsburgh Training Camp live on the Fan 93.7. And during our summer savings event, look for the tags and look for clearly marked prices. Plus low and no APR financing on Kia Sportage, Sorento, and select EVs. Go to SmaleKia.com. 1.9% APR up to 48 months, $21.65 a month per 1,000 financed at 48 months through KFA with approved credit. Not all will qualify. See Smale Kia for details. Take delivery by 9/3/24.
The PM team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
Donnie was navigating some technical stuff for us. We're back up on YouTube and 93.7thefan.com's video stream. We were troubleshooting some problems with that the last couple days, but everything looks good.
I've heard from people that's their favorite way to consume the show these days is the YouTube stream. Apparently people like looking at my shiny head on camera and wondering if I'm that much shorter than you because apparently I'm never sitting up high enough in this room.
Well, Pony always has his chair up there like Yao Ming. I've noticed that at
the Ming
6
Dynasty.
When I get in there and I'm like, Jesus, man, this chair is halfway to the ceiling here.
Have we heard what these NFL Network guys said? Do we have that audio
I didn't
yet?
get to that yet, but I'll.
All right.
We've got people now citing Benjamin Albright as somebody putting you in your place, except one.
Who is Benjamin Albright again?
A guy known for making stuff up whole cloth. Like he has been smacked down for literally having reports that had absolutely no basis in fact. He's also one of those guys that has a Twitter picture of him looking at his phone like he's getting scoops. And I just automatically look at somebody like that and like, don't take them seriously.
You think he's trying too hard?
I know that there have been stories where he has tried to report on, I think it was Cortland Sutton related, where he was just totally wrong on stuff. Dead wrong.
It's also 8/7/24, Sidney Crosby Day. There was huge scuttlebutt that Sid was going to get an extension from the Penguins today. We'll ask Tyler Kennedy about that in 15 minutes when he joins us. I don't think a first-round pick is in this deal, and I think the Steelers are going to end up paying Aiyuk less than $30 million a year. Do either of those two things change Chris Muller's opinion on how he feels about this trade? And if so, which one more than the other?
I mean, inherently, if they're not going to give up a first-round pick, that is a good thing. Inherently, if they're not going to pay what was rumored they might pay, every $1 million saved is $1 million earned to spend to somebody else. So, like, they're both good things, but it's only a matter of degree. Man, to hear, I think Mark Schlereth said this, and I'm paraphrasing in one of those sports minutes.
Yep.
Schlereth said something to the effect of, he's a nice player and all, but my God, we're having this soap opera-like drama for Brandon Aiyuk, and that's exactly how I feel. We're not having this. Randy Moss and Jerry Rice isn't coming to the Steelers here. We're talking about Brandon Aiyuk. You're getting a guy who is, I think, a marginal improvement on Deontay Johnson for a lot more money than you were paying Deontay Johnson, if and when this deal is consummated.
Man, I'm surprised that you think he's only that much better. I mean, Johnson was terrible last year.
I don't think he's much better. I don't.
But why were his numbers so much better?
Who played in a better offense?
Oh, Aiyuk, for sure.
Are you sure if you put Deontay Johnson in that offense, the numbers wouldn't have looked markedly better, and that if you put Aiyuk in this offense where a quarterback couldn't hit the broadside of a barn, it probably wasn't going to look all that pretty?
He can't do what Aiyuk does.
What does Aiyuk do?
Aiyuk's a big playmaker. He was second in the league in yards per catch. Johnson's a guy that gets open fast and gives you the short routes.
But I hear about that with Aiyuk. People are telling me no one separates like Brandon Aiyuk, except everybody tells me that about Deontay Johnson.
Well, then I guess he's the best of both worlds. He gets
Brandon Aiyuk is
easy, and he gets open deep.
He is a one-season wonder when it comes to being a big play threat. 12.5, 14.8, 13.0.
He's getting better.
Why?
He's on the ascent.
He got better in year 2, worse in year 3.
Okay.
Now better in year 4, so he's going to be worse in year 5. He's an odd number. He's an even number player. Year 5 of his career is going to suck.
Amazing blocker. Just blocks out his rear end.
Here's why people
Hines
like
Ward
him.
blocker.
Here's why people like him. He came from San Francisco. The numbers last year are very good. I wouldn't deny that. He cooked the Steelers.
Yes, I think that's why the Steelers like him a lot too.
I think that is a stupid reason to decide you like someone. It's the same reason they love Justin Fields, or at least in part. It's so hubristic to have that kind of view of yourself that, oh, if somebody succeeds against us, They
well,
must
so
be
let me
terrific.
give you controls of the Steelers for a day, and we're rewinding all the way back to February when the offseason began. What would you have preferred they do at wide receiver?
Alex Highsmith straight for Terry McLaurin if you want to trade Deontay
But what if
Johnson
Washington
still.
said no to that? I mean, it sounds like Washington didn't want to trade McLaurin because they wanted a receiver for Daniels.
Fair enough. I'm gonna say something. What I'll answer instead is, because that's what I wanted them to do. What I'll answer instead is how I would have handled Brandon Aiyuk. And I think Crowley made a very good point about this yesterday on the morning show. He said we are all, kissing butt with Omar Khan here, telling him how great of a job he's done. And I think he's been very good, to be very clear, in his first 2 years. They probably could have waited out Jackson getting cut by the Panthers, and then if they really wanted to bring him along, I know there's a risk he could go elsewhere, but apparently everyone wants to play for Mike Tomlin, so why wouldn't he?
Yep.
Pick up a cut player, and then if you really want to do this Aiyuk deal, and there were rumors that they wanted a wide receiver back, boom. You can have your cake and eat it, too.
But that's
you
still
can get rid of Deontay and
but
go to
that's
Aiyuk.
still something
I wouldn't
you
like
wouldn't
it.
have done because
I
you
wouldn't
don't
have
think
done it, but that's how they should have tried to do this deal that they're trying to get over the finish line.
I still don't think that San Francisco would have taken Johnson.
Why?
Because his reputation is crap around the league.
Brandon Aiyuk was in their doghouse for his first 2 years.
Yes, and he's now an effervescent human being that's willing to do whatever it takes.
Oh, yeah, he's willing to do whatever it takes to get the hell out of San Francisco.
Well, he's a man that looks out for number one because he has to think about his family.
Isn't that what people say about Deontay Johnson?
Deontay Johnson watches a fumble knock off his calf after he didn't catch a touchdown in the end zone, Mulsey.
Brandon Ayuk's best play was a lucky one where the ball hit off a guy's helmet.
Oh, my God. It took amazing hand-eye coordination. What are you talking
Deontay Johnson's
about?
made catches that were better than that last year.
So he also drops easy balls and runs backwards. What do you want to do now? Retroactively take away Lynn Swan's Super Bowl MVP?
Donnie would like that because he's overrated, right, Donnie? Let's give Stallworth some love here.
Here is what Garofolo and Rap Sheet are saying about Aiyuk.
There is no deal. The 49ers have had those trade talks with multiple teams, including the Pittsburgh Steelers, from what I understand. But there is no trade agreement in place. There is no contract finalized. We will continue to monitor the situation.
Yeah, no, I gotcha. Been getting close for the last couple of days. Nothing is done. I would echo what Mike's. Definitely anonymous source. Definitely didn't just tell him 2 minutes before the broadcast. And here's the interesting thing for me, guys, is, Brandon Aiyuk has a lot of power here. And look, teams have power. The 49ers can hold out and not do a trade. If Brandon Aiyuk wants to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers, if he will only sign an extension there, which that hasn't specifically been conveyed to me, but he certainly does feel like that's a place that he would like to be, then that's where he's going, right? Because that's sort of where we are with players nowadays, the kind of leverage they have, the kind of power they have. If Brandon Aiyuk wants to go to the Steelers, then eventually that's likely where he will be going. It's just complicated. The 49ers have to get a deal that they would like. We will see whether it is with the Steelers, whether it's picks or a player. I know if it was a couple other teams, maybe they would have gotten a receiver. Maybe that's something still in their mind. We will potentially soon find out, hopefully, God willing. Then there's the contract, which also have to be agreed to. These are not simple transactions, which is probably why for the last 3 or 4 days we've all been telling you the same thing.
All right, so Garofolo, it sounds like, vehemently disagrees with what I've said about this. Rappaport
clearly thinks you're right. I read that as, or I hear that and interpret as, Rappaport ultimately thinks you are correct.
But that I just jumped the gun on it?
But that he can't probably get sourcing to the degree that you clearly feel like you have gotten, which is why you said 99.99. I think you went to the 1,000th or 10,000th decimal place.
I'm willing to go an extra one right now.
100,000th decimal place. Okay, good. I think he is ultimately trying to telegraph there, you're right. He just doesn't have it sourced out to that degree yet. Garofolo, I mean, I'd normally support bald guys, but I think he's wrong to poo-poo this.
That's what you heard there?
There was some poo-pooing. Or there's almost like this little, come on now, little folks, radio folks saying this stuff. Let us real insiders handle it. We'll tell you when a deal's done. Unless we're Adam Schefter and we have to go back on our word because we got it wrong the first time and then tried to scrub all evidence of it from the internet.
Or a guy Monday night in San Francisco said the Steelers were out.
Mayoko.
Yes.
Yeah, I think he got used. I heard you go on with Joe today to talk about this in real time when you were tweeting out that you felt like it was a done deal. I do think he got used. I think it is absolutely in the Niners' best interest to make him seem like the bad guy here to their fans.
All right, coming up next, we'll see if a Sidney Crosby contract is the next thing that's on our plate today when we go with TK on Crosby Day. Tyler Kennedy. Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia, Peters Township. Quick timeout, and we're right back on The Fan. Here's Donnie.
Now, Fan Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Steelers open their preseason schedule Friday night against the Houston Texans, 7 p.m. kick at Acrisure Stadium. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
Thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about Wetco Car Wash. That is my happy place. That's where I go to just unwind and take it all in and get in that car and let my car get nice and clean. There are things in life, the little things in life. Don't look down on them. Embrace them. Enjoy them, the little things. Like a haircut that makes you feel better about the way you look. Same thing with a clean car. It does give a little bit of pep in my step, and there's no reason not to take advantage of it right now with Wetco because it's unlimited. You just pay that low monthly price, and then you can get your car washed as much as you want with Wetco. And right now, the second month, this is how much you pay for that second month when you sign up. Nothing. $0, $0. So why don't you take advantage of that right now? Get unlimited washes per month with Wetco. GetGoCafe.com/Wetco to go unlimited today and take advantage of this great deal at the 45-plus locations that are all around Pittsburgh and Western Pennsylvania today. So why not go unlimited? Get in touch with Wetco now and enjoy it for yourself with the Wetco Car Wash.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Wednesday at 9 a.m., The Fan Morning Show learns a little bit more about football with Doug Whaley. Wednesdays with Whaley is brought to you by CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center, Tri-State Office Furniture, Saloni's Italian Bakery, Morgan & Morgan Injury Law Firm, and St. Barnabas Health System.
Planting a tree, putting in a fence, whether your project is big or small, Columbia Gas reminds you know what's below and contact 811 at least 3 business days before you dig. Your utility companies will mark any underground lines near your work area. Contacting 811 is free for homeowners and it's the law. Avoid possible penalties, costly repairs, or injuries. Safety is in your hands. Every dig, every time. For more information, visit ColumbiaGasofPA.com.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal this month. 2024 Kia Forte LXS starting at $118 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Or the 2024 Kia Seltos LX all-wheel drive starting at $125 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island. You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
Aviation technicians are considered some of the most skilled and technically capable mechanics in their field. They ensure our most precious cargo, from family to goods, arrives safely every day. Whether you're thinking about a skilled trade or a 4-year education, if you enjoy combining problem solving with hands-on training, then explore an in-demand career in the aviation industry. Visit PIA's Pittsburgh Campus Open House on Saturday, August 10th at 11 a.m. Take pride in your career. RSVP at pia.edu.
Hey, it's Doran Dickerson. The NFL is having players wear Guardian caps all season long and allowing Guardian caps to be worn in games. Have your team practice like the pros and reduce the impact of hits on your kids. You can also enter your team on the 93.7 The Fan contest page all July to win a set of 10 Guardian caps this season. Get bulk team pricing now at GuardianSports.com.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum-certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchguard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. CallThePickle.com.
Come in and try the Good Feet feeling today. Comfort, energy, performance, and pain relief at the Good Feet store. Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, and now open in Morgantown.
Thanks to the Good Feet store.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
You're on the air. Now back to the PM Team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
Mr. Kennedy!
Fan Hotline is presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider for over 50 years. Let's see if we can get a twofer here. A Brandon Aiyuk trade and a Sidney Crosby extension all on the same date as Sid's birthday. 8-7, very superstitious guy, wears number 87, signed an $8.7 million a year contract the last time around with the Penguins, and here we are now, 2:36 on August 7th, waiting to see if he will make it official again with the Penguins today. And for more on that, on the hotline is the great Tyler Kennedy, Sid's former teammate and Stanley Cup champ. Tyler, have you texted Sid happy birthday?
I have not. Thank you for reminding me, though. It just, honestly, with kids and all the rest of stuff, I'm trying to run my own birthday with my kids, with my wife, with her family.
If you send him one now, do you think he'd get back to you before the interview was over?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Can you put that to the test? Do you mind? Like, we'll filibuster here for a second.
We'll give you a second to send him nice.
Wait one sec.
All right.
Yeah, we want you to send him a happy birthday, and I want to. You've got about 10 minutes here, Pony, or so? 10 minutes.
Yeah. I'm sending right now.
Perfect.
Doesn't have to be a.
No, just be. Hey, Sid. Hey, happy birthday, man.
Doesn't have to be the Dead Sea Scrolls. Don't have to go into crazy detail here. Just let the guy know. Hey, thinking about you on your birthday. You're the man.
Oh, that is kind of the Dead Sea Scrolls by dude standards. I would just send happy birthday.
This your guy TK, thinking of you.
Happy birthday, Sid. Hope you're reading a great book about the, like World War II or something like that.
Yeah, what are some of his hobbies besides hockey?
If you were getting him a birthday present, not that you would, but if you were actually trying to get him something thoughtful that wasn't just a bottle of expensive liquor or something like that, what would you actually try to get the dude to say, I won the birthday present game?
Ooh, so I think Sid, he's not like – he likes stuff that's like well thought out, that it's not so much about money, but more of thought and like just generosity and thoughtfulness. I don't think, obviously he's done pretty well. I don't think the money's the issue. It's where it comes from for Sid. And I think, I don't know, that's a hard one. From maybe a painting, I have no idea, or maybe something from back home.
I feel like he would like it if you gave him a ship in a bottle. I think he would just go wild for that, TK.
Yeah, like again, he's a guy that likes stuff that means something. You know what I mean? Like he is. I think the best story I heard about Sid, with like him just thinking just better than everyone else, is when, I don't know who he sent it to, but something happened where he had to thank someone, and instead of sending them an email thanking them, he handwrote a letter and mailed them to them. And, like, I guess the guy opened it up. He goes, I actually got a handwritten letter from Sidney Crosby. And it's, like, so Sid. You know what I mean? Like, so old school, so great, so meaningful. And that's Sid. That's what makes him, like, special and different.
How superstitious is he about his birthday and, like, those two numbers? Like, I'm surprised he didn't announce that he was signing a new extension with the Penguins at 8:07 a.m. So I guess, we have to wait till 8:07 p.m. on 8/7 for him to do this? What are we talking about here?
You know what? Surprised he doesn't have a tattoo on his body of 8/7, But I don't know. Maybe Sid would say the old, you don't put stickers on a Ferrari, one of those ones.
Yes.
But, He definitely is. I think he's loosening up with time. Maybe he's not. Again, guys, I haven't played with him in a long, long time. But when I did, he was definitely superstitious in a lot of different ways. And what you don't realize when you play with guys, some guys are very good at hiding the little things. Even like, things you don't really notice that they pay attention to in their head. So maybe he's got a lot more than we realize.
Do you expect him to sign an extension with the Penguins soon?
I would hope it gets done before the year starts, because that's the last thing I want to hear about all year from all the media is like, is he going to sign? And especially if the Penguins don't come out hot and they're like a 5. Sid just texted me back. I told you, boys.
Let's go.
Let's go. I'm telling you, the guy doesn't miss. The guy's unbelievable. But anyways, I lost my train of thought. I think I might be more excited than you guys.
You said the thing that sets him apart or whatever you were talking about.
Oh, no. For him signing. No, I just think if the team doesn't get off to a hot start, like the first thing everyone's going to come up is Sid going to stay. And I know he will, but like, it's just an easy conversation piece that I don't know if you want that around the team. He's a centerpiece of the team. He's Mr. Penguin. He's the guy. The last thing you want is people having a little bit of noise that he might leave. And especially if you're on another team that has a good chance of maybe competing for a Stanley Cup, like maybe his buddy Nathan, giving Sid a call, say, he said, we'll give you whatever you want. Come here. We can win together. That's the last thing you need. But I just hope it gets done before the year, and it should get done before the beginning of the year.
TK, he's so dedicated to hockey. This is kind of I don't know if I've ever asked you something like this before, and I don't want to go down a negative road at all here on like him maybe not wanting to sign here. In his heart, if he believed in his heart of hearts that he didn't really think the Penguins could win another cup in his the rest of whatever his playing career is, 4 or 5 years, whatever he wants it to be.
Yeah.
Do you think he would tell them, I don't want to sign here, I want to go somewhere where I actually can win one? Or do you think that that's not in his DNA?
I think it's in his DNA to be like, I can pull a team into the playoffs and let's see what happens.
So he just can't even conceptualize being on a team that doesn't have a chance in his own mind, right? Like he thinks if I'm there, we have a chance.
Yeah, it's like, especially those top guys, they're so confident, focused, and believing in what they're doing to be successful that like they don't like move off their belief, and I think Sid's going into the year like, hey, I'm going to put the team on my back like it did last year, and we're going to turn it around, and we're going to show them that we can still compete in this league and we can have a chance to win the Stanley Cup. That's how I think he's going in. And again, guys, I was on the ice with him like 2 or 3 months ago.
Ooh.
Like 2 months ago, I'd say like end of June, I think, and he was like mid-season form. Like he doesn't miss, and it's not that he gets on social media or nothing, but like he's so driven to be the best in the world. It's like inspiring to be around him and seeing that work ethic. Like, again, I wish like kids around Pittsburgh that are trying to be hockey players can go watch Sidney Crosby for an hour and see what it takes, because he is a perfect example of what it takes to get to the next level and be elite at the next level.
Tyler Kennedy on Sidney Crosby's birthday and getting a text from Sid. We bring people together on the show. We break trades and we get guys reacquainted.
Speaking of bringing people together, TK, are we having that match? I've been all over the map. 81 yesterday. 81 yesterday with 39 putts and then a 95 today. So I'm all over the map, TK.
Is this Mr. Mustard talking? I've actually talked to people that knew you going.
Oh, my God. If you said Mustard, geez, you must have known some people that went to school.
We got to get to the bottom of that.
I know some people that knew your.
No.
And I heard you're a pretty good golfer. You might be sandbagging me right now. Also, I have another thing. Someone wants to take us to Oakmont and go head-to-head.
Oh, my God.
Cameras there. And no one. I haven't touched my clubs in 3 weeks, but I'm one of those guys in between my ears. I got it. I can figure it out quick. Get me on the course. I'm golfing this weekend. By Monday, I'll be buzzing again. So anytime, any place, anywhere,
Oh,
Let's
man.
get this done. Hey, and got a new driver. Got the Callaway Smoke AI. Oh.
All right, Tyler.
It's actually going straight for once.
There you go. TK, thank you.
All right, boys. Have
See
a good
ya.
one.
Rain and a low of 71 tonight. That's fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Back into the Aiyuk stuff. Mike Florio is going to chime in at 3:30. Excited for that. Aditi at 4:15. Jeff from Steelers Camp at 5:15. Quick timeout, then a long commercial-free segment on the Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Every Saturday morning from 9 to 11. Tune in for Bucko Talk. Host Donnie Baseball talks all things Pirates and gets you your Buccos weekly rundown. Bucko Talk is presented by Kirkin Roofing and Contracting and brought to you by Bell's Oberon Ale, Pennsylvania One-Call System, and Allegheny Hospital and Physical Medicine. Bucko Talk on Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
Big things are happening at CGR Wholesale Roofing and Siding Supply Center this summer. Here with Patty Byrne. Patty, tell us about the big announcement.
We just finished our beautiful new showroom, making CGR your destination to see your projects come to life. Our displays feature Trex and TimberTech decking, Montgomery trusses, West Virginia metal panels, and much more.
That's great, Patty. And you also carry Owens Corning Duration shingles and all the beautiful colors, plus Provia siding that's made right here in America. And everything is on display to make it easy to finalize your project.
Plus, CGR Wholesale hands down has the best customer service around.
No doubt about it. Stop by and check out that new showroom on Route 51 South in Ross River, or check them out online at cgrwholesaleroofing.com.
Stop on down or get delivery at CGR Wholesale.
Summer's here, and Tri-State Office Furniture is turning up the heat. Discover new deals and inventory to create an office that inspires your best work. Free design services to customers, 45 days of free storage, so your furniture is ready when you are. Plus, project management services ensure a hassle-free upgrade and handles every detail from delivery to installation. Stop by the showroom, visit online at tristateofficefurniture.com, or give them a call, 412-771-0760. Tri-State Office Furniture, the best in the business.
Homeowners, if your home needs a new roof, call a Platinum Preferred Roofing Contractor. Owens Corning only selects the best 1% of all its dealers, and JP Roofing and Signing has earned that honor. They've accomplished this through hard work and customer satisfaction and offer the best warranty in the business. Homeowners receive $500 off any roof or siding installation. Ask about 100% financing, no payments for 18 months, and free estimates. All that, JP Roofing and Siding. Give them a call at 412-829-7711. That's 829-7711.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
Excuse me, waiter. There's a hair in my soup. A long purple hair.
I'm so sorry. I'll get the manager.
I'm the manager. How can I help?
Wait, weren't you the Plum Insurance mascot?
What gave it away? My long purple fur?
Something like that.
What if all insurance companies were like NJM and were known for putting their policyholders first, not gimmicks? Then all those insurance mascots would have to get real jobs.
I'll pass on dessert.
No jingles or mascots, just great insurance. NJM.
At Bet365, we don't do ordinary. We believe that every sport should be epic. From the moments that are legendary to the ones that fly under the radar. See for yourself when you sign up today, and you'll get $150 in bonus bets plus 50 spins when you bet just $5. Whatever the sport, whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. 21 plus must be present in Pennsylvania. New customers only. $10 minimum deposit required. Returns exclude bonus bet wager. Time limits, restrictions, and T's and C's apply. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this: if something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
Savings. Now that's speaking the Lowe's language. And when you join My Lowe's Rewards for free, the savings just keep coming.
Save money with member-only offers, plus earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards, just for you. Because Lowe's knows you earned it, literally. Learn more about our loyalty program at lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards and become a member for free today. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See lowes.com/terms for full details, subject to change.
Broken brick, cracked mortar, and chimney damage? Call the restoration company the Pittsburghers prefer and trust. Precision Pointing. Whether it's brick pointing, chimney repair, retaining walls, stonework, restoration cleaning, or anything masonry, Precision Pointing can fix it. Fully licensed and insured, offering senior, military, and first responder discounts. No money down, and financing is available. Call and schedule your free estimate today at 724-WE-POINT or online. It's precisionpointing.com.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's also what a lot of us lack in our basement or garage. By switching to a Navien tankless water heater, not only will you have all the hot water you need whenever you need it, but you'll gain storage area as well. Maybe a place to display your space collectibles. Highly logical. Learn about Navien's series of high-efficiency tankless water heaters and how they don't just save space, but save dollars on your utility bills too. For more, go to tanklessmadesimple.com.
Summer. Wait, we need to finish school shopping.
We got this. The kids' favorite Good and Gather snacks at Target are now at a new lower price.
And $5 lunch boxes. Let's get Luna the flower bento box.
Good idea. And for our Mega Shark Fan Max, I got the Shark backpack. It's only $20.
Even 25-cent select crayons and $6 teas.
And we're done.
Now, where were we?
Cheers to us. When it comes to finishing your supply list, Target has your back to school.
Attention all patriots. This is Jason Hansen, former CIA officer and security expert. I have an urgent message for anyone who's concerned about their financial future. In a world filled with economic uncertainty and geopolitical turmoil, it's never been more important to have a rock-solid plan for protecting your wealth. That's why I'm inviting you to a special financial briefing this Thursday. During this exclusive summit, you'll get proven top strategies for safeguarding your hard-earned assets and securing your financial independence. We'll cover everything from diversifying your portfolio to creating a fail-safe emergency fund. Don't leave your future to chance. Call my friends at Advantage Gold today at 800-741-GOLD to register at no cost whatsoever. In today's uncertain times, it's critical to have a solid plan in place to protect your finances and secure your future. Call 800-741-GOLD now to register for this 100% free summit. That's 800-741-GOLD.
Paid for by Advantage Gold. Performance may vary. Past performance is not indicative of future results. Always consult your financial and tax professional.
The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book, because right now new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer to swimming. FanDuel has it all, so don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up and start betting the games today. I might start with badminton. I would probably have to do a little research on that, but it's up to you at FanDuel.com/Starkey to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus, present in Pennsylvania. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
How is your quality of life? Has it been affected by pain caused by a bulging, herniated, or degenerative disc? Have you been frustrated by the treatments that you've been trying, realizing that they're only giving you temporary relief and your pain keeps returning? Hi, I'm Dr. Rafferty from the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh. How would you like to avoid spinal surgery, fix the problem, get your disc to heal, and get your quality of life back? That's what we are doing for our patients at the Disc Institute. Our non-surgical, safe and gentle treatment is called intradisc neutrosis, and it's available exclusively at the Disc Institute. And we have an over 90% success rate backed by 2 third-party research studies. Call our office today or visit PittsburghDiscInstitute.com. 412-906-9600. Call the Disc Institute of Pittsburgh today at 412-906-9600.
Summer's just getting started, so fill your cooler with the smooth and refreshing taste of Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. It tastes like real iced tea because it's made with real brewed tea. And with a 5% kick of alcohol, Twisted Tea is perfect for the beach, the lake, or wherever you're hanging out and day drinking with your friends. Look for the bright yellow cans. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
Share the fun of 2 parks in 1 at Idlewild and Soak Zone with over 40 family-size rides and attractions like Splashtastic Slides, Wave Pool, and the Lazy River of Soak Zone. Get the best deals on tickets and passes now at Idlewild.com.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
Have you ever thought about joining a credit union? There are plenty of great benefits and perks. Hi, it's Dan Zangrilli. Unlock the great rewards of a credit union. Shape your future with Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. Federally insured by the NCUA. Visit AllegiantFCU.org to get started today.
As a contractor, you need a brand you trust to bring homeowners the quality they deserve when building or remodeling. 84 Lumber carries hardy exterior products that are built to last in the Pittsburgh climate. They can withstand harsh weather conditions and resist damage from moisture, fire, pests, and more. James Hardy and 84 Lumber also offer support and education for pros, providing you with a service like no other. Hardy products are available at your local 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com to find your nearest location and learn how it's possible to build your business with James Hardy.
School is almost here, and if there's 2 things I can count on, it's my kids needing new outfits because they grow like weeds, and Kohl's stocking their favorite styles. With the back-to-school customer appreciation event going on, I scored 30% off tees, jeans, sneakers, and more when I shopped with a Kohl's card. No card? No problem. Rewards members save 20%, and everyone else saves 15%. Plus, earn Kohl's cash. When it comes to back to school, you gotta go back to Kohl's. Select styles. Some exclusions apply. Offer ends August 11th. See store or Kohl's.com for details.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
HD1 Pittsburgh. An Odyssey Sports Station. Live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app.
93.7 The Fan.
Now, fan headlines. Powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
All right, Pirates and Padres tonight, 6:40. It'd be nice for the Pirates to win a game, avoid their first 3-game losing streak since May. 4 games out of the wild card right now, 7 out in the division. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More Pony and Miller.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar. Live and local, just like Mike's.
What uniform is Brandon Aiyuk wearing in 2024?
If I were to take a guess, probably a Niner uniform. I mean, if not a Niner uniform, probably a Washington Commander uniform. If not a Washington Commander uniform, probably a Steelers uniform.
From your lips to God's ears.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. That's what I keep saying. 49ers don't want to pay him. Washington, not interested. Can critique that all you want. That leaves the Steelers. And even these big national insiders that think I've gotten this story wrong, I'll agree that Aiyuk has a de facto no-trade clause.
I won't sign the deal with that team. They're not going to do the deal unless I'm already committed to signing the deal. More or less have signed the paper.
And he's pushing himself to Pittsburgh. So, I see a couple of these now national reporters, Jonathan Jones from CBS Sports, Diana Rossini from The Athletic, who I really like. They're both saying that, hey, the Steelers are still talking, but there's no deal done.
I have a theory, by the way, on something.
Okay, well, we'll hear it. No deal done. And that there are other teams in communication. Okay, who are these other teams? Can you tell us? You don't have to name them all, but just name us one.
The Browns
who else?
Are still trying? I don't know.
Where are the Browns reporters on that? Where's Mary Kay Cabot? Where's Daryl Ryder? Where's Mike Grossi or Tony Grossi? Like, all along I've said, and the Steelers have believed, that Aiyuk doesn't want to play there, and I think it actually has more to do with the money and the way they'd have to structure the deal than maybe it is Cleveland being an organization that has not done a lot of winning, because they have major cap problems, Chris. They've pretty much already paid Amari Cooper for this season because his whole salary was a signing bonus, and there's Deshaun Watson's cap hit every year. So I don't see how they make that work. If Aiyuk wanted to play for the Browns, I think they would have taken that Amari Cooper deal plus a third-round pick or whatever it is days ago. We would have probably woken up to the news on Monday morning that Brandon Aiyuk was going to Cleveland, and then it would have felt like Apocalypse Now here in Pittsburgh.
Well, mainly for you.
And people, well, not.
That
yes.
would have been very bad for you. Not only does he not come here, he goes to the Browns.
Well, but I'm saying, like, bad for me in the fact that, like, I've been reporting things that conflict with that, but it would be very bad because I don't think fans want to see Brandon Aiyuk in a Browns uniform. But anyways, Chris.
Not entirely sure that Brandon Ayuk's better than Amari Cooper for what it's worth.
You have a theory?
I have a theory on the Rossini and, like, Jones stuff where they're just continuing to, like, say teams are involved, no deal yet. Especially in the case of Rossini. Who do we know owns The Athletic now? The New York Times.
Yes.
I would not be shocked if the New York Times essentially won't let their people tweet stuff out, like to the extent of what you tweeted, basically, unless they can put it in print in a story. Like, I think there might be, like, standards and practices that are different from ours because you're a radio host, you're not a person writing under the New York Times banner. If you think this is me kind of subtly saying we don't have the same journalistic standards, maybe I am saying that because we're entertainment guys, we're radio hosts.
Are you allowed to read the text that you got about
Yeah, I'm going to do that too, but I knew that that's what you thought I was going to say, but I wanted to get my other theory. I think, like, CBS Sports and some of these other sites might have different standards.
Well, we have a local reporter who's saying that he's not even referring to me by name. He's saying any reports about a deal being done are inaccurate.
Who's saying that?
And that is Chris Halik from DK, who, remember, a couple of weeks ago said the Steelers were convinced that they were getting Aiyuk, Metcalf, or Tyreek Hill.
Oh, yeah, the or Tyreek Hill part of that was very feasible.
Yes.
Yeah,
so he is now saying inaccurate to this point. Okay, Chris?
I don't care
Maybe
what
you
he
will
says.
end up being proven right. You are covering the team, and I'm just a guy.
Maybe they're still going to get Tyreek Hill.
Maybe they're holding out for Hill. Maybe this fan creation that Metcalf will come here, even though it's never once been said that he's available this offseason, maybe that will happen. Or maybe my sources, which have been great up until today, just wanted to F me and make me look bad.
All right, here's what I was told about 25 minutes ago.
I'm all ears, Mulsey.
Couple texts to the Mulsey hotline.
The Mulsey hotline?
Little Birdie told me at 3:30 today there's some interesting Aiyuk information. Guess we're going to find out if that Little Birdie is correct.
Mm-hmm.
I wrote back just to this person. I'm 99% sure it is happening because I do believe you're reporting. This person, me as well, heard there is a 3:30 announcement in the works, however. Then this person just stapled onto this.
So we got a time thrown out there.
Then this person who I do trust stapled onto this. Oh, by the way, and a Sid press conference later, too.
Oh, my God. That'd be like a Yinzer orgasmic experience to get all of that in one day done.
But that's what that
Aiyuk's
person's
here.
telling me, and that person has been right about stuff before. And is...
Great ratio, great percentage, great hit rate.
Oh, yeah, like, I'm talking, like, I think we're probably talking, like, Mark Price from the free throw line, Patrick Mahomes against the Steelers winning when he needs to.
Rick Barry from the line?
I think Price was better. Rick had just the very
Steph
memorable...
Curry?
Who was the all-time leader before Steph Curry broke it?
Maybe Calvin Murphy?
Correct, very good. Couldn't put one by you.
Someone texted in and said, am I nervous right now? Not really, because... I trust who I'm talking to on this, and they haven't led me wrong yet. So, if Schefter never changed his mind and said the Steelers are not a landing spot, they're not a serious player in this, and he kept hammering that, I would be nervous because he's the best at this. This is not my discipline. If this were like the Olympics, this would not be my event. He does the backstroke, I do the breaststroke.
That seems like a hard stroke to do, the breaststroke and the butterfly.
Yeah?
If you were getting killed in the butterfly in the Olympics, you were in last place, why wouldn't you just start swimming freestyle? DQ me, I don't care. I just want it to look better. Right? Like, they're just
That's
whooping
an
your
interesting
ass.
one, Chris. I've never seen that done before.
Well, I'm saying, you're not going to win. Just go freestyle and at least close the gap. Make it look good. They're going to DQ you, but who cares? It'll look better on TV.
Or why not, if you know you're losing the diving competition, just make the last one a cannonball.
A belly flop.
Something like that. Yeah. My wife called me at about 1:45 and said, is this really happening? Like, she even had a hint of, like, skepticism in her voice.
I thought she was just busy, like, framing and laminating the Beanie Bishop Jr. as a starter on the Steelers defense on your fridge.
I don't think she knows who Beanie Bishop Jr. is as a West Virginia fan. I think she knows who Frazier is because he has a wrestling background and she likes the fact that he's good at woodworking and things like that too.
Beanie Bishop is about to do something, it appears, that no Steelers undrafted rookie free agent has maybe ever done, which is start.
Donnie, what's your reaction to Mulsey's 3:30 mole?
That means we'll have something to chat to Mike Florio about, I guess.
Yeah.
I will say, I mean, I put it out there. That's what I was told. I trust this person. I'll feel like that one's a big-time home run, like a pointed to center field and just clobbered one.
That's why I'm
over
glad
the batter's
Mulsey
eye.
left it open-ended, because I was wondering if it was just some other
3:30
event
p.m.
in his life.
Yeah, I tweeted out 3:30 p.m. TikTok. What if I had just said at 3:30 p.m. like I'm going to go have a glass of milk?
I keep getting text. They're trying to book me to do interviews. They're asking me to do interviews, radio interviews, podcasts, things like that.
No, good for you.
Do you think it's to try to make me look bad? Where do you think we're at with this?
I don't know. Do they really know who they're wrestling with if they try to do that? You are you're the slippery wizard. I know there's another one of those in Cleveland.
Are these people that you know are not fans of you or something?
No, they're just from San Francisco radio stations.
Did you do it?
I mean, you know what I genuinely think it is? I think it is that they believe that it will go in that direction, and they know you were the first guy today that put it out there.
Good call, Donnie.
I mean, Mike Silver did retweet the Deanna Rossini report that it's not done yet, and Mike is a big-time 49ers insider.
Yeah, but you don't have – quit saying these are big-time insiders like that implies that they are correct in their analysis here. You could very well be the one who's right. Stop being so deferential. Nick Wright put you over big time. He said, you know the Steelers better than anyone.
And
You're
he's
more
leading his show with it.
Well, that's because Nick and I are best friends. I mean, I would hope he would trust me on this.
Nick's not going to just stick his neck out on the line
or
because
his nose.
Of you. Well, it's kind of out there on the line at all times anyway.
Text us on the Edgar Steiner Associates fan text line. We'll see if Mike Florio has news about this at 3:30 right now. A headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Padres 6, Pirates 0 last night. A long rain delay early on, but San Diego led Pittsburgh in hits 14-5. They'll get back at it tonight, 6:40 first pitch. Our coverage on the Fan begins at 5:45, presented by Pella Windows. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
All right, thank you so much, Don. Let's talk right now about Mike's Beer Bar. I could use a nice beer over at Mike's, or a couple, and then I'd walk over and watch the baseball game tonight. But that won't be in the cards because I am a family man. I need to go home and see my daughter. But if I were going to the game tonight, that's where I would go, right over to Mike's before and after the games. Great place to pregame, postgame, and watch the game if you don't have tickets, with all the amazing TVs that they put in there and the best beer selection in the entire city. 300 local beers, 500 beers from around the world, 80 rotating taps of local beers, seasonal beers like summer beers. I'm guessing they got pumpkin beers there now, too. It is August, so get to Mike's today. Meet me at Mike's Beer Bar.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This CBS Sports Minute is brought to you by Goodrich & Geist.
Get the good guys, Goodrich & Geist.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. Another thought about the U.S. men's basketball team, specifically this time Kevin Durant. KD became the all-time leading U.S. Olympic scorer, men's or women's. I know a lot of people see KD as a gravy trainer, a ring chaser. Let's not lose track of the fact that this guy as a hooper is absolutely absurd. I'm Jim Rome.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now is the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Sharing with roommates is hard. Like sharing a thin wall with a wannabe music major. But you know what's easy to share? Xfinity Internet. Get fast, reliable internet that's powerful enough for all your roommates to be online at the same time. That means while your roommate streams trumpet tutorials, you can put your headphones on and play your favorite video games. With the volume turned up, of course. Like, way up. Get a special student offer on Xfinity Internet for just $25 a month for 1 year. Plus, there's no annual contract, which means you're not locked in if you move out next year. What's even better, you'll also get Wi-Fi equipment and a free self-install kit included. To learn more, go to Xfinity.com/student, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit an Xfinity store today. Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Taxes and fees extra and subject to change. New off-campus students with qualifying Xfinity Internet.
Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. The best place to bet the games this summer is FanDuel in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sports book. Because right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Then you can bet on all your favorite international teams and all your favorite sports, from basketball to badminton and soccer and swimming. FanDuel has it all. So don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up and start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus and present in PA. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued is now eligible bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ready for all those warm weather get-togethers? Fill up your grocery basket at Giant Eagle. Giant Eagle's Deals for Days program features more than 1,000 deals on your favorite items, so you can save more on what you like most. Barbecue parties, graduations, communions, they're all easier to plan when you buy at Giant Eagle. These low prices are available for a limited time at your Giant Eagle and Market District, so save today. Find more information on Deals for Days at GiantEagle.com.
Doran Dickerson of the Fan Morning Show. I was having a plumbing issue the other day, and I didn't know who to call. I didn't want to call a corporate company where the owner wasn't involved in the business, so I went online, and I found Southside Plumbing and Heating. They've been in business a long time, 3 generations of ownership, competitive pricing, and now the best part, over 400 Google reviews. Give them a call today, 412-431-7455, or find them online. Southside Plumbing and Heating, your local plumber that cares since 1947.
It's the dog days of summer. Baseball is in full swing. And unfortunately, so is your work schedule. Stay connected to your local team, even while you're working hard, with your favorite station on Odyssey.com. Get the best in local sports talk. Listen live or jump back to what you missed with Rewind. It's all here, all just a few clicks away. And I'll tell you something, it makes the workday go that much faster. Listen at work. Visit Odyssey.com today to get started.
All right, taking a look at our major roadways over on the Parkway West inbound side, we're seeing some backup around Green Tree as you head into the Fort Pitt tunnels, and the outbound side of the Parkway West is backed up until Mercy Hospital. Over on the Parkway East inbound, you're going to see a little traffic around Edgewood Swissvale, and the outbound side of the Parkway East is backed up to Technology Drive. With traffic, I'm Samantha McGill.
This traffic report is brought to you by Window Nation. It's Window Nation's anniversary sale. Right now, buy 2 windows and get 2 free, plus pay nothing for 24 months and get an extra $250 credit. Hurry, sale ends August 31st. So schedule an in-home estimate at 866-90Nation or at windownation.com.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
If Brandon Aiyuk ends up getting traded to the Browns and not the Steelers, I will have a heart attack. UPMC wants me to tell you that your heart care matters. Trust the experts at UPMC. Get your heart screened today. Mike Florio going to join us in a few minutes on the Fan Hotline presented by Sullivan Super Service, Pittsburgh's trusted plumbing and HVAC provider.
I got big news right
go ahead.
now.
Let's hear it.
Well, it's more of a congratulations to you.
Yeah?
Donnie, he's topped 100,000 followers thanks to the big Aiyuk takes. This man has not only topped 100,000, he's already over 101,000.
Let's not gloat yet. I mean, it's just
more
like
followers than Dalmatians.
It's just like a guy goes over 1,000 yards, but on the next carry, he gets knocked back 4 yards.
Or he catches his 1,000th career pass, but it's for -3 yards just to make sure he gets one.
If Aiyuk gets traded to the Browns or this doesn't end up happening, the amount of blocks and unfollows, Chris, is going to get ugly.
Well, but they'll be all blocking and unfollowing Pretty Ricky, too, as I see Nick Wright leading with this on his show. I saw Lebitard's Twitter feed, Dan Lebitard Show's Twitter feed, say Nick Wright looks like a person who lived in the Old Testament.
Donnie, what do you think of that take?
So just wait. Broussard's on the screen right now. Wait till they go, the camera wide shot cuts back to Nick. I can see it.
That's great.
The book of Nick.
He does look like a guy that would be an apostle.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Oh, he gives off.
And he'd be a great one.
He'd be
spewing those takes in
big
Jerusalem
apostle
left
vibes,
and right.
big disciple vibes.
Be like, you guys know what
Nick.
You guys know what I hate about Jerusalem here? And he would just dive into it.
The Standard 412 on Twitter. All of Steelers Nation right now waiting for the Brandon Aiyuk trade to actually happen. It's Matthew McConaughey from
True Detective smoking that cig.
That cigarette with a Steelers hat on. Pretty good.
Pretty Ricky, though, by the way. If this happens, do I technically have to give Pretty Ricky the...
You know what I'll do? The hat tip. If he gets it.
Because he's a dog. He's Spud McKenzie wearing a Giants hat.
Yeah. He'll get a hat tip from me.
He's writing Trust Ricky 5 minutes ago. He has 2 graphics up, 2 pictures up. Ready? One is a person walking like a meme person that just says NFL Insiders where the head should be. And then it's these quotes. It's fluid, backtracks, other teams, nothing final, things change. The other picture is a muscular drawing of a person with Pretty Ricky's avatar head that just says Aiyuk is a Steeler.
Who is this guy? We got to ask Florio about this Pretty Ricky character.
He'll have takes on Pretty Ricky.
Mike Tomlin today asked by Tim Benz about the Steelers looking into another wide receiver.
Are you actively looking to add to that part of your depth chart? Or?
I'll let you guys speculate on that.
That was not a Tomlin, get out of here with this stupid hypothetical. I hate hypotheticals. I'm going to, like the great volleyball players at the net in the Olympics, smash that thing and spike it into oblivion. It was a...
smirking,
yes,
almost endorsement of Benz's question.
It was a... That was a jovial Mike Tomlin.
When Mike wants to lay the smack down, he makes like the Rock and delivers a rock bottom.
He could have just said, I'm not dealing with that BS right now. We got a football game to play on Friday, and we got to practice in an hour.
How about Brett Michaels being a much bigger hit, it sounds like, at Dino's than he and Glazer? He and Glazer just kind of hanging out there in a little corner table while Brett Michaels is getting mobbed.
Out there, Donnie's country, I could see that.
Well, Brett's a Butler County guy. He's not from Allegheny County, so surrounding that ring of surrounding counties.
I'm just saying, Brett Michaels he's got a lot of friends out there.
Yes.
Has he retweeted me?
Brett?
Yeah. No?
I don't believe so. You do have one other guy as of a couple hours ago who is going with you on this, but New York Herald, legitimate?
New York, I've never...
Previously for the New York, SI Now and Bleacher Report, a guy from Auburn, covering all things sports for the New York Herald.
That sounds like a made-up newspaper
What's the
from a comic
follower
book.
count looking like? Is it like our guy from the other day?
Is it a Cam Marino type, Chris?
It's worse than Marino. 2,100.
Worse?
Yeah.
Oh, he's got less than City Limits and Harry Callis.
Yeah. City Limits is now retweeting all these people refuting me.
Why? Why is
doesn't
City
trust me.
Limits doing? Yeah, he should.
Doesn't trust his guy.
I don't know. I think
Didn't
he
get
does
named
trust
in that
you.
Tribune Review article that he was the focus of, as far as like when he talked about who his great mentors were in this business.
You know, how about that article, by the way? It listed him as a guy hosting shows on The Fan, and we hadn't really heard him host anything but like the occasional stray early morning show.
He must have known that he was going to host
and then
spilled the beans in there.
And then our guy just came out of the chute firing with some very good weekend work.
Yep.
You know what the problem I have for you here is? When you're right, you're not going to get any of the credit you deserve.
I thought
here.
that all along.
You're going to get clobbered by people. Oh, well, a broken clock is right twice
they're going to say it wasn't true when you had it.
It's now true, and you just kept throwing stuff at the wall.
That's fine.
Except your story on this has never changed.
Nope.
And I would not be. Now, I am your friend.
Thank you,
and I
Halsey.
think very highly of you professionally, too, obviously. But if I hadn't heard what I heard Monday night that corroborated everything you've been saying, I wouldn't be going with you this much. I wouldn't be riding with you to this degree. But I heard something.
Your birdie, you have not just a big birdie, you have a very little birdie, like a hummingbird that said in 10 minutes we're going to get official word on this.
And we're getting a Sid press conference later today from that same little bird. That bird doesn't know when to shut up.
The thing about the Sidney Crosby press conference that makes it seem unlikely to me is that I haven't heard from any of our Penguins people that they've got an event over at the arena or in Cranberry about it. So is it possible your bird can be half right?
Yeah, my bird, though, might actually have like a chance to be, I still think, fully right here. I also think Rossi yesterday makes me think something's happening today with Sid.
Oh, I thought he was saying don't sweat it if it doesn't happen. It doesn't mean it's a...
Well, now that I read that again, I realize that, yeah, that's probably what he meant.
Follow us on Twitter, brought to you by South Hills Kia at Peters Township. All right, Florio on the Aiyuk stuff coming up next. First, a Donnie headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now
Steelers'
open.
first preseason game on Friday night, 7 p.m. kick against the Houston Texans. Headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan training camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia, Guardian Caps, and Armstrong Business Solutions. Justin Fields. At only 25 years old, this playmaking quarterback has seen a lot. After transferring from Georgia, Fields was a 2-year starter at Ohio State, making the college football playoff both seasons. He was selected 11th overall by the Bears in the 2021 NFL Draft. Fields started right away, but injuries and lack of support contributed to his 10-28 record in Chicago. The Bears traded the talented Fields for the Steelers this past offseason, creating a dangerous QB combo alongside Russell Wilson.
A crucial 3-game series between two AL playoff hopefuls wraps up tonight, and the BetQL model sees value on a side. I'm Chris Mack, here to help you beat the books with BetQL. The Red Sox trying to complete a 3-game sweep in Kansas City. The BetQL model likes Boston at plus 115, a 10-point difference from the current line. There's value in the Red Sox, so consider taking them on the money line to complete the sweep. I'm Chris Mack. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetQL and BetMGM apps today.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer, he hears things differently. To the untrained ear, everything on his shop floor might sound fine, but he can hear gears grinding or a belt slipping. So he steps in to fix the problem at hand before it gets out of hand. And he knows Grainger's got the right product he needs to get the job done, which is music to his ears. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Crowley here. Sullivan Super Service is celebrating 60 years in business with super savings for you. It's BOGO time. Get a free furnace when you buy an Air Ease air conditioner from Sullivan. Save money, stay comfortable all year long with this buy one, get one deal on a brand new AC and furnace. Call Sullivan Super Service or visit them online at sullivanservice.com. But hurry, a BOGO offer this good is only here for a limited time. Offer ends soon. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your your hometown heroes.
Fuel your summer road trips with made-to-order food from GetGo, like the Smokestack pulled pork sub or sandwich, tender pulled pork, tangy barbecue sauce, cheddar, crispy onions, and Chipotle ranch. And you don't need a campfire to indulge in the sweetness of s'mores. Toast summer at GetGo with a made-to-order s'mores shake, cold brew or latte, featuring toasted marshmallow flavor, chocolate sauce, and crushed graham crackers. All your summer flavor favorites are ready at GetGo Cafe and Market. Better believe it.
Family owned and operated since 1975, Mount Pleasant Window and Remodeling has been Southwestern PA's trusted destination for all their home improvement needs. With an A+ rating from the BBB and multiple awards in home remodeling, they stand out as one of the area's GAF Master Elite contractors. Call 724-547-5445 or visit mountpleasantwindow.com. Proudly partnered with Central Westmoreland Habitat for Humanity for their community buyback program.
When people have a craving to explore new and traditional Asian cuisines, they head to P.F. Chang's, where scratch-made dishes come from the 2,000-year-old tradition of wok cooking. P.F. Chang's wanted to explore new possibilities for their website. They turned to AmericanEagle.com. AmericanEagle.com re-architected P.F. Chang's website, integrating multiple third-party systems to create a unified digital experience. The results? Improved page speed and performance, personalized content based on users' location, intuitive online ordering, an increase in organic search visibility, and a 40% increase in new users. For scratch-made Asian cuisine, visit your local P.F. Chang's or go to pfchangs.com for website design, development, digital marketing, and hosting that produce efficiency, revenue, and results. Visit AmericanEagle.com. P.F. Chang's and AmericanEagle.com. Another example of the best businesses in the world, turning to the best in the business for websites. Go to AmericanEagle.com or call 877-WEB-NOW1. That's 877-WEB-NOW1.
Tommy! I can't wait for golf this weekend, huh, buddy? Time flies. Love you, man. Oh, don't forget your knee brace again. We aren't in college anymore.
Moments together matter, so help protect yourself from RSV. If you're 75 or older or 60 plus with a chronic condition like asthma, COPD, heart disease, or severe diabetes, you're at higher risk of landing in the hospital from RSV, and there are no prescription RSV treatments. Check eligibility and schedule your RSV vaccine at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. J.D. Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number Limited Edition smart bed. Limited time. For J.D. Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Hey, Pittsburgh homeowners. To build for looks and durability, side your home with LP SmartSide Expert Finish Trim and Siding. Now available in brushed smooth texture. Available in 16 versatile colors, Expert Finish products will help you create a gorgeous, longer-lasting dream home. That's the beauty of brushed smooth. Learn more about LP SmartSide Expert Finish products and brushed smooth texture at lpcorp.com/Steel City. That's lpcorp.com/Steel
Do
City.
your dress shoes, casual shoes, boots, and even your sneakers hurt? And are you starting to wonder, isn't there any shoe out there that'll get rid of my foot pain? Well, maybe you don't need a better shoe. Maybe you need better support in your shoes. That's where the Good Feet store can help.
When I went to the doctor and got diagnosed with plantar fasciitis, he told me that I could only wear sneakers. So there went all my summer collection of shoes and all my dress shoes I couldn't wear. It was just too painful, too much foot pain every day. I wanted to take off my shoes as soon as I got home every day, but as soon as I got my arch supports from the Good Feet store, I have no foot pain whatsoever, and I can wear any dress shoe that I want.
Visit us in Robinson Town Center, in Cranberry Township, in Morgantown at Suncrest Town Center, or book your free fitting at goodfeet.com. Good Feet arch supports are HSA and FSA eligible. Summer sandal season is here, and Good Feet fits in all your summer shoes, even flip-flops. Come to the Good Feet store today.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights. Open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Keep it twisted all year long with Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Twisted Tea is real iced tea that packs a punch with 5% alcohol. Tastes great at the beach, the mountains, or even in your backyard. Look for the bright yellow Twisted Tea cans. Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
An official message from Medicare.
A new law is helping me save more money on prescription drug costs. You may be able to save too. With Medicare's Extra Help program, my premium is $0 and my out-of-pocket costs are low. Who should apply? Single people making less than $23,000 a year or married couples who make less than $31,000 a year. Even if you don't think you qualify, it pays to find out.
Go to ssa.gov/extrahelp. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
SchultzFord.com. 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
Now back to the PM team, presented by Mike's Beer Bar.
And they're not stupid, they're special.
Live and local, just like Mike's.
Very excited to welcome in our next guest because he is always in the soup covering the NFL, and he's going to have thoughts on everything Brandon Aiyuk. I'm talking about Mike Florio, Pro Football Talk, and he is brought to you by JP Roofing and Siding, your hometown roofing expert. Mike, right now I'm on an island on this Aiyuk trade, me and a guy who has a dog avatar on Twitter who has somehow broken a lot of these stories.
Well, I'm not ready to join you on that island yet, but I'll tell you what I think, not necessarily what I know. You want to know what I think?
Yes.
I think the Steelers are offering Aiyuk less than other teams are offering, and they're offering the 49ers less than other teams are offering, but it may just be a situation where if they wait long enough, they're going to be the last man standing.
Some of these other reports out there from insiders who are trying to kind of not entirely refute, but somewhat refute what I'm saying, keep talking about other teams. And my rebuttal is, who the hell are these other teams, Mike?
Well, the Patriots and Browns have been linked to Aiyuk. The Patriots, for months, really, they offered a second-round pick before the draft to the 49ers, and the 49ers wouldn't do it. Remember, there were 5 teams willing to give Aiyuk what he wanted financially before the draft, but none of them could work out deals with the 49ers. Now that Aiyuk has the ability and the permission of the 49ers to talk to other teams, it's basically whittled down to Browns, Patriots, and Steelers. And we've already seen the Patriots, based on reporting from last night. I think it was Matt Mayoko of NBC Sports Bay Area that said the Patriots are out, in part because Aiyuk didn't want to go there. The Browns may be the next ones to go. And then I think it comes down to, will the 49ers take what the Steelers are offering and Aiyuk take what the Steelers are offering, or will the 49ers and Aiyuk get together and work out a deal that keeps him in San Francisco? And one thing I've been saying for weeks, if there are other teams out there that are willing to pay Aiyuk what the 49ers won't and give something up in trade to get him, at some point the light bulb has to go off for the 49ers. Maybe we should just pay the guy what he wants, because these other teams are paying him what he wants and they're giving us stuff for him. All we have to do is pay him what he wants.
Mike, do you think it's like better than 50-50 then that they eventually come to their senses, in San Fran and do exactly that, or do you still think it's more likely that he ends up on another team next year?
I don't know, and I'm never going to tell you that I know when I don't know. And a lot of this is driven by the personalities. It's driven by how far down the road Coach Kyle Shanahan has gone with having a guy in the building who's not practicing. Mike Silver, the San Francisco Chronicle, had, I think, a very insightful report that this has just exasperated Shanahan. You know, look at what has made the 49ers great the past 5 years. They have a collection of badasses who roll out of bed and run through a wall without a moment's notice. When you have a guy who's in and around that incubator for getting all the players ready to do that, flip the switch on hard, flip the switch off, flip the switch on, flip the switch off, and run through wall after wall after wall. When there's a guy who's not doing anything, there's a concern, I think, that can metastasize through the roster, and I think that's irked Kyle Shanahan to the point where they may just be willing to throw their hands in the air and say, we just got to move on from this guy. which shows you that there's kind of a strategic component to the hold-in that with certain coaches can work, because the coach just can't take it when there's a guy there who's undermining what the message is the coach is trying to send to the rest of the roster.
Mike, I feel good about what I put out there because some of the national people, or even in San Francisco, haven't gotten this story right the whole time. Like Mayoko, who I think is great. I mean, the guy's covered the team for 30 years since Montana was there. He said on Monday night the Steelers were out. I mean, out means they can't come back in. So something changed. Schefter said yesterday, no, not a landing spot, and then had to offer up a mea culpa, say actually they're back in, and he made McAfee take the video down of him saying not a landing spot. So even the biggest names in this seem to be getting either misinformation or information changing, where they have to go from a hardline stance to something entirely different in not a short amount of time.
Here's what I did on Monday, and I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole of what knocked me out of commission yesterday, but if you've ever had vertigo, you will know why I was out of commission yesterday.
Yes.
But on Monday night, when the guy who uses the dog as the avatar reported that the deal to the Steelers was done, I got in touch with someone who would know, and what I was told is nothing's been decided yet, which is a far cry from what the hell are you talking about? The Steelers aren't even in this.
Yep.
Nothing's been decided yet, when the specific question is there a deal in place to send Aiyuk to the Steelers? Tells me that there's something that could be cooking. And yesterday I was a basket case and I was out of whack, but I need to get back into this and see what's going on, because I think the Steelers are going to be the last man standing. And it might not be top dollar for Aiyuk, and it might not be top trade return for the 49ers, but it might just be the only alternative to this bad situation of Aiyuk not practicing with the 49ers.
That's why I think those deals with Cleveland and New England got leaked. I think the specifics of the teams and what would be going back got leaked because when the Steelers end up getting him for less than that, instead of 49ers fans and 49ers media blaming John Lynch, they're going to blame Brandon Aiyuk. He's going to look like the bad guy because he prevented the 49ers from trading him to one of those teams for a better package of players and picks.
It just shows you that players at times have more power than they realize. And, you know, it's funny because I thought of Mike Tomlin's line, we want volunteers, not hostages. That kind of applies both ways if he ends up with the Steelers. Because in San Francisco, even though they don't come out and say it that way, that mindset is kind of wired into Kyle Shanahan, and we know that's the way Mike Tomlin thinks. And he's got a guy who's volunteering to be the Steelers, and it's especially true if he ends up taking less than he could have gotten elsewhere to show how badly he wanted to be with the Steelers.
We want everyone else as hostages as long as they want to volunteer for us.
There you go.
Mike, you obviously traffic daily almost in scoops and stuff like this.
And Scuttlebutt.
Tons of Scuttlebutt.
He loves Scuttlebutt.
Is this your first interaction with or the first you are ever seeing of the famed Pretty Ricky, the dog avatar guy, the Spuds McKenzie guy, or have you heard of his exploits before?
Look, I've heard of Pretty Ricky's exploits, and it's clearly someone who is within the NFL ecosystem and is in a position to know things. But I'll tell you what, that guy is wrong a lot.
Oh.
It's very easy. It's very easy to just be wrong when you have no accountability for it. You don't have an employer. You don't have an editor. You don't have a producer. You don't have to go to anyone and say, but. I'm always leery, and this applies whether we know who they are or we don't know who they are. When there's somebody, and I can name some names, somebody who's like been with a media organization and then leaves, that person continues to break news on their own. I'm always leery about it because there isn't the same accountability as when you have a paycheck riding on being right. So Pretty Ricky has been wrong pretty often, but Pretty Ricky has also been right. The problem is if I'm going to hitch my wagon, I want to make sure I'm hitching it when he's right, not when he's wrong.
Mike, we've talked about this before where Jerry Dulac has gotten things wrong, and you've said the Steelers fed him this story as a make good. So if I end up being wrong about the Aiyuk thing, I guess I'm going to have some other bombshell for you in about 2 or 3 months if we go with that.
Good.
Yeah.
Well, you're saying a lot in saying that.
Yes, I am.
You're saying plenty.
Mike, thank you so much for joining us.
See you guys.
There you go.
Familiar with Pretty Ricky? Pretty Ricky doesn't have a standards and practices department. I'll admit something. Here, I can admit this. I had somebody tell me 3:30 there was going to be an announcement.
Nothing yet, Malsey.
Sounds like maybe I was used as a useful idiot. Or maybe that person, something was dangled to them that ended up not being true. But how much time do I have on either side of 3:30 here? 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Like we got a 30-minute buffer zone.
Well, now how about this? Derek Bell, who has ended Operation Shutdown, who now writes for
He goes on Donnie's show. Is he right for Saunders'
Derek
site?
Bell? Yeah, that's what I was just going to say.
DB, yeah. He's
Derek
a
Bell.
film guy.
He's no longer
Robbie Chosen is working out for the Niners today. Why would they be working out Robbie Chosen?
Interesting. Derek Bell has ended his shutdown and is now writing for Alan Saunders. Sources, Steelers confident they'll land Brandon Aiyuk via trade. So they've at least gone to the
confident. Is it a fluid situation, however?
Hold on.
The fluidity of this situation.
Last paragraph. Situation, not just fluid, very fluid.
Gaseous?
Very fluid from a trade compensation front.
I want to hear about a plasma situation. We know about the 3 traditional states.
But there is legitimate optimism, at least from the Pittsburgh perspective, that this deal is approaching the finish line. Or the goal line, as I had it described to me.
You think the goal line is 6? If the goal line is 6 o'clock, are they stretching the ball over the plane?
By 6?
No, I guess we're done at 5:40 today.
Joe, yeah, it'll get done at 5:50. Dan will be telling us about Derek Shelton's decision to keep Brian Hayes a day off.
Tonight's starter, Marco Gonzalez. The Steelers have acquired a man named Brandon Aiyuk. And anyway, Gonzalez, only 2 1/3 his last outing.
5 minutes ago, picture taken from Raiders camp of Brandon Aiyuk's agent on the phone.
Phone watch.
Who could he be talking to?
What is do we have to go back to Yager Watch to find a more breathlessly reported situation than this? I honestly can't remember one.
Donnie, Malsey made a good point. Why is Robbie Chosen working out for the 49ers right now?
I thought the same thing. Now, I know Ricky Pearsall went down yesterday.
Not pretty Ricky, the dog.
Yeah,
he's
the
still
other
good.
Ricky out there that is pertaining to San Francisco.
Did he go down with a big-time injury or
which
just a temporary one?
See, I didn't think it was anything serious. I saw that news yesterday, but why would you be worried about that if it's not a serious injury unless you're losing another receiver?
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Rain and a low of 71. We'll get Aditi's thoughts at 4:15. A quick timeout. We're right back here on The Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. Get the latest on Pittsburgh sports from anywhere with the Odyssey app. Listen to shows and Pirate Games live. Check out our exclusive interviews and content anytime. Download the Odyssey app now and never miss a minute. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan.
This evening, partly cloudy with temperatures cooler in the upper 70s. Overnight lows in the mid-60s and partly cloudy. Increasing clouds for Thursday with high temperatures in the low 80s. Heavy rain and thunderstorms for Thursday night with temperatures in the low 70s. And rain showers early Friday with temperatures near 80 degrees. I'm meteorologist Mary Hours in the KDK First Alert Weather Center.
At Baths R Us, we're terrible roofers. We stink at installing siding. And don't ever call us for your kitchen remodel. But if you want a stunning, beautiful bathroom makeover in just 2 or 3 days, now that's when you want to call us. See, unlike most contractors these days, we offer only one service, bathroom remodeling. We don't spread ourselves thin by doing roofing or siding and a bunch of other stuff. Nope. At Baths R Us, we dedicate every company resource into mastering the craft of bath transformations. It's why we're the Midwest's biggest 5-star family-owned bathroom company. And it's why we have the happiest customers. Just check out our Google reviews. Baths R Us. We're terrible roofers, but we're awesome bathroom remodelers. Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
Timmy, everybody. Great job. Next up for our 5th grade class recital, we have Samantha.
10 times better performance can make a big difference. Castrol Edge Motor Oil gives your engine 10 times better high-stress performance. Castrol Edge, better oil for maximum performance. Now through December 28th, Castrol Edge and Edge High Mileage Motor Oil are on rollback at Walmart.
Claim based on sequence 9 test under high-load conditions versus API SP test limits.
You're gonna feel a puff of air.
Zhang's Optometry has set their sights on staffing up.
Try the next line. Hey, Kim, can you tell our 2 o'clock we're running 15 behind? Sorry, we're a bit backed up today.
He needs an optometric technician to keep an eye on it all.
Where are the dilation drops?
Indeed can help him hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Visit Indeed.com/credit and get $75 towards your first sponsored job. Terms and conditions apply.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer whenever I want? Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. 94% of Sleep Number smart sleepers report better sleep. JD Power ranks Sleep Number #1 in customer satisfaction with mattresses purchased in-store. And now, during our biggest sale of the year, save 50% on the Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Limited time. For JD Power 2023 award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. To find a store near you, visit sleepnumber.com.
Want to keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
Are you looking for more power for more play? Then head to Spitzer Toyota of Monroeville. We're kicking off huge savings on every new Toyota Tacoma in stock. Get trail-dominating power, advanced technology, captivating style, and our lowest price possible, the Panda price. Plus, with every new Toyota purchase, you'll get a lifetime powertrain warranty at no additional cost for added peace of mind. Don't miss out. Score big on new Tacomas at Spitzer.
Whack more. Spend less at Spitzer Toyota Monroeville.
Our world revolves around you.
See dealer for details.
You've inherited your uncle's giant house and every weird thing in it. We can help with that. 2 men and a junk truck.com.
2 men and a junk truck.
Cheerleaders is Pittsburgh's premier gentlemen's club and sports bar. As soon as you arrive, you can feel the energy of the Cheerleaders experience. Cheerleaders has a 5-star kitchen that stays open late. Cheerleaders has been voted Pittsburgh's #1 gentlemen's club 12 of the 13 years they've been open. Cheerleaders now is Taco and Tequila Tuesdays. $2 tacos, $2 Coors Light bottles, $2 tequila drinks till midnight, and 2-for-1 private dances. The best happy hour specials in the city are at Cheerleaders Pittsburgh.
It's water heater month at Stahl with special pricing, extended warranties, and more. Plus, on the day of install, save 15% off labor for additional plumbing or HVAC services. Call 412-GO-STAHL or visit stahlplumbing.com for service today.
The 2024 high school football season kicks off in style with the KDKA Classic live from the Wolverina. 5 exhilarating high school football games all at the historic Wolverina in Turtle Creek on Friday, August 23rd and Saturday, August 24th. McKeesport battles Ohio Power Uniontown Lake, Woodland Hills versus Erie McDowell, Steel Valley versus Clareton, Pittsburgh Central Catholic versus National Power St. Francis Academy from Maryland, Westinghouse and Beaver. The KDKA Classic live from the Wolverina, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. For information on tickets, visit kdkaradio.com.
I'm attorney Ed Shenderovich. Have you been injured at work? You may have more than one claim. To find out if you do, call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. At Shenderovich and Fishman, we've got your back, not your wallet.
Hi, I'm Rachel, and I have a serious heart condition called hypertrophic cardiomyopathy, or HCM. Some symptoms include being short of breath, feeling tired, or having dizziness or chest pain. I still had symptoms on my beta blocker, so I asked my cardiologist about any treatment advances. It was a breakthrough for me. That's why I'm working with Bristol-Myers Squibb to raise awareness about HCM and to help others like me. Talk to your cardiologist today and visit hcmrealtalk.com for more information.
Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Today, we're the largest injury firm in the world, and I'm thankful to you for trusting us all these years. We'll always be here for the people, not the powerful. Injured? The choice is easy. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Things are pretty backed up on the outbound side of the Parkway East. You're moving slowly from Technology Drive through Edgewood, Swissvale. I'm Kyle Fraunheiser.
Homeowners, don't let faulty gutters ruin your day. Protect your home from costly damages with Gutter Helmet. Call 888-5-HELMET or visit gutterhelmet.com for a free gutter assessment and estimate. Beat the fall rush and save. Get 35% off plus no money down and no interest for 1 year.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. 93.7 Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
Pirates and Padres, middle game of a 3-game set. Pirates look to avoid their first 3-game losing streak since May. 6:40 first pitch on the Fan. Leadoff show comes your way at 5:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. Pony and Bar.
Afternoons with Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
You know, that's not part of my job. It's not part of my position. I think, obviously, as a former teammate or, teammate of his in general, any teammate that you have, you love, you respect them, you want the best for them.
15-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram in Peters. Christian McCaffrey calling Brandon Aiyuk a former teammate.
Whoops.
Maybe he follows me on Twitter. Maybe he follows Purdy Ricky on Twitter.
Couldn't you find that out very easily? At least the first part of it?
Maybe he has a burner, and he follows me there.
By the way, didn't Tyler Kennedy, speaking of burners, say Sidney Crosby does go on social media, but he's just a disciplined guy? There has long been a rumored Sidney Crosby burner Twitter account.
Happy birthday, Sid. 37 years old today for him. Do you feel better at 39 than you did at 29? You look good. So I'm guessing you do. You're eating cantaloupe. You're eating that weird thing that you bring in that's like little heirloom tomatoes and
cucumbers,
avocado,
and bell pepper.
Yeah. What do you call that concoction?
I call it the veggie lunch.
Doesn't have a more creative name than that?
No. Would you like to try to come up with one?
I just thought it might have something multi.
I would say I feel worse. I would say I feel worse because when I was 29, I didn't have a torn up knee that was surgically repaired.
The knee thing is a great point. I was trying to do some squats at the gym today with my personal trainer. The right knee sometimes feels like it just wants to explode.
Probably should get that looked at.
Yeah?
Yeah, if you go to the trainer, hey, I'm doing these squats with presumably some weight, like some back squats, just the big bar on your
No, it was
back.
not just a back squat. That's not what was bugging it. It was one where like a lunge almost, where I was not moving, but the left foot was in front of the right foot. And when I would try to go down with the right leg into the lunge almost position, that right knee was like...
She's barking at you.
Yeah.
It's like a split squat kind of
Split squat. I think that's
like,
exactly what he called it.
Did you have your back leg up on something?
That's the Bulgarian.
No, I'll stand up. I was bar over behind my
he's doing
neck.
He's doing like back squat lunges.
So
basically.
yeah, so
barbell lunges.
So then the left foot was way out in front, and then I would go down.
So wait,
like
the left foot's the one taking the load of your weight there, though. So the right foot with your knee going down is actually hurting, even though the left foot's the one.
No, the right leg is what bothers me. So the right leg and then going down, that's when the knee hurts. When the right leg is in front and the left leg goes down, I feel stable.
Donnie, does that make zero sense to you? Because it sounds like the right leg, when there's no load on it of weight, is like doing poorly. But when he loads it up with weight,
I think it's the bending. Keeping it stiff, it's fine. It's having it bend that makes it feel like crap.
You need to get that looked at. You probably have some junk in there.
All right, so I put on my show sheet for today. Once we got to this point in the show, am I still the only one with the Aiyuk report?
But you found out you weren't the only one really early in the show when I backed you.
Am I the only person who is working in sports media who people might know that has put out there that Brandon Aiyuk is getting traded to the Steelers? I think the answer to that question is still yes. Now, Florio came on and did not want to join me and say it's done, but he did.
He said the Steelers would be the last team standing.
Right,
here.
He did say that, and he also said, I don't think it's going to be the best financial offer to Aiyuk, and I don't think it's going to be the best trade offer to Aiyuk. And guess what? I believe he's right on both accounts. I think he's absolutely right on the trade part of it. And I think because Aiyuk wants to play for the Steelers, he's willing to take a tiny haircut just like Patrick Queen did. Based on my knowledge of everything, New England offered more money per year than the Steelers have. And Aiyuk still didn't want to go there. Now,
I don't really understand why, other than wanting to play for Tomlin, why you would not want to go to New England where they're giving you more money and they have Drake May. I know he's a rookie quarterback to Aiyuk, and so you figure, all right, he might never pan out. But it's not like Russell Wilson was a world beater last year. It's not like Justin Fields was a world beater last year. When is the last time the Steelers have won a playoff game? Like,
Chris,
this is almost entirely predicated on him having
a cool boss,
an affinity for Tomlin.
Yes, he wants a cool boss. Is what he wants.
Isn't Kyle Shanahan a cool boss? He wears all those
I don't know,
flat
Donnie,
brim caps.
double check this for me, but apparently Shanahan, one of the things that was in that Mike Silver story that Florio brought up is that he was mad that Aiyuk gave him like a bro hug at practice.
Mad?
Yes.
Oh, maybe he's just a loser then.
He was like, why are you giving me this bro hug? We're not on good terms right now because you won't sign an extension with us kind of deal.
So normally he's a pro bro hug guy.
Or maybe he's anti-bro hug because he doesn't think players and coaches should bro hug?
His players all play incredibly hard for him. It's hard for me to believe that he is just a demanding, miserable taskmaster.
Just going by some of the texts that have come in about how Shanahan is, to back up what Florio said about Shanahan being a little bit fed up with Aiyuk, that there was some bro hug controversy there in San Francisco.
Worst kind of controversies, bro hug controversy.
I will say that about, I don't know, around 3 o'clock, 3:15 actually, more like it, someone did text me who does not work for the Steelers, but did work in the NFL, and said, do you think San Francisco could last second up its contract offer and F this for the Steelers? They did not use the word F. They used something else.
And what did you say?
I said I would be shocked by that. Because, look, I know that money solves a lot of problems, but it just feels like a lot of bridges have been burned there with him.
But isn't that the way the problem money solves the most is
yes,
when the bridges get burned, the money rebuilds them?
But why is San Francisco taking this hardline stance with Aiyuk? I think it's not just about Aiyuk in a vacuum. It's the fact that they just have this embarrassment of riches when it comes to players, and they're prioritizing other guys ahead of him.
McCaffrey even got a new deal. Trent Williams. Trent Williams getting treated like the alpha dog there.
George Kittle's going to be up for a contract again. Purdy's got to get paid after this season is done.
Well, that's the one I can't wait to watch.
Right.
He has another good season. What the hell are they doing there?
Exactly. You've got Fred Warner on defense. They paid Hargrave.
They got the safety.
Tufanga.
Yeah.
They paid Nick Bosa. I mean, they just have done such a good job with their offensive system, and then also bringing players in, whether it's from the draft or trade like McCaffrey, that it's not.
You're not all going to be able to eat.
Yeah. And so that's why I don't think like San Francisco is going to go to him now and say, hey, we actually went back to our the back office here, and we didn't know this.
It's like being at a car dealership, but they came up with a new price for them.
You'll never believe this.
I talked to the general manager, and you cannot believe what he said.
We didn't know this, but we actually had like $30 million in cap space that was unaccounted for.
Do you want the undercoating on this contract?
Yeah.
Kenny Pickett trending, by the way, as a sidebar again.
I think that the coach there said that him working with the third team is not anything to care about.
Well, it's actually the first result is George Pickens and Kenny Pickett reunited at Steelers practice today, and all it is Pickens sitting on a bench.
Oh, okay.
Donnie likes it. Donnie got a kick out of it.
Here is Jonathan Jones from CBS. Aditi from CBS going to join us at 3:15. I think 4:15. I think Aditi's also doing Browns preseason games again. So she's around the Browns. Do they think that they can legitimately still get Aiyuk? When everything I've heard is that Aiyuk doesn't want to play there. And speaking of which, here's Jonathan Jones saying why Aiyuk has said no to teams like New England and Cleveland so far.
The New England Patriots had a pretty nice package that they were ready to send to the San Francisco 49ers, and a very nice contract that would put Brandon Aiyuk on one of those graphics that we always show of top paid, highest wide receivers in the NFL. He doesn't want to go to New England. And then the Cleveland Browns, I know that they have been talked about as a potential suitor. It's my understanding that they had an even better trade package to send to the San Francisco 49ers and an even better contract to give to Brandon Aiyuk. And he is not wanting to be a Cleveland Brown. What has been understood the last several months, frankly, is that Brandon Aiyuk wanted to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers to play for head coach Mike Tomlin, or he wanted to go to the Washington Commanders and play with his longtime friend, quarterback Jaden Daniels. The Washington Commanders do not appear and have not appeared particularly interested in trading whatever San Francisco would ultimately demand in order to get Aiyuk and then perhaps pay him that contract extension.
I'm going to say something. I think that's actually one of the most important parts of what I believe has happened here. Because if Washington got involved, now you have two teams that Aiyuk would accept the trade to, Washington and Pittsburgh, and you can use one against the other. The fact that for whatever reason Washington is like, we're cool with Jahan Dotson and Terry McLaurin.
I need to stop you right there. Doesn't that give you pause? Because I haven't brought this up. We've been so focused on trying to get it nailed down that this is actually happening. You have beat the drum for Aiyuk. Most people have. I have been the lone. You want to talk about being on an island? I feel like I'm on an island here about thinking this guy is not worth the hoopla.
You've been a lone wolf.
I have, but his quarterback at Arizona State, like 10 years ago, it feels like, is there. You would think that guy probably likes him, especially if they're close friends. He probably has a high opinion of him as a player. He would go to the front office there and say, hey, you just spent the second pick on me. Can you bring this guy in? I'm surprised that for a guy as analytical as you and as critically, oriented towards critical thinking as you are, that hasn't at least given you pause that at least one other franchise has looked at him and said, this isn't worth it for us.
I guess my low opinion of Washington, even with their regime changes, makes me feel that way. I also think they might just overvalue their own players. I think they might think, and I like McLaurin, definitely not as much as you, but I still think he's really good.
He's a better player, so he's had a better career so far for sure in one extra year than Brandon Aiyuk has.
I think they overvalue Dotson. I think they feel like he's ready to bust out because he has a legitimate quarterback throwing him the ball finally. And so they've got a defensive-minded head coach there. He's like, no, we're good right now.
But wouldn't you want to maximize your rookie quarterback by giving him a receiver that presumably people seem to think is one of the best in the league that he has a rapport with built in?
I would agree with that.
So I'm sorry, that has to factor in here, at least when people are talking about the impact Aiyuk would have here if and when he gets traded to the Steelers. I have to factor that in and say that's part of the reason I feel the way I feel.
More from Jonathan Jones on Aiyuk coming to the Steelers.
The Pittsburgh Steelers, as I understand it, are not at the point, or at least they were not this morning, with a comparable or acceptable trade package to send to San Francisco. And they may not also be there with the money with Brandon Aiyuk, but that's where he wants to go. And you can say, Chris, well, gosh, wouldn't you want to go play for two-time Coach of the Year Kevin Stefanski with the Cleveland Browns and make more money? Perhaps. Why would you want to leave Kyle Shanahan and a team that is maybe going back to the Super Bowl? The answer is money. Why do you want to go to the Pittsburgh Steelers and play with a quarterback that you don't know if it's going to be Justin Fields or Russell Wilson in a system you're not particularly familiar with in Arthur Smith's system? The answer is Mike Tomlin.
Tomlin now, the trump card and all this. I still have a hard time believing that Cleveland actually has the best financial offer on the table. I just still do not know how they make that work with everything going on there. And he said, Jonathan Jones there from CBS, that the Steelers might not have made a comparable offer to the other teams. I don't think that means anything. Acceptable is the only word that matters there. Because what New England or Cleveland offered has no bearing on trade negotiations with the Steelers because Aiyuk won't accept the trade there.
He's Eric Carlson in this particular regard.
So the 49ers can't say, well, too bad, Steelers, if you don't
give us a better
we'll send
deal,
him to New England. Okay, we'll call your bluff on that, brother.
They can't do that.
Right.
It's a game of poker, and Aiyuk is sort of the dealer here.
And I heard him hedging on the money part. He goes, they may not have offered. I think they've made an offer that I know they made an offer that Aiyuk is like, yeah, I'm comfortable playing for that there.
I'll just, again, since we're kind of recapping things where we stand right now, I will say that I was told Monday night after you had been really out on an island that day saying, hey, I'm hearing this could really happen, etc. I was told Monday night, for what it's worth, that this was basically done already and that they were just waiting for like the fine point details, your I's dotted, T's crossed to come out, which jived with everything you had been saying.
And it can take some time for I's and T's.
And the source of that ultimately 1 degree removed was somebody within the Steelers.
Donnie, what is your take on the whole thing right now? The player, the deal, the waiting here, the reporting, anything you want.
Well, now we have tweets out there of his agent on the phone.
Yes.
It's just a picture of him simply on the phone.
He's at Raiders practice. He's down in the catcher's crouch.
Could be an important phone call. He could be ordering P.F. Chang's. Who really knows?
P.F. Chang's for Mark Davis.
For Mark Davis, boom.
Rubbing, that would be buttering up the owner.
Calling a mobile haircut service to come and give him that Prince Valiant look yet again.
Zach Gelb on CBS from Infinity Sports Network 20 minutes ago. Kyle Shanahan reportedly bothered that Brandon Aiyuk gave him a bro hug in practice.
Gelb strikes me as a big bro hug guy, though, so he's probably anti-Shanahan there.
Donnie, what else you got? Anything else on this? How you're feeling about the trade
How do you
talks?
feel about Brandon Aiyuk as a player?
He loves Aiyuk.
I love Aiyuk.
So it doesn't give you any pause that Washington, a team which would seem like a natural fit, quarterback he loves, already built in rapport. You want to surround a rookie who's on a cheap deal for a couple of years, not like the Steelers situation where one of these guys could get very expensive very quickly if they ball out this year. You don't find it at all curious that team has no interest?
No. I mean, maybe if it was like a more well-run organization. I mean, I think you could say, are you concerned that the 49ers are fine getting rid of this guy? Because I don't think they should be.
They have a more proven track record, though, of just churning out good offenses.
But we've also been over, we just went over the great players at other positions, and it's not necessarily an Aiyuk problem. It's that they just have guys who they think are better. Like the best left tackle in football, a quarterback, the best all-around tight end in football, elite pass rusher who's won Defensive Player of the Year.
I mean, they feel like he's disposable, clearly.
But I'm saying if they didn't have all those guys, I don't think they would look at him as disposable.
But doesn't it tell you something that they still feel that he is? Which also goes into my whole, we're not talking about Randy Moss or Jerry Rice being dealt for here. We're talking about Brandon Aiyuk, who is definitely closer to wide receiver 20 than wide receiver 5.
Is he definitely?
Hold on.
No,
I think he is.
Yeah, I think he's probably somewhere between like 9 and 13 is where I put him.
If he was 13, he would technically be closer to 20, but I think he's closer to like 15, 18.
But where would you rank the Steelers' second wide receiver in the NFL
I'd have
overall
to make the
ranking of wide receivers?
I'd have to make the NFL's bottom 100 players, and then you might see somebody like Van Jefferson on there.
Right. So
I don't know. We're getting good reports of Van Jefferson out at St. Vincent's.
Mackey, God bless him, he wrote an article about this, pretty much saying what Chris is saying, that he didn't want Aiyuk. He thought there were better ways to spend $30 million a year. By the way, I think it'll be less than that, but not by much. And I think he's kicked off a paragraph by saying, I am legitimately intrigued by Van Jefferson. I don't think
said that, though.
I don't think his dad, Thomas Jefferson, is intrigued. I don't think Mr. and Mrs. Jefferson are intrigued. You know who's not intrigued by it? The Steelers.
Or
That's
else
why
they
they're
wouldn't be trying to trade for somebody else.
Yes.
The best
if they were intrigued by Van Jefferson, they would say, the hell with giving up anything in a trade and then paying Brandon Aiyuk a buttload of money.
I think the nicest thing I could say about Aiyuk is that I think he would make George Pickens' life a lot easier, make Pickens more dangerous, and make their offense more dangerous just by being another weapon. But I feel like that's kind of hollow praise for a guy you would be committing that much money to and dealing some resources for, when you're saying his best impact might be on how he frees up other people.
Texas on the Edgar Steiner & Associates fan text line. All access with Aditi. She has been around the Browns, and she, I think, is doing their preseason again. What is going on in Cleveland with this deal? Are the Browns legitimately still in the Aiyuk sweepstakes? I say no. Is she hearing differently? Coming up next, if I'm wrong about this, my heart will stop, and UPMC wants me to tell you your heart care matters. Trust the experts at UPMC and get your heart screened. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Padres beat the Buccos 6-0 last night. A long rain delay early in that one. San Diego led in hits 14-5. Bucks and Padres do it again tonight. 6:40 first pitch. The North Shore Tavern leadoff show with Dan Zangrilli starts at 5:45. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com. Pony.
FanDuel, the official sportsbook partner of 93.7 The Fan, the official betting partner in partnership with Valley Forge Casino, America's #1 sportsbook, wants you to know the best place to bet the games this summer on FanDuel. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So whether it's any of your favorite international teams and all of your favorite sports, from men's and women's basketball to badminton to diving and gymnastics, FanDuel has it all. Track and field, too. Don't miss your chance to score $150 in bonus bets if your first bet wins. Just visit FanDuel.com/Andrew to sign up. Start betting the games today. Make every moment more with FanDuel. FanDuel Sportsbook, the official partner of KDKA. 21 plus and present in PA. Versus online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as knowledgeable bonus bets, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey everyone, this is Bob Pompiani. Tune in every Saturday. Be part of my program. We want your opinions.
Protected by Shederovich and Fishman. Ireland Contracting. PNC Bank. See how PNC Bank can make a difference for you. And driven by #1 Cochran. Go one better. Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan. This Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by
Where the average Joe can buy like a pro. CGR Wholesale.
This is Jim Rome with an Odyssey Sports Minute. The last time I mentioned Corey Seager, I actually went full government. Mr. Corey Drew Seager. He proved once again last night that he is as good in a huge spot as any player in the game. He did so when he snatched Framber Valdez's soul. He did that by snatching his no-hitter with 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th. I'm Jim Rome. All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
1 in 4 Americans have a disability. I'm one of them. I'm also a working mom who cares deeply about making sure every child with a disability thrives by getting their access needs met. We've got a trusted ally by our side. Easter Seals provides children and families the foundation for lifelong success through early learning programs, skills training, and prep for college and career. That's my Easter Seals. Make it yours. Join us at easterseals.com.
Hey, Crowley here. Let's talk about pickles. Are you in a pickle? Not knowing who to call for a new roof? The obvious choice is to call the pickle. That's right, with Gherkin Roofing. Gherkin Roofing has hundreds of 5-star Google reviews. They are a platinum certified contractor with Atlas shingles, plus all their new roof installs come with a 50-year non-prorated warranty backed by Atlas shingles and a lifetime Scotchguard guarantee against black streaks. Don't wait. Call the pickle today, 724-515-5551. Callthepickle.com.
You've heard their commercials and seen their ads for years, but you might be wondering, what will Edgar Snyder and Associates actually do for you if you're hurt in an accident? Well, they'll document your injuries, they'll collect medical bills and police reports, hire experts and gather evidence, handle your paperwork, deal with the insurance companies. They'll answer your questions, and no matter what they do, there's never a fee unless they get money for you. Call Edgar Snyder and Associates anytime, 1-800-94-EDGAR.
The 2024 high school football season kicks off in style with the KDKA Classic live from the Wolverina. 5 exhilarating high school football games all at the historic Wolverina in Turtle Creek on Friday, August 23rd and Saturday, August 24th. McKeesport battles Ohio Power Uniontown Lake. Woodland Hills versus Erie McDowell. Steel Valley versus Clareton. Pittsburgh Central Catholic versus National Power St. Francis Academy from Maryland. Westinghouse and Beaver. The KDKA Classic live from the Wolverina, presented by Allegiant Community Federal Credit Union. For information on tickets, visit kdkaradio.com.
There are 2 things everyone loves: saving money and convenience, and the law firm of Butte, Bevington & Nichols can help you do both. Hey, it's Andrew Filipponi. Over the past 15 years, they've successfully resolved thousands of appeals. If you've received an assessment appeal hearing notice from a school district, call Butte, Bevington & Nichols to represent you. Your tax savings may be quite significant, and you won't have to participate at your scheduled hearing. And although you won't need to physically attend your hearing, the Board of Property Assessment rules for submitting evidence will need to be followed. But good news, hearings are being scheduled now. So if your residential or commercial property has received a notice of assessment appeal or change in Allegheny County, call 412 412-650-5940. That's 412-650-5940. Or click BOOTAY Bevington.com. Butte, Bevington, and Nichols, Pittsburgh's real estate attorneys.
Refresh, restore, and protect your employees and customers. Call Zero Res to clean your business the right way so your floors and surfaces stay cleaner longer without the harmful chemicals the other guys use. Call 412-701-1188 or book online at ZeroResPGH.com.
Mostly cloudy and humid tonight, the low 70.
Weather brought to you by Staples. Your local Staples store has hot deals and super low prices on everything for back to school, even technology. Save even more with the Easy Rewards program at Staples.
Things are pretty bad on the outbound side of the Parkway West. You're backed up from the Birmingham Bridge to the Fort Pitt tunnels, and then again from 79 to Settlers Ridge. I'm Kyle Fraunizer.
Greenewalt Roofing, your career, our commitment. Ready to soar in your sales career? Join Greenewalt Roofing's growing commission sales team. Enjoy flexibility, top-notch support, and unlimited earning potential. Apply now at greenewaltroofing.com/employment. Greenewalt Roofing, your future starts here.
The PF Team is brought to you by Mike's Beer Bar on the North Shore. Meet me at Mike's. Live from the ShoreKeyMitsubishi.com studios, North Huntington and North Hills.
We've had NFL Network up in studio all day. They're talking Aiyuk right now. And the CG, the banner at the bottom of the screen says, Aiyuk more likely to be traded than sign extension with Niners. And then, semicolon, no trade in place.
I've got news for you again. You have made it internationally and into a different language. I am in like a Steelers chat with a couple of people I know, one of whom is a bilingual guy living in Mexico. And your reporting has made it. So this is in a chat. Brandon Aiyuk puede estar cumpliendo su deseo. Según Andrew Filipponi de 93.7 The Fan in Pittsburgh, los 49ers de San Francisco tienen un acuerdo verbal para enviar al receptor descontento a los Steelers de Pittsburgh. You have gone bilingual.
And Odyssey's got to love that, Donnie, that we're providing content now for other countries.
Somebody then responded with, Andrew Filipponi no es una fuente confiable. What does that mean?
That doesn't sound good. I don't have Rosetta Stone in front of me, but
I think it means I believe this guy every time he puts it out there.
I think it might mean he is not a reliable source.
Look over your left shoulder, though. This headline that NFL Network has.
Yes.
So, more likely to be traded than signed, no trade in place. So they are allowing the possibility of two other things. That he would go back and play for the 49ers for $14 million.
Yes.
Or that there's another team who's not the Steelers who's somehow involved in this.
I don't think that's happening. By the way, no es una fuente confiable. Not a reliable source.
There you go.
We hate it. They're ripping you in Mexico.
And there's a huge Steelers contingent down there.
Oh, yeah, this guy is legit. He's like, it made it. He goes, this made it to my Mexican Steeler fan group.
Time to go all access with Aditi. Brought to you by Bet365. Aditi, are you still doing Browns games this preseason?
I am indeed. I have my first on Saturday. The Packers will be in Cleveland.
All right, so I've obviously
Jordan Love is actually playing, but that's clearly not what you're interested in.
I've obviously gone out on a limb here because I trust the people that I'm talking to on the Aiyuk thing. I have heard over and over and over again that he doesn't want to play for the Browns. So you're around this team. Do they actually think that he's going to change his mind?
I think that the Browns' interest in Aiyuk may be overstated.
Really?
I think that there are a lot of people who report things that they believe to be true that are not necessarily actually true.
Well, I bet.
Let's use common sense
Yes.
for one reason, okay? Here, everything that is reported about the Browns wanting Aiyuk indicates that Amari Cooper is gone. Why would they rework Amari Cooper's contract? Why would they talk about hoping for a long-term deal with Amari Cooper? And just as someone who is around that team, but really quickly, as someone who is around that team, Amari Cooper is the professional, the grown-up, the person in that wide receiver room that they absolutely love and need, especially when you've got young guys like Elijah Moore and Jerry Jeudy who are still learning how to deal with maybe not always getting the ball exactly where they want the ball or as much as they want the ball or things like that. This is a glue guy.
Yes, and the restructuring thing, what that means. They've pretty much already paid him for this season. Is how that works. Yeah, pretty much. His base salary is $1 million, Aditi. They gave him all signing bonus money. They had to get creative with the cap because of the Deshaun Watson stuff.
Right, and there's incentive money in there.
I mean, they can't love the fact that somebody on San Francisco's side leaked that Cooper would be in a proposed trade, because now, if that doesn't happen, well, what's Amari Cooper going to think of his situation there?
I don't know that Amari Cooper is looking to go. Amari Cooper has been, look, I haven't talked to him. I'll talk to him Saturday for sure, but he's been very vocal and on the record saying that he wants to finish his career in Cleveland.
Aditi, I have a different question about all of this. I actually think Cooper's a better player than Aiyuk, so I guess I'm starting this off by leading the witness. How good of a player do you feel Brandon Aiyuk is? I mean, you're on the sideline for games for CBS, so you're seeing a lot of different teams. You're seeing these guys, some of these elite wide receivers up close. I think this guy is closer to wide receiver 20 in the NFL than he is, say, I don't know, wide receiver 5 in the NFL.
I mean, I'm hearing you say that, and I did hear Pony say somewhere in between 9 and 13. There are so many factors that go into what you get out of someone, and there are some unicorns for sure, the guys that produce no matter what. But then you've got guys that are certainly helped or harmed by the situations they're in. And by that could be who is the quarterback throwing the ball to them? Who is the offensive coordinator, and what design does he have? I find this whole conversation about how Brandon Aiyuk is so desperate to play for Mike Tomlin a little bit short-sighted. Since when has Mike Tomlin been a guy that's airing the ball out and throwing the ball deep and loving this high-flying offense that's so innovative and going to take advantage and highlight a player like that? I mean, even a guy like George Pickens, you've had feast or famine with him. It's not someone that has consistently had 100-yard games. So, and also the quarterback situation is somewhat unsettled. We don't know for sure that either of these guys, whoever it ends up being, is going to be a 6,000-yard passer.
So what's your prediction on what ends up happening then, Aditi?
I would not be stunned if Aiyuk ends up back in the fold in San Francisco.
Wow.
I'm not saying that's my prediction. I'm just saying I would not be stunned.
Would you say that's the most likely outcome in this?
Yeah, it just feels like there's been... I think that if there were an obvious deal, or if there was incredible motivation for San Francisco to move on from him, it would have happened.
Oh, man.
San Francisco has its eye on a major prize. San Francisco thinks it's very, very close. If they think that Brandon Aiyuk's presence has become so toxic, has become one of those things where you have addition by subtraction, then at some point there's a fire sale. And they're clearly not in that position. That's not what we're seeing going on here.
Aditi, can I ask you a very quick, sort of inside baseball question, but one that's relevant given how we've talked today? Pony is obviously... Uh-oh. Bing bong. Pony is obviously...
Sorry about that.
That's all right. Pony's the guy who's obviously been tweeting, basically, this is going to happen. I think, Pony, I'm not putting words in your mouth.
No, I said it's a done deal.
Aiyuk is headed to Pittsburgh. Now, we've seen a lot of reporters across the NFL for various outlets say that there's still interest, there are still talks, but there's no deal yet in place. They won't put it out there to the degree Andrew has. I realize that could be that they're not hearing the same things he's hearing, but are there standards that you've had to adhere to professionally on Twitter where you can't report something or tweet something out if you couldn't write it or go on TV with it? Do you know what I mean? To explain the disparity basically between what he is reporting and what we are seeing from some national names that are out there.
That's almost asking me to sort of impugn Pony's journalism.
No, I'm not
going to do that in any way.
You can if you want.
I'm asking very plainly, have you worked for publications where they have told you you can't tweet this even if you're basically certain it's happening because we wouldn't let you put it in print yet? You can't hint at it. You can't
I can't do that at CBS with things that I know
That's what
for
I am
a fact,
saying.
Right?
That's what I'm kind of
there are
getting
things
at
that
here.
I know for a fact that I am not allowed to report because that is part of the trust that part of being a game broadcaster is that you are told a lot of things, or part of being part of a game broadcast is that you are told things with an enormous amount of trust. So you have to be careful about a lot of what you say. When I was at the Wall Street Journal, there were certainly way different standards than there were when I was at the NFL Network. I mean, at the Wall Street Journal, it was, you almost could never use an anonymous source. You have to do everything you can to put your source on the record. And if you were going to use an anonymous source, I had to have at least one more, if not another. If not three. If I was reporting one thing about one side, if I was reporting, let's say, this player is unhappy with this coach, I had to make sure that I tried to get comment, not just from the player, but from the coach too. I mean, every organization has different journalistic standards. And that was also a long time ago. I think our world has changed. I think the way that we traffic in information is very different these days than it was, again, I'm talking about 13 years ago at the Wall Street Journal. That's a different time. So I don't, but I'll just say this, Mulsey. I obviously haven't asked Pony who his source is. He's not going to tell me who is. I would never ask him, and I don't expect him to tell me, but I trust Pony. I don't think that Pony is putting that out there.
Aditi, I think he's right, because I was told something Monday night that has corroborated everything he's been putting out there.
And the other thing that makes me feel good about this is both the 49ers beat reporter and Adam Schefter have had to change their reporting on this. So, and I haven't.
I mean, that's fine. But there's a piece of this here, you still need someone to deliver the ball, and you still need an offense that's looking to completely take advantage of that.
All right, we get it. The Steelers have quarterback questions, Aditi. Let us have our moment here.
I agree with Aditi here. I think this is an overrated move if they make
we've already had the negativity of Mulsey on this move.
I'm just saying, sort of, let's temper our expectations. This isn't that, okay, this is one player away.
How much better is this guy
suddenly being the leading candidate to win the Super Bowl?
How much better is Aiyuk than Deontay Johnson?
Much better.
No, I wasn't asking you.
Well, I just gave my opinion anyways. Aditi?
Again, that's one of those things that's so hard to say, because it's how does somebody fit in a certain environment?
Well, that's kind of my point.
How is someone a better match? How is someone a
But that's kind of my point. If I asked you how much better is Justin Jefferson than Deontay Johnson, we would all say much better. He's one of the absolute best. But the fact that it can't be a slam dunk like that kind of answers the question for me.
I had a few years ago, before the whole Matt Canada experiment, there was every expectation that Deontay Johnson was a star on the cusp of breaking out. Now, obviously, he worked very hard that year after the drops. You felt like there was an explosiveness, a dynamism to what he could do. Things happen, and you don't necessarily know how people are going to respond to whatever those things are. And, you guys were talking about Washington earlier and Dotson and McLaurin, and I'll tell you, I'm a huge fan of Terry McLaurin. He is also one of those massive grown-ups in the room, and despite the quarterback play that he had to deal with last year.
No diva behavior whatsoever.
Aiyuk doesn't have that either.
Yes, he does.
Oh, what is all this drama that we've been watching?
Thank you.
I don't know.
Terry McLaurin could have sat there last year and said, get me out of this mess. That I am in my prime years. I deserve to be a superstar wide receiver. I deserve the ball more. No. In fact, Terry McLaurin and I had multiple conversations about how all he could control was everything he did on every play. And if that meant blocking, if that meant running a crisper route, if that meant setting a pick in some way. And he felt like it was his responsibility to help develop this young quarterback in Sam Howell, as opposed to sitting here and moaning and whining, why am I not getting the ball more and why are my numbers not where they should be? And I'll also tell you this, Garrett Wilson, who is a superstar in New Jersey, suffered through a rough year last year, and Terry McLaurin and Garrett Wilson both talked about this. And McLaurin was mentoring Wilson in the sense that, or was willing to serve as kind of a spot of wisdom. This is what we can control, and it doesn't last forever.
We're not debating McLaurin because he wasn't available. I don't think that Aiyuk has exhibited any diva behavior, because if my peers were making double what I was making and my company refused to pay me like those people, I would want out too. So I have no issue with the way he's handled this business with San Francisco. None whatsoever,
and it's a horrible system. It's the way the system is set up, though.
Thank you,
This is sort of like, now, do you want to go into this whole, was that a thank you, you're hanging up on me? Or was
that was a thank you for agreeing with me. That was thank you for agreeing with me.
I don't, again, you sort of express surprise about Washington and Jaden Daniels not doing everything to go after Brandon Aiyuk, if that is indeed the case. I think that it's not a false sense of confidence in what they have. I think there's a real reason they should have confidence in who they have.
Aditi, thank you. We'll talk again next week.
All right, guys.
Donnie has a football debrief. Yes, thank you for the good luck. Say goodbye to your gutter problems with Gutter Helmet. Book a free estimate at gutterhelmet.com. Donnie's segment is next. We'll see if someone else wants to refute my Aiyuk stuff between now and 6 o'clock or 5:45 when the leadoff show comes your way. Here's a headline.
Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open.
Steelers' first preseason game Friday night against the Houston Texans, 7 p.m. kick at Acrisure Stadium. Headlines powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville. Now open. For more, go to 937thefan.com.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan with our fan training camp profiles. Presented by Smale Kia, Guardian Caps, and Armstrong Business Solutions. Patrick Queen. Is it the Steeler defense needed any more star power? After 3 years at LSU, which culminated with a national championship in 2019, Queen was selected in the first round of the 2020 draft by the Ravens. After 3 steady seasons, Queen got even better in 2023, making the first Pro Bowl of his career. He signed this past offseason to the Ravens' arch rival, the Steelers, and is ready to show everyone that Queen is the king.
SchultzFord.com, 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 SchultzFord.com.
The text line
is brought to you by Edgar Snyder and Associates, a law firm helping injured people.
It's Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Pony and Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
It's time for a Donnie football debrief. Take it away, Don.
The debrief, August 7, 2024. Not to deter us from the big topic on the day, but I got some career news, football related. I will be joining the award-winning KDKA radio high school football coverage this fall. A sideline guy.
Which means that it takes you away from us on Football Fridays, but it's for the best of
most likely,
of
unless they want me to fly a jet to whatever stadium we're at. Yes.
I mean, the rich get richer. We get a little poorer for your absence Friday, but the rich get richer.
Our loss is their gain.
An already award-winning production gets a guy who I think is absolute wheelhouse material for this. A lot of these high school kids are going to know exactly who's interviewing them.
Yes.
Know that they are talking to a trench guy, a guy who battled as an undersized center at Greensburg-Salem. You're going to have instant cachet and rapport with these guys. I think, frankly, Donnie, you're going to be a pig in slop with this, and I think you're going to crush it.
Are you going to go by Donnie Football or Donnie Chedrick on the sidelines?
I mean, I guess I can leave that up to Dan. He's normally the man that runs point on this.
I disagree with that.
I got to say
0% chance Dan, if left to his own devices, goes, and let's kick it down to Donnie Football.
I think he's got to be Donnie Football. That's your character. That's your moniker. It's perfect for this.
What's your middle name?
Joseph.
If I were thinking this was left up to Dan, he'd go, now for a sideline report with Donald J. Chedrick, as he's with a member of the winning Rams from Pine Richland.
That was a good impression.
Do you think he'll be like a buttoned-up sideline reporter that's asking the hard questions, or you'll be more of the zany sideline reporter? You'll be the one that's like doing stories on like a fan that's trying to set a hot dog record.
Tony Siragusa, the late great Tony Siragusa, was a great sideline guy for Fox.
So you're going to try to...
We may be in that same breath.
He'd stand under that goalpost. They're really hitting out here.
Hold on a second. I didn't think he was on the sideline, but he was not a sideline reporter.
No, he was just
an analyst that they just had on the field. So is that going to be your role? Or is it going to be... Because, you know who's actually that role? That's Doran on Pit Broadcasts. Larry is the sideline reporter.
Doran is
a sideline analyst. So are you sideline analyst or sideline reporter?
I mean, I took it as reporter.
Just the facts.
See, I think he'd be great as a sideline analyst, almost like Craig Wolfley does. We're like, man, you got to see these guys down here.
They're hitting Chaluch. The pads are popping.
You got to see this left guard for Aiyuk.
Pony, why not both?
He's got he's got legs that are tree trunks and arms that look like legs.
Why not both? Why not? Here's a sample. Why not this? Guys talking with, I don't know, who's a team that will play Aliquippa? in 4A this year? Who's in their section? Bell Vernon, okay.
Yeah, that's one of the first games.
Guys on the Bell Vernon sideline here, and Bell Vernon's head coach really giving it to his defense right now.
Giving him the business.
About the way that Aliquippa ran on them. And, guys, I can tell you from watching Aliquippa getting great contributions from their 3 interior linemen opening up big holes, that Bell Vernon defensive line's going to have to find some answers. I think you could do that.
I think that's right up
in
the
your
alley.
sleep.
Yeah, but
that's
then
reporting.
I will also be.
But that's reporting and analyzing, and I think that's perfect.
Yeah, and I think I will also be the halftime. Get the little interview with the coach, post game interview with coach.
Can you wear a
and player
fedora
of the game?
Can you please wear a fedora with a little card in the brim that
Donnie,
says press?
I really honestly feel like there are roles that people were born to play in movies and TV shows.
You were
know,
born
like
for this.
Like,
this is wheelhouse for
I've
you.
honestly never done the sideline thing. Like I've done play-by-play.
Okay.
I've done.
I've got an
actual
update
color
already.
Analyst.
Our big boss, Michael Spack, just said he will be both.
There you
he
go.
will be wearing both hats, the analyst and the reporter, as it should be.
Jason Alexander had never played, what was the guy's name again on Seinfeld?
George.
George. He had never played George before that show. He was perfect for it. You've never been a sideline reporter before, but I think you'll take to it like a fish does to water. You'll be excellent.
Well, thank you. To both of you. I'm really looking forward to this.
And
I
I
know
think
Spack is very excited. PJ's very excited.
And I think you have an authentic love for high school football.
Well, that's
what high school football means to this region.
I've told you guys before, like you guys will bring it up on air or even off-air discussions, like if I ever miss high school football or covering it, whatever. And I tell you honestly, yeah, there is part of me, once we get around this time of year, like that first crispy night in September, I'm thinking, man, it would be sweet to be out there.
I think those coaches are going to respond big time to you because they're going to know they're talking to like a fellow high school football traveler.
Remember
like a
when
guy that loves it as much as they do.
Remember when we had people calling in talking about how much they were scalping tickets for that Aliquippa football game?
Oh, yeah, that was big. And we get to go to the pit very early on. New
They're
pit.
playing Bell Vernon.
Yes.
Yeah, well, now you can call it Heinz Field. I think there's going to be one problem that you run into, though, here, and I think it's going to be a potentially big one. I think they're going to have to keep you from getting mobbed on those sidelines.
I agree. See, I feel like KDK Radio has become synonymous with high school football, which is great because, again, it's so important to this area.
100%.
But I do, and Dan is a great play-by-play guy, and Coach Lee is a character. But I will say this is just me as a consumer of it.
You love to consume. Oh, you are just gobbling it up like Pac-Man.
You're talking to someone who watches and listens and takes in high school football, and that gives me an opinion on it. I do think ever since John Fedko left the Fedko zone, there is an opening for someone to be the big high school football personality in Pittsburgh, and I think the man on the other side of the glass now has a chance to carve out his niche as that guy.
Emphasis on personality, because Dan, as good as Dan is, and Dan's very good, when you think of Dan Zangrilli, you do think of baseball first. He's a jack of all trades, like any great play-by-play man. He can handle everything.
And also buttoned up, very professional.
But
he keeps it straight-laced.
When you discuss it as a crispy night in September, you're just speaking their language, man.
You're getting chills just thinking about it right now.
I think myself and Johnny Lee are going to click big time.
I agree with that.
And plus, I don't know if you're going to find more strength in the Yinzer accents than the two of us.
Here's the other thing you have. You played offensive line. We always know the linemen, smartest guys in the meeting rooms. He's going to be able to break down that game. You know what you're also going to do? You're going to be asking these coaches, like, pretty brief but intelligent questions. You're going to get great answers because they're going to say, again, this guy knows his stuff.
And we can't big-time Donnie. You know, he can't get a D-dart from a high school coach. He's better
Chirp
than that.
could still throw one at him.
See, I don't think so. I think he's going to see a football guy.
Now, if you did a TJ,
Well, here's the
if
thing.
you did a TJ game in the middle of November or whenever the season's
I'm wearing cargo shorts. Which there is a TJ game on the schedule. It is early, though. It is early. But the cargo shorts will absolutely be out.
Yeah. I think this is going to be tremendous.
I got to pay homage to the man at the top for TJ.
You and Chirpak doing the Spider-Man meme at each other. You're pointing the microphone at him. He goes, wait a minute.
Fan weather brought to you by Sun Chevy. Rain and a low of 71 degrees. How are we feeling about the Steelers and Brandon Aiyuk? Jeff Hathorn was at Steelers training camp where Mike Tomlin gave an interesting answer about wide receivers today. We'll see if that has Jeff siding with me on the Aiyuk trade discussion. Quick timeout and then a long commercial-free segment. It's the PM Team on the Fan.
Sports Radio 93.7 The Fan brings you the Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show with Pony and Muller every Thursday at 4 p.m. Get the insight you need to win big. The The Fan Bet Rivers Sportsbook Show. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. On Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
At Baths R Us, we're terrible roofers. We stink at installing siding. And don't ever call us for your kitchen remodel. But if you want a stunning, beautiful bathroom makeover in just 2 or 3 days, now that's when you want to call us. See, unlike most contractors these days, we offer only one service, bathroom remodeling. We don't spread ourselves thin by doing roofing or siding and a bunch of other stuff. Nope. At Baths R Us, we dedicate every company resource into mastering the craft of bath transformations. It's why we're the Midwest's biggest 5-star family-owned bathroom company. And it's why we have the happiest customers. Just check out our Google reviews. Baths R Us. We're terrible roofers, but we're awesome bathroom remodelers. Right now, get $1,500 off a shower or tub replacement or $3,000 off a full bathroom remodel. Plus, low to no monthly payments. Call 412-556-BATH to schedule your free estimate or go to bathsrus.com. Baths R Us, where dreams soak in.
Welcome to Nada Yada Island. This season on Nada Yada Island.
You were charging your phone? I waited hours for you.
That's how long it takes.
Join Metro and get a free Motorola Edge that'll charge for the day in 15 minutes. At Metro, there's no activation fees. Only at Metro by T-Mobile.
Bring your number ID and sign up for Metro Flex Plus plan. Offer not available if at T-Mobile or have been with Metro in the past 180 days. Requires 68-watt charger sold separately. Actual performance will vary.
I'm Rick Julius, a partner at Cordell & Cordell. As a business owner in today's economy, it's your job to anticipate constant market changes. But what do you do in the event of a divorce? Your assets and finances are scrutinized. Years of hard work building a business are on the line. This is not business as usual. You need an experienced partner you can count on for help. We're Cordell & Cordell.
Offices in downtown Pittsburgh and Cranberry Township. Schedule an appointment with one of our Pittsburgh or Cranberry area attorneys. Rick Julius, licensed in Pennsylvania only. CordellCordell.com.
Do you know what brand sells the most work shoes in America? Skechers. Why? Skechers has the best looking safety toe and slip resistant shoes around. They've got superior quality and simply incredible prices. But many people get them just for the style. So you can enjoy tough, steel-toed protection and slip-resistant soles anywhere, even if you don't need them for work. And since they're Skechers, you know they're going to be comfortable with Skechers' exclusive air-cooled memory foam. Find your new pair of Skechers safety toe and slip-resistant work shoes at a Skechers store, at Skechers.com, or wherever work shoes are sold.
Hey, it's Tiki Barber. Superchargers, headlights, and more. With over 122 million parts, eBay Motors has everything you need to maintain your vehicle and level it up to peak performance. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, your part is guaranteed to fit your ride every time or your money back. Stay on your A game with all the parts you need at the prices you want. It's easy to bring home huge wins. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Life hack number 7. Get an iPhone 12 on Straight Talk.
Life hack.
Here's how it works. You walk into Walmart, go to the electronics section, ask for iPhone 12 with 5G and a dual camera system, and select the new Silver Unlimited plan. They'll smile because it's a good plan. You get real unlimited data all for just $20 a month for the whole first year. Get it at Walmart or StraightTalk.com. Straight Talk. Less dollars, more sense. Taxes and fees apply. Requires activation of iPhone 12 and a new Silver Unlimited plan or higher end auto pay enrollment. $25 a month service credit applied for up to 12 months if eligibility requirements are met. For network management practices, visit StraightTalk.com.
The light is fading, your hands are sore, and the last tool's been put away. Now's the time to feel the satisfaction that comes with a job well done. But when you get your tools from Harbor Freight, something about the job feels a little different. Your wallet. Because we believe that everyone deserves hardworking tools at hardworking prices. And that's what we have here. So, whatever you do, do it for less at Harbor Freight.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-285-3636. 800-285-3636.
Paid for by Wesley Financial Group. Direct auto insurance is for uncompromisers. Like Matt. When his old car insurance got so expensive, do you think he walked until his sneakers wore out? No, because he found savings with Direct Auto so he could drive instead of compromise. With savings of up to 25% on state minimum coverage, you too can stop compromising and keep driving. Get a free quote at directauto.com or a store near you. Savings vary, terms apply. National General Group, Winston-Salem.
Crowley here. Most of us don't think much about our water heater until you turn the shower on and bang, cold water hits your back. That's why you should call Sullivan Super Service today for a water heater flush. Your water heater needs regular maintenance, and when you call Sullivan Super Service this week only, they'll flush your water heater for just $39. That's their lowest price ever on a water heater flush, only $39. You got to mention that you heard this ad to get the deal. Call Sullivan Super Service today or schedule online at sullivansuperservice.com. Sullivan Super Service. They'll be your hometown heroes.
Shopping for a new or certified pre-owned car? Think South. The South Hills Kia on Route 19 in Peters Township has your deal. Brand new 2024 Kia Telluride LX all-wheel drive as low as $299 for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. 2024 Kia Sportage LX all-wheel drive for $181 a month for 24 months with $39.99 due at signing. Lease offers exclude taxes and fees. No security deposit required. 10,000 miles a year. Expires September 3rd, 2024. Visit southhillskia.net for details.
Lynch Golf Sales at Pine Creek is having the Big Four back for August demo events, starting August 7th with TaylorMade, then Callaway, then Ping and Titleist. Come out and try some of the new clubs launching this month. Also, get some of the best deals of the year on 2024 models, like the Ping G430 driver, now $399, and irons up to $200 off per set. Call to set up your fitting time at Lynch Golf Sales, 412-492-9990.
This is the story of the one. As head of maintenance at a concert hall, he knows the show must always go on. That's why he works behind the scenes, ensuring every light is working, the HVAC is humming, and his facility shines. With Grainger's supplies and solutions for every challenge he faces, plus 24/7 customer support, his venue never misses a beat. Call quickgrainger.com or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Our daughter Jessie loves playing detective.
But since we discovered she has sensitive skin, we've been playing detective too.
We thought the problem was our puppy.
But it was actually our old detergent. So we switched to Tide Free and Gentle.
Tide Free and Gentle has no dyes or perfumes, so it's gentle on her skin.
If it's gotta be clean, it's gotta be Tide Free and Gentle. This back-to-school season, Tide and Downy are giving back with $1.5 million in scholarships. Enter to win. No purchase necessary. US/DC 17+. End September 30th. Rules. Tide.com/scholarship/official rules.
At 1-800-GOT-JUNK, we believe.
We believe in repurposing the junk we make disappear.
We donate the donatables so that a new family can love them.
Those items get a new life.
We believe in recycling the recyclables.
Raw material for brand new products.
And we believe in returning natural resources to the earth. And we believe in you.
We know you want to make a difference.
Let us help you do that.
All you have to do is point.
Call 1-800-GOT-JUNK.
Or visit 1-800-GOT-JUNK.com.
All right, when it comes to getting life insurance for your family, a lot of excuses can get in the way. But ask yourself this. If something were to happen to me, who would pay the mortgage, the kids' education, and the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the online, easy way to get life insurance in 10 minutes. Ethos has rates that you can afford, like a $500,000 policy for a 40-year-old male starting at $1 a day or $30 a month, with a few health questions and no medical exam. Get your free quote right now at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com. Not available in all states. Rates do vary.
It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights, open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com. It's Wrangler season out there. Warmer days, cooler nights, open roads, endless horizons. And you need to be ready in jeans made for the unpredictable. Wrangler, for the ride of life. Shop our newest styles today at Wrangler.com.
Hey everyone, it's Ted from Consumer Cellular, the guy in the orange sweater, and this is your wake-up call. If you're paying too much for wireless service, you don't have to keep having that nightmare. Consumer Cellular has the same fast, reliable coverage as the leading carriers for up to half the cost. So why keep spending more than you have to? Seriously, wake up and call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com.
Savings based on cost of Consumer Cellular single line 1, 5, and 10 gig data plans with unlimited talk and text compared to lowest cost single line postpaid unlimited talk, text, and data plans offered by T-Mobile and Verizon January 2024.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Pittsburgh is home to a lot of great people and great local businesses, and we're proud to be one of them.
Hi, John, Maggie, and Justin Schmutzer here from Metropolitan Window Company, Pittsburgh's locally owned and family-operated window company for over 45 years.
If you're looking to replace your old worn-out windows with new energy-efficient ones, then consider buying from a hometown business like us.
We're passionate about enhancing the beauty and efficiency of Pittsburgh homes using the top-of-the-line replacement windows, like our exclusive Infinity from Marvin 100% fiberglass windows.
They're the strongest, longest-lasting, best insulating windows you can buy. They're way better than vinyl.
And right now, you can save 20% plus get no-interest financing on every window and door product we offer.
Experience the difference of buying from a locally owned, family-operated company.
Stop by one of our showrooms or visit us on the web at metropolitanwindows.com.
Or give us a call at
412-655-8411.
PA 1565.
This is attorney Craig Fishman. Injured? Our fee is only 25%, not 40% like other firms. Call us at 888-98-TWINS for a free consultation. Shenarovich, and Fishman. We got your back, not your wallet.
Another day is here, and you're ready for it. What to wear? Check. Breakfast, lunch, and dinner? Check. Planning for what's next and how to save for it? That's where Bank of America can help. For your financial to-dos, Bank of America has experts ready to help get you closer to your goals. Get started at one of our Greater Pittsburgh Region financial centers or 24/7 in our mobile banking app. Find a location near you at bankofamerica.com/talktous. What would you like the power to do? Mobile banking requires downloading the app and is only available for select devices. Message and data rates may apply. Bank of America N.A., member FDIC.
Rick Springfield, live in concert. 17 top 40 hits. Saturday, October 19th, the Event Center at Rivers Casino. Buy your tickets now at riverscasino.com. Rick Springfield, live in concert.
93.7 The Fan. Built by Window Nation. Call 866-90Nation.
Tell them Colin Dunlap sent you.
Your hometown building partner since 1956. 84 Lumber. Visit 84lumber.com.
Looking at the Cordell and Cordell traffic cams, crews are on the scene of an accident on the inbound side of the Parkway East at the bend at Bates. Right lane is closed, so exercise caution driving through that area. I'm Kyle Fraunizer.
Protect your car from bugs, UV rays, and rain, and keep it shining all summer with savings on unlimited washes. New members who sign up for Wet Go Unlimited today get their second month free. Wash your car as much as you want at 45-plus convenient Wet Go locations. Sign up at getgocafe.com/unlimited.
HD1 Pittsburgh, an Odyssey sports station, live from the ShorkeyMitsubishi.com studios. Always live and free on the Odyssey app. Now, fan headlines, powered by Bowser and Genesis of Monroeville, now open.
All right, Pirates and Padres, middle of 3 between these two teams after the Pirates lost that game very early this morning. Last night, Marco Gonzalez on the mound, 6:40 first pitch, leadoff show at 5:45. For more, go to 937thefan.com right now. More Pony and Muller.
Afternoons with Pony and Muller, Andrew Filipponi and Chris Muller. Sports Radio 93.7, The Fan.
I think that the Browns' interest in Aiyuk may be overstated. I think that there are a lot of people who report things that they believe to be true that are not necessarily actually true.
50-minute mark on the Fan, brought to you by South Hills Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram. That was Aditi Kinkhabwala with us from CBS Sports on the Aiyuk trade stuff. I said that there's a verbal agreement in place. Aiyuk is going to be a Steeler. I's dotted, T's crossed. He is on his way to Pittsburgh. And Aditi is saying there that the other team that is considered in the mix is not as interested as people have reported them to be. And she does their preseason games, which is a team broadcast. And I don't know, Chris, you were sitting in on that interview. Donnie, too, and our listeners, if they were there for the ride. Did it feel like to you
the idea that Amari Cooper would be in that trade from her vantage point is almost farcical?
Yes.
So did I. So if Cooper's not in the deal, then who is? And also you have the issue of Aiyuk from everything, like not just me reporting this, but we had Jonathan Jones from CBS Sports. He backed up the idea that Aiyuk doesn't even want to play in Cleveland to begin with.
One of the things that we've had as part of the show today is nobody has directly maybe contradicted you. There have been people dancing around it, and someone.
Oh, we have one now.
We have a big one now.
Jerry Dulac's trying to take me down.
Big time. Aren't you still blocked by him?
No, I can see his tweets now, but he won't ever follow me.
The Steelers have no verbal agreement in place with the 49ers for Brandon Aiyuk and are not in process of hammering out final details per sources, and any potential deal would not, all capital letters, not involve the Steelers giving up a player. That is Jerry. So Jerry is basically ticking off your tweet piece by piece and claiming it's BS. And we know Jerry, at bare minimum, has a good relationship and is close with the owner of the team. But we've also seen Jerry be wrong before and then have a make good tossed his way.
So is this a make good, or is this just Jerry reporting on his own?
Well, do you think that if Jerry, if we say 1 + 1 = 2, and not every time, but a lot of the time, what he's getting is coming maybe directly from the owner, do we think the owner is always maybe as plugged in as the people hammering out the deal? If the owner gave them authorization to work on a deal, might the deal be stopping just short of his desk so he can put a rubber stamp on it? I don't know. I'm just thinking out loud here. But this is Jerry pretty obviously emphatically refuting you directly.
Yeah, he didn't put my name in there. That's fine. The last sentence, and any potential deal would not involve the Steelers giving up a player. So what does he think the Steelers' best offer has been the entire time? Just a second-round pick? That's it? Just a second-round pick? Or maybe multiple picks that aren't a first-round pick? Or does he think that they're actually willing to give up a first-round pick in this trade? I've been told the first-round pick thing isn't happening.
I still believe your side of this.
So there's Dulac. How about this, though? NFL Network, we heard them earlier. Your boy John Carney from the Beaver County Times. Josh Carney.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Not an former NFL kicker, but I applaud your efforts to constantly call him that.
This is Rappaport and Garofolo. If you're asking me how things are eventually going to end, Garofolo said, I believe it is going to end with Brandon Aiyuk traded to the Steelers. But we're not there yet until we're there. I can't tell you for sure that that's the way it's going to go because this thing has taken a couple of turns to get to this point. Rappaport, back to that, said, I would agree with you. It does seem like the eventual outcome, not current outcome, but the eventual outcome is Brandon Aiyuk playing for the Pittsburgh Steelers and the 49ers moving on for some draft picks, which is fascinating from the Steelers' standpoint.
These people are all nationally still just drafting off of you a little more cautiously and saying, it's not imminent just yet, but eventually we think it happens.
So I'm in the deep end. I've done like one of those somersault dives into the pool.
And they're doggy paddling in the 4-foot water.
They've got floaties out.
But Jerry has decided to dive in right next to you.
Oh, yes.
And you guys are swimming in opposite directions.
The thing about what Dulac tweeted out is like his tweet doesn't even make it seem like the Steelers are that much in the running. Is that
but yet at the end of it he said, but any potential deal would not involve the Steelers giving up a player.
So a deal could happen?
No verbal agreement and are not in process of hammering out final details. Now hold on a second. I'm going to reread this more critically. All he's saying is that there are very specifically, there is not a verbal agreement in place and are not hammering out final details. But then to put in any potential deal would not involve the Steelers giving up a player suggests that there are talks going on right now. Like, he's at least leaving open the door that they are talking about.
All right, this was
guy.
Schefter moments ago. Now, Schefter's been hit or miss on this. He said the Steelers were not a landing spot and then had to retract that yesterday and say that they were. So this was moments ago on NFL Live. Let's hear what he's saying about Aiyuk to the Steelers now.
Not going to be a team that wants to trade for Brandon Aiyuk when it has to give up as many assets as it does without having him under contract long-term. Not at this stage right now. And so that leaves both sides in a tough spot because there are teams out there that are willing to compensate the 49ers to their satisfaction, but that's not where Brandon Aiyuk would like to go. And there are teams that are willing to make Brandon Aiyuk happy, but it's not what the 49ers are getting back in return that would make them happy. So I think when you step back and assess the situation, a lot of people around the league believe that the 49ers are not going to be in any rush here to make a move, despite the fact that everybody's waiting for a breathless update, waiting to see when and if Brandon Aiyuk will be traded. He might be, and he might be soon, but they are not rushing into anything right now. They're going to take their time, be deliberate, and see what's out there before they make any move at all, because they do know that they would be moving on from a very good wide receiver.
All right, so he's trying to say that the 49ers are playing hardball with the Steelers right now. Is that how you decipher that?
They're not going to move. It almost feels like a leak, like, oh, yeah, we're going to take our sweet time on this one. That's how that reads. Like almost another leak the way Mayoko was used a little bit.
Here's how I translate that. We've run out of other teams that aren't the Steelers to trade him to, but we don't like the Steelers' offer. So if we have to, we'll wait on this guy.
We're in no rush.
You want him, Pittsburgh.
Come get him, but we're not going to hand him to you.
We can't get an extension done, and we can't trade him to anybody else, but we ain't just going to give him away.
Your stress level right now at 5 o'clock, 3 hours after we started the show.
Good question.
Your stress level.
I still feel good.
Like 1 to 10. 1 is I'm not stressed at all. I'm completely believing still in everything I've been reporting and been told. 10 is, crap, these people were using me.
I'm at a 1.5.
Okay.
I just don't know why the people I'm talking to would want me to
look bad.
Let me start over. Would feel comfortable with me and would be fine with me putting this out there. Unless what I heard at, what time was that when that happened? Like noon? Unless what I heard then, unless something changed, but I haven't gotten a message like, hey, my bad. I told you something a while ago,
and it
isn't true anymore. It was true then, it ain't true now.
I'm just wondering what's taking so long.
The goalposts have moved.
Oh, you know I love moving some goalposts. I am wondering what's taken so long. Because, I mean, even I've been told some stuff now that's obviously been proven time-wise because it was time-sensitive to not be accurate.
And where's Pretty Ricky on this now? Is he?
Oh, he's hold up. Spuds McKenzie, Pretty Ricky. I think Pretty Ricky's just obstinately saying that he's going to be right. I will tell you this. Florio is right that Pretty Ricky ain't 100%.
Uh-oh, he's got some big-time misses.
He said CeeDee Lamb would have a 4-year contract extension like a week and a half ago.
Uh-oh.
Like a big deal was imminent.
Man.
Ugly Ricky, more like it.
I mean, what's the statute of limitations on that? If Lamb gets a contract before the season starts, is he allowed to point back on that and say I was right?
Great question. Like if an Aiyuk deal gets done next Tuesday, will you feel like, and you're not reporting anything new.
That's a long time. That's less than a week.
6 days, though,
man. Yeah, that's a long time.
I don't think you can claim a victory there. By the same token, I think Jerry has put himself way out there, because if a deal gets done today and there is a player going back, that's a couple big cracked eggs right on Jerry's face.
Is it possible on the player thing that because everything isn't done, they don't want the players that are on the team right now thinking,
I'm going to get dealt?
Yeah.
Possibly. We can't, like I said, we can't assume for sure, but we know who Jerry has a very close relationship with. Do you think this particular one is coming from that person? Here's a thought I had.
Could it come from?
If it's coming from Art, Art, is he actually leaking that to Jerry to make the Niners think that the Steelers aren't as interested as they feel like?
Maybe.
Hey, you're trying to play hardball via Schefter saying we can wait all day with this guy.
Here's your hardball. We're going to raise you an even harder ball.
Here's Bob Gibson, and he's throwing 98 up and in. We aren't even close to finalizing things.
You know what I think the worst part about what Schefter said is? The worst nightmare is not even, in my opinion, it not happening. It's the waiting. It's the waiting part.
Tom Petty said the waiting is the hardest part.
Where he said there that this could drag on. And I did not see his face, but when I heard Schefter say that, I meant to look over at Donnie because I feel like Donnie, like that's for Donnie, like the worst part of this. Seriously, we're going to have to continue to sit here.
I'm sick of getting asked by people. Yeah. Hey, is this happening, Chris? I think it is. I think Pony's reporting is right. I don't know how many times today I've said, I believe that this is happening. I believe Pony's reporting. I've heard some things that corroborate his reporting. I am incredibly sick of it. I have a great group of dudes in the neighborhood. Like the husbands chat is a great guys chat.
Oh, they probably love having Malsey in there.
It's an extremely high-quality chat. One
the butt is
particular
always
guy,
scuttling.
one particular guy in my neighborhood has just been, like, begging for